The Legends and Myths of Hawaii. By His Hawaiian Majesty Kalakaua. The Fables and Folk-Lore of a Strange People. And, glancing still farther backward through the centuries, we behold adventurous chiefs. In barges and double canoes 100 feet in length, making the journey between the Hawaiian and more southern groups, guided only by the sun and stars. Later we see battles, with dusky thousands in line. The warriors are naked to the loins, and are armed with spears, slings, clubs, battle-axes, javelins and knives of wood or ivory. They have neither bows nor shields. They either catch with their hands or ward with their own the weapons that are thrown. Their chiefs, towering above them in stature, have thrown off their gaudy feather cloaks and helmets, and, with spear and stone halberd, are at the front of battle. The opposing forces are so disposed as to present a right and left wing and center, the king or principal chief commanding the latter in person. In the rear of each hostile line are a large number of women with calabashes of food and water with which to refresh their battling fathers, husbands, and brothers. While the battle rages their wails, cries and prayers are incessant, and when defeat menaces their friends they here and there take part in the combat. The augurs have been consulted, sacrifices and promises to the gods have been made, and, as the warring lines approach, the war gods of the opposing chiefs, newly decorated and attended by long-haired priests, are borne to the front. War cries and shouts of defiance follow. The priests retire, and the slingers open the battle. Spears are thrown, and soon the struggle is hand-to-hand all over the field. They fight in groups and squads around their chiefs and leaders, who range the field in search of enemies worthy of their weapons. No quarter is given or expected. The first prisoners taken are reserved as offerings to the gods, and are regarded as the most precious of sacrifices. Finally the leading chief of one of the opposing armies falls. A desperate struggle over his body ensues, and his dispirited followers begin to give ground and are soon in retreat. Some escape to a stronghold in the neighboring mountains, and a few, perhaps, to a temple of refuge. But the most of them are overtaken and slain. The prisoners who are spared become the slaves of their captors, and the victory is celebrated with feasting and bountiful sacrifices to the gods. This is a representative battle of the past, either for the supremacy of rival chiefs or in repelling invasion from a neighboring island. But here and there we catch glimpses of actual conflicts indicative of the warlike spirit and chivalry of the early Hawaiians. Far back in the past we see the beautiful HINA abducted from her Hawaiian husband by a prince of Molokai, and kept a prisoner in the fortress of Haupu until her sons grow to manhood. When she is rescued at the end of an assault which leaves the last of her defenders dead. Later we see the 800 helmeted chiefs of the King of Hawaii, all of noble blood, hurling themselves to destruction against the spears of the armies of Maui on the plains of Wailuku. And then, less than a generation after, Kamehameha is seen in the last battle of the conquest, when, at the head of 16,000 warriors, he sweeps the Oawan army over the precipice of Nuuanu and becomes the master of the archipelago. Finally we behold Kekueokalani, the last defender in arms of the Hawaiian gods and temples, trampling upon the edict of the king against the worship of his fathers, and dying, with his faithful wife Manono, on the field of Kuamu. In the midst of these scenes of blood the eye rests with relief upon numerous episodes of love, friendship and self-sacrifice touching with a softening color the ruddy canvas of the past. We see KANIPAHU, the exiled king of Hawaii, delving like a common laborer on a neighboring island. And refusing to accept anew the scepter in his old age because his back had become crooked with toil and he could no longer look over the heads of his subjects as became a Hawaiian king. We see Umi, a rustic youth of royal mien and mighty proportions, boldly leap the palace walls of the great Liloa, push aside the spears of the guards, enter the royal mansion, seat himself in the lap of the king. And through the exhibition of a forgotten token of love receive instant recognition as his son. And now Lono, the royal great-grandson of Omi, rises before us, and we see him lured from self-exile by the voice of his queen, reaching him in secret from without the walls of the sovereign court of Oahu. To return to Hawaii and triumph over his enemies. These and many other romantic incidents present themselves in connection with the early Hawaiian kings and princes, and are offered in the succeeding pages with every detail of interest afforded by available tradition. Physical characteristics. A few general remarks concerning the physical characteristics of the Hawaiian Islands would seem to be appropriate in presenting a collection of legends dealing alike with the history and folklore of their people. The islands occupy a place in a great waste of the Pacific between the 19th and 23rd degrees of north latitude, and the 154th and 161st degrees of longitude west from Greenwich. They are 2,100 miles southwest from San Francisco, and about the same distance from Tahiti. The group consists of 10 islands, including 2 that are little more than barren rocks. The farthest are about 300 miles from each other, measuring from their extreme boundaries, and their aggregate area is a little more than 6,100 square miles. Of the 8 principal islands, all are habitable, although the small islands of Niihau and Kahoolawe are used almost exclusively as cattle ranges. The most of the shores of the several islands are fringed with coral, but their origin seems to be indisputably shown in the numerous craters of extinct volcanoes scattered throughout the group, and in the mighty fires still blazing from the mountain heights of Hawaii. By far the larger part of the area of the islands is mountainous. But from the interior elevations, some of them reaching altitudes of from 10 to 14,000 feet, flow many small streams of sweet water, widening into fertile valleys as they reach the coast. While here and there between them alluvial plateaus have been left by the upland wash. With rare exceptions, the mountainsides are covered with vegetation, some of sturdy growth, capable of being wrought into building materials and canoes, while lower down the ohia, the palm, the banana, and the breadfruit stand clothed in perpetual green, with groves of stately cocos between them and the sea. Once the fragrant sandalwood was abundant in the mountains, but it became an article of commerce with the natives in their early intercourse with the white races, and is now rarely seen. Once the valleys and plateaus were covered with growing taro and potatoes. Now the cane and rice of the foreigner have usurped the places of both, and in the few shaded spots that have been left him the forgiving and revengeless Hawaiian sadly chants his wild songs of the past. Neither within the memory of men nor the reach of their legends, which extend back more than 1,000 years, has there been an active volcano in the group beyond the large island of Hawaii, which embraces 2/3 of the solid area of the archipelago. The mighty crater of Haleakala, more than 30 miles in circumference, on the island of Maui, has slept in peace among the clouds for ages, and hundreds of lesser and lower craters, many of them covered with vegetation, are found scattered among the mountains and foothills of the group. But their fires have long been extinct, and the scoria and ashes buried at their bases tell the story of their activity far back in the past. It must have been a sight too grand for human eyes to witness when all these dead volcanic peaks, aglow with sulphurous flames, lit up the moonless midnights of the 8 Hawaiian seas with their combined bombardment of the heavens. On the island of Hawaii alone have the fires of nature remained unextinguished. At intervals during the past 1,000 years or more have Mauna Kea, Mauna Hualalai and Mauna Loa sent their devastating streams of lava to the sea, and today the awful, restless and ever-burning cauldron of Kilauea, nearly a mile in circumference, is the grandest conflagration that lights up the earth. Within its lurid depths, in fiery grottos and chambers of burning crystal, dwell Pele and her companions, and offerings are still thrown to them by superstitious natives. Do they yet believe in these deities after more than 60 years of Christian teaching? After their temples have been leveled and their gods have been destroyed? After their taboos have been broken and their priesthood has been dethroned and dishonored? The only answer is, the offerings are still made. Although the channel and ocean coasts of the islands are generally bold, rocky and precipitous, there are numerous bays and indentations partially sheltered by reefs and headlands, and many stretches of smooth and yellow beach, where the waves, touched by the kona, or the tradewind's breath, chase each other high up among the coco's roots and branches of the humble hau tree clinging to the sands. The harbor of Honolulu, on the island of Oahu, is the only one, however, where passengers and freights of ocean crafts may be received or landed without the aid of lighters. The most of the useful and ornamental growths of the tropics now flourish on the islands. The indigenous plants, however, are confined to the banana, plantain, coconut, breadfruit, ohia, sugarcane, arrowroot, yam, sweet potato, taro, strawberry, raspberry and ohelo. The lime, orange, mango, tamarind, papaya, guava, and every other edible product, aside from those named as indigenous, are importations of the past century. The only domestic animals of the ancient Hawaiians were dogs, swine and fowls, and the most formidable four-legged creatures found in their fields and forests were mice and lizards. Wild geese, including a species peculiar to the islands, ducks, snipe and plover were abundant in their seasons, but seem to have been sparely eaten. And owls, bats, and a few varieties of birds of simple song and not over-brilliant plumage made up about the sum total of animal life on the islands 100 years ago. But the native could well afford to be content with this limited provision, since it did not include snakes, mosquitoes, centipedes, tarantulas, or scorpions. To what processes of creation or isolation do the Hawaiian Islands owe their existence? Were they raised from the depths of the ocean by volcanic action, as plainly suggested by their formation? Or are they a part of a great sunken continent which speculation, sustained by misty tradition, claims once occupied the Polynesian seas? Hawaiian meles mention islands no longer to be found. And the facility with which communication was maintained between the Hawaiian and more southern groups previous to the 12th century renders plausible the assumption that this intercourse was abruptly terminated 6 or 7 centuries ago by the disappearance of a number of intervening atolls or islands which had served as guides to early Polynesian navigators. The gigantic ruins of temples and other structures found on Easter and 1 or 2 other islands of the equatorial Pacific are almost unanswerable arguments in favor of the theory of a sunken Polynesian continent. But the question will probably never be removed beyond the field of surmise. Historic outlines. The source and early history of the Hawaiian people, and, in fact, of the Polynesian race, of which they are a part, are involved in doubt. They have generally been regarded as an offshoot of the great Malayan family. But more recent as well as more thorough investigation, particularly by Judge Fornander, the learned and conscientious historian, with reasonable conclusiveness shows the Polynesian and Malayan races to be of distinct and widely different origin. Accepting this conclusion, we trace the strictly Polynesian tribes to an Aryan beginning, somewhere in Asia Minor or Arabia. There, in the remote past, it is assumed, they were brought in close contact with early Kushite and Chaldaeo-Arabian civilizations. Subsequently drifting into India, they to some extent amalgamated with the Dravidian races, and, following the channels of the great Chaldean commerce of that period, at length found a home in the Asiatic archipelago from Sumatra to Luzon and Timor. The exact time of their settlement on the large coast islands of southern Asia cannot be definitely determined, but their legends and genealogies leave little room to doubt that it was contemporaneous with the Malay and Hindu invasions of Sumatra, Java, and other islands of the archipelago, during the 1st and 2nd centuries of the Christian era, that the Polynesians were pushed out, not at once in a body, but by families and communities covering a period of years, to the smaller and more remote islands of the Pacific. Their first general rendezvous was in the Fiji group, where they left their impress upon the native Papuans. Expelled from, or voluntarily leaving, the Fijis, after a sojourn there of several generations, the Polynesians scattered over the Pacific, occupying by stages the several groups of islands where they are now found. Moving by the way of the Samoan and Society Islands, the migratory wave did not reach the Hawaiian group until about the middle of the 6th century. Nanaula, a distinguished chief, was the first to arrive from the southern islands. It is not known whether he discovered the group by being blown northward by adverse winds, or in deliberately adventuring far out upon the ocean in search of new lands. In either event, he brought with him his gods, priests, prophets and astrologers, and a considerable body of followers and retainers. He was also provided with dogs, swine and fowls, and the seeds and germs of useful plants for propagation. It is probable that he found the group without human inhabitants. During that period, probably during the life of Nanaula, other chiefs of less importance arrived with their families and followers either from Tahiti or Samoa. They came in barges and large double canoes capable of accommodating from 50 to 100 persons each. They brought with them not only their priests and gods, but the earliest of Polynesian traditions. It is thought that none of the pioneers of the time of Nanaula ever returned to the southern islands, nor did others immediately follow the first migratory wave that peopled the Hawaiian group. For 13 or 14 generations the first occupants of the Hawaiian Islands lived sequestered from the rest of the world, multiplying and spreading throughout the group. They erected temples to their gods, maintained their ancient religion, and yielded obedience to their chiefs. The traditions of the period are so meager as to leave the impression that it was one of uninterrupted peace, little having been preserved beyond the genealogies of the governing chiefs. But late in the 10th or early in the beginning of the 11th century the Hawaiians were aroused from their dream of more than 4 centuries by the arrival of a party of adventurers from the southern islands, probably from the Society group. It was under the leadership of Nanumea. He was a warlike chief, and succeeded in establishing his family in power on Hawaii, Maui and Oahu. But stronger leaders were soon to follow from the south. Among the first was the high priest Pele, from Samoa. He arrived during the reign of Kapua, the grandson of Nanumea, or immediately after his death. The people were in an unsettled condition politically, and Pele, grasping the situation, either sent or returned in person to Samoa for PILI, a distinguished chief of that island. Arriving with a large following, PILI assumed the sovereignty of the island of Hawaii and founded a new dynasty. Pele became his high priest, and somewhat disturbed the religious practices of the people by the introduction of new rites and 2 or 3 new gods. However, his religion did not seem to differ greatly from that of the native priests, and from him the last of the priesthood, 700 years after, claimed lineage and right of place. The intercourse thus established between the Hawaiian and southern groups by Nanumea, Pele, and PILI continued for about 150 years, or until the middle or close of the 12th century. During that period several other warlike families from the south established themselves in the partial or complete sovereignty of Oahu, Maui and Kauai, and expeditions were frequent between the group and other distant islands of Polynesia. It was a season of unusual activity, and the legends of the time are filled with stories of love, conquest and perilous voyages to and from the southern islands. In that age, when distant voyages were frequent, the Polynesians were bold and intelligent navigators. In addition to large double canoes capable of withstanding the severest weather, they possessed capacious barges, with planks corded and caulked upon strong frames. They were decked over and carried ample sail. Their navigators had some knowledge of the stars, knew the prominent planets and gave them names, were acquainted with the limits of the ecliptic and situation of the equator. With these helps, and keenly watchful of the winds and currents, of ocean drifts and flights of birds, they seldom failed to reach their destination, however distant. Near the close of the 12th century all communication between the Hawaiian and southern groups suddenly ceased. Tradition offers no explanation of the cause, and conjecture can find no better reason for it than the possible disappearance at that time of a number of island landmarks which had theretofore served as guides to the mariner. The beginning of this period of isolation found the entire group, with the exception, perhaps, of Molokai and a portion of Oahu, in the possession of the southern chiefs or their descendants. It has been observed that the first discovery and occupation of the islands by Polynesians from the Society and Samoan groups occurred in the 6th century. And that more than 400 years later a second migratory tide from the same and possibly other southern islands reached the coasts of Hawaii, continuing for more than a century and a half, and completely changing the political, and to some extent the social, condition of the people. Although nearly 5 centuries elapsed between the first and second migratory influxes from the south, during which the inhabitants of the group held no communication with the rest of the world, it is a curious fact that the PILI, KAMAPUAA, and other chiefly families of the second influx traced back their lineage to the ancestors of the chiefs of the first migration, and made good their claim to the relationship by the recital of legends and genealogies common to both. Princess Liliuokalani. At the close of the second migratory period, which concluded their intercourse with the world beyond them for more than 600 years, or from AD 1175 to 1778, the people of the group had very generally transferred their allegiance to the newly arrived chiefs. The notable exceptions were the Moik and Kamauaua families of Oahu and Molokai, both of the ancient Nanala line. Although they were gradually crowded from their possessions by their more energetic invaders, the high descent of the prominent native chiefs was recognized. And by intermarriage their blood was allowed to mingle with the royal currents which have flowed down the centuries since they ceased to rule. A mere outline of the political history of the islands from the 12th century to the 19th is all that will be given here. The legends following will supply much that will be omitted to avoid repetition. Until the final conquest of the group by Kamehameha I at the close of the last century, the 5 principal islands of the archipelago, Hawaii, Maui, Oahu, Kauai and Molokai, were each governed, as a rule, by one or more independent chiefs. The smaller islands of Lanai and Kahoolawe were usually subject to Maui, while Niihau always shared the political fate of Kauai. On each island, however, were descendants of distinguished ancient chiefs and heroes, who were recognized as of superior or royal blood, and with them originated the supreme chiefs, kings, or mois of the several islands, whose lines continued in authority, with interruptions of insurrection and royal feuds, until the consolidation of the group by Kamehameha. No one was recognized as a TABU chief unless his genealogical record showed him to be of noble blood, and intermarriage between the ruling families, as well as between the lesser chiefs of the several islands, in time united the entire aristocracy of the group by ties of blood, and gave to all of royal strain a common and distinguished ancestry. The nobility and hereditary priesthood claimed to be of a stock different from that of the common people, and their superior stature and intelligence seemed to favor the assumption. To keep pure the blood of the chiefly classes, far back in the past a college of heraldry was established, before which all chiefs were required to recite their genealogies and make good their claims to noble descent. The legends of the group abound in stories of romantic and sanguinary internal conflicts, and political and predatory wars between the islands. But down to the time of Kamehameha but a single attempt had been made to subjugate the entire archipelago. This bold scheme was entertained by a king of the island of Hawaii who reigned during the latter part of the 13th century. He succeeded in overrunning Maui, Oahu and Molokai, but was defeated and taken prisoner on Kauai. Without further reference to the intervening years from the 12th century to the 18th, a long period of wars, festivals, tournaments, and royal and priestly pageantry, we will now glance at the condition of the islands at the time of their discovery by Captain Cook, a little more than a century ago. It was estimated that the islands then contained a population of 400,000 souls. This estimate has been considered large. But when it is noted that 15 years later there were between 30 and 40,000 warriors under arms in the group at the same time, with large reserves ready for service, the conclusion is irresistible that the population could scarcely have been less. Kamehameha invaded Oahu with 16,000 warriors, principally drawn from the island of Hawaii. He was opposed by 8 or 10,000 spears, while as many more awaited his arrival on Kauai. According to the figures of the Reverend Mr. Ellis, who traveled around the island of Hawaii in 1821 and numbered the dwellings and congregations addressed by him in the several coast districts through which he passed, the number of people on that island alone could not have been less than 115,000. At the time of the arrival of Captain Cook, Kalaniapu, of the ancient line of PILI, was king of the large island of Hawaii, and also maintained possession of a portion of the island of Maui. Kahekili, the Thunderer, as his name implied, was Moa of Maui, and the principal wife of Kalaniapu was his sister. Kahahana, who was also related to Kahekili, was the king of Oahu and claimed possession of Molokai and Lanai. Kamakahelei was the nominal queen of Kauai and Niihau, and her husband was a younger brother to Kahekili, while she was related to the royal family of Hawaii. Thus, it will be seen, the reigning families of the several islands of the group were all related to each other, as well by marriage as by blood. So had it been for many generations. But their wars with each other were none the less vindictive because of their kinship, or attended with less of barbarity in their hours of triumph. At that time Kahekili was plotting for the downfall of Kahahana and the seizure of Oahu and Molokai, and the Queen of Kauai was disposed to assist him in these enterprises. The occupation of the Hana district of Maui by the kings of Hawaii had been the cause of many stubborn conflicts between the chivalry of the two islands. And when Captain Cook first landed on Hawaii, he found the king of that island absent on another warlike expedition to Maui, intent upon avenging his defeat of 2 years before, when his famous brigade of 800 nobles was hewn in pieces. Connected with the court of Kalaniapu at that time was a silent and taciturn chief, who had thus far attracted but little attention as a military leader. He was a man of gigantic mold, and his courage and prowess in arms were undoubted. Yet he seldom smiled or engaged in the manly sports so attractive to others, and his friends were the few who discerned in him a slumbering greatness which subsequently gave him a name and fame second to no other in Hawaiian history. He was the reputed and accepted son of Kiua, the half-brother of Kalaniapu, although it was believed by many that his real father was Kahekili, Moa of Maui. But, however this may have been, he was of royal blood, and was destined to become not only the king of Hawaii, but the conqueror and sovereign of the group. This chief was Kamehameha. Such, in brief, was the political condition of the islands when Captain Cook arrived. He was an officer in the English Navy, and, with the warships Resolution and Discovery, was on a voyage in search of a northwest passage eastward from Bering Straits. Leaving the Society Group in December, 1777, on the 18th of the following month he sighted Oahu and Kauai. Landing on the latter island and Niihau, he was received as a god by the natives, and his ships were provided with everything they required. Without then visiting the other islands of the group, he left for the northwest coast of America on the 2d of February, 1778, and in November of that year returned to the islands, first sighting the shores of Molokai and Maui. Communicating with the wondering natives of the latter island, he sailed around the coasts of Hawaii, and on the 17th of January dropped his anchors in Kealakekua Bay. He was hailed as a reincarnation of their god Lono by the people, and the priests conducted him to their temples and accorded him divine honors. Returning from his campaign in Maui, the king visited and treated him as a god, and his ships were bountifully supplied with pigs, fowls, vegetables and fruits. The ships left the bay on the 4th of February, but, meeting with a storm, returned on the 8th for repairs. Petty bickerings soon after occurred between the natives and white sailors, and on the 13th one of the ship's boats was stolen by a chief and broken up for its nails and other iron fastenings. Cook demanded its restoration, and, while endeavoring to take the king on board the Resolution as a prisoner, was set upon by the natives and slain. Fire was opened by the ships, and many natives, including 4 or 5 chiefs, were killed. The body of Cook was borne off by the natives, but the most of the bones were subsequently returned at the request of Captain King, and the vessel soon after left the island. If Captain Cook was not the first of European navigators to discover the Hawaiian Islands, he was at least the first to chart and make their existence known to the world. It has been pretty satisfactorily established that Juan Gaetano, the captain of a Spanish galleon sailing from the Mexican coast to the Spice Islands, discovered the group as early as 1555. But he did not make his discovery known at the time, and the existence of an old manuscript chart in the archives of the Spanish government is all that remains to attest his claim to it. Native traditions mention the landing of small parties of white men on 2 or 3 occasions during the latter part of the 16th century. But if the faces and ships of other races were seen by the Hawaiians in the time of Gaetano, their descendants had certainly lost all knowledge of both 200 or more years later. For Cook was welcomed as a supernatural being by the Austrican islanders, and his ships were described by them as floating islands. A simple iron nail was to them a priceless jewel, and every act and word betrayed an utter ignorance of everything pertaining to the white races. Kalaniapu, the king of Hawaii, died in 1782, and Kamehameha, through the assistance of 3 or 4 prominent chiefs, succeeded, after a struggle of more than 10 years, in securing to himself the supreme authority over that island. This done, encouraged by the prophets, assisted by his chiefs, and sustained by an unwavering faith in his destiny, he conquered Maui, Oahu, Kauai and their dependencies, and in 1795 was recognized as the sole master of the group. Although of royal stock, the strain of Kamehameha from the old line of kings was less direct than that of his cousin, Kewalo, from whom he wrested the Hawaiian scepter. But his military genius rallied around him the warlike chiefs who were dissatisfied with the division of lands by the son and successor of Kalaniapu, and in the end his triumph was complete. To farther ennoble his succession he married the daughter of his royal cousin, and thus gave to his children an undoubted lineage of supreme dignity. The existence of the Hawaiian Islands became generally known to the world soon after the final departure of the Resolution and Discovery, but it was not until 1786 that vessels began to visit the group. The first to arrive after the death of Captain Cook were the English ships King George and Queen Charlotte, and the same year a French exploring squadron touched at Maui. In 1787 several trading vessels visited the group, and the natives began to barter provisions and sandalwood for firearms and other weapons of metal. In 1792, and again in 1793, Captain Vancouver, of an English exploring squadron, touched and remained for some time at the islands. He landed sheep, goats and horned cattle, and distributed a quantity of fruit and garden seeds. His memory is gratefully cherished by the natives, for his mission was one of peace and broad benevolence. Thenceforward trading vessels in considerable numbers visited the group, and during the concluding wars of Kamehameha the rival chiefs had secured the assistance of small parties of white men, and to some extent had learned the use of muskets and small cannon, readily purchased and paid for in sandalwood, which was then quite abundant on most of the timbered mountains of the islands. The harbor of Honolulu was first discovered and entered by 2 American vessels in 1794, and it soon became a favorite resort for the war, trading and whaling vessels of all nations. In the midst of these new and trying conditions Kamehameha managed the affairs of his kingdom with distinguished prudence and sagacity. He admonished his people to endure with patience the aggressions of the whites, and to retain, as far as possible, their simple habits. With his little empire united and peaceful, Kamehameha died on the 8th of May, 1819, at the age of about 80. And his bones were so secretly disposed of that they have not yet been found. Liholiho, the elder of his sons by Keapuolani, the daughter of his cousin Kewalo, succeeded his warlike father with the title of Kamehameha II. Some knowledge of the Christian religion had reached the natives through their white visitors, but the old chief died in the faith of his fathers. The death of Kamehameha was immediately followed by an event for which history affords no parallel. In October, 1819, 6 months before the first Christian missionaries arrived on the islands, Liholiho, under the inspiration of Kahumanu, one of the widows of his father, suddenly, and in the presence of a large concourse of horrified natives, broke the most sacred of the taboos of his religion by partaking of food from vessels from which women were feasting, and the same day decreed the destruction of every temple and idol in the kingdom. He was sustained by the high priest Huahua, who was the first to apply the torch. And within a few weeks idols, temples, altars, and a priesthood which had held prince and subject in awe for centuries were swept away, leaving the people absolutely without a religion. But all did not peacefully submit to this royal edict against their gods. In the twilight of that misty period looms up a grand defender of the faith of Kiwi and Umi and the altars of the Hawaiian gods. This champion was Kekweokalani, a nephew, perhaps a son, of the first Kamehameha, and a cousin, perhaps a half-brother, of Liholiho. In his veins coursed the royal blood of Hawaii, and his bearing was that of a king. He was above 6½ feet in height, with limbs well proportioned and features strikingly handsome and commanding. He was of the priesthood, and, through the bestowal of some taboo or prerogative, claimed to be second in authority to Huahua, who traced his lineage back to Peo, the high priest of PILI. His wife, Manono, was scarcely less distinguished for her courage, beauty and chiefly strain. The apostasy of Huahua left Kekweokalani at the head of the priesthood, at least so he seems to have assumed, and the royal order to demolish the temples was answered by him with an appeal to the people to arm and join him in defense of their gods. He raised the standard of revolt on the island of Hawaii, and was soon at the head of a considerable army. A large force was sent against him, and every effort was made to induce him to lay down his arms. But he scorned all terms, refused all concessions. A battle was fought at Kuamu, at first favorable to the defenders of the gods. But the firearms of the whites in the service of the king turned the tide of war against them, and they were defeated and scattered. Kekweokalani was killed on the field, and Manono, his brave and faithful wife, fighting by his side, fell dead upon the body of her husband with a musket ball through her temples. A rude monument of stone still marks the spot where they fell. And it is told in whispers that the Kona, passing through the shrouding vines, attunes them to saddest tones of lamentation over the last defenders in arms of the Hawaiian gods. 4 or 5 months before the death of Kekweokalani, Kalamoku, the prime minister of Liholiho, and his brother Baki, were baptized under the formula of the Roman Catholic Church by the chaplain of a French corvette on a passing visit to the islands. They scarcely knew the meaning of the ceremony, and it is safe to say that, at the time of the destruction of their temples and the repudiation of their gods, the Hawaiian people knew little or nothing of any other religion. The abolition of the taboo, which had made them slaves to their chiefs and priests, and held their fathers in bondage for centuries, was hailed with so great a joy by the native masses that they did not hesitate when called upon to consign the priesthood and their gods to the grave of the taboo. On the 30th of March, 1820, some months after this strange religious revolution, the first party of Christian missionaries arrived at the islands from Massachusetts. They were well received. They found a people without a religion, and their work was easy. Other missionary parties followed from time to time, and found the field alike profitable to the cause in which they labored and to themselves individually. They acquired substantial possessions in their new home, controlled the government for the 50 or more years following, and their children are today among the most prosperous residents of the group. This is not said with a view to undervalue the services of the early missionaries to Hawaii, but to show that all missionary fields have not been financially unfruitful to zealous and provident workers. And now let it be remarked with emphasis that the value of missionary labors in the Hawaiian group should not be measured by the small number of natives who today may be called Christians, but rather by the counsel and assistance of these thrifty religious teachers in securing and maintaining the independence of the islands, and by degrees establishing a mild and beneficent constitutional government, under which taxation is as light and life and property are as secure as in any other part of the civilized world. They were politicians as well as religious instructors, and practical examples of the value of Christian discipline when prudently applied to the acquisition of the needful and inviting things of life, and the establishment of a civil system capable of protecting the possessor in his acquired rights. In 1824 Liholiho and his queen died while on a visit to England, and their remains were sent back to the islands in an English man-of-war. Kauikeaoli, a youth of 10 years, and brother of the deceased king, was accepted as the rightful heir to the throne under the title of Kamehameha III, and Kahumanu, one of the wives of Kamehameha I, acted as regent and prime minister. In 1827, and 10 years later, Roman Catholic missionaries arrived, and were sent away by order of the government, but in 1839 the priests of that denomination were finally landed under the guns of a French frigate and allowed to remain. Meantime churches, schools and printing presses had been established, the Hawaiian had become a written language, and the laws and decrees of the government were promulgated in printed form. In 1840 the first written constitution was given to the people, guaranteeing to them a representative government. In February, 1843, Lord Powlett, of the English Navy, took formal possession of the islands, but in the July following their sovereignty was restored through the action of Admiral Thomas. In November of the same year France and England mutually agreed to refrain from seizure or occupation of the islands, or any portion of them, and the United States, while declining to become a party to the agreement, promptly acknowledged the independence of the group. Princess Kaulani Kamehameha III died in 1854 and was succeeded by Kamehameha IV. The latter reigned until 1863, when he died and was succeeded by Prince Lot, with the title of Kamehameha V. In 1864 Lot abrogated the Constitution of 1840 and granted a new one. He reigned until 1872, and died without naming a successor, and the Legislative Assembly elected LO-LALE to the throne. He was of the Kamehameha family, and with his death, in 1873, the Kamehameha dynasty came to an end. He, too, failed to designate a successor, and as but two of the accepted descendants of the first Kamehameha remained, one a sister of Kamehameha V, and the other a female cousin of that sovereign, David Kalakaua was elected to the throne by the Legislative Assembly in 1874, receiving all but 5 votes of that body, which were cast for the Queen Dowager Emma, widow of Kamehameha IV. Provision having been made for the event by a previous Legislative Assembly, King Kalakaua, with his queen, Kapiolani, was formally crowned on the 12th of February, 1883. In the presence of the representatives of many of the nations of the Old World and the New. Since the coronation the last of the Kamehamehas has passed away, including the Queen Dowager Emma, and King Kalakaua remains the most direct representative in the kingdom of the ancient sovereigns of Hawaii. He draws his strain from Liloa through the great I family of Hawaii, who joined their fortunes with the first Kamehameha in the conquest of the group. His queen, Kapiolani, is a granddaughter of the last independent sovereign of Kauai, and is thus allied in blood with the early rulers of the group. She is childless, and the Princess Liliuokalani, the elder of the 2 sisters of the king, has been named as his successor. She is the wife of His Excellency John O. Dominus, an American by birth and present governor of the islands of Oahu and Maui. The only direct heir in the families of the king and his 2 sisters is the Princess Kaiulani, daughter of the Princess Like, wife of Mr. Cleghorn, a merchant of Honolulu. Following is a list of the sovereigns of Hawaii, with the dates and durations of their several governments, from the 11th to the 19th century. It embraces only the rulers of the island of Hawaii, who eventually became the masters of the group. Until the reign of Kalaniapu, which began in 1754, the dates are merely approximate. Pilikiai. From AD 1095 to 1120. Kokohau. From A.D. 1120 to 1145. Kanuhi. From A.D. 1145 to 1170. KANIPAHU. From A.D. 1170 to 1195. Kalapana, including the usurpation of Kameol. From A.D. 1195 to 1220. Kahamelia. From A.D. 1220 to 1260. Kalonwioa. From A.D. 1260 to 1300. Kwaiwa. From A.D. 1300 to 1340. Kahukapu. From A.D. 1340 to 1380. Kaholanuamahu. From A.D. 1380 to 1415. KIHA. From A.D. 1415 to 1455. Liloa. From A.D. 1455 to 1485. Hakau. From A.D. 1485 to 1490. Umi. From A.D. 1490 to 1525. Kiliokaloa. From A.D. 1525 to 1535. Kiwanui. From A.D. 1535 to 1565. Kaikilani and Lanoikamakahi. From A.D. 1565 to 1595. Kikialanakane. From A.D. 1595 to 1625. Kiakamahana. From A.D. 1625 to 1655. Kikialanawahain. From A.D. 1655 to 1685. Kiwi and sister. From A.D. 1685 to 1720. Alapanui. From A.D. 1720 to 1754. KANIPAHU. From A.D. 1754 to 1782. Kamehameha I. From A.D., 1782 to 1819. Kamehameha II. Liholiho. From A.D., 1819 to 1824. Kahumanu Regency. From A.D., 1824 to 1833. Kamehameha III. Kauikeaoli. From A.D., 1833 to 1854. Kamehameha IV. From A.D., 1854 to 1863. Kamehameha V. Lot. From A.D., 1863 to 1872. LO-LALE. From A.D., 1872 to 1873. Kalakaua. From A.D. 1874 to. Having thus briefly sketched the outlines of the prominent political events of the islands, the ancient religion of the Hawaiians will next be referred to. And as the taboo was no less a religious than a secular prerogative, it may properly be considered in connection with the priesthood. A knowledge of the power, scope and sanctity of the taboo is essential to a proper understanding of the relations existing in the past between the people and their political and religious rulers. And this great governing force will now claim our attention. The taboo. Strictly speaking, the ancient taboo, or kapu, was a prerogative adhering exclusively to political and ecclesiastical rank. It was a command either to do or not to do, and the meaning of it was, obey or die. It was common to the Polynesian tribes, and was a protection to the lives, property and dignity of the priesthood and nobility. The religious taboos were well understood by the people, as were also the personal or perpetual taboos of the ruling families. But the incidental taboos were oppressive, irksome and dangerous to the masses, as they were liable to be thoughtlessly violated, and death was the usual penalty. Everything pertaining to the priesthood and temples was sacred, or taboo, and pigs designed for sacrifice, and running at large with the temple mark upon them, could not be molested. It was a violation of perpetual taboo to cross the shadow of the king, to stand in his presence without permission, or to approach him except upon the knees. This did not apply to the higher grades of chiefs, who themselves possessed taboo rights. The pululu, or taboo mark. Favorite paths, springs, streams and bathing places were at intervals tabooed to the exclusive use of the kings and temples, and squid, turtle, and 2 or 3 species of birds could be eaten only by the priests and taboo nobility. Yellow was the taboo color of royalty, and red of the priesthood, and mantles of the feathers of the oo and mamo could be worn only by kings and princes. Feather capes of mingled red and yellow distinguished the lesser nobility. Women were tabooed from eating plantains, bananas, and coconuts, also the flesh of swine and certain fish, among them the kumu, moano, ulua, honu, ie, hahalua and naya. And men and women were allowed under no circumstances to partake of food together. Hence, when Liholiho, in 1819, openly violated this fundamental taboo by eating with his queen, he defied the gods of his fathers and struck at the very foundation of the religious faith of his people. The general taboos declared by the supreme chief or king were proclaimed by heralds, while the pululu, a staff surmounted by a crown of white or black kapa, placed at the entrance of temples, royal residences, and the mansions of taboo chiefs. Or beside springs, groves, paths, or bathing places, was a standing notification against trespass. General taboos were declared either to propitiate the gods or in celebration of important events. They were either common or strict, and frequently embraced an entire district and continued from 1 to 10 days. During the continuance of a common taboo the masses were merely required to abstain from their usual occupations and attend the services at the heiaus, or temples. But during a strict taboo every fire and every light was extinguished, no canoe was shoved from the shore, no bathing was permitted, the pigs and fowls were muzzled or placed under calabashes that they might utter no noise. The people conversed in whispers, and the priests and their assistants were alone allowed to be seen without their places of abode. It was a season of deathly silence, and was thought to be especially grateful to the gods. Some of the royal taboos, centuries back in the past, were frivolous and despotic, such as regulating the wearing of beards and compelling all sails to be lowered on passing certain coast points. But, however capricious or oppressive, the taboo was seldom violated, and its maintenance was deemed a necessary protection to the governing classes. Ancient Hawaiian religion. The ancient religion of the Hawaiians, of which the taboo formed an essential feature, was a theocracy of curious structure. It was a system of idolatrous forms and sacrifices engrafted without consistency upon the Jewish story of the creation, the fall of man, the revolt of Lucifer, the deluge, and the repopulation of the earth. The legends of the Hawaiians were preserved with marvelous integrity. Their historians were the priests, who at intervals met in council and recited and compared their genealogical meles, in order that nothing might be either changed or lost. How did the Hawaiian priesthood become possessed of the story of the Hebrew Genesis? It was old to them when the Resolution and Discovery dropped their anchors in Kealakekua Bay. Old to them when one or more chance parties of Spanish sailors in the 16th century may have looked in upon them for a moment while on their way to the Spice Islands. And it was probably old to them when the Hawaiians found their present home in the 6th century, and when the Polynesians left the coast of Asia 400 years earlier. Ancient gods. One theory is that the story was acquired through Israelitish contact with the ancestors of the Polynesians while the latter were drifting eastward from the land of their nativity. But the more reasonable assumption seems to be that the Hawaiian theogony, so strangely perpetuated, is an independent and perhaps original version of a series of creation legends common in the remote past to the Cushite, Semite and Aryan tribes, and was handed down quite as accurately as the Jewish version before it became fixed in written characters. In fact, in some respects the Hawaiian seems to be more complete than the Jewish version. From the beginning, according to Hawaiian story, a trinity of gods existed, who were the sole and all-pervading intelligences of chaos, or night, a condition represented by the Hawaiian word pa. These gods were Kane, the originator; Ku, the architect and builder, and Lono, the executor and director of the elements. By the united will of Haikapaloa, or the Trinity, light was brought into chaos. They next created the heavens, 3 in number, as their dwelling places, and then the earth, sun, moon and stars. From their spittle they next created a host of angels to minister to their wants. Finally, man was created. His body was formed of red earth mingled with the spittle of Cain, and his head of whitish clay brought by Lono from the 4 quarters of the earth. The meaning of Adam is red, and it will be remarked that the Hawaiian Adam was made of earth of that color. He was made in the image of Cain, who breathed into his nostrils, and he became alive. Afterwards, from one of his ribs, taken from his side while he slept, a woman was created. The man was called Kumuhonua, and the woman Kolakuhonua. The newly created pair were placed in a beautiful paradise called Paliuli. 3 rivers of the waters of life ran through it, on the banks of which grew every inviting fruit, including the tabooed breadfruit tree and sacred apple tree, with which are connected the fall and expulsion of the man and woman from their earthly paradise. The 3 rivers had their source in a beautiful lake, fed by the living waters of Cain. The waters were filled with fish which fire could not destroy, and on being sprinkled with them the dead were restored to life. Legends relate instances in which these waters were procured, through the favor of the gods, for the restoration to life of distinguished mortals. As a specimen of the chants perpetuating these traditions and embellishing the plainer prose recitals, the following extract relating to the creation is given. Cain of the Great Night. Ku and Lono of the Great Night. Hikapaloa the King. The tabooed night that is set apart. The poisonous night. The barren, desolate night. The continual darkness of midnight. The night, the reviler. O Cain, O Kukapau. And great Lono dwelling in the water. Brought forth are heaven and earth. Quickened, increased, moving. Raised up into continents. Kane, Lord of Night, Lord the Father. KIHA-PU, in the hot heavens. Great Lono with the flashing eyes. Lightning-like has the Lord. Established in truth, O Kane, Master Worker. The Lord Creator of mankind. Start, work, bring forth the chief Kumuhonua. And Olakuhonua, the woman. Dwelling together are they two. Dwelling in marriage, is she, with the husband, the brother. Among the angels created was Kanaloa, the Hawaiian Lucifer, who incited a rebellion in heaven, with the results, strangely enough, related in Immortal Song by Milton. When man was created, Kanaloa demanded his adoration. This was refused by Cain, as angels and man were alike the creations of deity, whereupon Kanaloa ambitiously resolved to create a man of his own who would worship him. Cain allowed him to proceed with his seditious work. He made a man in the exact image of Kumuhonua, but could not give it life. He breathed into its nostrils, but it would not rise, he called to it, but it would not speak. This exasperated him, and he determined to destroy the man made by the gods. He therefore crept into Paliuli in the form of a mu, or lizard, and, through some deception not definitely stated by tradition, Kumuhonua and his mate committed some offense for which they were driven from paradise by the large white bird of Cain. Kumuhonua had 3 sons, the second of whom was slain by the first. The name of the Hawaiian Cain is Laka. PILI was the youngest son, and 13 generations are named between him and the deluge, whereas the Hebrew version records but 10 on the corresponding line of Seth. The Hawaiian Noah is called Nu'u. At the command of the gods he constructed an ark, and entered it with his wife and 3 sons, and a male and female of every breathing thing. The waters came and covered the earth. When they subsided the gods entered the ark, which was resting on a mountain overlooking a beautiful valley, and commanded Nu'u to go forth with all of life that the ark contained. In gratitude for his deliverance Nu'u offered a sacrifice to the moon, mistaking it for Cain. Descending on a rainbow, that deity reproved his thoughtlessness, but left the bow as a perpetual token of his forgiveness. Continuing the genealogical record, 10 generations are given between Nu'u and KAMAPUA, who removed to a southern country, taking with him as a wife his slave woman Ahu. So was it with Abraham. KAMAPUA established the practice of circumcision, and was the grandfather of Kini Laumano, whose 12 children became the founders of 12 tribes, from one of which, the Menehune, the Hawaiians are made to descend. A story similar to that of Joseph is also given, and mention is made of the subsequent return of the Menehune people to the land set apart for their occupation by Cain. 2 brothers led them over deserts and through waters, and after many tribulations they reached their destination. This would seem to imply that the Menehune people were one of the tribes of Israel. Yet it is more probable that they had their origin in some one of the other 12 ships into which the early Asiatic tribes were in many instances divided. And that the stories of Joseph and the Exodus became a part of their folklore through contact with other races. The genealogical line from the Hawaiian Adam to the grandson of KAMAPUA, that is, until the time of Jacob, has been brought down through 3 distinct traditional channels. The agreement of the several versions is remarkable, but the one brought to the islands by the high priest Peo in the 11th century, and retained by his ecclesiastical successors, is regarded as the most authentic. It was an heirloom of the priesthood, and was never communicated beyond the walls of the temples. With the settlement of the Menehune people in the land set apart for them by Cain, the Hawaiian legends ceased to remind us of the later history of the Hebrews. There the similarity of historic incident abruptly ends, and, with an uncertain stride of 12 or 13 generations, the chiefly line is brought down to MOIKEHA and his wife Papa, mythical rulers of superhuman attributes, who must have existed before the Polynesians left the Asiatic coast, although in some legends they are connected not only with the first settlement of the Hawaiian archipelago, but with the creation of its islands. A few of the many legends relating to the creation and first settlement of the islands will be noted. One of them in substance is that Hawaii Loa, a distinguished chief, and 4th in generation from Kini Laumano, sailed westward, and, guided by the Pleiades, discovered the Hawaiian group. He gave to the largest island his own name, and to the others the names of his children. Another tradition refers to Papa, the wife of Wakea, as a tabooed descendant of Hawaii Loa, and superior in caste to her husband. Mutual jealousies embittered their lives and led to strange events. Wakea found favor with the beautiful Hina, and the island of Molokai was born of their embrace. In retaliation Papa smiled upon the warrior Lua, and the fruit of their meeting was the fair island of Oahu. Hence the old names of Molokai Hina and Oahualua. Quite as fanciful a legend relates that an immense bird laid an egg on the waters of the ocean. It was hatched by the warm winds of the tropics, and the Hawaiian group came into being. Shortly after, a man and woman, with a pair each of dogs, hogs and fowls, came in a canoe from Kahiki, landed on the eastern coast of Hawaii, and became the progenitors of the Hawaiian people. 56 generations are mentioned from Wakea to the present ruling family. The legends of the 29 generations covering the period between Wakea and Maik, which brings the record down to the 11th century, when the second migratory influx from the southern islands occurred, abound in wars, rebellions and popular movements, in which giants, demigods, and even the gods themselves took part. And it was doubtless during that period that the idolatrous forms and practices of the Hawaiian religion, as it existed a century ago, were engrafted upon an older and simpler creed confined to the worship of the Godhead. When the high priest Peo arrived with PILI, he introduced some new gods while recognizing the old, strengthened and enlarged the scope of the taboo, and established an hereditary priesthood independent of, and second only in authority to, the supreme political head. Different grades of priests also came into existence, such as seers, prophets, astrologers and kahunas of various function, including the power of healing and destroying. In fact, the priesthood embraced 10 distinct grades or colleges, each possessing and exercising powers peculiar to it, and the mastery of all of them was one of the qualifications of the high priesthood. The tutelar deity of the entire body was Uli. The form of the heiau, or temple, was changed by Peo and his successors, and the masses mingled less freely in the ceremonies of sacrifice and other forms of worship. The high priesthood became more mysterious and exclusive, and assumed prerogatives above the reach of royalty. The old Hawaiian trinity, Kane, Ku and Lono, remained the supreme gods of the pantheon, but Kanaloa, the spirit of evil, was accorded beneficent attributes and exalted among them. The regions of Pa, or death, were presided over by Milu, a wicked king who once ruled on earth, while the spirits of favorite chiefs were conveyed by the divine messenger Kwahero to the presence of Kaono Hayokala, whose beatific abode was somewhere in the heavens. Another belief was that the ruler of Pa was Manua, and that Milu did not follow Akea, the first king of Hawaii, to that place, but dwelt in a region far westward and beneath the sea. Although significant of darkness, Pa was not without light. Like Tartarus, it could be visited by favored mortals, and the dead were sometimes brought back from it to earth. Pele, the dreadful goddess of the volcanoes, with her malignant relatives, was added to the Hawaiian deities during the second influx from the south, and temples were erected to her worship all over the volcanic districts of Hawaii. At that period were also introduced Lamaomeo, the god of the winds, the poison goddesses Kalapahoa and Kapo, and many other deities. But the worship of the Hawaiians was not confined to Kane, Ku, Lono and Pele. Heiaus were erected to the war gods of the kings, and great sacrifices were frequently made to them, generally of human beings, preceding, during, and following campaigns and battles. Humbler temples were also maintained to fish, shark, lizard and other gods, where sacrifices of fish and fruits were offered. To the superstitious masses the land abounded in gnomes and fairies, and the waters in nymphs and monsters, whose caprices are themes of a bountiful store of folklore. With almost every stream, gorge and headland is connected some supernatural story, and the bards and musicians of old earned an easy support by keeping alive these legends of the people. To some supernatural powers were given, and malignant and beneficent spirits assumed human forms and flitted among the palms in the guise of birds. Kukailimoku, the war god of Kamehameha I. The people made their own household gods, and destroyed them when they failed to contribute to their success. For example, at Ninole, on the southeast coast of Hawaii, is a small beach called Koloa, the stones of which, it was thought, propagated by contact with each other. From the large stones the people made gods to preside over their games. When a stone was selected for a god it was taken to the heiau, where certain ceremonies were performed over it. It was then dressed and taken to witness some game or pastime. If the owner was successful it was accepted as a god. If unsuccessful more than once or twice, it was thrown away or wrought into an axe or adze. Sometimes a stone of each sex was selected, wrapped in kapa, and laid away. In time a small pebble was found with them. It increased in size, and was finally taken to the heiau and formally made into a god. Such is the story that is still told. The people believed that the spirits of the departed continued to hover around their earthly homes, and the shades of their ancestors were appealed to in prayer. The owl and a bird called the ele were regarded as gods, and scores of other deities, controlling the elements or presiding over the several industries and amusements of the masses, were recognized and placated with sacrifices when in unfavorable moods. They had a god of the winds, of the husbandman, the warrior, the canoe maker, the hula dancer, the distiller, the orator, the doctor and the sorcerer, and many gods of the sailor and the fisherman. The services of the high priest did not extend to these popular deities on any of the islands of the group. The heiaus over which he presided were dedicated either to the higher gods of the pantheon or to the war god of the king or supreme chief. He was next to the king in authority, and always of distinguished blood. Surrounded by seers, prophets and assistants, and claiming to hold direct intercourse with the gods, he was consulted on all matters of state consequence, and the auguries of the temple were always accepted with respect and confidence. The high priest sometimes had charge of the war god of the king, and in such cases went with it to the field of battle. Hua, one of the ancient kings of Maui, defied the priesthood and slew his high priest. As a warning to ruling chiefs, the story of the consequences of Hua's madness has come down with great conciseness through the chroniclers of the priesthood. Hua's kingdom became a desolation. Wherever he traveled all vegetation perished, and he finally died of famine on Hawaii, and his bones were left to whiten in the sun. There were several classes of priests or kahunas, beside those who were connected with the temples. They were seers, doctors and dealers in enchantment, and subsisted by preying upon the people through their superstitions. All physical illness was attributed either to the anger of the gods, witchcraft, or the prayers of a malignant kahuna. The afflicted person usually sent for a kahuna, whose first business was to discover the cause of the malady through incantation. This ascertained, an effort was made to counteract the spells or prayers which were wearing away the life of the patient, and sometimes with so great success that the affliction was transferred to the party whose malice had invoked it. The belief that one person might be prayed to death by another was universal with the ancient Hawaiians, and not a few of the race would turn pale today if told that one of priestly strain was earnestly praying for his death. In praying a person to death it was essential that the kahuna should possess something closely connected with the person of the victim, a lock of his hair, a tooth, a nail paring, or a small quantity of his spittle, for example. Hence the office of spittoon-bearer to the ancient kings was entrusted only to chiefs of some rank, who might be expected to guard with care the royal expectoration. The belief was general that the spirits of the dead might be seen and conversed with by the kilos, or sorcerers, and the spirits of the living, it was claimed, were sometimes invoked from their slumbering tabernacles by priests of exceptional sanctity. The spirit of the dead was called Unihipili, while the disembodied and visible spirit of a living person was known as Kahoka. Of all the deities Pele was held in greatest dread on the island of Hawaii, where volcanic eruptions were frequent. With her 5 brothers and 8 sisters, all representing different elemental forces, she dwelt in state in the fiery abysses of the volcanoes, moving from one to another at her pleasure, and visiting with inundations of lava such districts as neglected to cast into the craters proper offerings of meats and fruits, or angered her in other respects. One of her forms was that of a beautiful woman, in which she sometimes sought human society, and numerous legends of her affairs of love have been preserved. She was regarded as the special friend of Kamehameha I. And the suffocation of a portion of the army of Kiowa, near the crater of Kilauea, in 1791, was credited directly to her. The last public recognition of the powers of Pele occurred as late as 1882, on the island of Hawaii. The village of Hilo was threatened. A broad stream of lava from Mauna Loa, after a devastating journey of 25 miles or more, reached a point in its downward course within a mile or two of the Bay of Hilo. Its movement was slow, like that of all lava streams some distance from their source, but its steadily approaching line of fire rendered it almost certain that the village, and perhaps the harbor, of Hilo would be destroyed within a very few days. Trenches were digged, walls were raised, and prayers were offered, but all to no purpose. Downward moved the awful avalanche of fire. Ruth, a surviving sister of the fourth and fifth Kamehamehas, was then living in Honolulu. She was a proud, stern old chiefess, who thought too little of the whites to attempt to acquire their language. The danger threatening Hilo was reported to her. "I will save the fish ponds of Hilo," said the old chiefess. "Pele will not refuse to listen to the prayer of a Kamehameha." She chartered a steamer, left Honolulu for Hilo with a large number of attendants, and the next day stood facing the still-moving flow of lava. Ascending an elevation immediately back of the village, she caused to be erected there a rude altar, before which she made her supplications to Pele, with offerings fed to the front of the advancing lava. This done, she descended the hill with confidence and returned to Honolulu. The stream of fire ceased to move, and today its glistening front stands like a wall around Hilo. "A remarkable coincidence," explained the whites. "The work of Pele," whispered the natives, although the last of the temples of that goddess had been destroyed 60 years before. Without discussing the cause, a natural one beyond a doubt, it may be remarked that the result has been something of a renewal with the natives of faith in the discarded gods of their fathers. All of the minor gods of the Hawaiians seem to have been independent and self-controlling. It is not claimed that they derived their powers from, were directed by, or were responsible to the supreme godhead. Hence the mythology of the Polynesians, strong though it be in individual powers and personations of the forces and achievements of nature, presents itself to us in a fragmentary form. Like an incongruous patchwork of two or more half-developed or half-forgotten religious systems. KANIPAHU, poison war goddess of Molokai. One of the most noted of the independent deities of the group was KANIPAHU, the poison goddess of Molokai. Some centuries back she came to the islands, with 2 or 3 of her sisters, from an unknown land, and left her mark in many localities. She entered a grove of trees on the island of Molokai, and left in them a poison so intense that birds fell dead in flying over their branches. The king of the island was advised by his high priest to have a god hewn from one of the poison trees. Hundreds of his subjects perished in the undertaking, but the image was finally finished and presented to the king, wrapped in many folds of kapa. It came down the generations an object of fear, and was finally seized by the first Kamehameha, and at his death divided among his principal chiefs. Kula was the principal god of the fishermen on all the islands of the group. Rude temples were erected to him on the shores of favorite fishing grounds, and the first fish of every catch was his due. His wife was HINA, and she was appealed to when her husband withheld his favors. Liapua and Kanipua were gods worshipped by the fishermen of Lanai, and other fish gods were elsewhere recognized. There were a number of shark and lizard gods. They were powerful and malignant, and greatly feared by the classes who frequented the sea. Heiaus were erected to them on promontories overlooking the ocean, and the offerings to them of fish and fruits were always liberal. They assumed the forms of gigantic sharks and lizards, and not unfrequently lashed the waters into fury and destroyed canoes. Moaliai was the great shark god of Molokai and Oahu. Apukahi and Umakaikai were the evil gods infesting the waters of Kauai. Lanoaki was the eel god of all the islands, and Ukanipo was the shark god of Hawaii. Among the celebrated war gods of the kings of the group was that of Kamehameha I. It was called Kaili, or Kukailimoku, and accompanied the great chief in all of his important battles. It had been the war god of the Hawaiian kings for many generations, and was given in charge of Kamehameha by his royal uncle, Kalakaua. It was a small wooden image, roughly carved, and adorned with a headdress of yellow feathers. It is said that at times, in the heat of battle, it uttered cries which were heard above the clash of arms. It is not known what became of the image after the death of Kamehameha. The public heiaus, or temples, of the Hawaiians were usually walled enclosures of from 1 to 5 acres, and generally irregular in form. The walls were frequently 10 feet in thickness and 20 feet in height, and the material used was unhewn stone, without mortar or cement. They narrowed slightly from the base upward, and were sometimes capped with hewn slabs of coral or other rock not too firm in texture to be worked with tools of stone. Within this enclosure was an inner stone or wooden temple of small dimensions, called the luakina, or house of sacrifice, and in front of the entrance to it stood the lele, or altar, consisting of a raised platform of stone. The inner temple was sacred to the priests. Within it stood the anu, a small wicker enclosure, from which issued the oracles of the kaulas, or prophets, and around the walls were ranged charms and gods of a special sanctity. Beside the entrance to this sacred apartment were images of the principal gods, and the outer and inner walls were surmounted by lines of stone and wooden idols. The enclosure contained other buildings for the accommodation of the high priest and his assistants, also a house for the governing chief or king, some distance removed from the domiciles of the priest. It was used temporarily by him when on a visit of consultation to the temple, or as a place of refuge in a time of danger. On each side of the entrance to the outer enclosure was a TABU staff, or elevated cross, and near it was a small walled structure in which were slain the victims for the altar. When an augury was required by the king, he frequently visited the heiau in person and propounded his questions to the kaulas. If the answers from the anu were vague and unsatisfactory, other methods of divination were resorted to, such as the opening of pigs and fowls, the shapes of the clouds, the flights of birds, etc. After prayers by the priest the animals were killed, and auguries were gathered from the manner in which they expired, the appearance of the intestines, which were supposed to be the seat of thought, and other signs. Sometimes the spleens of swine were removed, if auguries of war were required, and held above the heads of the priests while prayers were offered. Before engaging in war or any other important enterprise attended by doubt or danger, human and other sacrifices were made, of which there were 15 different kinds, and the first prisoners taken in battle were reserved for the altar. The priests named the number of men required for sacrifice, and the king provided them, sometimes from prisoners and malefactors, and sometimes from promiscuous drafts along the highways. The victims were slain with clubs without the temple walls, and their bodies, with other offerings, were laid upon the altar to decay. When the king or other high chief made a special offering of an enemy, the left eye of the victim, after the body had been brought to the altar, was removed and handed to him by the officiating priest. After making a semblance of eating it, the chief tossed it upon the altar. During the construction of heiaus, human sacrifices were usually offered as the work progressed, and when completed they were dedicated with great pomp and solemnity, and the altars were sometimes heaped with human bodies. In dedicating ordinary temples the KIHA-PU prayer was employed, but in consecrating heiaus of the first class the Kwawili invocation was recited, a prayer continuing from sunrise to sunset. Oil and holy water were sprinkled upon the altars and sacred vessels, and the services were under the direction of the high priest, and generally in the presence of the governing chief. The ordinary services in the temples consisted of offerings of fruits and meats, and of chants, prayers and responses, in which the people sometimes joined. Women did not participate in the ceremonies of the temples, but the exclusion found ample compensation in their exemption from sacrifice when human bodies were required. Temples of refuge, called puhonuas, were maintained on Hawaii, and possibly on Lanai and Oahu in the remote past, but concerning the latter there is some doubt. One of the puhonuas on Hawaii was at Honaunau, near the sacred burial place of Halokiwi, and the other at Waipio, connected with the great heiau of Pakalani. Their gates were always open, and priests guarded their entrances. Anyone who entered their enclosures for protection, whether chief or slave, whether escaping criminal or warrior in retreat, was safe from molestation, even though the king pursued. These places of refuge, with the rite of circumcision, which existed until after the death of the first Kamehameha, suggest a Polynesian contact with the descendants of Abraham far back in the past. If not a kinship with one of the scattered tribes of Israel. In further evidence of the wanderings of the early Polynesians in Western and Southern Asia, and of their intercourse with the continental races, it may be mentioned that a disposition toward phallic worship, attested by tradition and existing symbols, followed them far out into the Pacific. And that connected with their story of the creation, so closely resembling the Hebrew version, is the Buddhist claim of previous creations which either ran their course or were destroyed by an offended godhead. Nor is Hawaiian tradition content with the mere advancement of the theory of successive creations. It makes specific reference to a creation next preceding that of their Kumuhonua, or Adam, and gives the names of the man and woman created and destroyed. They were Wela-Ahilani and O. It has been mentioned that the birds Pueo and Ali were sacred and sometimes worshipped. Among the sacred fish were the Aku and Opelu. How they became so is told in a legend relating to the high priest Peo, who migrated to the islands in the 11th century and induced PILI to follow him. Before visiting Hawaii, Peo lived near his brother, probably on the island of Samoa. Both were priests and well skilled in sorcery and divination. The name of the brother was Lanapil. Both were affluent and greatly respected. Lanapil's lands were near the sea and produced the choicest varieties of fruits. One season, when the fruits were ripening, Lanapil discovered that someone was surreptitiously gathering them in the nighttime, and accused one of the sons of Peo of stealing them. Indignant at the charge, and discerning no better way of disproving it, Peo killed and opened his son, and showed his brother that there was no fruit in the stomach of the boy. Grieved at the death of his son, and holding his brother accountable for it, Peo concluded to emigrate to some other land, and built strong canoes for that purpose. About the time they were completed, a son of Lanapil chanced to be in the neighborhood, and Peo, remembering the death of his own son, ordered the boy to be killed. He was missed, and search was made for him, and his body was finally found near Peo's canoes. Lanapil charged his brother with the murder. Peo did not deny it, and Lanapil ordered him to leave the island. To avoid further trouble, Peo set sail at once with a party consisting of 38 persons. One tradition says PILI was of the party, but he must have left Samoa some years later, as Peo sent or went for him after reaching Hawaii. General Dominus, consort of the heir apparent. As the canoes were moving from the shore, several prophets, standing on the cliffs above, expressed a desire to join the party. Very well, was the answer of Peo. If you are prophets, as you say, leap from the cliffs and I will take you aboard. Several leaped into the sea and were dashed against the rocks and drowned. Finally Makwakamana, a prophet of genuine inspiration, who was to have accompanied the expedition, reached the shore and discovered the canoes of Peo far out on the ocean. Raising his voice, he hailed Peo and asked that a canoe might be sent back for him. Not so, returned the priest in a loud voice, which the favoring winds bore to the belated prophet. To return would be an omen of evil. There is room for you, but if you would go with us you must fly to our canoes. And, flying, the prophet reached the canoes in safety. Observing the canoes of Peo as they were disappearing in the distance, Lanapil sent a violent storm to destroy them. But the strong fish Aku assisted in propelling the canoes against the storm, and the mighty fish Opelu swam around them and broke the waves with his body. The malignant brother then sent the great bird KIHA-PU to vomit over the canoes and sink them, but they were hastily covered with mats, and thus escaped destruction. After a long voyage Peo landed in Puna, on the coast of Hawaii. Thenceforth the Aku and Opelu were held sacred by Peo and his descendants. Following is a list of the supreme and principal elemental, industrial and tutelar deities of the Hawaiian group. The Godhead. Kane, the organizer. Ku, the architect and builder. Lono, the executor. Kanaloa, the Lucifer, or fallen angel. Rulers in the realms of Pa, or death. Akea, the first Hawaiian king, who, after life, founded the island kingdom of Kapapahanamoku, in the realms of Pa, or death. Milu, the successor of Akea, or who, according to another belief, accompanied Akea to Pa, and became the perpetual ruler of a kingdom on its western confines. Manua, referred to in some legends as the supreme sovereign of Pa. With him abide the spirits of distinguished chiefs and priests who wander among beautiful streams and groves of trees, and subsist upon lizards and butterflies. Minor celestial deities. Keinohaila, the eyeball of the sun, a celestial god, with an abode somewhere in the heavens, and to whose presence the departed spirits of chiefs were conducted. Kwahero, the messenger who conducted the souls of distinguished chiefs to Keinohaila. Alapu, a god of Maui, who bore the spirits of noted chiefs to the celestial paradise. Kamehameha sought to secure possession of a very sacred image of this god, inherited by Kahekili. Moa of Maui. The volcanic deities. Pele, the ruling goddess of the volcanoes, with her sisters. Hiakawawahilani, the heaven-rending cloud holder. Makoinawahiwa, the fire-eyed canoe breaker. Hiakanoholani, the heaven-dwelling cloud holder. Hiakakalawamaka, the quick-glancing cloud holder. Hiakahoikopaliya Pele, the cloud holder, kissing the bosom of Pele. Hiakakapiuanina, the red-hot mountain-lifting clouds. Hiakakalia, the wreath-encircled cloud holder. Hiakaopio, the young cloud holder, and their brothers. Kamohoali, or King Moho, the king of vapor or steam. Kapahoikahaila, god of explosions. Kwakipo, god of the night rain, or rain of fire. Kain-Kahili, the husband of thunder, or thundering god. Kiohi-Kamakaua, the fire-thrusting child of war. The last two were hunchbacks. Aquapeo, the war god of Peo, taken from the temple of Manini by Umi. Kukailimoku, the war god of Kamehameha I. Bequeathed to him by Kalaniapu. Deities of the elements. Lama-Omeo, god of the winds, the Hawaiian. Aeolus, whose home was on Molokai. Hinakoliu, a goddess of the rain. Hinakilii and Huquapil, sisters of Hinakoliu. Muelio, a powerful gnome of Lanai, conquered by Kololo, a prince of Maui. Kula, a god of the fishermen. Hina, wife of Kula. Liapua and Kanipahua, gods of the fishermen of Lanai. Hinahil and her daughter. Iaiakula, goddesses of the fishermen of Hawaii. Ukanipo, the great shark god of Hawaii. Moaliai, the principal shark god of Molokai and Oahu. Lanoakiki, the great eel god of all the group. Apukahai and Omakaikaikai, evil shark or fish gods of Kauai. Gods of the arts and industries. Akuula, the god of inspiration. Halili, a god of speech, special to Kauai. Koliamoku, the deified chief who first learned the use of herbs and the art of healing from the gods. He was a patron of the kahunas. Olanapua and Makanuyalone, deified disciples of Koliamoku. Kanawa, the second son of the high priest. Luhomo, and Kukeu, gods of the husbandman. Lakakani, god of the hula and similar sports. Mokwaliai, god of the canoe makers. Hai, god of kappa making. Olalakiahi, god of distillation. Kalapahoa, a goddess who entered and poisoned trees. Kapo and Pua, sisters of Kalipahua. With like functions. Kama, a powerful tutelar god of all the islands. Lali, the god who made inviolable laws. Kwahana, the god who killed men wantonly. Lilioyo, the god who inflicted bodily pain. Lelahukaha, wife of Lilioyo. Lai, a goddess of the mountains, who braided lays. MAJESTY, the god who assisted in writing upset canoes. Pohaka, a god living in precipitous places, and who rolled down stones, to the fright and injury of passers. Kealoa, a god worshipped in the heiaus of Maui. Kiha, a goddess of Maui, held in great reverence. Uli, the god of the sorcerers. Pakuku, a powerful god of Hawaii. Lanoaqualii, a god worshipped in the heiaus of Oahu. Kwakahi, a god of Maui and Molokai. Hiaka, a mountain god of Kauai. Kapo and Kapua, and several others, messengers of the gods. Oli, the god appealed to by the kahunas in praying people to death. Maliu, any deified deceased chief. Akua Noho, gods possessing the spirits of departed mortals, of which there were many. Kihawahini and Kalo, noted deities of the class of Akua Noho. Mahulu, a name common to three gods in the temples of Lono. Manu, the names of two gods at the outer gates of heiaus dedicated to Lono. Pue, the god worshipped in the darkness. Kaluanina, one of the principal gods of the Luakina, or sacrificial house of the temple. Kananwiakia, a general name for a class of 13 gods connected with the larger heiaus. Ancient Hawaiian government. Previous to the 11th century, the several habitable islands of the Hawaiian group were governed by one or more independent chiefs, as already stated. After the migratory influx of that period, however, and the settlement on the islands of a number of warlike southern chiefs and their followers, the independent chiefs began to unite for mutual protection. This involved the necessity of a supreme head, which was usually found in the chief conceded to be the most powerful, and thus alii-nuis, moas and kings sprang into existence. So far as tradition extends, however, certain lines, such as the Moik, PILI and Kamakua families, were always considered to be of supreme blood. They came to the islands as chiefs of distinguished lineage, and so remained. Gradually the powers of the moas and ruling chiefs were enlarged, until at length they claimed almost everything. Then the chiefs held their possessions in fief to the moa, and forfeited them by rebellion. In time the king became absolute master of the most of the soil over which he ruled, and assumed taboo rights which rendered his person sacred and his prerogatives more secure. All he acquired by conquest was his, and by partitioning the lands among his titled friends he secured the support necessary to his maintenance in power. Certain lands were inalienable both in chiefly families and the priesthood. They were made so by early sovereign decrees, which continued to be respected, but with each succeeding king important land changes usually occurred. Although the king maintained fish ponds and cultivated lands of his own, he was largely supported by his subject chiefs. They were expected to contribute to him whatever was demanded either of food, raiment, houses, canoes, weapons or labor, and in turn they took such portions of the products of their tenants as their necessities required. The Ili was the smallest political division. Next above it was the Ahapua, which paid a nominal or special tax of 1 hog monthly to the king, next the Okana, embracing several Ahapuas, and finally the Moku, or district, or island. The laboring classes possessed no realty of their own, nor could they anywhere escape the claim or jurisdiction of a chief or landlord. They owed military and other personal service to their respective chiefs, and the chiefs owed theirs to the king. If required, all were expected to respond to a call to the field, fully armed and prepared for battle. Caste rules of dress, ornamentation and social forms were rigidly enforced. The entire people were divided into 4 general classes: first, the alii, or chiefly families, of various grades and prerogatives; second, the kahunas, embracing priests, prophets, doctors, diviners and astrologers. Third, the kanaka-wale, or free private citizens, and, fourth, the kauamaoli, or slaves, either captured in war or born of slave parents. The laws were few and simple, and the most of them referred to the rights and prerogatives of the king, priesthood and nobility. Property disputes of the masses were settled by their chiefs, and other grievances were in most instances left to private redress, which frequently and very naturally resulted in prolonged and fatal family feuds. In the end requiring chiefly and sometimes royal intervention. This, in brief and very general terms, was the prevailing character of the government and land tenure throughout the several islands of the group until after the death of Kamehameha I. In 1819, and the relinquishment by the crown of its ancient and sovereign rights in the soil. Meeting place of an ancient secret society. From a painting in the royal palace. The leading chiefs and high priesthood claimed a lineage distinct from that of the masses, and traced their ancestry back to Kumuhonua, the Polynesian Adam. The Iku-Pau, a sacred class of the supreme priesthood, assumed to be the direct descendants from the godhead, while the Ika-Nu'u were a collateral branch of the sacred and royal strain, and possessed only temporal powers. It was thus that one of the families of the Hawaiian priesthood, in charge of the verbal genealogical records, exalted itself in sanctity above the political rulers. Proud of their lineage, to guard against imposture and keep their blood uncorrupted, the chiefs allowed their claims to family distinction to be passed upon by a college of heraldry, established by an early Moa of Maui. Reciting their genealogies before the college, composed of alii of accepted rank, and receiving the recognition of the council, chiefs were then regarded as members of the grade of a high alii, or chiefs of admitted and irrevocable rank. The chiefs inherited their titles and taboo privileges quite as frequently through the rank of one parent as of the other. As Hawaiian women of distinction usually had more than one husband, and the chiefs were seldom content with a single wife, the difficulty of determining the rights and ranks of their children was by no means easy. But the averment of the mother was generally accepted as conclusive and sufficient evidence in that regard. For political purposes marriage alliances were common between the royal and chiefly families of the several islands, and thus in time the superior nobility of the entire group became connected by ties of blood. The political or principal wife of a king or distinguished chief was usually of a rank equal to that of her husband, and their marriage was proclaimed by heralds and celebrated with befitting ceremonies. Other wives were taken by simple agreement, and without ceremony or public announcement. Very much in the same manner the masses entered into their marriage unions. With the latter, however, polygamy was not common. When husband and wife separated, as they frequently did, each was at liberty to select another partner. The political wife of a chief was called wahine hoa, the others, haya wahine, or concubine. In the royal families, to subserve purposes of state, father and daughter, brother and sister, and uncle and niece frequently united as man and wife. The children of such unions were esteemed of the highest rank, and, strange to say, no mental or physical deterioration seemed to result from these incestuous relations. For all through the past the moas and nobles of the group were noted for their gigantic proportions. There were 5 or more grades of chiefs connected with the royal lines. First in order, and the most sacred, was the Alii-Niapio, the offspring of a prince with his own sister, next, the Alii-Pio, the offspring of a prince with his own niece. Next, the Alii-Naha, the offspring of a prince or king with his own daughter, next, the Alii-Wohi, the offspring of either of the foregoing with another chiefly branch, and next, the Lo-Alii, chiefs of royal blood. Any of these might be either male or female. To these grades of chiefs distinct personal taboos or prerogatives were attached, such as the tabumo, tabuwela, tabuhoano and tabuwohi. These taboos could be given or bequeathed to others by their possessors, but could not be multiplied by transmission. The meles, or ancestral chants of a family, passed in succession to the legal representatives, and became exclusively theirs. But the government, taboos and household gods of the king were subject to his disposal as he willed, either at his death or before it. The child of a taboo chief, born of a mother of lower rank, could not, according to custom, assumed the taboo privileges of his father, although in some instances in the past they were made to inure to such offspring, notably in the case of Omi, king of Hawaii. Before an alii-niapio, clothed with the supreme function of the tabumo, all, with the exception of taboo chiefs, were compelled to prostrate themselves. When he appeared or was approached, his rank was announced by an attendant, and all not exempt from the homage were required to drop with their faces to the earth. The exemptions were the alii-pio, the alii-naha, the alii-wohi, and the lo-alii. They, and they alone, were permitted to stand in the presence of a niapio chief. An alii-pio was also a sacred chief, so much so that he conversed with others only in the nighttime, and on chiefesses of that rank the sun was not allowed to shine. The kings lived in affluence in large mansions of wood or stone, in the midst of walled grounds adorned with fruit and shade trees and other attractive forms of vegetation. The grounds also contained many other smaller buildings for the accommodation of guests, retainers, attendants, servants and guards. They were attended by their high priests, civil and military advisors, and a retinue of favorite chiefs, and spent their time, when not employed in war or affairs of state, in indolent and dignified repose. The personal attendants of an ancient Hawaiian king were all of noble blood, and each had his specified duty. They were known as kahualii, or guardians of the person of the king. They consisted of the iwakwamu, or rubber of the person, the apukuha, or spittoon-bearer, the pakahili, or kahili-bearer, the kaipu, or sleep-watcher, and the ipupu, or steward. Other inferior chiefs, called puuku, with messengers, spies, executioners, prophets, astrologers, poets, historians, musicians and dancers, were among his retainers. Connected with the palace was an apartment used as a heiau, or chapel, which was sometimes in charge of the high priest. During festival seasons brilliant feasts, tournaments and hula and musical entertainments were given in the royal grounds, and the court was splendid in displays of flowers, feathers and other gaudy trappings. The king not unfrequently took part in the manly games and exercises of the chiefs, and sometimes complimented the hula dancers and musicians by joining in their performances. To render the kings and higher nobility still more exclusive, they had a court language which was understood only by themselves, and which was changed in part from time to time as its expressions found interpretation beyond the royal circle. Some portions of this court language have been preserved. Arts, habits and customs. All implements of war or industry known to the early Hawaiians were made either of wood, stone, or bone, as the islands are destitute of metals. But with these rude helps they laid up hewn stone walls, felled trees, made canoes and barges, manufactured cloths and cordage, fashioned weapons, constructed dwellings and temples, roads and fish ponds, and tilled the soil. They had axes, adzas and hammers of stone, spades of wood, knives of flint and ivory, needles of thorn and bone, and spears and daggers of hardened wood. They wove mats for sails and other purposes, and from the inner bark of the paper mulberry tree beat out a fine, thin cloth called kapa, which they ornamented with colors and figures. Their food was the flesh of swine, dogs and fowls. Fish, and almost everything living in the sea, taro, sweet potatoes and yams, and fruits, berries and edible seaweed of various kinds. Poi, the favorite food of all classes, was a slightly fermented paste made of cooked and pounded taro, a large bulbous root, in taste resembling an Indian turnip. They made a stupefying beverage by chewing the awa root, and from the sweet root of the ti plant fermented an intoxicating drink. The soft parts of the sugar cane were eaten, but, with the exception of the manufacture of a beer called uia, no other use seems to have been made of it. Their food, wrapped in ti leaves, was usually cooked in heated and covered pits in the earth. Their household vessels were shells, gourd calabashes of various shapes and sizes, and platters and other containers made of wood. The dress of the ancient Hawaiian was scant, simple and cool. The principal, and generally the only, garment of the male was the maro, a narrow cloth fastened around the loins. To this was sometimes added, among the masses, a kihe, or cloth thrown loosely over the shoulders. The females wore a pau, or skirt of invariably 5 thicknesses of kapa, fastened around the waist and extending to the knees. When the weather was cool, a short mantle was sometimes added. Ordinarily the heads of both sexes were without coverings, and in rare instances they wore kamas, or sandals of ti or pandanus leaves. With the maro, which was common to the males of all ranks, the king on state occasions wore the royal mamo, a mantle reaching to the ankles, and made of the yellow feathers of a little seabird called the mamo. When it is mentioned that but a single yellow feather is found under each wing of the mamo, and that tens of thousands, perhaps, entered into the fabrication of a single mantle, some idea of the value of such a garment may be gathered. A few of these royal cloaks are still in existence, one of which was worn by King Kalakaua during the ceremonies of his late coronation. Pure yellow was the royal color. The shorter capes or mantles of the chiefs were of yellow feathers mixed with red. The color of the priests and gods was red. Palaua, a talisman worn around the neck. The ornaments of the nobility consisted of headdresses of feathers, palauas, or charms of bone suspended from the neck, and necklaces and bracelets of shells, teeth and other materials. Many of them were tattooed on the face, thighs and breast, but the practice was not universal. Flowers were in general use as ornaments, and at feasts, festivals and other gatherings garlands of fragrant leaves and blossoms crowned the heads and encircled the necks of all. This is among the beautiful customs still retained by the Hawaiians. The dwellings of the masses were constructed of upright posts planted in the ground, with cross beams and rafters, and roofs and sides of woven twigs and branches thatched with leaves. The houses of the nobility were larger, stronger and more pretentious, and were frequently surrounded by broad verandas. It was a custom to locate dwellings so that the main entrance would face the east, the home of Cain. The opposite entrance looked toward Kahiki, the land from which Moikeha came. The homes of well-conditioned Hawaiians consisted of no less than 6 separate dwellings or apartments. First, the heiau, or idle house. 2d, the mua, or eating house of the males, which females were not allowed to enter. 3d, the hailnoa, or house of the women, which men could not enter. 4th, the hailena, or eating house of the wife. 5th, the kwa, or wife's working house. And 6th, the hailpi, or retiring house or nursery of the wife. The poorer classes followed these regulations so far as their means would admit, but screens usually took the place of separate dwellings or definite apartments. When war was declared or invasion threatened, messengers, called lunapais, were dispatched by the king to his subject chiefs, who promptly responded in warriors, canoes, or whatever else was demanded. A regular line of battle consisted of a center and right and left wings, and marked military genius was sometimes displayed in the handling of armies. Sea battles, where hundreds, sometimes thousands, of war canoes met in hostile shock, were common, and usually resulted in great loss of life. Truces and terms of peace were ordinarily respected, but few prisoners were spared except for sacrifice. The weapons of the islanders were spears about 20 feet in length, javelins, war clubs, stone axes, rude halberds, knives, daggers and slings. The slings were made either of cocoa fiber or human hair. The stones thrown were sometimes a pound or more in weight, and were delivered with great force and accuracy. The spears were sometimes thrown, while the javelins were reserved for closer encounter. Shields were unknown. Hostile missiles were either dodged, caught in the hands, or dexterously warded. The chiefs frequently wore feather helmets in battle, but the person was without protection. Surfboard. The athletic sports and games of the people were numerous. The muscular pastimes consisted in part of contests in running, jumping, boxing, wrestling, swimming, diving, canoe racing and surf riding. Rolling round stone discs and throwing darts along a prepared channel was a favorite sport. But the most exciting was the holua contest, in which 2 or more might engage. On long, light and narrow sledges the contestants, lying prone, dashed down long and steep declivities, the victory being with the one who first reached the bottom. The goddess Pele enjoyed the game, and frequently engaged in it. But she was a dangerous contestant. On being beaten by Kahavari, a chief of Puna, she drove him from the district with a stream of lava. Sham battles and spear and stone throwing were also popular exercises. Among the indoor games were konane, kilu, puhinahin, punapiki, and haiua. Konane resembled the English game of drafts. Puhinahin consisted of the adroit hiding by one of the players of a small object under one of several mats in the midst of the party of contestants, and the designation of its place of concealment by the others. Kilu was a game somewhat similar, accompanied by singing. Punapiki was something like the game of fox and geese, and haiua was played on a board with 4 squares. These were the most ancient of Hawaiian household games. Pahu, or drum. The musical instruments of the islanders were few and simple. They consisted of pahus, or drums, of various sizes, the ohe, a bamboo flute, the hokio, a rude clarionet, a nasal flageolet, and a reed instrument played by the aid of the voice. To these were added, on special occasions, castanets and dry gourds containing pebbles, which were used to mark the time of chants and other music. They had many varieties of dances, or hulas, all of which were more or less graceful, and a few of which were coarse and licentious. Bands of hula dancers, male and female, were among the retainers of the moas and prominent chiefs, and their services were required on every festive occasion. The mourning customs of the people were peculiar. For days they wailed and feasted together over a dead relative or friend, frequently knocking out one or more teeth, shaving portions of their heads and beards, and tearing their flesh and clothes. But their wildest displays of grief were on the death of their kings and governing chiefs. During a royal mourning season, which sometimes continued for weeks, the people indulged in an unrestrained saturnalia of recklessness and license. Every law was openly violated, every conceivable crime committed. The excuse was, and the authorities were compelled to accept it, that grief had temporarily unseated the popular reason, and they were not responsible for their misdemeanors. The masses buried their dead or deposited the bodies in caves, but the bones of the kings were otherwise disposed of. There were royal burial places, one at Honaunau, on the island of Hawaii, and another, called Iao, on Maui, and the tombs of many of the ancient moas and ruling chiefs were in one or the other of those sacred spots. But they probably contained but few royal bones. In the fear that the bones of the moas and distinguished chiefs might fall into the hands of their enemies and be used for fish hooks, arrow points for shooting mice, and other debasing purposes, they were usually destroyed or hidden. Some were weighted and thrown into the sea, and others, after the flesh had been removed from them and burned, were secreted in mountain caves. The hearts of the kings of the island of Hawaii were frequently thrown into the crater of Kilauea as an offering to Pele. The bones of the first Kamehameha were so well secreted in some cave in Kona that they have not yet been found, and the bones of Kuali, a celebrated Oahuan king of the 17th century, were reduced to powder, mingled with poi. And at the funeral feast fed to 100 unsuspecting chiefs. Group of native implements. Hand kahili. Kahili, or royal feather standard. Mawale, or native palanquin. Paddle. Gourds. Spittoons. Kipi, or sledge used in the game of holua. The ancient Hawaiians divided the year into 12 months of 30 days each. The days of the month were named, not numbered. As this gave but 360 days to their year, they added and gave to their god Lono in feasting and festivity the number of days required to complete the sidereal year, which was regulated by the rising of the Pleiades. The new year began with the winter solstice. They also reckoned by lunar months in the regulation of their monthly feasts. The year was divided into 2 seasons, the rainy and the dry, and the day into 3 general parts, morning, noon and night. The first, middle and after parts of the night were also designated. As elsewhere mentioned, they had names for the 5 principal planets, which they called the wandering stars, and for a number of heavenly groups and constellations. It was this knowledge of the heavens that enabled them to navigate the ocean in their frail canoes. In counting, the Hawaiians reckoned by 4s and their multiples. Their highest expressed number was 400,000. More than that was indefinite. After what has been written, it would seem scarcely necessary to mention that the Hawaiians were not cannibals. Their legends refer to 2 or 3 instances of cannibalism on the islands, but the man-eaters were natives of some other group and did not long survive. The Hawaii of Teode. With this somewhat extended reference to the past of the Hawaiian Islands and their people, it is deemed that a brief allusion to their present political, social, industrial and commercial condition will not be out of place. The legends presented leave the simple but warlike islander standing naked but not ashamed in the light of civilization suddenly flashed upon them from across the seas. In the darkness behind them are legends and spears. In the light before them are history and law. Let us see what the years since have done for them. The Hawaiian government of today is a mild constitutional monarchy, the ruling family claiming descent from the most ancient and respected of the chiefly blood of Hawaii. The departments of the government are legislative, executive and judicial. The Legislative Assembly, which meets every 2 years, consists of representatives chosen by the people, nobles named by the sovereign, and crown ministers. They act in a single body, choosing their presiding officer by ballot, and their proceedings are held jointly in the English and Hawaiian languages, and in both are their laws and proceedings published. As the elective franchise is confined to native and naturalized citizens, the most of the representatives chosen by the people are natives, all of whom are more or less educated, and many of whom are graceful and eloquent debaters. White representatives of accepted sympathy with the natives are occasionally elected, and a majority of the nobles and ministers are white men. The English common law is the basis of their statutes, and their civil and criminal codes are not unlike our own. The legislature fixes tax, excise and customs charges, and provides by appropriation for all public expenditure. The representatives are paid small salaries, and the legislature is formally convened and prorogued by the king in person. Although the present sovereign was elected by the legislature, for the reason heretofore mentioned, the naming of a successor is left to the occupant of the throne. The king is provided at public expense with a palace and royal guard, and appropriations of money amounting to perhaps $40,000 yearly. He has also some additional income from what are known as crown lands. The 2 sisters of the king and the daughter of one of them receive from the treasury an aggregate of $15,500 yearly. The king entertains liberally, is generous with his friends and attendants, and probably finds his income no more than sufficient to meet his wants from year to year. His advisors are 4 ministers of state and a privy council. The ministry is composed of a minister of foreign affairs, who ranks as premier, minister of finance, minister of interior, and attorney general. The privy council is composed of 30 or 40 leading citizens appointed by the crown. In certain matters they have original and exclusive powers. They are convened in council from time to time, but receive no compensation. The most of the privy councillors are white men, and embrace almost every nationality. The majority of the ministers of state are usually white men of ability, and their salaries are $6,000 per annum each. The judiciary is composed of a Supreme Court of 3 members, one of whom is Chief Justice and Chancellor, circuit courts holden in different districts, and minor magistrates' courts in localities where they are required. The Supreme and Circuit judges are all white men, and but few magistrates are natives. The salaries of the superior judges are respectable, and the most of them are men of ability. The laws, as a rule, are intelligently administered and promptly executed, and life and property are amply protected. Public schools are numerous throughout the islands, and are largely attended by native children. A considerable proportion of the adult natives are able to read and write their own language, and a number of native newspapers and periodicals are sustained. The English press of Honolulu, the only point of publication, is respectable in ability and enterprise. Leprosy was brought to the islands by the Chinese about 40 years ago, and has become a dangerous and loathsome scourge. Lepers are seldom encountered, however, as they are removed, whenever discovered, to the island of Molokai, where they are humanely cared for by the government. It is a cureless but painless affliction, and is doubtless contagious under certain conditions. 9/10 or more of the lepers are either natives or Chinese, and the whole number amounts to perhaps 1,200. It is not thought that the malady is increasing, and it is hoped that a careful segregation of the afflicted will in time eradicate the disease from the group. The commerce of the islands is largely in the hands of foreigners, and the sugar plantations are almost exclusively under their control. There are but few native merchants, the large dealers being Americans, Germans, English and French, while the smaller traders are generally Portuguese and Chinese. There are native lawyers, clerks, mechanics, magistrates and policemen. But the most of the race who are compelled to labor for their support find employment as farm and plantation laborers, stevedores, sailors, coachmen, boatmen, fishermen, gardeners, fruit peddlers, waiters, soldiers and house servants. In all of which capacities they are generally industrious, cheerful and honest. The products of the islands for export are sugar, molasses, rice, bananas, fungus, hides and wool, of an aggregate approximate value of $8 million annually. The principal product, however, is sugar, amounting to perhaps 100,000 tons yearly. 9/10 of the exports of the group find a market in the United States, and 4/5 or more of the imports in value are from the Great Republic. The receipts and expenditures of the government are a little less than $1,500,000 annually, derived principally from customs duties and direct taxation. The population of the islands is a little more than 80,000, of which about 45,000 are natives. The Americans, English, Germans, Norwegians and French number perhaps 10,000, and Chinese, Japanese and Portuguese from the Azores constitute the most of the remainder. The postal facilities of the islands are ample and reliable. Inter-island steamers, of which there are many, convey the mails throughout the group at regular intervals, and the San Franciscan and Australian steamers afford a punctual and trustworthy service with the rest of the world. The islands have a postal money order system reaching within and beyond their boundaries, and are connected with the Universal Postal Union. Over 20,000 of the inhabitants of the group are centered in Honolulu, the capital of the kingdom, and its beautiful and dreamy suburb of Waikiki. The business portions of the city, with their macadamized and lighted streets, and blocks of brick and stone buildings, have a thrifty and permanent appearance, while the eastern suburbs, approaching the hills with a gentle ascent, abound in charming residences embowered in palms. Small mountain streams run through the city and afford an abundant supply of sweet water, which is further augmented by a number of flowing artesian wells. With a temperature ranging from 70 to 90 degrees, Honolulu, with its substantial churches and public buildings, its air of affluence and dreamy quiet, is a delightful place of residence to those who enjoy the heat and languor of the tropics. In the midst of these evidences of prosperity and advancement it is but too apparent that the natives are steadily decreasing in numbers and gradually losing their hold upon the fair land of their fathers. Within a century they have dwindled from 400,000 healthy and happy children of nature, without care and without want, to a little more than 1/10 of that number of landless, hopeless victims to the greed and vices of civilization. They are slowly sinking under the restraints and burdens of their surroundings, and will in time succumb to social and political conditions foreign to their natures and poisonous to their blood. Year by year their footprints will grow more dim along the sands of their reef-sheltered shores, and fainter will come their simple songs from the shadows of the palms, until finally their voices will be heard no more forever. And then, if not before, and no human effort can shape it otherwise, the Hawaiian Islands, with the echoes of their songs and the sweets of their green fields, will pass into the political, as they are now firmly within the commercial system of the Great American Republic. February, 1887. The Princess Likelike died February 2, 1887. HINA, the Helen of Hawaii. Characters: Hakalanilio, a chief of Hawaii. HINA, wife of Hakalanilio. Uli, a sorceress, mother of HINA. Nihu and sons of HINA. Kana. Kamauaua, king of Molokai. Kealoua and sons of Kamauaua. Kapipi. MOIKEHA, wife of Kealoua. Moa, brother of MOIKEHA. HINA, the Helen of Hawaii. A story of Hawaiian chivalry in the 12th century. The story of the Iliad is a dramatic record of the love and hate, wrong and revenge, courage and custom, passion and superstition, of mythical Greece, and embraces in a single brilliant recital events which the historic bards of other lands, lacking the genius of Homer, have sent down the centuries in fragments. Human nature has been substantially the same in all ages, differing only in the ardor of its passions and appetites, as affected by the zone of its habitat and its peculiar physical surroundings. Hence almost every nation, barbarous and civilized, has had its Helen and its Troy, its Paris and its Agamemnon, its Hector and its demigods, and Hawaii is not an exception. The wrath of no dusky Achilles is made the thesis of the story of the Hawaiian abduction, but in other respects the Greek and Polynesian legends closely resembled each other in their general outlines. The story of HINA, the Hawaiian Helen, and KAPU, the Paris of the legend, takes us back to the 12th century, near the close of the second and final era of migration from Tahiti, Samoa, and perhaps other islands of Polynesia, a period which added very considerably to the population of the group, and gave to it many new chiefs, a number of new customs, and a few new gods. That the tale may be better understood by the reader who may not be conversant with the legendary history of the Hawaiian Islands, it will be necessary to refer briefly to the political and social condition of the group at that time. Notwithstanding the many sharply drawn and wonderfully preserved historic legends of the Hawaiians, the early settlement of the little archipelago is shrouded in mystery. The best testimony, however, warrants the assumption that the islands were first discovered and occupied by a people who had drifted from southern Asia to the islands of the Pacific in the 1st or 2nd century of the Christian era, and by migratory stages from the Fijis to Samoa and thence to Tahiti, had reached the Hawaiian group in about A.D. 550. The first discovery was doubtless the result of accident. But those who made it were able to find their way back to the place from which they started, either Tahiti or Samoa, and in due time return with augmented numbers, bearing with them to their new home pigs, fowls, dogs, and the seeds of such fruits and vegetables as they had found to be wanting there. The little colony grew and prospered, and for nearly 500 years had no communication with, or knowledge of, the world beyond. At the end of that time their geographical traditions had grown so faint that they spoke only of Kahiki, a place very far away, from which their ancestors came. First landing on the large island of Hawaii, they had spread over the 8 habitable divisions of the group. The people were ruled by district chiefs, in fief to a supreme head on some of the islands, and on others independent, and the lines dividing the masses from the nobility were less strictly drawn than during the centuries succeeding. Wars were frequent between neighboring chiefs, and popular increase was slow. But the taboos of the chiefs and priests were not oppressive, and the people claimed and exercised a degree of personal independence unknown to them after the 11th century. In about A.D. 1025, or perhaps a little earlier, the people of the group were suddenly aroused from their long dream of 6 centuries by the arrival of a large party of adventurers from Tahiti. Their chief was Nanumea. Their language resembled that of the Hawaiians, and their customs and religions were not greatly at variance. They were therefore received with kindness, and in a few years their influence began to be felt throughout the group. They landed at Kohala, Hawaii, and Nanumea soon succeeded in establishing himself there as an influential chief. His sons secured possessions on Maui and Oahu, and on the latter island one of them, Nanakeoko, instituted the sacred place called Kukaniloko, in the district of Ava, where it was the desire of future chiefs that their sons should be born. Even Kamehameha I, as late as 1797, sought to remove his queen thither before the birth of Liholiho, but the illness of the royal mother prevented. This became the sacred birthplace of princes, as Iao, in Wailuku Valley, on the island of Maui, became their taboo spot of interment. It was at Kukaniloko that Kapua, the son of Nanakeoko, was born. His principal seat of power was probably on Hawaii, although he retained possessions on Maui and Oahu. It was during his life that the celebrated chief and priest Peo made his appearance in the group. He came from one of the southern islands with a small party, bringing with him new gods and new modes of worship, and to him the subsequent high priests of Hawaii traced their sacerdotal line, even down to Hewahewa, who in 1819 was the first to apply the torch to the temples in which his ancestors had so long worshipped. Pe'o was a statesman and warrior as well as a priest, but he preferred spiritual to temporal authority. And when Kapua died and was buried at Iao, leaving his possessions without a competent ruler and his subjects in a state bordering upon anarchy, Pe'o did not assume the chieftaincy, as he manifestly might have done, but dispatched messengers, if indeed, he did not go himself, to the land of his birth, to invite to Hawaii a chief capable of restoring order. Such a leader was found in Pilikiki, of Samoa, who migrated to Hawaii with a goodly number of retainers, and was promptly established in the vacant sovereignty, while Pe'o continued in the position of high priest. PILI extended his authority over the 6 districts of Hawaii, but beyond Kohala and the northern part of the island the recognition of his sovereignty was merely nominal, and internal wars and revolts were frequent. The next arrivals of note from the southern islands were the 2 Paumakua families, one of which settled in Oahu and Kauai and the other in Hawaii and Maui. Whether, as averred by conflicting traditions, they arrived contemporaneously or 2 or 3 generations apart, is a question in no wise pertinent to our story. The legend is connected with the Hawaii branch alone, and the order of their coming need not, therefore, be here discussed. The Paumakua family, which became so influential in Hawaii and Maui, arrived during the early part of the reign of Pili, in about AD 1090. A large party accompanied the family, and they brought with them their gods, priests, astrologers, and prophets. They first landed and secured possessions in Maui. But the sons and other relatives of Paumakua were brave and ambitious, and soon by conquest and marriage secured an almost sovereign footing both in Maui and Hawaii. Type of ancient king in state. One of the nephews of Paumakua, Hakalanilio, who was the son of Kuhilani, as an entering wedge to further acquisitions became in some manner possessed of a strip of land along the coast in the district of Hilo, Hawaii. It was a large estate, and the owner availed himself of every opportunity to extend its boundaries and increase the number of his dependents. His wife was the beautiful Hina of Hawaiian song and daughter of the seeress Uli, who had migrated from Tahiti with some one of the several expeditions of that period, possibly with the Paumakua family, although tradition does not so state. At that time Kamauaua, a powerful chief of the ancient native line of Nanaula, held sway over the island of Molokai. He proudly traced back his ancestry to the first migration in the 6th century, and regarded with aversion and well-founded alarm the new migratory tide which for years past had been casting upon the shores of the islands a flood of alien adventurers, whose warlike and aggressive chiefs were steadily possessing themselves of the fairest portions of the group. He had sought to form a league of native chiefs against these dangerous encroachments. But the wily invaders, with new gods to awe the masses and new customs and new traditions to charm the native nobility, had, through intermarriage and strategy rather than force, become the virtual rulers of Hawaii, Maui, Oahu, and Kauai. And he had abandoned all hope of seeing them supplanted. Molokai alone remained exclusively under native control, and its resolute old chief had from their infancy instilled into his sons a hatred of the southern spoilers and a resolution to resist their aggressions to the bitter end. The eldest of the sons of Kamauaua was Kapipi. He was a warlike youth, well skilled in arms and mighty in strength and courage, and so profound was his detestation of the alien chiefs that he resolved to devote his life to such warfare as he might be able to make upon them and their subjects. With this view he relinquished his right of succession to his first brother, Kealoa, and, gathering around him a band of warriors partaking of his desperation and courage, established a stronghold on the promontory of Haupu, on the north side of the island, between Pelakunu and Waikolo. At that point, and for some miles on each side of it, the mountains hugged the ocean so closely as to leave nothing between them and the surf-beaten shores but a succession of steep, narrow and rugged promontories jutting out into the sea, and separated from each other by gorge-like and gloomy little valleys gashing the hills and, like dragons, forever swallowing and ejecting the waves that venture too near their rocky jaws. One of the most rugged of these promontories was HANA. It was a natural fortress, precipitously fronting the sea with a height of 500 feet or more, and flanked on the right and left by almost perpendicular declivities rising from narrow gulches choked with vegetation and sweetening the sea with rivulets of fresh water dashing down from the mountains seamed by their sources. It was connected with the range of mountains back of it by a narrow and rising ridge, which at a point something less than a mile inland, where opposite branches of the two flanking gulches approached each other closely, was contracted to a neck of not more than 50 paces in width. The summit of the point abutting the ocean was a comparatively level plateau, or rather series of 3 connecting terraces, embracing in all an area of nearly 100 acres. Surrounded on 3 sides by almost perpendicular walls, and accessible on the 4th only by a narrow and easily defended ridge extending to the mountains, little engineering skill was required to render the place well-nigh impregnable. Setting himself earnestly to the task, KAPU soon transformed the promontory of HANA into one of the strongest fortresses in all the group. He surrounded the plateau with massive stone walls overlooking the declivities, and across the narrow neck leading to the mountains raised a rocky barrier 10 feet in thickness and 20 feet in height, around which aggression from without was rendered impracticable by the excavation of precipices leading to, and in vertical line with, the ends of the wall. Instead of a gate, a subterranean passageway led under the wall, the inside entrance being covered in times of danger with a huge flat stone resting on rollers. Although the passage was rough and in unfavorable weather attended with danger, canoes could enter the mouths of both gulches and be hauled up beyond the reach of the waves, and beyond the reach of enemies as well. For above the entrances, and completely commanding them, frowned the broad battlements of HANA, from which might be hurled hundreds of tons of rocks and other destructive missiles. With ingenuity and great labor narrow footpaths were cut leading from the middle terrace to both gulches, some distance above their openings, and affording a means of entering and leaving the fortress by water. These paths connected with the terrace through narrow passageways under the walls, and a single arm could defend them against a host. Within the walls buildings were erected capable of accommodating in an emergency 2,000 or 3,000 warriors, and on the lower terrace, occupied by KAPU and his household, including his confidential friends and captains, a small heiau overlooked the sea, with a priest and 2 or 3 assistants in charge. Mountain paths led from the fortress to Kalaupapa and other productive parts of the island. And as fish could be taken in abundance, and KAPU and many of his followers controlled taro and other lands in the valleys beyond, it was seldom that the stronghold was short of food, even when foraging expeditions to the neighboring islands failed. The services of the courageous alone were accepted by KAPU, and it was a wild and daring warfare that the little band waged for years against the alien chiefs and their subjects. They could put afloat 100 war canoes, and their operations, although usually confined to Oahu, Maui, and Hawaii, sometimes in a spirit of bravado extended to Kauai. Leaving their retreat, they hovered near the coast selected for pillage until after dark, and then landed and mercilessly used the torch and spear. This part of their work was quickly done, when they filled their canoes with the choicest plunder they could find or of which they were most in need, and before daylight made sail for HANA. Women were sometimes the booty coveted by the buccaneers, and during their raids many a screaming beauty was seized and borne to their stronghold on Molokai, where in most instances she was so kindly treated that she soon lost all desire to be liberated. Occasionally they were followed, if the winds were unfavorable to their retreat, by hastily equipped fleets of canoes. If they allowed themselves to be overtaken it was for the amusement of driving back their pursuers. But as a rule they escaped without pursuit or punishment, leaving their victims in ignorance alike of the source and motive of the assault. A prominent chief of Oahu, whose territory had been ravaged by KAPU, traced the retiring fleet of the plunderers to the coast of Molokai, when it suddenly disappeared. He landed and paid his respects to the venerable Kamauaua, then at Kalaupapa, and craved his assistance in discovering and punishing the spoilers, who must have found shelter somewhere on the island. The old chief smiled grimly as he replied, "It is not necessary to search for your enemies. You will find them at HANA, near the ocean. They are probably waiting for you." they do not disturb me or my people. If they have wronged you, land and punish them. You have my permission." The Oahu chief offered his thanks and departed. He made a partial reconnaissance of Haupu, ascertained that it was defended by but a few hundred warriors, and shortly after returned with a large fleet of canoes to capture and retain possession of the place. Arriving off the entrance to the gulches, and discovering a number of war canoes drawn up on their steep banks, he opened the campaign by ordering their seizure. 60 canoes filled with warriors rode the surf into the gulches, where they were met by avalanches of rocks from the walls of the fortress, which dashed the most of them in pieces. The chief was startled and horrified, and, believing the gods were raining rocks down upon his fleet, he rescued such of his warriors as were able to reach him from the wrecked canoes, and hastily departed for Oahu, not again to return. It is said that Kamauaua watched this assault upon Haupu from the hills back of the fortress, and, in token of his pleasure at the result, sent to Kapipi a feather cloak. And gave him the privilege of taking fish for his warriors from one of the largest of the royal ponds on the island. He also quietly presented him with a barge, than which there were few larger in the group. It would accommodate more than 100 warriors and their equipments, and was intended for long and rough voyages. These barges were constructed of planks strongly corded together over a frame, and caulked and pitched. They were sometimes 10 or more feet in width, and were partially or wholly decked over, with a depth of hold of 6 or 8 feet. It was in vessels of this class, and in large double canoes of equal or greater burden, that distant voyages were made to and from the Hawaiian Islands during the migratory periods of the past. While the single and double canoes of smaller dimensions, hollowed from the trunks of single trees, were used in warfare, fishing, and in general inter-island communication. After the final suspension of intercourse, in the 12th century, between the Hawaiian and Society Islands, the possible result of the disappearance of a guiding line of small islands and atolls dotting the ocean at intervals between the two groups, the barges referred to gradually went out of use with the abandonment of voyages to distant lands, and were almost unknown to the Hawaiians as early as 1 or 2 centuries ago. Their spread of sail was very considerable, but oars were also used, and the mariner shaped his course by the sun and stars, and was guided to land by the flights of birds, drifting wood, and currents of which he knew the direction. Some of the double canoes with which the barges were supplanted were scarcely less capacious and seaworthy than the barges themselves. They were hollowed from the trunks of gigantic pines that had drifted to the islands from the northern coast of America, and when one was found years sometimes elapsed before wind and current provided a proper mate. One of the single-trunk double canoes of Kamehameha I was 108 feet in length, and both single and double canoes of from 50 to 80 feet in length were quite common during his reign, when the native forests abounded in growths much larger than can now be found. But the native trees never furnished bodies for the larger sizes of canoes. They were the gifts of the waves, and were not unfrequently credited to the favor of the gods. Kapipi was delighted with the present of the barge. It gave him one of the largest vessels in all the 8 Hawaiian seas, and rendered him especially formidable in sea encounters. He painted the sails red and the hull to the water line, and from the masthead flung a saucy pennon to the breeze, surmounted by a kahili, which might have been mistaken for Von Tromp's broom had it been seen a few centuries later in northern seas. He provided a large crew of oarsmen, and made a more secure landing for it in one of the openings near the fortress. With this substantial addition to his fleet, Kapipi enlarged the scope of his depredations, and his red sails were known and feared on the neighboring coasts of Oahu and Maui. Haupu was filled with the spoil of his expeditions, and the return of a successful raiding party was usually celebrated with a season of feasting, singing, dancing, and other boisterous merriment. Nor were the gods forgotten. Frequent festivals were given to Kane, Ku, and Lono, and Moaliai, the shark god of Molokai, the god of the fisherman and mariner, was always the earliest to be remembered. A huge image of this deity overlooked the ocean from the north wall of the heiau of Haupu, and leis of fresh flowers adorned its shoulders whenever a dangerous expedition departed or returned. On one occasion this god had guided Kapipi to Haupu during a dark and rainy night, and on another had capsized a number of Oahuan war canoes that had adroitly separated him from his fleet in Pailolo Channel. At that period the islands were generally ruled by virtually independent district chiefs. They recognized a supreme head, or alii-nui, but were absolute lords of their several territories, and wars between them were frequent. But they were wars of plunder rather than of conquest, and sometimes continued in a desultory way until both parties were impoverished, when their chiefs and priests met and arranged terms of peace. But KAPU was inspired by a motive higher than that of mere plunder. He hated the southern chiefs and their successors, and his assaults were confined exclusively to the territories over which they ruled. His sole aim was to inflict injury upon them, and the spoils of his expeditions were distributed among his followers. Brave, generous and sagacious, he was almost worshipped by his people, and treason, with them, was a thing unthought of. It was indeed a wild and reckless life that KAPU and his daring associates led, but it lacked neither excitement abroad nor amusement at home. On the upper terrace a kahua channel had been cut, along which they rolled the maika and threw the blunted dart. They played konane, puhinahin, and punapiki, and at surf riding possessed experts of both sexes who might have traveled far without finding their equals. The people of the island were friendly with the dashing buccaneers, and the fairest damsels became their wives, some of them living with their husbands at Haupu, and others with their relatives in the valleys. 2. We will now return to Hina, or Hoho, as she was sometimes called, the beautiful wife of Hakalanilio, nephew of Paumakua, of Hawaii. Hakalanilio had acquired his possessions in Hilo partly through the influence of his own family, and partly through his marriage with the sister of a consequential district chief. Later in life he had seen and become enamored of Hina, the daughter of Uli, and prevailed upon her to become his wife. The marriage was not acceptable to Uli. The position and family connections of Hakalanilio were sufficiently inviting, but Uli, who dealt in sorcery and magic, saw disaster in the proposed union and advised her daughter against it. After much persuasion, however, her consent was obtained. But she gave it with this injunction. Since you will have it so, take her, Hakalanilio, but guard her well, for I can see that some day the winds will snatch her from you, and you will behold her not again for many years. Be it even as you say, replied Hakalanilio, I will take the hazard. We do not well to reject a treasure because, perchance, it may be stolen. Hina shall be my wife. And thus it was that Hina became the wife of the nephew of Paumakua, Hina, the most beautiful maiden in all Hawaii, Hina, whose eyes were like stars, and whose hair fell in waves below the fringes of her pau. Hina, whose name has come down to us through the centuries garlanded with song. And for years she lived happily with Hakalanilio, who loved her above all others, lived with him until she became the mother of 2 sons, Kana and Nihu. And then the wind snatched her away from her husband, just as Uli had predicted 6 years before. But the winds that bore her hence filled the sails of the great barge of KAPU. The chief of Haupu had heard of her great beauty, and resolved to see with his own eyes what the bards had exalted in song. Traveling overland from Puna in disguise, he reached her home in Hilo, and saw that the poets had done her no more than justice. She was beautiful indeed, and the wife of one to whose blood he had vowed undying enmity. Returning to Puna, where his barge lay in waiting for him, he hovered around the coast of Hilo for some days, watching for an opportunity to seize the woman whose charms had enraptured him. At last it came. After sunset, when the moon was shining, Hina repaired to the beach with her women to bathe. A signal was given, it is thought by the first wife of Hakalanilio, and not long after a light but heavily manned canoe dashed through the surf and shot in among the bathers. The women screamed and started for the shore. Suddenly a man leaped from the canoe into the water. There was a brief struggle, a stifled scream, a sharp word of command, and a moment later KAPU was again in the canoe with the nude and frantic Hina in his arms. The boatmen knew their business, knew the necessity of quick work, and without a word the canoe was turned and driven through the surf like an arrow. The barge, with a man at every oar and the sails ready to hoist, was lying a short distance out at sea. A speck of light guided the boatman, and the barge was soon reached. All were hastily transferred to it. The sails were spread, the men bent to their oars, the canoe was taken in tow. And, while the alarm drum was sounding and fires were appearing on shore, Hina, wrapped in folds of soft kapa, sat sobbing in one of the apartments of the barge, and was being swiftly borne by wind and or toward the fortress of Haupu. The return to Haupu occupied a little more than 2 days. During that time Hina had mourned continually and partaken of no food. KAPP had treated her with respect and kindness. But she was bewildered with the shock of her abduction, and begged to be either killed or returned to her children. The party landed a little before daylight. The sea was rough, but the moon shone brightly, and the passage into the mouth of one of the gulches was made without accident. In the arms of KAPP Hina was borne up the rock-hewn path to the fortress, and placed in apartments on the lower terrace provided with every comfort and luxury known to the nobility of the islands at that period. They had been especially prepared for her reception, and women were in attendance to wait upon her and see that she wanted for nothing, except her liberty. The large private room of the 3 communicating apartments, the one designed for her personal occupation, was a model of barbaric taste and comfort, and to its adornment many of the exposed districts of Oahu and Maui had unwillingly contributed. Its walls were tapestried with finely woven and brilliantly colored mattings, dropping from festoons of shells and underlapping a carpet of hardier material covering the level ground floor. The beams of the ceiling were also studded with shells and gaudily stained. On one side of the room was a slightly raised platform, thickly strewn with dry seagrass and covered with many folds of kapa. This was the kapamo, or sleeping couch. Opposite was a kapa-covered lounge extending along the entire side of the room. In the middle of the apartment were spread several thicknesses of mats, which served alike for eating and lounging purposes. Light was admitted through 2 small openings immediately under the eaves, and from the door when its heavy curtains were looped aside. On a row of shelves in a corner of the room were carved calabashes and other curious drinking vessels, as well as numerous ornaments of shells, ivory and feathers. And in huge calabashes under them were stores of female attire of every description then in use. In fact, nothing seemed to be wanting, and, in spite of her grief, Hina could scarcely repress a feeling of delight as she was shown into the apartment and the kukui torches displayed its luxurious appointments. Declining food, Hina dismissed her attendants, and, throwing herself on the kapamo, was soon folded in the soft mantle of sleep and carried back in dreams to the home from which she had been ravished. The room was dark, and she slept for many hours. Awaking, she could not for a moment recollect where she was. But gradually the events of the preceding 3 days came to her, and she appreciated that she was a prisoner in the hands of KAPP, of whose name and exploits she was not ignorant. And that repining would secure her neither liberation nor kind treatment. Therefore, with a sagacity to be expected of the daughter of Uli, and not without a certain feeling of pride as she reflected that her beauty had inspired KAPP to abduct her, she admitted her attendants, attired herself becomingly, partook heartily of a breakfast of fish, poi, potatoes and fruits, and then sent word to KAPP that she would be pleased to see him. KAPP expected a storm of tears and reproaches as he entered the room, but was agreeably disappointed. Hina rose, bowed, and waited for him to speak. "What can I do for you?" inquired KAPP in a kindly tone, while a just perceptible smile of triumph swept across his handsome face. "Liberate me," replied Hina promptly. "You are free to go anywhere within the walls of Haupu," returned KAPP, moving his arms around as if they embraced the whole world. "Return me to my children," said Hina, and at thought of them her eyes flashed with earnestness. "Impossible," was the firm reply. "Then kill me," exclaimed Hina. "Did you ever see me before I had the pleasure of embracing you in the water on the coast of Hilo?" inquired the chief, evasively. "No," replied Hina, curtly. "Well, I saw you before that time," continued KAPP, "saw you in your house, saw you among the palms, saw you by the waters. I made a journey overland from Puna to see you, to see the wife of my enemy, the most beautiful woman in Hawaii. HINA was but a woman, and of a race and time when the promptings of the heart were not fettered by rigid rules of propriety. KAPU was the handsome and distinguished son of a king, and his words of praise were not unpleasant to her. She therefore bent her eyes to the floor and remained silent while he added. HINA would think little of the man who would risk his life to possess himself of such a woman, and then kill or cast her off as not worth the keeping. You are like no other woman, I am like no other man. Such companionship has the approval of the gods, and you will leave HAPU only when its walls shall have been battered down and KAPU lies dead among the ruins. To this terrible declaration HINA could offer no reply. The fierceness of this prince of the old line of Nanaula, this enemy of her people, this scourge of the southern chiefs, alike charmed and frightened her. And with her hands to her face she sank upon the lounge of kapa beside which she had been standing. The chief regarded her for a moment, perhaps with a feeling of pity, then, placing his hand upon her shoulder, he softly said. You will not be unhappy in HAPU. Will the bird sing that is covered with a calabash? Replied HINA, raising her eyes. I am your prisoner. Not more my prisoner than I am yours, rejoined the chief, gallantly. Therefore, as fellow prisoners, let us make the best of walls that shut out no sunshine, and of gates that are a bar only against intrusion. How brave, and yet how gentle, mused HINA, as KAPU, feeling that he had said enough, turned and left the room. How strangely pleasant are his words and voice. No one ever spoke so to me before. I could have listened longer. After that HINA hearkened for the footsteps of KAPU, and lived to forget that she was a prisoner in the fortress of HAPU. His love gently wooed her thoughts from the past and made sweet the bondage which he shared with her. 3. The sudden disappearance of HINA created a profound excitement among the people of that part of the coast of Hilo from which she had been abducted. The women who had been permitted to escape ran screaming to the house of Hakalanilio with their tale of woe, and soon for miles around the country was in arms. When questioned, all they could tell was that a canoe filled with armed men suddenly dashed through the surf, and their mistress was seized and borne out to sea. This was all they knew. Canoes were suddenly equipped and sent in pursuit, but they returned before morning with the report that nothing had been seen of the abductors. Messengers were dispatched to the coast settlements of Hamakua, Hilo and Puna, but they brought no intelligence of the missing woman. Uli was consulted, but her divinations failed, for the reason, as she informed the unhappy husband, that the powers that had warned her against the marriage of her daughter and foreshadowed the result could not be prevailed upon to impart any information that would interfere with the fulfillment of the prophecy. Uli, therefore, sat down in gloom to await the developments of time, and Hakalanilio started on a systematic search through the group for his lost wife. After visiting every district and almost every village on Hawaii, he proceeded with a small party of attendants to Maui, and thence to Molokai, Oahu, Kauai and Niihau, and back to Lanai and Kahoolawe, but no trace of HINA could be discovered. He was well received by the various chiefs, and assistance was freely offered and sometimes accepted, but all search was in vain, and he returned disheartened to Hawaii after an absence of more than 2 years. But his first search was not his last. During the 15 years that followed he made frequent voyages to the different islands on the same errand, and always with the same result. He offered sacrifices in the temples, made pledges to the gods, and consulted every kaula of note of whom he had knowledge. But his offerings and promises failed to secure the assistance of the unseen powers, and the kilos and astrologers could gather nothing of importance to him from their observations. Meantime Kana and Nihu, the sons of HINA, grew to manhood and prepared to continue the search for their mother, which Hakalanilio had at last abandoned as hopeless. Again and again had their grandmother told them the story of the abduction of HINA, and as often had they vowed to devote their lives to a solution of the mystery of her fate. It was vouchsafed to Uli to see that her daughter lived, but beyond that her charms and incantations were fruitless. But when the beards of her grandsons began to grow she felt that the time was approaching when HINA's hiding place would be discovered, and she inspired them to become proficient in the use of arms and the arts of war. And to their assistance she brought the instruction of supernatural powers. Nihu became endowed not only with great personal strength and courage, but with unerring instincts of strategy and all the accomplishments of a successful military leader. To Kana were given powers of a different nature. He could contract his body to the compass of an insect, and expand or extend it almost indefinitely. But he was permitted to do neither except in cases of imminent personal peril, as the faculty was rarely imparted to mortals, and in this instance was accorded by Kanaloa without the knowledge of the powers to which that deity was subject. Finally, after a season of long and patient inquiry, it was developed to Uli that her daughter was secreted in the fortress of Haupu and could be recovered only by force. As she had long been the wife of Kapipi and would not be surrendered peacefully. Hakalanilio regarded the development with distrust, for while at Kalaupapa, on the island of Molokai, less than 3 years before, word was brought to him from Kapipi, offering to open the fortress of Haupu to his inspection. Hence, when his sons set about raising a large force to attack that stronghold, he gave them every assistance in his power, but declined to accompany the expedition. Before noting with greater detail the warlike preparations of Hina's sons, let us refer briefly to the changes which the years leading them to manhood had brought to others connected with the events of this legend. Hina had been a not unhappy captive at Haupu for nearly 17 years, during which Kapipi had continued his desultory assaults upon the usurping chiefs of the neighboring islands. His name had become known throughout the entire group, and several combined attacks upon Haupu had been repulsed, the last by land, led by a distinguished Maui chief, with a slaughter so great that the adjoining gulches were choked with the slain. The venerable Kamauaua had passed away, leaving the government of Molokai to his son, Kealoa, who had married MOIKEHA, daughter of the powerful chief, Konui, of Oahu, and sister of Lakona, of the strain of Moa, another of MOIKEHA's brothers, had joined Kapipi at Haupu, and became not only his steadfast friend and advisor, but his kaula, or prophet, as well. Paumakua had died at a very old age, and was buried at Iao, leaving his titles, melees and possessions to his son, Haho. But the change did not seem to affect the holdings of Hakalanilio in Hilo, although it brought to his son some support in their subsequent war with Kapipi. Haho was a haughty but warlike chief, and refused to recognize the titles of many of the native nobles. And, to permanently degrade them, he founded the Ahaelei, or College of Chiefs, which embraced the blue-blooded of the entire group, and remained in vogue as late as the beginning of the present century. To be recognized by this college of heraldry, it was necessary for every chief to name his descent from an ancestor of unquestioned nobility, and when his rank was thus formally established, no circumstance of war or peace could deprive him of it. There were gradations of rank and taboo within the Ahaelei, and all received the respect to which their rank entitled them, without regard to their worldly condition. No chief could claim a higher grade than the source from which he sprang. Nor could he achieve it, although through marriage with a chiefess of higher rank he might advance his children to the grade of the mother. The Ahaelei had a language which was not understood by the common people, and which was changed whenever it became known to the Makanana, and it was their right on all occasions to wear the insignia of their rank, the feather wreath, lehulu, the feather cape, ahaula, and the ivory clasp, palaua. And their canoes might be painted red and bear a pennon. The royal color was yellow. Although Kapipi was of the undoubted blood of Nanaula, and would not have been denied admission to the Ahaelei, he treated with contempt the institution of nobility founded by Haho, declaring that the blood of the founder himself was ennobled only through the thefts of his low-born grandfather. This was doubtless correct, but Kapipi's hatred of the southern invaders would not allow him to be just, even to their ancestors. Such was the condition of affairs when the sons of Hina began to prepare for their expedition against Haupu. They sent emissaries to Oahu and Maui, and were promised substantial cooperation by the leading chiefs of those islands, the most of whom had suffered from the raids of the scourge of Molokai. They collected a mighty fleet of canoes and a force of 6,000 warriors. As many more were promised from Oahu and Maui, which, where Kealoa's permission obtained, would be landed at Molokai to operate in conjunction with the army from Hawaii. As an attack on Haupu from the sea side was not considered practicable, even with the overwhelming force that was being organized against it. Messengers were dispatched to Molokai to prevail upon Kealoha to permit a portion of the united armies to land on the south side of the island and assault the fortress from the mountain. His sympathies were with his brother, and he hesitated. But when he learned of the formidable force organizing for the reduction of Haupu, he appreciated that he was unable to successfully oppose the movement, and, with the assurance that his subjects would be neither disturbed nor despoiled of their property during the conflict, and that the invading armies would be withdrawn from the island at the end of the campaign against Haupu, he consented to the landing. Had he known the real motive of the assault, he would have advised his brother to surrender his fair prisoner and save both from possible ruin. But, conceiving that Kapipi's depredations had become unendurable, and that the chiefs of the great islands had at length united to crush him, for his own safety he felt compelled to leave him to his fate. This resolution accorded with the advice of Kapipi. Many days before his faithful Kaula had told him of the approaching invasion, of the combination of chiefs against him, and the doubtful result of the struggle. And before the messengers reached his brother he had gone to and advised him to offer no opposition to the landing of his enemies on the island. Opposition would be useless, argued Kapipi, for my enemies are coming in great force. I have slain them and blasted their lands, and single-handed will meet the consequences. Do not embroil yourself with me, but save to our blood the possessions of our fathers. Perhaps you are right, said Kealoha. But why not abandon Haupu and save yourself, if you are not able to hold it? Never, exclaimed Kapipi. For more than 20 years its walls have stood between me and my enemies, and I will not desert them now. I have 1,000 brave men who will triumph or die with me. Should Haupu be taken, go and count the corpses around its walls, and you will not blush to see how a son of Kamauaua died. So let the will of the gods be done, replied the brother. But we may not meet again. True, returned Kapipi, with a strange smile, true, my good brother, for my sepulchre at Haupu needs ornamenting before the mourners come. In my name take anything required for your defense, said Kealoha, still holding the hand of his brother, as if reluctant to part with him, my heart, if not my arm, will be with you. We shall be well prepared, were the words of Kapipi at parting, and before he reached the top of the pali on his return to Haupu, the messengers from Hawaii landed at Kalaupapa. With this concession from Kealoha the arrangements for the campaign were speedily made. The main body of the united forces was to concentrate at Kaunakake, on the north side of the island, and move under the supreme leadership of Nihu, while a large detachment, embracing the best seamen of the several quotas, was to blockade the sea entrances to Haupu, destroy the canoes of the fortress to prevent escape or succor, and cooperate generally with the land forces. This dangerous service was entrusted to the command of Kana. At the appointed time the Hawaiian army set sail for Molokai in a fleet of over 1,200 canoes, many of them double, and carrying a large supply of provisions. The assistance of the gods had been invoked with many sacrifices, and the omens had been favorable. In one of the large double canoes was Uli. Her form was bent with age, and her hair, white as foam, covered her shoulders like a mantle. In youth she was noted for her stateliness and beauty. But age and care had destroyed all traces of her early comeliness, and her wrinkled face, and black eyes glistening through the rifts of her long, white hair, gave her the appearance of one who dealt with things to be feared. She was surrounded with charms and images, and before her, on a stone-bordered hearth of earth, burned a continual fire, into which she at intervals threw gums and oily mixtures, emitting clouds of incense. Her canoe followed that of the sons of Hina, with their priest and war god, and red pennon at the masthead. And as the fleet swept out into the ocean, with thousands of oars in the waves and thousands of spears in the air, Uli rose to her feet and began a wild war chant, which was taken up by the following hosts and borne far over the waters. The day following a number of expeditions left various openings on the coasts of Oahu and Maui, none of them approaching the Hawaiian army in strength, but together adding an aggregate of 900 canoes of all sizes and about 4,000 warriors to the invading force. All of them reached the landing at Kaunakake on the day appointed for their arrival, and Nihu found himself in command of 10,000 warriors and over 2,000 canoes. No such number of spears was ever before seen massed on Molokai. But the people had been assured that they would not be injured either in person or property so long as they remained peaceful, and the terms of the agreement with Kealoha were faithfully observed. Among the invaders the people found many friends and relatives, for intercourse between the islands at that time was free and frequent. And although their sympathies were with Kapipi, they soon came to regard the projected capture of Haupu as a great game of konane, played by agreement between two champions, during which the spectators were to remain silent and make no suggestions. The tents of the chiefs, around which were encamped their respective followers, extended along the shore for more than 2 miles, while the beach for a greater distance was fringed with canoes, many of the larger painted red and bearing gaudy pennons of stout kapa. As plundering had been forbidden, provisions of dried fish, potatoes, coconuts, taro, and live pigs and fowls had been brought in considerable quantities in extra canoes. But as the duration of the campaign could only be surmised, rolls of kapa and matting, shell wreaths, ivory, feather capes, calabashes, mechanical tools, ornaments, and extra arms were also brought, to be fairly exchanged from time to time for such supplies as might be wanted. 4. Everything being in readiness for an advance upon the stronghold of Kapipi, a war council of the assembled chiefs was called. Among them were several who were well informed concerning the approaches to Haupu, and the main features of the campaign were arranged without discussion. Signals and other means of communication between the two divisions having been agreed upon, the next morning a detachment of 2,000 men, occupying 500 canoes, under the command of Kana, moved around the island to blockade the entrances to Haupu, and immediately after the main army, leaving a strong reserve to guard the canoes and look after supplies, broke camp and took up its line of march across the island to the mountains back of the fortress. The trails were rough, but at sunrise the next morning the land division, stretched along the summit of the hills 2 miles back of Haupu, looked down and saw the fleet of Kana drawn like a broad black line around the ocean entrances to the doomed stronghold. Meantime Kapipi had not been idle. Every movement of the enemy had been watched. And when word came to him that the shores of Kaunakake were so crowded with warriors that the number could not be told, he grimly answered, "Then will our spears be less likely to miss." The walls of the fortress had been strengthened and replenished with missiles. Large quantities of provisions had been secured, and sheds of ample space were finally erected for the collection of rain water, should communication be interrupted with the streams in the gulches below. Before the enemy had reached positions completely cutting off retreat from the fortress, Kapipi had called his warriors together and thus addressed them. "Warriors and friends, for all, indeed, are warriors and friends in Haupu. For years you have shared in the dangers of Kapipi and have never disobeyed him. Listen now to his words, and heed them well. A mighty army is about to surround Haupu by land and sea. It already blackens the shores of Kaunakake, and will soon be thundering at our gates. The fight will be long and desperate, and may end in defeat and death to the most or all of us. I cannot order, cannot even ask you to face such peril for my sake. The gates are open. Let all leave with my goodwill whose lives are precious to them. Let your acts answer at once, for the enemy is approaching and no time can be lost." For a moment not a warrior of the 1,000 present moved. All stood staring at their chief and wondering that he should doubt. Then a confused hum of voices, rising louder and louder, swelled into a united shout of, "Close the gates." And Kapipi was answered. And a braver answer was never given than that which came from the stout hearts and unblanched lips of the 1,000 fearless defenders of Haupu. The gates were closed, with not a single warrior missing, and the fortress was soon environed with its enemies. Halting his army on the summit of the mountains overlooking Haupu, Nihu dispatched a messenger to the fortress with a signal of peace, to ascertain with certainty whether HINA was a prisoner there, and, if so, to demand the surrender of the captive. The messenger returned in safety, bearing this message from Kapipi: "HINA is within the walls of Haupu. Come with arms in your hands and take her. Communication was established with the fleet in front of HANA, and Kana was advised to enter the gulches in force the next morning, destroy the canoes of the fortress, and maintain a footing there, if possible. While a strong division of the land forces would move down and draw attention to the rear defenses by taking a position within attacking distance. In pursuance of this plan, early next morning Nihu dispatched a formidable force down the mountain in the rear of HANA, with orders to menace but not to assault the defenses. Arriving near the walls, a little skirmishing ensued, when the detachment took a position beyond the reach of the slingers, and began the construction of a stone wall across the ridge. Meantime Kana's fleet of canoes, which had been hovering nearer and nearer the walls of HANA since daylight, with a wild battle cry from the warriors crowding them suddenly dashed through the surf. And partially succeeded in effecting a landing in one of the gulches flanking the fortress. So rapid had been the movement, and so thoroughly had the attention of the besieged been engrossed with the diversion from the mountains, that a division of the assaulting party managed to reach the canoes of the fortress, and another to secure a lodgment among the rocks on the opposite side of the gulch, before meeting with serious opposition. The score or two of warriors left to guard the canoes of the fortress were quickly overpowered and slaughtered, and then the work of destruction began. With loose rocks and heavy stone hammers the canoes were being hastily broken in pieces, including the great warbarge of KAPU. When from the walls above the destroyers was precipitated a bewildering and murderous avalanche of rocks of all sizes and heavy sections of tree trunks. As the missiles rolled and bounded down the steep declivity, sweeping it at almost the same moment for 200 yards or more in length, the ground trembled as with an earthquake, and the gorge was filled with a dense cloud of dust. The thunder of the avalanche ceased, and in the awful silence that succeeded KAPU, at the head of 200 warriors, dashed down the narrow path leading from the middle terrace to finish the dreadful work with spear, knife and battle-axe. The sight was appalling, even to the chief of HANA. The gulch was choked with the bodies of the dying and the dead. Panic-stricken, those posted on the opposite hillside had abandoned their only place of safety, and perished in large numbers in attempting to reach their canoes. The few left alive and able to retreat were wildly struggling to escape seaward from the gulch in such canoes of their wrecked fleet as would still float, or by plunging desperately into the surf. With exultant shouts KAPU and his warriors sprang over their dead and dying enemies and swept down upon the unarmed and escaping remnant of the invaders. Although a considerable reserve of canoes came to their rescue from without, protected from assault from above by the presence of KAPU and his party, the most of the fugitives would have been cut off but for the extraordinary efforts of Kana, who led the attacking party, but miraculously escaped unhurt. In the surf, in the deep entrance to the gulch, everywhere he moved around with his head and shoulders above the water. He assisted the canoes through the breakers, rescued exhausted and drowning swimmers, and from the bottom of the ocean reached down and gathered huge rocks, which he hurled at intervals at KAPU's warriors to keep them in check. These wonderful exploits awed the attacking party, and greater still was their astonishment when they saw the strange being finally walk through the deep waters, erect and with his head and breast exposed, and step into a canoe quite half a mile from the shore. Turning to his warriors, with these words KAPU answered their looks of inquiry, "He is Kana. I have heard of him. I am glad he escaped." Kana returned with his shattered fleet and still worsely shattered army to Kaunakake. As the most of his canoes had been destroyed, KAPU was unable to follow the retreating enemy to sea, but, hearing the shouts of conflict above, at once mounted with his warriors to the fortress, to assist in repelling an attack on the rear wall which had been hastily begun to save, if possible, the sea party from destruction. With KAPU at the front the assault was quickly repulsed, the enemy retiring in confusion behind the lines of defense from which the advance had been made. The wounded in the gulch were dispatched, 6 of the least injured being reserved for sacrifice, and the night following the fortress of HANA was ablaze with savage joy. As the first fruits of the victories of the day, the 6 wounded prisoners were slain with clubs and laid upon the altar of the heiau as offerings to the gods. And chants of defiance were sent through the night air to the discomfited enemy beyond the walls. These disasters did not dishearten Nihu. The canoes of the fortress had been destroyed, and that was something of a compensation for the loss of nearly 2,000 of his best warriors and a considerable part of his fleet. Plans for further assaults from the sea were abandoned, and a regular siege, with a final entrance by the rear wall, was suggested and in the end agreed to by the chiefs in council. Lines of pickets were accordingly stationed along the summits of the mountains flanking the fortress, in order to prevent the entrance into it of reinforcements or supplies. And the main body of the attacking force was moved down and placed in positions within slinging distance of the rear wall. This was not done without loss, for the wall was manned with expert slingers. But in less than a week the besiegers had advanced their main line of wooden defenses within 100 paces of the rear bulwark of the fortress and were daily gaining ground. This movable line of assault and defense was a device as ingenious as it was effective. Timbers 20 feet in length, or corresponding with the height of the wall, were firmly corded together side by side until they stretched across the narrow summit leading to the fortress. To the top of each fourth or fifth timber was lashed a movable brace 30 feet in length, and then the wooden wall was raised into the air nearly erect, and securely held in that position by its line of supporting braces. It was a formidable-looking structure. Against it the missiles of the besieged fell harmless, and behind it the besiegers worked in safety. Section by section and foot by foot this moving line of timber was advanced, until the warriors on the wall could almost touch it with their spears. Several desperate sorties, to destroy or prostrate it, had been made, but nothing beyond the cutting of a few of the lower fastenings had been achieved. And the defenders of HAPU, with tightened grasp of their weapons, grimly awaited the final assault, which they felt would not long be delayed. Day after day, night after night, they watched. But the wooden wall did not move, and they could only guess at what was going on behind it. Finally a night of inky darkness came, a night as dark as the farthest confines of PILI, bringing with it a storm of wind and rain. In the midst of the storm the wooden wall began to move, but so noiselessly that the advance was not perceived by the fortress sentinels. Midnight came and went. The storm continued, and nearer to the wall of stone was crowded the wall of timber. Just as coming day began to streak the east the bases of the two walls came together, the backward inclination of both leaving them a few feet apart at their tops. Hundreds of men then laid hold of the braces, and in a moment the wooden wall was shoved over and stayed against the other. The alarm was given within, and warriors from all parts of the enclosure sprang toward the menaced wall. But the movement of their enemies was not less prompt. Up the braces they swarmed in such numbers that the few who had succeeded in reaching the top of the wall from within were hurled from it, and after them poured a cataract of spears against which the opposing force was powerless. The huge stone was rolled back, the gate was opened, and soon the upper terrace was cleared and 5,000 warriors, led by Nihu in person, were sweeping down to complete their work of slaughter. But their victory was not to be cheaply purchased. They had slain 200 or 300 on the wall and around the gate, but thrice as many more, under the desperate leadership of KAPU, were stretched like a wall across the middle terrace. With a resolution to contest every pace of the ground with their lives. They might have escaped, perhaps, down the paths leading from that terrace to the gulches, but they preferred to die, as they had for years lived, in defense of HAPU. Down the terrace swept the victorious horde in the grey dawn of the morning. Nihu vainly tried to hold his warriors in check, for he knew the main body of the fortress force was still before him, and would have advanced with prudence. But the voices of the leaders were drowned in the battle shouts of the surging throng, which in a few minutes struck KAPU's wall of spears and battle-axes, and rolled back like a storm wave broken against the front of HAPU. But the check was only momentary, for immediately behind the shattered column was a forest of advancing spears. And with a wild tumult of shouts and clashing weapons the entire force was precipitated upon KAPU's thin but resolute lines of defense. The slaughter was frightful, but the unequal conflict could have but one result. KAPU and the 50 or less of his followers left standing were crowded, fighting step by step, into the lower terrace, and thence to the heiau, and finally to the temple as a last place of defense. There the struggle was brief. The roof of the temple was fired, and as KAPU and the last of his devoted band sprang from the blazing building to die at the throats of their enemies, they were struck down with their javelins in the air. A spear penetrated the breast of KAPU. As a last act he poised his IHE to hurl at a helmeted chief who had just struggled to the front. The chief was Nihu. By his dress or face, which bore a resemblance to the features of HINA, KAPU must have recognized him. He looked, but his arm did not move. "Not for your sake, but for hers," exclaimed the dying warrior, dropping his weapon to the earth and falling lifeless beside it. Not one of the defenders of HAPU escaped, but more than one half of Nihu's army perished in the various assaults upon the fortress. HINA was found uninjured, and, while there was great joy to her in the embrace of her sons and aged mother, she wept over the death of KAPU, who with his love had made light her long imprisonment. The body of KAPU was given to Kealoha for interment, as were also the remains of Moa, who was among the last to fall. The walls of HAPU were leveled, never to be raised again, and HINA returned to her husband in Hilo, after a separation of nearly 18 years, thus bringing to a close one of the most romantic legends of early Hawaiian chivalry. The Royal Hunchback. Characters: KANIPAHU, King of Hawaii. Kalapana, son of KANIPAHU. Kameo, a usurper of the throne, chief of Kau. Iola, sister of Kamale. Makia, daughter of Iola. Waikuku, a military chief. Abductor of Iola. Nanoa, a chief in the royal household. The Royal Hunchback. The Legend of KANIPAHU, the grandson of PILI. About the period of AD 1160, KANIPAHU was the nominal sovereign of the island of Hawaii. He was the grandson of PILI, who near the close of the previous century came from Samoa, at the solicitation of the high priest PELE, to assume the moaship left vacant by the death of Kapua. Whose grandfather was probably the first of the southern chiefs who came to the Hawaiian group during the important migratory movements of the 11th and 12th centuries. Although the sovereignty of the entire island was claimed by the PILI family, disturbances were frequent in the time of KANIPAHU, and a few of the native chiefs of the old stock of Nanaula, which held sway in the group for nearly 6 centuries, refused to yield allegiance to the new dynasty. To strengthen his power and placate the native chiefs and people, KANIPAHU took to wife Hualani, the fifth in descent from Moike, of the Nanaula line, and subsequently Alaikaua, who was probably of the same native strain. The Maka'anana, or common people, however, seem to have been better satisfied with their new rulers than were their former chiefs who had been supplanted in authority. And it was therefore with difficulty that they could be aroused to a resistance to political conditions which imposed upon them no hardships which they had not borne under their old rulers, and no responsibilities with which they were not already familiar. And, besides, the newcomers from the south had introduced new laws, new customs, and new products of the soil, as well as new gods and new forms of worship. They had brought with them the kik, or sacred drum, and pululu, or inviolable taboo staff, crowned with balls of white or black kapa. They had also instituted the title of Moa, or supreme sovereign, whereas the several islands before had been ruled by scores of independent chiefs, each claiming and holding as large a district as he was able to defend. They had established the Ahaialii, or College of Chiefs, through which the rank of every noble might find recognition, and be perpetuated in his family. They had constructed grander heiaus, or temples, and shut the populace from the observance of many of their religious ceremonies. The taboos of the chiefs and priests had been enlarged and rendered more strict, and the priesthood had become more powerful and independent. The persons of the moas and high chiefs had become more sacred, and they exercised their functions with increased display and ostentation. These additional exactions on the part of the new rulers, however, were partially if not wholly compensated for to the laboring masses by the protection brought to them through the political change against the oppressions of their petty chiefs and landowners. And it is therefore probable that, on the whole, their social and industrial condition was quite as tolerable under the new as under the old or native regime. KANIPAHU resided principally in Kohala, where his grandfather had taken up his abode, and constructed mansions consistent with his sovereign state. And it was there that the high priest Peo, who brought PILI to the group, established himself and family, after first landing in Puna and erecting to his god the temple of Wahala, the ruins of which are still seen near the village of Kahawalia. After the arrival of PILI, it is probable that Peo removed with him to the more populous district of Kohala, and there remained as his high priest and advisor. At Puepa he erected the large heiau of Mukini, the stones for which were passed from hand to hand from Niulii, a distance of 9 miles, a circumstance indicating the presence of a large population on Hawaii at that time. As it was one of the largest temples in the group, its walls, enclosing an irregular parallelogram, having an aggregate length of 817 feet, with a height of 20 feet, and a breadth of 8 feet at the top, a vast amount of labor must have been required to transport the material over so long and rough a road, with no appliance more effective than human muscle. But the walls are so well built that they are standing today, and from a secret crypt in the wall of the south side of the heiau were taken but a few years ago, and are still preserved. 2 finely polished stone discs of a diameter of 8 or 10 inches, which it is not improbable were the 2 strange idols which tradition says Peo brought with him over the great waters from Upolu, and which were hidden by some faithful kahu or servant of the heiau when the ancient worship of the people was abolished by the second Kamehameha in 1819. KANIPAHU was a just and considerate sovereign, and sought by every peaceful means to harmonize the conflicting interests of the chiefs and strengthen and consolidate his power. To this end, as already stated, he allied himself by marriage to the Nanaula line of chiefs, and attached to his person and household a number of prominent nobles of native lineage. The result was that for some years he ruled in peace, and race jealousies were gradually wearing away, when a circumstance occurred which suddenly terminated the reign of KANIPAHU and drove him into exile. It was a sultry afternoon, near the time of the annual feast of Lono, perhaps in 1172, that KANIPAHU, after having dispatched the business of the day, was reclining on a couch of mats in the cool shade of a palm grove within the walled enclosure of the palace grounds, if, indeed, 2 large wooden and thatched buildings, each 100 or more feet in length by 40 in breadth, with 8 or 10 smaller houses among the banana growths in the rear, may be called a palace. The grounds were thickly studded with shade and fruit trees, embracing almost every variety of value found on the island. Here and there were shaded walks and vine-wreathed nooks in which rude seats had been constructed. And as the sentinels lounged lazily at the entrance, and the kahus of the king languidly administered to his wants, the scene was a picture of royal power and barbaric comfort peculiar to the Polynesian islands, but scarcely less imposing than the forms and architectural environments of the jarls and princes of northern and central Europe at that period. Each of the personal attendants of the king was of the lesser nobility, and his office was one of honor. Over the head of the drowsing sovereign the pakahili, or kahili-bearer, at brief intervals waved his tuft of painted plumes, while at a respectful distance stood the spittoon-bearer, the pakaha, and head steward, Ipopu. The king was suddenly aroused by a tumult at the outer gate. There was a sound of angry voices mingled with a clashing of spears, and immediately after a tall chief, clad in maro, feather cape and helmet, and bearing a stout ihe, or javelin, strode toward the royal mansion, followed by a number of excited chiefs and their retainers. Reaching the palace, the chief turned and faced his clamoring pursuers with a look of defiance. To shed blood there was an offense which no one was bold or reckless enough to commit, and, after one of the number had first been dispatched to the king to ascertain his pleasure, the entire party of chiefs repaired to the royal presence, leaving their weapons behind in the hands of the guards who had hurried toward the scene of disturbance. Type of scenery, on the road to Kilauea, Hawaii. Bowing low before the king, who had risen to a sitting posture on his couch, the chiefs waited for him to break the silence. Slowly scanning his auditors, all but one of whom he knew and trusted, KANIPAHU finally fixed his eyes upon the face of the stranger and quietly said, "Your face is strange to me. Who are you, and what brings you here?" "Great chief, I am Kameo, a chief of Kau," was the reply, "and I came to Kohala in search of my sister, Iola, who was stolen and brought here about the close of the last season of rain." "Have you found her?" inquired the king. "I have found her," replied Kameo, bowing his head. "Who took your sister away from Kau?" resumed the king. "That man," said Kameo, pointing to one of the chiefs present. "At least, so I presume, since he was seen in Kau about the time of her disappearance, and I found her in his possession here." The chief designated was a large and well-favored young man, with a palm tree tattooed upon each of his muscular thighs, and wearing a number of gaudy ornaments around his neck. He was an alii-koa, or military chief, without possessions and in the service of the king, to whom he was distantly related. Turning toward him, KANIPAHU said, "Speak, Waikuku, and answer the words of the chief of Kau." Glancing savagely at Kameo, Waikuku bowed to the king and replied, "It is true that Iola came with me from Kau, where I went to visit the brother of my mother, but she came willingly, although I admit without the consent of Kameo." "Waikuku is of the blood of noble chiefs," said the king in a tone of conciliation. "Why not permit your sister, since it is her will, to remain with him in peace?" "She may remain," was Kameo's grim reply. "And well may she remain," exclaimed Waikuku bitterly. "Iola is dead. Today, even a few breaths past, her brutal brother found and with his own hand killed her." "Killed her," repeated the king. "Yes, killed her," continued Waikuku. "And but that her cowardly murderer sought the protection of the royal enclosure, my spear would have tasted his blood." "Speak, and give good reason for this murder of the wife of Waikuku," said the king, sternly addressing Kameo, or, by great Lono. "I will downward command your face." When a prisoner of war or malefactor was brought before an ancient Hawaiian king, if his order was, "downward the face," the prisoner was taken away and slain at once by one of the royal executioners, but if it was, "upward the face," his life was spared either for complete pardon, slavery or sacrifice to the gods. Giving little regard to the threat of the king, but burning with wrath at the insulting language of Waikuku, Kameo proudly answered, "I am of the Ahileai of Hawaii. My war canoes are red, and pennons float at their mast tips. The blood of Nanaula is in my veins, and my ancestors were of the Alii Nui, where kings here generations before PILI landed at Kohala or the Paumakuas blasted the shores of Hilo. With a rank befitting it was my purpose to mate my sister. But she secretly became the wife of a marauding puuku, possibly by force, probably by the charm of lies and the glitter of shells, and I followed and slew her, that her blood and mine might not be degraded by being mingled with that of Waikuku." "Puuku," hissed Waikuku, enraged at the low rank contemptuously given him by Kameo, and making a hostile menace toward the speaker. Kameo regarded Waikuku for a moment with a look of disdain, and then continued. "The occupation of this Waikuku, this woman-stealer, is that of war, I have been informed. He boasted that his spear would have tasted the blood of Kameo had he not sought the protection of the royal grounds. I came here through no fear of his arm or the spears of his friends, but to explain to the king why I had shed blood within sight of the royal hail. But since he talks so bravely of blood and spears, I challenge him to make good his words with me beyond the palace walls. The matter is solely between us. I am prepared to answer to him in words of combat for what I have done today. Or if, as I suspect, he lacks the courage to give his warlike training a test so public, I will ward a spear with such of his friends, one by one, as may feel disposed to make his grievance theirs." The chiefs looked at each other in amazement at the broad challenge of Kameo, and the king seemed to be scarcely less astounded. But the proposal could not be deemed either unfair or unusual, since, according to the usage of the time, Kameo was answerable to Waikuku for the death of Iola. The stinging remarks of the dauntless Kau chief left to Waikuku no pretext or excuse for declining the challenge, and the king somewhat reluctantly consented to a settlement of the matter by the arbitrament of single combat, with such weapons as might be mutually agreed upon. Among the members of the royal household who witnessed this remarkable interview with the king was a chief of the old native line called Nanoa. Admiring the cool courage of Kameo, and feeling for him something of a sympathy of lineage, he proffered to stand his friend and adviser in the forthcoming encounter. And the arrangements finally made were that the hostile parties were to meet just at sunset in a grove immediately back of the palace enclosure. They were to be armed each with 2 spears and a javelin. The spears were first to be used when the combatants approached within 20 paces of each other. These being thrown without ending the battle, the parties were to advance to close encounter with their javelins, with the discretion of either throwing or retaining them in hand. No other weapons were to be used, and the conditions of the meeting were such that the king, who proposed to be present, did not deem it probable that there would be loss of life. Especially as he had resolved to put an end to the combat with the first wound received by either. Promptly at the time appointed the principals were on the ground. The attendants of Kameo were nowhere to be seen. By his orders they had quietly left the village 2 hours before, and the only friend at his side was Nanoa. He had thrown aside his cloak and helmet, and stood stern and motionless at the place assigned him, with a spear in his right hand, and another, with a javelin, at his feet. With limbs and shoulders bare, and beard and hair black as midnight veiling his neck, Kameo leaned upon his spear, a picture of barbaric strength and courage. 30 paces in front of Kameo stood Waikuku, similarly armed and clad, but less calm than his adversary. Around him were a score or more of high chiefs, some rallying and others advising him. But he remained gloomily silent, nervously awaiting the arrival of the king and the word for action. In a few minutes KANIPAHU, accompanied by a number of armed attendants, arrived and took a seat prepared for him at a point about equally distant from the 2 combatants. It being announced that everything was in readiness, the king signaled the word to be given, and the hostile chiefs, advancing 5 paces each, were in a moment balancing their long spears for flight. The spear of Waikuku first shot through the air in a line direct for his adversary's breast, but the latter adroitly turned it from its course with a touch from his own weapon, which he in turn launched at Waikuku without effect. The second spears were thrown to the injury of neither, when they grasped their javelins and slowly and warily began to advance. It was an exciting moment. As each had gripped his weapon with both hands, it was apparent that neither IHE would be thrown, and a hand-to-hand struggle was inevitable. The king drew nearer to obtain a better view of the closing conflict, and the spectators eagerly watched every movement of the advancing chiefs. Approaching within striking distance, the javelins being about 6 feet in length, a few feints were made, and Waikuku ventured a desperate thrust at the breast of his opponent. The movement was evidently expected, perhaps invited, for like a flash the point of the IHE was thrown into the air, and the next moment Waikuku received a thrust through the side. He fell, javelin in hand, and Kameo was lifting his weapon to strike his prostrate enemy to the heart when, "Stop," came the command of the king. Heedless of the royal order, or too greatly excited to be able to restrain his hand, Kameo savagely drove his javelin into the breast of Waikuku, inflicting a death wound. "Downward the face!" thundered the king, exasperated at Kameo's apparent defiance of his order. The chiefs began to move forward to seize or slay the offender. Knowing that his death had been decreed, Kameo recklessly poised his aichi, red with the life-blood of Waikuku, and with a wild cry of, "Yes, downward the face," hurled it at the heart of KANIPAHU. With exclamations of rage and horror the spectators sprang toward Kameo, the most of them dropping their unwieldy spears and grasping their pahoas, or daggers of ivory or hardened wood, as they advanced. For an instant Kameo hesitated whether to defend himself to the death with the javelin of the dying chief, or take the almost equally desperate chances of escape by breaking through the lines of his encircling enemies. He chose the latter, and, grasping the javelin, started toward the king, with the view of drawing his assailants in that direction. This object being accomplished, he suddenly turned to the right, and charged and made an opening through the throng at a point that seemed to be the weakest. As he flew past the yielding line he miraculously escaped the spear and knife thrusts aimed at him, and succeeded in putting himself beyond the reach of spear and sling before real pursuit was made. The javelin hurled at the king was received in the shoulder of a faithful attendant who had opportunely thrown himself in front of his royal master. And so rapid and confusing were the movements following that KANIPAHU had scarcely recovered from his consternation at the bold assault upon his life before he learned that Kameo had escaped. Giving orders for a vigorous pursuit of the fugitive, the king walked to the body of Waikuku, and, discovering that life was extinct, directed its respectful removal, and then proceeded sadly to the royal mansion. Kameo was not overtaken. He was strong and fleet of foot, and, as darkness soon intervened in his favor, he was able to elude his pursuers. He reached the coast in safety, and, boarding a canoe awaiting him in charge of his attendants, set sail for Kau. This provision for a hasty flight from Kohala renders it certain that Kameo meditated desperate work on landing there, and the relation of his subsequent exploits has shown how successfully he performed it. 2. Kameo supposed he had killed his sister, and Waikuku, who had seen her just before his unfortunate encounter, thought she had but a few minutes to live. But the wounds inflicted did not prove fatal, and Iola finally recovered and became the mother of a daughter to her dead husband. Tradition attributes her recovery to the especial prayers of the high priest, but careful nursing and a good constitution were probably the saving means, assisted by the fortunate escape of the vital organs from serious injury. Returning to Kau, Kameo began to prepare for war at once, not doubting that KANIPAHU, defied and assaulted at the very gates of the royal mansion, would feel it his duty to bring him to submission. Sending emissaries through the several districts, he appealed to the native chiefs and people to join him in a revolt against KANIPAHU, for the purpose of transferring the sovereignty of the island to a ruler of the old Nanaula line, and restoring to them the simple worship of their fathers and the possessions of which they had been despoiled by the southern invaders. The appeal was not without effect. Substantial aid was promised in Kona, Kau, Puna and Hilo, and in less than 3 months Kameo found himself at the head of an army large enough not only to protect him at Kau, which was doubtless the original purpose of the movement, but to carry the war into Kohala and effect a general revolution. Whatever may have been the plans of KANIPAHU concerning the rebellious Kau chief, he certainly seemed to be in no haste to put them in execution, for when Kameo arrived in Kohala at the head of his forces he was but feebly opposed. Tradition fails to account for the apathy of KANIPAHU in the face of the supreme danger confronting him. All we are told is that, finding it impossible to raise an army strong enough to suppress the formidable revolt, he left his sons with a trusted friend in the valley of Waimanu, in the district of Hamakua, and sought refuge for himself on the island of Molokai. Iola, fearing to meet her brother, or that he might learn that she still lived, also found an asylum with the young sons of KANIPAHU in the secluded valley of Waimanu. Thus Kameo assumed the sovereignty of Hawaii almost without opposition, and KANIPAHU lived quietly and unknown at Kalai, on the small island of Molokai. He dressed and comported himself as a simple commoner, performing his own work, bearing his own burdens, and accepting all the hardships to which the poor and untitled were subject. He won the love of his neighbors for his kindness, and on 2 occasions took up arms to assist them in repelling plundering raids from Maui. And so well did he use his weapons that his humble friends were astonished, and thought he must have been trained in the arts of war, even if he was not of chiefly blood. It is well known that the chiefs, as a class, were physically larger than the masses, so much so that they claimed, and still claim, a descent distinct from that of the common people. KANIPAHU was nearer 7 than 6 feet in height, and his size was suggestive of rank. But he habitually stooped his head and shoulders, that his height might be subject to less remark, and labored more industriously than any of his neighbors in order to convince them that he was reared to toil. And in the end, as the years came and went, toil became a comfort to him, for it occupied his thoughts and gave him dreamless and refreshing slumber. Let us now pass over a period of 18 years from the accession of Kameo to the sovereignty of Hawaii. KANIPAHU was still a laborer on the island of Molokai, and his sons had grown to manhood in the secluded valley of Waimanu, their rank and family ties known only to a few who could be trusted. One of these sons was Kalapana, and he had married Makia, the daughter of Iola. Her father was the dead Waikuku, and her uncle was Kameo, the Moa of Hawaii. Kameo's reign had been 18 years of almost continual domestic turmoil and popular dissatisfaction. He was cruel, selfish and arrogant. But he was also a cool and sagacious soldier, and his craft and courage had thus far enabled him to thwart the organization of discontent and enforce obedience to his authority. He had even succeeded in securing the allegiance of every prominent chief in the 6 districts of Hawaii, a political condition such as had never before been achieved by any of his predecessors. Widespread changes in feudatory tenures were the principal causes of internal trouble. Under the PILI dynasty, the land boundaries of the native chiefs had been greatly shifted and narrowed to make room for the chiefs of the new regime. In attempting to restore the old feudal boundaries as far as possible, and adjust the new, Kameo had not only stirred up bitter strifes among the nobles, but had unwittingly disturbed the vassalage of the masses and thereby rendered all classes restless and distrustful. Finally, the discontent became so general among the Makanana that they appealed to the head of the Peo family, the high priest of the kingdom, for advice and assistance. They declared that they would no longer submit to the tyranny of Kameo and the exactions of his favored chiefs, and demanded a new ruler. Tradition ascribes this movement almost wholly to the laboring people, but it is more than probable that the priesthood took an early if not the initiatory part in it, since the high priest seems to have known that KANIPAHU was still living, and at once dispatched a messenger to Molokai, informing the exiled king that the people were ripe for rebellion, and advising him to repair to Hawaii at once and place himself at the head of the discontented thousands who would rejoice at his coming. Fearful of treachery, KANIPAHU declined to make any promises to the messenger, and, in disguise, the high priest himself proceeded to Kalai and urged the old chief to return and reassert his authority on Hawaii. KANIPAHU was profoundly moved at the words of the high priest, and no longer doubted the sincerity and good faith of the tempting offer. But he declined to accept it, and, when urged for the reasons, rose sadly to his feet and said, "Look at these hands, hardened and crooked with toil, look at this face, begrimed and wrinkled with exposure to the sun and rain. Behold my bent head, and the unsightly hump that old age and stooping labor have placed upon my shoulders. Is this the figure of a king? No. The Oo better becomes the hand of KANIPAHU now than the staff of sovereignty. Here have I contentedly dwelt for many years, and here it is my will to peacefully die." "Then are we without hope," replied the priest, in a tone of unfeigned sadness. "No, not without hope," returned KANIPAHU. "My sons are in the valley of Waimanu. I have heard from them many times. They are worthy of their blood. Seek out Kalapana. He is brave, manly, sagacious. Tell him that upon his shoulders KANIPAHU, his father, places the burden of the war against Kameo, and in advance bequeaths to him all his valor may win, even the sovereignty of Hawaii." "You are right, great chief," said the priest. "We are not without hope. Kalapana shall answer for his father, and from every heiau in Hawaii shall prayers be spoken for his success." The priest received the directions necessary to enable him to communicate with the sons of KANIPAHU, and secretly returned to Hawaii to fan the smoldering fires of rebellion and prepare for the coming struggle. Although the high priesthood had become too firmly established in the Peo family to be changed by Kameo, he could not disguise his dislike for the innovations made by the southern line upon the simpler worship of his fathers. And neither confidence nor cordiality existed between the political and religious authorities. The rebellion against Kameo was therefore secretly but earnestly assisted by the entire priesthood, and when Kalapana raised the standard of revolt the people flocked to his support by thousands. The rebellion was organized with extraordinary rapidity, and when Kalapana suddenly made his appearance in Kohala at the head of a large army, Kameo was in no condition to meet him. He hurriedly dispatched his lunapias, or war messengers, to the chiefs of Kohala, Kona, Hamakua and Hilo, commanding their prompt assistance, and summoned the priests and diviners of the heiau of Mukini to make unusual sacrifices to the gods and to bring him at once the auguries of the uprising. But the chiefs responded with no alacrity to his call, and the diviners informed him that triumph to his arms was possible only in Kona. Kameo therefore abandoned Kohala, and, with such force as he was able to assemble, fell back into North Kona, where the quotas of warriors from the neighboring districts were ordered to join him. Amidst great popular enthusiasm Kalapana marched into northern Kohala without opposition, and took possession of the royal mansion from which his father had been driven into exile 18 years before. KANIPAHU had not overestimated the capacity of his son. By instinct he was a soldier, and from the moment that he appeared at the head of his army the chiefs who had been rallied to his support by the priesthood saw that the quiet and dreamy recluse of Waimanu was made to command. And their enthusiasm in his cause, which was soon shared by the people, made easy his way to victory. Learning that Kameo had fallen back into Kona, Kalapana resolved to follow him without delay, and, if possible, bring him to battle before reinforcements could reach him from the south. The auguries were more than favorable. They were not even ambiguous. They expressly declared that Kameo would be killed in Kona. It was, therefore, with confidence and enthusiasm that Kalapana and his steadily increasing army started on their march for the adjoining district of Kona. Meantime Kameo was not inactive. He had succeeded in gathering a force of 8,000 men, and, learning that Kalapana was advancing from Kohala, resolved to give him battle at a place called Anaiho'omalu, not far from the northern line of Kona. The point was selected for its strategical advantages, and their Kameo, doubtful of the result, for he could see that the tide had set in against him, determined to end the struggle. There was but a 2 days' march between the hostile camps, and Kalapana pushed forward with cautious haste. The priests and kaulas had promised him success, and the most influential chiefs of Hamakua and Kohala were at his side. He had brought with him from Waimanu, where it had been secreted for 18 years, the war god of PILI, which had been redecorated, and was borne in front of him in charge of the high priest. And with him, to share his fate, went his young wife, Makia, to care for him if wounded, to fight by his side, perhaps, should the tide of battle turn against him. For at that time, and later, the more courageous of the wives and daughters of the chiefs not unfrequently, in emergencies, took an active part in the field. On the morning of the 3rd day after Kalapana's departure from Kohala the two armies confronted each other, and Kalapana immediately organized his forces for battle. Kameo saw that he was outnumbered, and resolved to await the attack behind his defenses. In the face of the great odds against him in numbers he was by no means hopeful. And, besides, the auguries were unsatisfactory, and 3 times the night before he had heard the scream of the ele, the bird of evil omen. But no feeling of fear affected him. Filled with gloomy courage, he cheered his warriors with promises of victory, and, armed with a javelin and heavy laupalau, or rude halberd, placed himself at the most exposed point of his defenses and awaited the attack. The battle opened, and with a wild rush a heavy division of Kalapana's forces, armed with spears, clubs, and stone axes, was hurled against the rough stone wall, 4 or 5 feet in height, behind which the enemy found partial protection. The wall was leveled in places, and desperate hand-to-hand conflicts followed, but the assault was finally repulsed. Rallied and reinforced, a second charge was made, but with no better success. The loss of life was great, and the result began to look doubtful. But Kalapana was not discouraged by these costly failures. Withdrawing and strengthening the attacking division, and announcing that he would lead the next assault in person, he ordered an attack in the rear of the enemy by his entire reserve. This involved a rapid march of 2 or 3 miles, and the passage of a deep ravine which Kameo relied upon as a complete defense of his right flank. While this movement was being executed, Kalapana kept the enemy employed with heavy lines of skirmishers and frequent menaces of more decided assault. For more than an hour this desultory fighting continued, Kalapana impatiently watching for the appearance of his flanking column on the hill above the enemy. At length he discovered the first of its advancing spears, and a few minutes later the entire body came into view and began to pour down the slope. The final assault in front was then ordered, Kalapana taking command in person. The sudden attack in the rear carried consternation to Kameo's warriors, but their undaunted leader coolly and resolutely prepared for the worst. Hastily taking from the front defenses such spears as could be spared, he summoned the entire reserve, and with the united force sprang like a lion to meet the attack from the hill. It came like an avalanche and could not be stayed. The struggle was desperate. As his warriors fell on every side of him, Kameo moved like a tower of destruction through the conflict. He seemed to bear a charmed life, and men fell like grass before the sweep of his laupalau. Suddenly an old man of large mold, with head bent and long, white hair and beard sweeping his breast and stooping shoulders, stepped in front of Kameo. And with a heavy spear-pointed club calmly but dexterously warded a blow of the terrible Laupalau aimed at his head, and, answering quick as thought, felled the royal warrior to the earth like a forest tree. Around and over the body of the fallen chief a desperate struggle ensued. But it was of short duration. Under the command of Kalapana the front defenses had been carried, and such of the royal army as had escaped slaughter were soon wildly leaping over the walls and retreating in confusion in all directions. Pressing toward the rear at the head of his victorious warriors, Kalapana was attracted to the fierce hand-to-hand conflict taking place over the body of Kameo. Without stopping to inquire the cause, he promptly plunged into the thickest of the combat, backed by a few resolute followers, and speedily relieved the old white-haired warrior from a struggle which was taxing his strength to the utmost. This was the last stand made by the enemy in a body. What remained of the battle was a merciless massacre of the wounded, and the capture and retention alive of a few prisoners for sacrifice. Resting for a moment and taking a survey of the field, Kalapana's eyes fell upon the old warrior. With one foot upon the breast of Kameo, he was leaning upon his war club and scanning the face of Kalapana. His ponderous weapon still dripped with gore, and his wrinkled face was splashed with the blood of his enemies. "Where is Kameo?" suddenly inquired Kalapana, grasping his weapon, as if his work of death had not yet been finished. "Where is Kameo?" he repeated to those around him. "Who has seen him?" "Here is Kameo," replied the old warrior, pointing with bloody finger to the face of the dying king. Kalapana abruptly turned, and for a moment gazed in silence upon the face of his fallen enemy. Although wounded to the death, Kameo was still living, and his eyes showed that he was conscious of what was transpiring around him. "By whose hand did he fall?" inquired Kalapana. "By mine," briefly answered the old man. "And who are you?" continued Kalapana, with something of a feeling of awe, "who have thus come unsummoned, in the guise of a god from our sacred temples, to strike for the son of KANIPAHU?" The old man slowly raised his head, and, brushing back the white hairs from his face, was about to speak, when the high priest, with kahus bearing the war god of Kalapana, approached to greet his victorious chief. Recognizing the venerable warrior, the astounded high priest dropped on his knees before him, exclaiming, "KANIPAHU! KANIPAHU!" Almost in a dream, Kalapana, making himself known, embraced his father, whom he had not seen for 18 years, and then respectfully chided him for coming secretly from Molokai and joining the army as a common warrior, when his rank and abilities entitled him to supreme command. The old chief smiled sadly as he replied, "The purpose of my coming has been accomplished. With my own hand I have answered in blood to the treachery of Kameo, and paid him for the hump he has placed upon my shoulders. I shall return to Molokai, and there the old hunchback will spend his few remaining days in peace." These words were heard and doubtless understood by Kameo, for he closed his eyes, and a smile of defiance played for a moment about his lips. Just then Makia joined her husband, and was overjoyed to find him victorious and unhurt. With the first lull of battle she had started in search of him with a calabash of water, and to reach him had been compelled to pick her way through ghastly heaps of dead. At the sound of her voice, sweetly replacing the din of battle, Kameo opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon her face. Finally his lips moved as if he would speak. Instinctively she approached the dying chief, and, kneeling, poured into his open mouth a few swallows of water. Kalapana turned and smiled at Makia's humanity, unusual on barbarous battlefields. A grateful look came into the eyes of Kameo, and with a questioning glance he faintly syllabled Iola, the name of his sister, and the mother of Makia, whom she closely resembled. Kalapana caught the word, and, understanding its meaning, in a tone not far from kind replied, "No, not Iola, your sister, whom you failed to kill, but Makia, her daughter, who is Kalapana's wife." Kameo convulsively raised his head and arms, whether in a spirit of rage or conciliation will never be known, and then dropped back dead. The remainder of the story may be briefly told. In disregard of all persuasion, KANIPAHU returned at once to Molokai, where he lived and died in obscurity, earning his own living and assuming no rank. Kalapana was anointed king of Hawaii on his return to Kohala, and 100 prisoners were sacrificed to the gods at Mukini. His reign was conciliatory and peaceful, and with Makea, whose full name was Makemalomaihani, he became the ancestor of Kamehameha the Great. The triple marriage of LA-MAI-KAHIKI. Characters: Mulielielii, chief of Western Oahu. Komuhonua. Sons of Mulielielii. Alapana, and MOIKEHA. LA-MAI-KAHIKI, adopted. Son of MOIKEHA. Lukia, wife of Alapana. Lamaomeo, god of the winds. Mukini, a high priest. Kamawalil, an astrologer and poet. Puna, the principal chief of Kauai. Hupo, daughter of Puna. Kila, son of MOIKEHA and Hupo. Hokanui. The three brides of La. Walina. Mano. Ahukiniala. The three children of La. Kukonala, and Laliala. The triple marriage of LA-MAI-KAHIKI. The legends of MOIKEHA and the Argonauts of the 11th and 12th centuries. Tradition abounds in bold outlines, here and there interspersed with curious details, of the many prominent expeditions to the Hawaiian Islands, from the beginning of the 11th to the latter part of the 12th centuries. Of adventurous Tahitian, Samoan and Georgian chiefs. Learning of the existence and approximate location of the group, and perhaps guided to an extent by intervening islands and atolls that have since disappeared, they came with large fleets of barges and double canoes. Bearing their families and attendants, their priests, astrologers and musicians, and by degrees possessed themselves or their immediate descendants with the fairest portions of the little archipelago. For a century or more bitter feuds and frequent wars followed. But in the end the invaders and the invaded, both of the same Polynesian race, became assimilated through concession, intermarriage and fundamental identity of religious cult, and thenceforth in a united and homogeneous stream flowed down the years. The genealogies of the prominent chiefs and priests were alone preserved. And while, in after generations, some of them traced their lines of rank to the native stock of Nanaula, and others to the chiefs of the second migratory influx from the south. The ruling families of the entire group had become so united in blood by intermarriage that it was difficult to find a chief of distinction who could not trace his lineage back to both. But during the migratory period referred to, especially marked by the coming of Nanumea, PILI, Paeo, and the Oahu and Maui Paumakuas, the Hawaiian group was not the only scene of foreign adventure among the central islands of the Pacific. The native chiefs of Hawaii, whose ancestors had reached the group more than 500 years before, were quite as adventurous and skilled in navigation as their southern invaders. And thus while the latter, continually augmented in numbers by fresh arrivals, were steadily possessing themselves of the lands and governing forces of the Hawaiian Islands, a few resolute chiefs of the old line, either in a spirit of retaliation or because the way had been pointed out, boldly spread their sails for the abandoned homes of their aggressors, and by conquest or other means acquired lands and influence in the distant islands of the south. The Pali, near Honolulu. The Molalelo about to be related embraces the romantic story of one of these expeditions of native Hawaiian chiefs to the southern islands, and presents an interesting picture of the manners, customs and aspirations of the mid-Pacific Argonauts of that period. Somewhere about the year AD 1040 Moik, a native chief of the line of Nanaula, the first of the family that is brought prominently to view in the chronology of the second influx, was the Aliainui, or nominal sovereign, of the island of Oahu. He had 3 sons, Mulielielii, Konui and Kalahenui. On the death of Moik, the eldest son, Mulielielii, acceded to the title of Aliainui, occupying the western side of the island. Kalahenui was given possessions at Ko'olau, and Konui was established in the district of Ava. The latter became the ancestor of a line of powerful chiefs in that district, and is credited with having cut or opened the navigable channel near the Puloa saltworks, by which the estuary now known as Pearl River, not far from Honolulu, was rendered accessible to navigation. No further reference need here be made to this branch of the family beyond the remark that Konui became the father of Lakona, and also of MOIKEHA, the wife of Kealoha, king of Molokai, and of the prophet Moa, who fell with KAPU in defense of the fortress of Haupu, as related in the legend of HINA, the Helen of Hawaii. Mulielielii had 3 sons, Kumuhonua, Alapana and Moika, and 1 daughter, named Hinakalo. As the eldest son and successor of his father, Kumuhonua in time acceded to the patrimonial estates and titles. But the younger brothers, not content, as they grew to manhood, with the small allotments which must necessarily have been accorded them, concluded to seek for ampler and more inviting possessions elsewhere. The Paumakua family occupied a large part of the eastern side of the island, and, although they were of the stock of the second influx, their relations with the native chiefs and people seem to have been peaceful and satisfactory. Paumakua, who first appeared in native annals 2 generations before the time of Alapana and his brothers, either as an immigrant from one of the southern islands or the son or grandson of a chief of recent arrival, was one of the most restless and dashing of the prominent leaders of that period. The legends of the time glow with stories of his marvelous exploits and adventures in foreign lands. And the friendly feeling entertained for his immediate successors was doubtless due in a great measure to the respect established for them through his rank and prowess. It is claimed by tradition that Paumakua visited all the foreign lands then known to the Hawaiians, and brought back with him many things that were strange. From one of his voyages he returned with 2 white priests, Kiakea and Maliu, from whom several ecclesiastical families subsequently claimed descent and authority. At another time he brought back Malila, a noted prophet and sorcerer, and 3 other persons of a strange race, one of whom was a woman. Tradition somewhat minutely describes them as foreigners of large stature, bright, staring, roguish eyes, and reddish faces. As the voyages of this adventurous chief were sometimes of many months' duration, and he is said to have prosecuted his researches in almost every direction, it is not impossible that the foreigners with roguish eyes and reddish faces were aborigines of North America. But, leaving this to conjecture, tradition permits no doubt that Paumakua was a skillful and fearless explorer, and through his enterprise acquired renown for himself and respect for his descendants, one of whom is about to be presented to the reader. As already stated, the younger sons of Mulielielii, Alapana and Moika, not content with their prospects in Oahu, resolved to seek fame and fortune elsewhere. Both were unmarried, but, through some circumstance or for some purpose not mentioned by tradition, Moika had adopted a young son of Ahukai, the great-grandson and successor of Paumakua. The name of the boy was La, or LA-MAI-KAHIKI, to which it was subsequently extended. The child chief could not have been without political prospects, for he is referred to in the chants as Chief of Kapahu and Lord of Nualaka. Although the custom was common then, as now, among Hawaiians of every rank and condition, of exchanging and adopting children, the adoption of so promising a scion of the Paumakua line by a grandson of Moik must have been the result of some extraordinary compact, all reference to which has disappeared from tradition. Taking leave of their relatives on Oahu, Alapana and Moika, with a considerable number of attendants, embarked for the island of Hawaii, and established themselves at once in the beautiful valley of Waipio, in the district of Hamakua. What chief, if any, they found in possession there is not stated, but it was not long before the valley was ruled by Alapana, with Moika as his principal captain and advisor. The young chief La accompanied his foster father to Waipio, and there Moika began to instruct him in the manly accomplishments for which in after years he became distinguished. To strengthen his rule and protect himself against the encroachments of neighboring chiefs, Alapana married Lukia, granddaughter of Haikapaloa, chief of Kohala, and a descendant of the ancient line of Nanaula, to which Alapana himself belonged by lineage still more direct. He urged his brother to follow his example and connect himself by marriage with some one of the ruling families of Hamakua. Such an alliance could have been readily made by Moika, for his strain was undoubted, and in manly beauty and courtly graces he had scarcely a peer in all the group. But he declared that he had a wife in his spear and an heir-in-law, and would not create a jealousy in the family by adding to either. But the brothers did not remain long in Waipio. A terrible hurricane, followed by storms and floods, completely devastated the valley, compelling the inhabitants to abandon their homes and seek refuge elsewhere. MOIKEHA had never been satisfied with Waipio, and in the midst of the ruin around them found little difficulty in persuading his brother to make a bold push for the misty and far-off land of Kahiki. Preparations for the journey were immediately made, and in 5 large double canoes the brothers, with law and a considerable body of attendants, set sail for the islands of the south. They knew the general direction, and the sun and stars guided them in their course. A prosperous wind wafted them to the society group, and they finally landed on the island of Raiatea, and forcibly took, or in some other manner secured, possession of the district of Mola. Alapana was accepted as sovereign of the district, and soon became a ruler of opulence and distinction. MOIKEHA, still his chief advisor, built a sumptuous residence in Heiau for himself, called Lanikeha, or the heavenly resting place, and became noted for his hospitality. For some time, perhaps for 4 or 5 years, the brothers dwelt together in harmony, and then misunderstanding and trouble came between them, it need scarcely be said, through a woman, which drove MOIKEHA again to the sea and separated them forever. A meddlesome native chief named Mua, who was jealous of the popularity of MOIKEHA and desirous of supplanting him in the favor of Alapana, called the attention of Lukia on several occasions to MOIKEHA's affluent style of living, and intimated that his purpose was to thereby secure the friendship of influential chiefs, and in the end wrest the sovereignty of the district from his brother. Alarmed at last, she bore the tale to her husband, and at length succeeded in arousing his suspicions. A coldness toward MOIKEHA very naturally followed. Alapana could not help but note his brother's increasing popularity, and one day took occasion to rebuke him for his extravagance and love of display, suggesting, at the same time, that a more modest style of living would comport better with his position. MOIKEHA, who had never harbored a thought that was not loyal to his brother, was profoundly grieved at these words of suspicion, and resolved to leave Raiatea at once and return to the Hawaiian Islands. Feeling that he had gone too far in thus indirectly accusing his brother of meditated treachery, Alapana endeavored to persuade him to remain. But MOIKEHA's resolution could not be shaken, and he set about preparing at once for his return to the Hawaiian group. The number of canoes manned and provisioned for the voyage is not stated. But tradition avers that the fleet was equipped under the superintendence of MOIKEHA's famous prophet and astrologer, Kamapuaa. And, with the priest Mukini, Lamaomeo, the director of the winds, and a large party of chiefs and retainers, the expedition set sail for Hawaii, the young chief La being left behind with Alapana. It was one of the most imposing fleets that had ever sailed out of the harbor of Opoa. The large double canoe bearing MOIKEHA and his priests, gods, astrologer, principal navigator, wind director and personal attendants, was the same in which he had sailed for Kahiki. The kaulua was nearly 100 feet in length, and afforded ample accommodations for the 40 or more persons assigned to it. It was painted red, and at the masthead floated the pennon of a Polynesian alii. MOIKEHA embarked with a number of distinguished companions, but the most noted was Lamaomeo, a name signifying, perhaps, the sacred bluish-green or wind clouds. He was the director of the winds, which were stored in his ipu, or calabash, and went forth at his bidding. He bore a close resemblance to the Aeolus of the Greeks. After accompanying MOIKEHA to the Hawaiian Islands he took up his abode near a place called Haleolono, a well-known eminence of Kaluakoi, on the island of Molokai, and was subsequently deified and worshipped as an Aumakua, or god of the winds. With musicians and drummers to enliven the spirits of the voyagers, and favoring winds from the ipu of Lamaomeo, the journey seems to have been prosperous, and no incident of note occurred until the island of Hawaii was sighted. As the green hills of Kau came to view, songs and shouts of joy went up from the canoes. A voyage of over 2,500 miles in open boats had tested the patience of the party, and land at last was a joyous sight to them all. Many leaped into the water and swam beside the canoes. Mukini, the high priest, burned incense before the gods, at the same time addressing them a prayer of thanksgiving, and Kamapuaa, the astrologer and poet, recited an inspiring chant in further celebration of the occasion. The chant has been preserved by tradition. Some of the early poetic accounts of the first appearance of the islands of Hawaii above the surface of the ocean mention Hawaii, the largest of the group, as suddenly rising from the great deep and becoming a part of a row or cluster of islands stretching to the farthest ends of Kahiki, from which it is conjectured that, centuries back in the past, islands now no longer existing marked the way at intervals between the Society and Hawaiian groups. The other islands of the Hawaiian cluster are referred to as natural births, their parents being demigods or distinguished chiefs. Thus, in the language of an old chant, rising up is Hawaii Nuia Kea. Rising up out of the night, Pa. Appeared has the island, the land. The string of islands of Nuemia. The cluster of islands stretching to the farthest ends of Kahiki. To Kulawea of Haumea, the husband. To Hina Nuialana, the wife. Was born Malachi, a god, a priest. The first morning light from Nuemia. Up stands Akuhiniala, the chief from the foreign land. From the gills of the fish. From the overwhelming billows of Halehalkalani. Born is Oahu, the Wohi. The Wohi of Akuhiniala. And of Lamialakona the wife. Kamawalil began by repeating an ancient story of the origin of the several islands of the group, and concluded his chant with these hopeful words. O Haumea Manukahaikal. O Moika, the chief who is to reside. My chief will reside on Hawaii, A. Life, life, O buoyant life. Live shall the chief and priest. Live shall the seer and the slave. Dwell on Hawaii and be at rest. And attain old age on Kauai. O Kauai is the island, A. O Moika is the chief. Thus sang the poet, with his face toward the verdant slopes of Kau, while the canoes of the fleet gathered around him, that all might hear the words of one who read the fate of mortals in the stars. 2. The prediction of Kamawalil, inspired by a sudden view of the coast of Hawaii, was verified. A landing was made in the district of Kau, the most southerly point of the island. There securing supplies of provisions and water, the next landing was effected at Cape Kumukahi, in the district of Puna. But a recent eruption from the crater of Kilauea, or a subterranean channel connected with it, had devastated a wide strip of country near the coast, and after a brief stay sail was made for Kohala. Landing in that district, Moika and his party were well received by Kanuhi, the Aliainui and grandson of PILI, and permission to offer sacrifices in behalf of the expedition in the great heiau of Mukini was accorded the high priest of Moika, whose name, by singular coincidence, was identical with that of the temple, erected by the high priest Peo more than 2 generations before. Leaving Kohala, Moika next touched at Haniula, on the island of Maui, but, without stopping to exchange courtesies with Haho, the noted moa of that division of the island, he sailed immediately for Oahu. His purpose was to visit his royal father, Mulielielii, whose residence was at Ava. But his priest and seer so strongly protested against the visit, declaring it to be contrary to the will of the gods, that he directed his course around the northern side of the island, touching at Makapuu and Makau, and then sailing directly for the island of Kauai. On the evening of the second day after leaving Oahu, Moika anchored his canoes in a roadstead not far from Kapa, Kauai, where Puna, the governing alii of the island, held his court. Surrounded by the chiefs of his family and a large number of retainers. Puna was one of the most popular rulers in the group, and, strict as he may have been in the exercise of his prerogatives, was always merciful in dealing with offenses thoughtlessly or ignorantly committed. He would pardon the humble laborer who might inadvertently cross his shadow or violate a taboo, but never the chief who deliberately trespassed upon his privileges or withheld a courtesy due to his rank. His disposition was naturally warlike, but as the condition of the island was peaceful, and military force was seldom required except in repelling occasional plundering raids from the other islands, he kept alive the martial spirit of his chiefs and subjects by frequent sham fights, marine drills, and the encouragement of athletic games and friendly contests at arms, in which he himself sometimes took part. Feasting and dancing usually followed these warlike pastimes, and the result was that the court of Puna became somewhat noted for the chivalry of its chiefs and the splendor of its entertainments. Puna had but one child, a daughter named Hupo. Tradition describes her as having been, like the most of royal daughters painted by the poets, a very comely maiden. She was therefore the pride and glory of the court, and as she grew to a marriageable age her favor was sought by a number of aspiring chiefs whose rank entitled them to consideration. But, flattered by the contest for her smiles, and naturally vain of a face which the unruffled waters told her was attractive, she evinced no haste in making choice of a husband. This tardiness or indecision was but very gently rebuked by Puna. Although one tradition gives him 2 daughters, Hupo was doubtless his only child, and he was therefore indisposed to hasten an event which would probably lead to their separation. But, as time passed, the suitors of the young chiefess became so persistent, and the rivalry for her assumed so bitter and warlike an aspect, that Puna deemed it prudent for her to restore harmony among the rivals by making a choice at once. But for no one of them did she seem to entertain a decided preference, and therefore suggested that, since a choice must be made, she was willing to leave it to the arbitrament of such manly contest between the rivals as might comport with their dignity and the character of the prize at stake. Puna eagerly accepted the suggestion, as it opened the way to a selection without incurring the enmity of all but the one chosen. But what should be the nature of the contest? Each of the rival chiefs was probably noted for his skill in some especial accomplishment, and the difficulty was in naming a trial that would seem to be just to all. Unable to decide the matter himself, Puna appealed to the high priest, and the next day announced that his palaua, a talisman consisting of a whale's tooth, carved and sanctified, would be sent by a trusty messenger to the little island of Kaula. That 4 days thereafter the rival chiefs should, each in his own canoe, start at the same time and place from Kauai, and the one who returned with the palaua, which the messenger would be instructed to give to the first of the contesting chiefs to land and claim it on the rocks of Kaula, should be the husband of Hupo, and the others must remain his friends. The size of the canoes was left to the discretion of the several contestants, but as no more than 4 assistants would be allowed to each, very large canoes, of course, would not be used. Any means of speed might be employed, including oars, paddles and sails. The contest was admitted to be as fair as any that could be devised, and the rival chiefs declared themselves satisfied with it, and began to prepare for the race by securing suitable canoes and skillful and stalwart assistants. It promised to be an exciting contest, and the whole of Kapa was on tiptoe to witness the start. After a few days of preparation the messenger of Puna was dispatched with the palaua to Kaula, with instructions to place it in the hands of the first of the contesting chiefs to claim it on that island. The messenger had been gone 2 days, and had probably reached his destination, as the distance to be traveled was but little more than 100 miles, and the rival chiefs had everything in readiness to bend their sails for Kaula, when MOIKEHA, as already stated, anchored his fleet in the evening off Kapa. Early next morning, with his double canoe flying the standard of his rank and otherwise becomingly dressed, MOIKEHA went ashore, where he was cordially received by the chiefs of the district, and in due time escorted to the sovereign mansion and presented to Puna. Without referring to his family connections, he simply announced that he was a chief from the distant land of Kahiki, and was traveling through the Hawaiian group on a tour of observation and pleasure. He wore a maro fringed with shells, a kihei or mantle of finely woven and decorated cloth, and on his head a le'eleai of brilliant feathers, while from his neck was suspended by a cord of plaited hair a curious ornament of mother-of-pearl set in ivory. He was a handsome representative of savage manhood, and his bearing was dignified, correct and courtly. During his audience with Puna, MOIKEHA met Hupo, most likely by accident, but he was so charmed by her bright eyes that he did not leave the mansion until he found occasion to exchange a few pleasant words with her. They seemed to be mutually pleased with each other, and MOIKEHA accepted the invitation of the chief to consider himself his guest until the next day, at the same time allowing him to send fresh provisions to his people, whose canoes had been drawn up on the beach. A brilliant entertainment of feasting, music and dancing in honor of the distinguished stranger followed in the evening, during which MOIKEHA was favored with the companionship of Hupo. and learned of the contest about to take place between the rival chiefs of Kauai to determine to whom she should be given in marriage. Hilarity and feasting were the order of the next day and evening, for on the morning following the contesting chiefs were to start for Kaula under the eye of Puna. Their well-equipped canoes were on the beach, and their crews, drilled to work sail and oar together, were in readiness. Morning came, and with it a large concourse of people to witness the departure of the chiefs. The canoes and their attending crews were examined, and many wagers laid on the result of the race. Finally the contesting chiefs made their appearance, followed shortly after by Puna and the most of his household, including Hupo, who was conveyed to the beach in a manele borne on the shoulders of 4 stout attendants. She was attired in an embroidered pau, a short skirt of 5 thicknesses of thin kapa cloth reaching to the knees, and a cape or short mantle trimmed with feathers. Her hair was braided in a single strand at the back. Her head and neck were adorned with leis of flowers and feathers, and her limbs were ornamented with circlets of shells and tinted seeds. Everything being in readiness, the contending chiefs, 8 in number, appeared before the alii nui, and, bowing low, proceeded in turn to recite their kauhaus, or genealogies, as they had been called upon to do. To show in a formal manner that all their strains were noble. As each concluded he again bowed, giving Hupo a smile and look of confidence, and stepped back to await the signal of departure. The last of them had given his pedigree, the terms of the contest had again been announced and formed by a herald, and Puna was about to order the simultaneous launching of the canoes, when MOIKEHA, whose presence had not before been observed by the chiefs, suddenly presented himself before the alii nui, and, bowing first to him and then courteously to the chiefs, said, "Great chief, as this trial seems to be free to all of noble blood, I accept the terms, and ask permission to present myself as a contestant for the prize." The chiefs exchanged glances of surprise, and a pleased expression lighted up the face of Hupo, who until that moment had manifested but little interest in what was transpiring around her. Puna hesitated a moment, and then graciously replied, "Noble stranger, if your rank is level with the conditions, and the chiefs now ready for departure urge no objection, my consent will not be withheld." A hurried consultation among the chiefs showed that some of them objected. But as the stranger, with no knowledge of the coast and apparently no canoe or crew in readiness, did not seem to be a competitor to be feared, it was finally agreed that, should he be able to establish his rank, which a few of them doubted, he might be admitted to the contest. This resolution having been communicated, MOIKEHA gracefully bowed his thanks, and then began to recite his genealogy. Curious to learn the strain of the courtly stranger, the chiefs pressed around him, eagerly listening to every word. He began with Wakea, away back in the past, when his ancestors were residents of other lands referred to in Hawaiian story. Giving the record of 13 generations, he brought the connection down to Nanumea, the pioneer of the first migratory influx to the Hawaiian group 700 years before. Thence, generation by generation, naming father, mother and heir, he traced down a line of 16 successors to Moik. Pausing a moment, while a look of surprise and wonder was exchanged by the listening chiefs, MOIKEHA continued. Moik the husband. Nealakia the wife. Mulielielii the husband. Wehelani the wife. MOIKEHA the husband. Hupo the wife. Applause followed this announcement by the stranger that he was the son of Mulielielii, the alii nui of Oahu, and the jesting and good-natured manner in which he concluded the kauhau by predicting his success in the coming contest. And marriage with Hupo made him no enemies among the competing chiefs. Hupo was now sure that she could make a choice without the trouble and excitement of a race to Kaula, but the canoes were ready, and all she could do was to hope and pray that MOIKEHA would bring back the palaua. But what were MOIKEHA's preparations for the race? When asked by Puna, he pointed to a small canoe with an outrigger drawn up on the beach, and a single long-haired man of strange aspect standing motionless beside it with a paddle in his hand. Puna shook his head doubtingly, and Hupo looked disappointed. Others who noted the stranger's slim preparations for the race imagined that he was treating the contest as a jest. But he announced himself in readiness, and the signal for departure was given. The chiefs sprang toward the beach, and in a few minutes had launched their canoes and passed through the heavy surf, when with strong and steady pulling the race began in earnest for the open sea. MOIKEHA alone seemed to be in no haste. He took formal leave of Puna, and, noting Hoopoe's look of impatience, smilingly said to her as he turned toward the beach, "I will bring back the palaua." The assurance contented her. The other canoes were beyond the surf, but she believed him and was happy. Satisfying himself that the sail was ready for use and everything required for the voyage aboard, MOIKEHA and his assistant shoved their canoe into the water, and with a few vigorous strokes of their paddles dashed through the surf. The passage was so adroitly made as to attract the attention of the many who witnessed it from the shore. For a few minutes the canoe remained almost motionless, except as it was tossed from wave to wave. Then the sail was spread. This movement was unaccountable to those on shore, for the little wind stirring was directly from the west, to which point the canoe was bearing for an offing to round the southern capes of the island. But if the witnesses were surprised at the spreading of a sail under such circumstances, they were little less than astounded and they saw the sail fill with wind and the canoe suddenly speed out to sea as if driven by a hurricane. MOIKEHA's long-haired companion was Lamaomeo, god of the winds, who had accompanied him from Raiatea. Behind the sail sat the friendly deity, from whose exhaustless ipu of imprisoned winds a gale was sent forth which carried the canoe to Kaula before daylight the next morning. Effecting a landing soon after sunrise, Puna's messenger was found, and at once delivered to MOIKEHA the palaua, which he had been instructed to surrender to the chief first demanding it. Content in the possession of the talisman, MOIKEHA and his companion remained on the island for refreshment until past midday, and then started on their return to Kauai, favored by the same winds that had borne them to Kaula. But proceeding with less haste. Toward night the 8 other chiefs landed within a few hours of each other, and great was their astonishment on learning that the palaua had been delivered to a chief claiming it early that morning. "He must have had wings," said one of them. "He was surely helped by the gods," suggested another, who had been the first to land after MOIKEHA. "But for that the palaua would have been mine, as you all know. But who can struggle with the gods? Let us not incur their anger by complaint." As it was easy for the others to reconcile themselves to MOIKEHA's success, good humor was soon restored, and the next morning, in company with the messenger, they all re-embarked for Kauai. On the evening of the same day MOIKEHA landed at Kapa, and hastened to place in the hands of Puna the talisman which made him the husband of Hoopoe. Now assured of the rank of the victor, Puna was gratified at his success, and Hoopoe made no disguise of her joy. Tradition says she fell in love with the handsome stranger on first beholding him. But be that as it may, when he returned from Kaula with the palaua she was frank enough to confess that his success had made her happy. In the course of a few days all of the defeated chiefs returned to Kapa, and MOIKEHA invited them to a feast, over which they forgot their rivalry and renewed the pledges of friendship embraced in the terms and made a condition of the contest. They sought by many ingenious ways to draw from MOIKEHA the secret of his success. But he failed to enlighten them, and they were compelled to content themselves with the belief that he had been assisted by some supernatural power, possibly by Apukahi, the great fish god of Kauai, who sometimes seized canoes and bore them onward with almost incredible velocity. In due time Hoopoe became the wife of MOIKEHA, who, on the death of Puna, succeeded him as the alii nui of Kauai, where he remained to the end of his life. He was blessed with a number of sons, through one of whom, it may be mentioned, the sovereignty of the island was continued in the family after MOIKEHA was laid under the black kappa. 3. Tradition next refers to MOIKEHA about 25 years after his marriage with Hoopoe. The death of Puna had left him the sovereignty of Kauai, and his principal residence was at Waialua. He had 7 sons, and his court, like that of his predecessor, was noted for the distinguished chiefs, priests, prophets and poets connected with it. As the life of MOIKEHA was drawing to a close a strong desire possessed him to see once more his foster son La, whom, on his departure from Raiatea, he had left with his brother Alapana, whose presumptive heir and successor the young chief had become. In preparation for a journey thither he ordered a number of large double canoes to be repaired and put in order for the open sea. and had some time before dispatched a large party of hunters to the cliffs along the coast for the feathers of the mamo, from which to fabricate a royal mantle for the ward of his youth. As but a single small yellow feather of the kind used in a royal mantle is found under each wing of the mamo, the task of securing the many thousands required was by no means a brief or easy service. But in time the feathers were gathered and the cloak was completed. As the choicest feathers alone were used, the garment was one of the most brilliant and elaborate ever made on Kauai, and represented the labor of 100 persons for a year. But when everything was in readiness for his departure for the south, MOIKEHA concluded that he was too old and feeble to undertake the voyage. In this conclusion he was sustained by the auguries of the prophets and the persuasion of his sons. His third son was Kila. He was distinguished for his capacity and courage, and especially for his skill as a navigator, and it was finally decided that he should make the journey to Raiatea as the messenger of MOIKEHA, and invite La to revisit the Hawaiian group. Assuring him of the feeble health of his foster father and of his anxiety to embrace him before death separated them forever. Kila was delighted with the mission. For several years intercourse between the Hawaiian and southern groups had been almost completely suspended, but from boyhood his dreams had been of visits to the far-off and misty shores of Kahiki, of which he had heard MOIKEHA speak. And now that an opportunity was presented for gratifying his appetite for adventure in unknown seas, his joy was boundless. And so vigorously did he push the work of preparation that in a few days the canoes were equipped and provisioned for the voyage. The provisions consisted, in long voyages of that period, of dried fish, dried bananas and plantains, coconuts, yams and potatoes, with poi and piai, fresh fruits and cooked fowls and pigs, for early consumption. Large calabashes of fresh water were also provided, but frequent baths largely diminished the craving for that necessity. Sacrifices were offered, the auguries were pronounced favorable, and the fleet of double canoes set sail for the south. Kila was accompanied by 3 of his brothers, and, more important still, by the venerable KAMAPUAA, the friend and astrologer of MOIKEHA, who had borne him company from Raiatea more than a quarter of a century before, and chanted his inspired visions of the future off the coast of Kau. He went as Kila's chief navigator and especial counselor. The fleet passed through the group and took its final departure from the most southern point of the island of Hawaii. Wind and weather were both favorable, and without a mishap of consequence the expedition arrived in due time at Raiatea, first touching for guidance at some of the other islands of the southern group. Kila landed at Opoa through the sacred entrance of Avamoa. His flag and state were recognized by Alapana, who was still living, and the sons of MOIKEHA and their personal attendants were ceremoniously conducted to the royal mansion, where Kila made known the purpose of his visit. Alapana was greatly interested in the story of MOIKEHA's successful establishment on Kauai, but refrained from referring to the circumstances which led to their separation many years before. He was also informed of the death of his father, Mulielielii, and the succession of his brother Kumuhonua to the rank and authority of Alii Nui of Oahu. With the affectionate greetings of MOIKEHA, Kila presented to La the brilliant mamo, or royal mantle, of which he was made the bearer, and expressed the hope that he would comfort the few remaining days of his foster father by returning with him on a visit to Kauai. Alapana strongly objected to the proposed journey, urging his advanced years and the probability of his early death. But when assured by La of his speedy return he reluctantly consented, and after a round of hospitable feasts and entertainments, in his own double canoes, and attended by his priest, astrologer, master of ceremonies, musicians, and a number of knightly and noble friends, La accompanied Kila and his party back to Hawaii. The voyage was made in good time, and as the combined fleet, with canoes of royal yellow and pennons flying, coursed through the group to Kauai, stopping at several points to exchange courtesies with the ruling chiefs. It attracted unusual attention. And when La landed at Waialua, on the island of Oahu, to greet his relatives, and the people learned that the son of a hukai had returned from the distant land of Kahiki rich in honors and possessions, they strewed his path with flowers and welcomed him as if he were a god. Proceeding to Kauai, after a brief stay at Waialua, La was affectionately received by MOIKEHA, his foster father, who had left him a child in Kahiki. And for a month or more the Kauaian court blazed nightly with feasts and festivals given in his honor. Returning to Oahu, La took up his residence for a time at Kualoa. A large mansion was constructed for him, with ample accommodations for his friends and retainers, and the chiefs of the island esteemed it an honor to share his friendship and accept his hospitality. There was no jealousy of La, for it was known that he would soon return to Raiatea, there to permanently remain as the heir and successor of Alapana. In his veins ran the noblest blood of Oahu. He was the son of the great-grandson of the great Paumakua in direct and unchallenged descent, and the adopted heir of the grandson of Moik, the proud descendant of the Nanaula dynasty of kings. It was not deemed well that the line of Paumakua, through so distinguished a representative as La, should be perpetuated solely on a foreign soil. From a suggestion the matter came to be seriously discussed by the leading chiefs, and finally La was approached on the subject. Being a young man, the patriotic proposal of the chiefs very naturally accorded with his tastes, and, without great persuasion, he expressed a willingness to comply with what seemed to be a general request. But the approval of La did not quite settle the delicate question, as the chiefs at once observed on casting around for a suitable wife for so desirable a husband. The most of them had daughters or sisters of eligible rank and age. But which one of them should they select? Whose family should be so honored? They were willing to leave the choice to La, but, sagaciously anticipating the result, he declined to make the selection. As usual in momentous cases of doubt, the high priest was consulted, and the matter was settled in a manner quite satisfactory to La. It was agreed that he should marry 3 wives, all on the same day, and the maidens selected were Hokanui, daughter of Lanikihu, of Kualoa, Walina, daughter of a chief of Ka'alaia, and Mano, daughter of a chief of Kaneohe. All were noted for their beauty and distinguished blood. The 3 brides were brought to the mansion of La, at Kualoa, on the day fixed for the triple marriage, and the event was celebrated with splendor and enthusiasm. The hoa, or marriage agreement, was made public by a herald, as was then the custom among the nobility. The brides, attired becomingly and decked with garlands, were delivered in form to the bridegroom, and in the evening a feast was served on the grounds to more than 1,000 guests, with hula, mele, and other festive accompaniments. Including meleanoas, or songs of personal application to the new wives and their husband. This triple marriage is one of the most thoroughly established incidents of remote Hawaiian tradition. After his marriage La remained a year at Kualoa, and then began to prepare for his return to Raiatea. He looked forward to his departure with mingled feelings of regret and satisfaction, for his brief married life had been singularly as well as most bountifully blessed. On the same day he had been presented with a son by each of his 3 wives, and an ancient chant thus refers to the event. O Ahukai, O Lae, O La. O La from Kahiki, the chief. O Ahukiniala. O Kukonola. O Laliala, the father. The triple canoe of LAA-MAI-KAHIKI. The sacred firstborn children of La. Who were born on the same one day. MOIKEHA died soon after, and La bade farewell to the Hawaiian Islands and returned to Raiatea just in time to receive the dying blessing of Alapana. As he had promised, he left his 3 wives and their sons in Oahu, where they were well cared for. The names of the children, as mentioned in the chant quoted, were Ahukiniala, Kukonola, and Laliala, from whom it was in after generations the pride and glory of the governing families of Oahu and Kauai to trace their lineage. From Ahukiniala Queen Kapiolani, wife of Kalakaua, the present sovereign of the islands, is recorded in descent through a line of Kauaian chiefs and kings. Kila, after his return from Raiatea, established himself in the valley of Waipio, on the island of Hawaii, and became prosperous in the possessions abandoned by his uncle Alapana a generation before. He was the ancestor of several prominent Hawaiian families, who traced their descent to him as late as during the reign of Kamehameha I. With the return of La to Raiatea all communication between the Hawaiian and southern groups seems to have abruptly terminated, and for a period of about 600 years, or until the arrival of Captain Cook in 1778. The Hawaiians learned nothing of the great world beyond their little archipelago, and knew that lands existed elsewhere only through the mysterious moalilos of their priests. And a folklore consisting of broken chains of fables and tales of the past in which the supernatural had finally become the dominant feature. The apotheosis of PELE. Characters. PELE, goddess of the volcanoes. Moho. Brothers of PELE. Kamakaua and Kanahekali. Kalana, a chief from the southern islands. Kamaunui, wife of Kalana. HINA, daughter of Kalana. And Kamaunui. Alapana, chief of Oahu and husband of HINA. Kahikiela, brother of Alapana. KAMAPUAA, the monster son of HINA. The apotheosis of PELE. The adventures of the goddess with KAMAPUAA. In the pantheon of ancient Hawaiian worship, or, rather, of the worship of the group from the 12th century to the 19th, the deity most feared and respected, especially on the island of Hawaii, was the goddess PELE. She was the queen of fire and goddess of volcanoes, and her favorite residence was the vast and ever-seething crater of Kilauea, beneath whose molten flood, in halls of burning adamant and grottos of fire, she consumed the offerings of her worshippers and devised destruction to those who long neglected her or failed to respect her prerogatives. Her assistants and companions, as related by tradition, were her 5 brothers and 8 sisters, all of them clothed with especial functions, and all but little less merciless and exacting than PELE herself. The first in authority under PELE was Moho, king of steam. The others were charged, respectively, with the duties of creating explosions, thunders and rains of fire, moving and keeping the clouds in place, breaking canoes, fighting with spears of flame, hurling red-hot masses of lava, and doing whatever else the goddess commanded. As the family claimed tribute of the entire island of Hawaii, to receive it they frequently visited the active and extinct craters of other districts, and earthquakes heralded their departure from Kilauea. The temples of PELE were numerous, particularly in the neighborhood of old lava flows, and their priests were always well sustained. The crater of Kilauea was especially sacred to the goddess, and the earth around it could not be safely disturbed. An offering was first made of a part of everything eaten there, and fruits, pigs, fowls, fish, and sometimes human beings, were thrown into the crater to appease the wrath of the goddess and avert a threatened overflow. The PELE family was neither connected with, nor controlled by, the supreme gods of Hawaiian worship, nor was it a part either of the ancient or later theocracy of the group, as brought down by the priesthood of Hikapaloa. The Godhead and Trinity of original creation. It was an indigenous and independent development of the 12th century, until which period the family was unknown on Hawaii. And the stronghold it secured and for centuries maintained in the native heart was due partly to a popular faith in, and worship of, the spirits of departed chiefs and ancestors, and partly to the continued and ever-visible evidences of the power and malignity of the volcanic deities. And so, indeed, was it with the many other deities of Hawaiian adoration. While Cain was deemed the creator and undoubted superior of them all, they were seldom restrained in the exercise of their several functions. And individual appeals to them through their priests were necessary to secure their favor or placate their wrath. Type of scenery, on the island of Kauai. With this brief reference to the worship and attributes of the terrible goddess and her family, the story of their mortal lives will now be told, and a plain relation given of the strange events which led to their apotheosis. Every tradition refers to them as deities at the time of their arrival at Hawaii and occupation of Kilauea, and all abound in marvelous tales of their exploits, the most wonderful being connected with the Oahuan warrior Kamapuaa. One of the lovers of PELE, who was transformed by the bards into a supernatural monster, a being half man and half hog, with powers almost equal to those of PELE herself. A careful analysis, however, of the various moalilos of PELE and her family renders it plain that they came to the group as simple human beings, and as human beings lived and died, as did also Kamapuaa. And that superstition subsequently elevated their mortal deeds to the realms of supernatural achievement. The PELE family came to Hawaii during the reign of Kamiol, the usurper, from one of the southern islands, probably Samoa, in about the year AD 1175. It was of chiefly blood, and also of priestly lineage, and, to escape the penalties of defeat, had, at the close of a long and disastrous war, fled northward and found a home on Hawaii. The head of the family had fallen in battle, and Moho, the eldest of the sons, assumed the direction of what remained of the once powerful household. The fugitives first landed at Honuapo, in the district of Kau, but, finding no lands there available, coasted along to the southern shores of Puna, and finally located in the valleys back of Keauhou, among the foothills of Mauna Loa, including the crater of Kilauea. A few miles to the westward an overflow had reached the sea the year before, and as the volcano was still active, and earthquakes were of frequent occurrence in the neighborhood, the valleys had been deserted. And the newcomers who boldly settled there were soon spoken of as being under the especial protection of the gods, since they seemed to fear neither earthquakes nor threatened inundations of fire. Under the circumstances almost everything they did was credited to supernatural agencies, and it was not long before Pele, Moho and Kamakaua, the three most influential members of the little community, were regarded as kahunas of unusual sanctity and power. The Pele family proper consisted, at that time, of Pele, her two brothers, Moho and Kamakaua, and a younger sister named Yololu, who was after her apotheosis known as Hiaka-Paliopil. With them, however, were a number of relatives, principally females, whose protectors had perished in the struggle preceding their departure from Samoa, and about 30 attendants. The brothers were large, stalwart men, who had distinguished themselves in arms in their native land, and their attendants were warriors of tried courage and capacity. From these companions and assistants were created the 3 additional brothers and 7 sisters of Pele mentioned in the melees of the bards. One of the former, Kanahekali, is said to have been a hunchback, as was also Kamakaua, but the fighting qualities of neither seem to have been impaired by the deformity. Pele was as courageous as she was personally attractive. She had taken an active part in the wars of her father, and with her own hand had slain a chief who attempted to abduct her. Her brothers were devoted to her, and her bright eyes and queenly presence commanded the respect and homage of all who approached her. And now, cultivating their lands in the valleys back of Keauhou, and living contentedly and without fear of molestation, we will leave the little colony for a time and refer to another important character in the story we are telling, Kamapuaa, the traditional monster of Oahu, whose deeds so aggrandize the folklore of that island. In some melees he is depicted as a hog with a human head, and in others as a being with a human form and head of a hog, but in all he is described as a monster of prodigious bulk and malicious and predatory propensities. 2. Glancing back a half-century or more before the landing of the Pele family in Puna, we note the arrival in the group of a number of independent parties of immigrants or adventurers from the southern islands. Among them were the chiefs Kalana and Huma. They came with considerable of a following, including the beautiful Kamaunui and a few of her relatives. The party landed on the island of Maui, and, after some wandering and change of locations, finally settled in Waihehe, a spot noted for its beauty and natural advantages. Huma loved the fair Kamaunui. He had whispered soft words to her on their long journey from Kahiki, and fed her with the choicest food to be found among the stores of his great double canoe. But she loved Kalana better, and, when she became his wife, Huma abruptly left Waihehe, returning, it is supposed, to his native land. The only child of this marriage was Hina, who on reaching womanhood became the wife of Alapana, a chief of the island of Oahu. Although of the same name, he was in no wise related to the Alapana who was the brother of MOIKEHA and grandson of MOIKEHA. This chief had arrived from the south a few years before his marriage with Hina, and, with his younger brother, Kahikiala, settled in Ko'olau, or on the Ko'olau side of the island of Oahu, where he had acquired very considerable possessions. By what chance he met Hina, or through what influence he won her, tradition does not mention, but as his wife she went with him to Oahu, and there remained. Hina was fair, and Kahikiala, unlike his brother, was young and handsome. They were happy in the society of each other, and were therefore much together. She went with him to the hills for wild fruits and berries, and he followed her to the seashore to gather shells and limpets. The jealousy of Alapana was at last aroused, and when HINA presented him with a son he charged Kahikiula with its paternity and refused to accept the child as his own. This estranged the brothers and made the lot of HINA miserable. From its birth Alapana disliked the child, and in his resentment named it Kamapua, signifying a hog child, or child of a hog. As the infant showed no marked physical characteristics of that animal, it is probable that Alapana fastened upon it the graceless appellation in a spirit of retaliation. But, whatever may have prompted its bestowal, the child certainly bore the name through life, thus giving to the bards who chanted the story of his acts the cue and pretext for shaping him into the monster depicted by tradition. Having no love for Kamapua, Alapana took little interest in his growth from year to the mighty manhood which he finally attained, and which excited the admiration of all others. The more Kamapua was praised the greater dislike did Alapana feel for him, and at length the presence of the young giant became so obnoxious to him that he ordered him, under penalty of death, to leave the district. Failing to understand the cause of this unnatural hatred, the anger of Kamapua was at last aroused, and he strode away from the home of his youth with his heart filled with bitterness and vows of vengeance. As he left, Kahikiula presented him with a long and finely finished spear tipped with bone, and his mother threw over his broad shoulders the feather cape of a chief, and hung around his neck a palau, or talisman carved from the tooth of some great animal of the sea. Kamapua knew of a large cavern in the hills some miles distant from Ko'olau, the name by which will be designated the place of his birth, and thither he repaired and took up his residence. He led a wild, predatory life, and was soon joined by others as reckless as himself, until the party numbered 50 or 60 in all. Made bolder by this following, Kamapua began to harass the estates of Alapana. He stole his pigs, fowls and fruits, and whatever else his little band required, and delighted in breaking his nets, cutting adrift his canoes and robbing his fish ponds. In a spirit of youthful bravado he had his body, from his loins upward, tattooed in black, shaved his head and beard to the resemblance of bristles, and hung from his shoulders a short mantle of tanned hog skin, the hair being left to be worn on the outer side. In this guise his name did not seem to be altogether inappropriate, and he was pleased at the terror his appearance inspired. Becoming still bolder, Kamapua resolved to inaugurate a more vigorous warfare upon Alapana, and began to cut down his coconut trees and destroy his growing crops. This brought the matter to a crisis, as such acts were always regarded as a declaration of war. The depredations of Kamapua were invariably committed at night, and it was some time before the real aggressors were discovered. Ko'olau was filled with stories of the marauding exploits of a lawless band, led by a monster half-man and half-hog, and the kahunas were called upon to ascertain the character of the spoilers, and, if found to be supernatural, placate them with sacrifices. While the kilos were plying their arts, the mystery was suddenly solved in a more practical manner. Detected one night in destroying the walls of one of Alapana's fish ponds, Kamapua and a number of his party were secretly followed to their hiding place in the hills. This information was brought to Alapana, and he promptly equipped a small force of warriors to follow and capture or destroy the plundering band, which, he was enraged beyond all measure in learning, was under the leadership of his outcast son or nephew, Kamapua. But the task of capturing or destroying Kamapua and his band was by no means an easy one. Of the party first sent to attack them in their mountain stronghold, all were killed with the exception of a single warrior, and he was allowed to return to tell the tale of the slaughter and take to Alapana the defiance of Kamapua. This satisfied the chief that Kamapua's purpose was rebellion as well as pillage, and a force of 600 warriors was organized and sent against the outlaws. This forced Kamapua to change his tactics, and, leaving their retreat, in which they might have been surrounded and brought to submission by famine, the rebels retired farther back into the mountains, where they for months defied the whole force of Alapana. Frequent skirmishes occurred and many lives were lost, but every attempt to surround and capture the desperate band was frustrated by the dash and sagacity of their leader. Once, when closely pursued and pressed against the verge of a narrow gorge, the rebels crossed the chasm and escaped to the other side by some means unknown to their pursuers, and the story was told and believed that Kamapua taking the form of a gigantic hog, had spanned the gorge and given his followers speedy passage over his back to the other side, when he leaped across at a single bound and escaped with them. The spot marking this marvelous achievement is still pointed out at Hauula, and the tracks of the monster in the solid rock are shown. It is difficult to say just how long this desultory fighting continued, but in the end the rebels were surrounded and nearly destroyed, and KAMAPUAA was captured unhurt and delivered over to Alapana. To the great joy and relief of the people of Ko'olau, Alapana had erected a heiau at Kaneohe, where Lanoeahi officiated as high priest, and thither he resolved to take his rebellious son or nephew, and offer him as a sacrifice to the gods. Hina pleaded for the life of KAMAPUAA, but Alapana could not be moved. Satisfied that he would listen to no appeals for mercy, she determined to save her son, even at the sacrifice of her husband, and to that end secured the assistance of the high priest, through whose treachery to Alapana the life of KAMAPUAA was saved. On the day fixed for the sacrifice, KAMAPUAA, carefully bound and strongly guarded, was taken to the heiau, followed by Alapana, who was anxious to witness the ghastly ceremonies, and with his own eyes see that his troublesome enemy was duly slain and his body laid upon the altar. In offering human sacrifices, the victim was taken without the walls of the heiau and slain with clubs by the assistance of the high priest. The body was then brought in and placed upon the altar in front of the entrance to the inner court, or sanctuary, when the left eye was removed by the officiating priest, and handed, if he was present, to the chief who had ordered the sacrifice. This being done, the offering was then ceremoniously made, and the body was left upon the altar for the elements to deal with. Standing, with 3 or 4 attendants, at the door of his tabooed retreat, within 40 or 50 paces of the altar, Alapana saw his victim preliminarily led to the place of sacrifice, and a few minutes after motioned for the ceremonies to begin. KAMAPUAA was taken without the walls of the temple to be slain. He was in charge of 3 assistant priests, one of them leading him by a stout cord around his neck, another keeping closely behind him, and the third walking silently at his side with the club of execution in his hand. Passing beyond the outer wall, the party entered a small walled enclosure adjoining, and the executioner raised his club and brought it down upon the head of his victim. KAMAPUAA smiled, but did not move. Twice, thrice with mighty sweep the club descended upon the head of KAMAPUAA, but scarcely bent the bristly hairs upon his crown. With a semblance of wonder the executioner, whose tender blows would have scarcely maimed a mouse, dropped his club and said, "3 times have I tried and failed to slay him. The gods refused the sacrifice." "It is so, it is so, it is so," chimed his companions. "The gods indeed refused the sacrifice. We have seen it." Therefore, instead of slaying KAMAPUAA, the assistants, as they had been secretly instructed to do by the high priest, removed the cords from his limbs, smeared his hair, face and body with the fresh blood of a fowl, and on their shoulders bore him back and placed him upon the altar as if dead. The high priest approached the apparently lifeless body, and bent for a moment over the face, as if to remove the left eye. Then placing on a wooden tray the eye of a large hog, which had been procured for that purpose, he sent an assistant with it to Alapana, at the same time retiring within the inner court, and leaving by the side of KAMAPUAA, and near his right hand, as if by accident, the sharp ivory pahoa, or dagger, with which he had, to all appearance, been operating. Giving but a single glance at the eye presented to him by the assistant of the high priest, Alapana passed it to an attendant without the customary semblance of eating it, and approached the altar alone. KAMAPUAA did not breathe. His face was streaked with blood, his eyelids were closed, and not a single muscle moved to indicate life. Alapana looked at the hated face for a moment, and then turned to leave the heiau, not caring to witness the ceremonies of the formal offering. As he did so, KAMAPUAA clutched the dagger beside his hand, and, springing from the altar, drove the blade into the back of Alapana. Again and again he applied the weapon until the chief, with a groan of anguish, fell dead at the feet of his slayer. Horrified at what they beheld, the attendants of Alapana sprang toward their fallen chief. But their movements, whatever their import, did not disturb KAMAPUAA. He had been accustomed to meeting and accepting odds in battle, and when he had secured possession of the ihe and huge axe of stone conveniently placed for his use behind the altar, he boldly approached and invited an encounter. But the challenge was not accepted. The attendants of the chief did not ordinarily lack courage, but they were unnerved at the sight of a victim, slain, mutilated and laid upon the altar by the priest, coming to life and springing to his feet full-armed before his enemies. Appearing upon the scene, the high priest expressed great surprise and horror at what had occurred, and his assistants wildly clamored at the sacrilege. But no hand was laid upon KAMAPUAA, and the friends of Alapana finally left the heiau, taking his body with them. This tragedy in the heiau of Kauai created a profound excitement in the district. Had KAMAPUAA been at all popular with the masses, the death of Alapana at his hands would have occasioned but little indignation. But as many beside the dead chief had suffered through his plundering visitations, and hundreds of lives had been sacrificed in his pursuit and final capture, the people rose almost in a body to hunt him down and destroy him. HINA attempted to save her son from the wrath of his enemies, but her influence was insufficient to protect him, and he again sought refuge in the mountains. But his following was small, and he finally crossed the island, and, with a party of 40 or 50 reckless and adventurous spirits, set sail for the Windward Islands in a fleet of 8 or 10 canoes which he in some manner obtained from the people of Ava. 3. More than one tradition avers that KAMAPUAA traveled to foreign lands after leaving Oahu, even to the lands where the sky and sea were supposed to meet, but he made no such journey at that time. He spent some months in sightseeing among the islands southeast of Oahu, and pretty nearly circumnavigated them all. Sometimes, for the lack of better occupation, he and his companions engaged in the petty wars of the districts visited by them. But they generally led a roving, careless life, maintaining peaceful relations with all, and plundering only when every other means of securing supplies failed. And thus they journeyed from island to island until they reached Hawaii. Kamiole, the usurper, had but just been defeated and slain by Kalapana, the son of KANIPAHU, the hunchback, and Kohala, where KAMAPUAA first landed, was still suffering from the effects of the war. He therefore proceeded southward along the coast, touching at several points in Kona, then rounding the southern cape of the island, he sailed along the shores of Kau to Honuapo, where he landed and spent several weeks. It was while he was there that KAMAPUAA first learned of the PELE family in the adjoining district of Puna, and became acquainted with the many stories of enchantment and sorcery connected with the little colony. PELE was described to him as a woman of unusual personal beauty, and the lands occupied by the family and its retainers were said to be secure against lava inundations from Kilauea through the especial favor and protection of the gods. These strange stories interested KAMAPUAA, and he resolved to satisfy himself of their truth by visiting the mysterious colony. He accordingly set sail with his companions for Puna, and, landing at Keauhou, took up his abode near the seashore, not far from the lands occupied by PELE and her relatives. As the colonists seemed to pay but little attention to the newcomers, at the expiration of 3 or 4 days KAMAPUAA concluded to open a way to an acquaintance with them by visiting their settlement in person. And with a few of his companions appeared one morning before the comfortable hail of PELE and her family. Moho received the strangers courteously, inquired the purpose of their visit to Keauhou and from what part of the country they came, and hospitably invited them to a breakfast of meat, potatoes, poi and fruits. The invitation was not declined, and during the repast Moho learned from KAMAPUAA that he was the chief of the party, and that the visit of himself and companions to Puna had no especial object beyond that of observation and pleasure. The tattooed body and bristly hair and beard of KAMAPUAA imparted to his otherwise handsome person a strangely ferocious and forbidding appearance, and at the mention of his name and place of nativity Moho at once recognized in him, from report, the monster of Oahu, who had ravaged the estates of Alapana and finally assassinated that chief in the heiau of Kauai. His presence, therefore, in that part of Puna, was considerably less welcome than the words of Moho implied. But no act of the latter indicated a suspicion that the ulterior purposes of his visitors were possibly otherwise than peaceful, and when they took their departure for the beach it was with mutual assurances of friendship. But KAMAPUAA did not take his leave that morning until he saw PELE. He found a pretext for prolonging his visit until she finally appeared, and when Moho made them known to each other, Kamapuaa comported himself with a grace and gallantry never before observed in him by his companions. He admitted to himself that the reports of Pele's beauty had not been exaggerated, and wondered how it happened that she had remained for years unmarried. The thought then came to Kamapuaa, perhaps not for the first time, that he would marry Pele himself and settle permanently in Puna. The idea of marriage had seldom occurred to him, but after he saw Pele he could think of little else. He greatly admired her appearance, and could see no reason why she should not be equally well pleased with his. No mirror, save the uncertain reflection of the waters, had ever shown him his hideously tattooed face and bristly hair and beard, and the hogskin still worn over his stained shoulders was regarded by him as a manly and warlike covering, well calculated to impress with favor a woman of Pele's courage and accomplishments. But Kamapuaa did not urge his suit at once. He visited Moho almost every day for half a month or more, and endeavored to render himself agreeable to Pele by sending her baskets of choice wild fruits, fish from the sea which women were allowed to eat, and strings of beautiful and curious shells gathered from the shores and caverns of the coast. He saw her occasionally, and observed that she avoided him, but he attributed her seeming repugnance to him to a coyishness common to her sex, and drew from it no augury unfavorable to his suit. The companions of Kamapuaa soon discovered the attraction that was keeping him so long in the neighborhood of Keauhou, where food was becoming the reverse of abundant, and urged him to return to Honuapo. But he silenced their clamors with promises of good lands and lives of ease in the valleys back of them, and they hopefully struggled on with their unsatisfactory fare. Kamapuaa finally made a proposal of marriage to Pele. But she refused to entertain it, and was promptly and heartily sustained by her brothers. But a simple refusal did not satisfy Kamapuaa. He urged that his blood was noble, and that the proposed union was in every way fitting and proper, and would prove mutually beneficial. Enraged at his presumption and persistency, Pele boldly expressed her contempt for him and aversion to his presence. In return, Kamapuaa threatened to seize her by force and desolate the colony. Tradition asserts that she thereupon defied his power, and denounced him to his face as a hog and the son of a hog. But, whatever may have been the precise language used on the occasion by Pele, it was sufficiently definite and insulting not only to destroy the last hope of Kamapuaa, but to arouse in his heart the bitterest feelings of revenge. And he retired in wrath to the beach to plan and speedily execute a terrible scheme of retaliation. Without referring to his final interview with Pele and her brothers, Kamapuaa informed his companions that he was at last ready to move, not to Honuapo, however, but to the cultivated valleys immediately back of them. Occupied by a family of foreign interlopers and their adherents, who recognized the authority neither of Kalapana nor the governing chief of Puna, and might therefore be dispossessed without incurring the reproach or hostility of any power competent to punish. The project pleased them, but they doubted their ability to drive from their land so large a number, the most of whom were doubtless skilled in the use of arms. But Kamapuaa promised to make the way clear to an easy victory. He said he had carefully noted the number of the settlers, and observed the places where the most of them lodged. His plan was to suddenly fall upon them in the night and massacre all the male adherents of the family. This done, they would be masters of the situation, and able to treat on their own terms with the few who remained. It was proposed to include the governing family in the slaughter, but Kamapuaa opposed the suggestion, declaring that one of the brothers of Pele was a priest of great sanctity, whose death by violence would kindle the wrath of the gods. And his counsel prevailed. Several days elapsed without any movement being made. Kamapuaa was waiting, not only for a relaxation of the vigilance which his incautious threats may have inspired, but for the dark of the waning moon. Finally the blow was struck. Under the favoring cover of darkness, Kamapuaa and his companions left the beach and secreted themselves near the scattered huts of the settlers, and at a signal, some time past midnight, rose and massacred every man within reach of their weapons. But few escaped. The screams of the women, who had been spared, rang through the valleys as they fled toward the mansion of Pele and her brothers for protection, and the band of murderers returned satisfied to the beach. It was the purpose of Kamapuaa to surround the home of the surviving family the next day, and capture Pele by force, as he had threatened, or otherwise bring her and her haughty relatives to terms. But, after what had occurred, Moho readily understood the plans of the assassins, and early next morning abandoned the family cluster of houses, which could not be successfully defended, and sought refuge in a cavern in the hills. About 3 miles up the valley, accompanied by the entire family and the few others who had escaped the massacre of the night before. There was water in the cavern, and as the fugitives took with them a considerable quantity of provisions, and the opening to the retreat was small and easily defended, they hoped to be able, even if discovered and besieged, to protect themselves until the arrival of relief or the abandonment of the siege as hopeless by their enemies. The cavern was of volcanic formation and had never been fully explored. It embraced a number of large connecting chambers, with ragged avenues leading back into and up the hill. The only light came through the front entrance, into which, from the inside, were hastily rolled heavy boulders of lava, found here and there detached, leaving openings through which spears and javelins could be thrust. A tiny rivulet of water trickled in somewhere from the darkness, and, after filling a shallow basin in the floor of one of the chambers, ran out through the opening. As air came in from the back of the cavern, it must have been connected with the surface through some one or more of the dark avenues referred to. But not a glimmer of light, so far as the occupants had been able to penetrate the depths, indicated the possibility of an escape in that direction should the cavern be rendered untenable by assault. The party numbered, in all, 7 men and 18 women and children, and they had taken to their retreat a goodly supply of arms and provisions enough to sustain them for some weeks. Thus prepared they gloomily awaited their fate. But they had fled to the hills not a moment too soon, for early in the day KAMAPUAA and his companions appeared and surrounded the deserted habitations of the family. Discovering that his victims had escaped, KAMAPUAA promptly divided his followers into small parties, and dispatched them to the hills in search of the fugitives or of traces of their flight. He also joined in the search, but went unattended. In the course of the day all returned to the deserted huts, where they had taken up their quarters, and reported that no traces of the missing colonists had been discovered, and the general opinion was that they had escaped across the mountains. KAMAPUAA waited until all the rest had told the stories of their fruitless wanderings, when he announced that he had found what they had lacked the sagacity to discover. He informed them that the fugitives were secreted in a cavern some distance up one of the valleys, where they could be surrounded and captured without difficulty. But he did not mention that he had made the discovery by shrewdly following a dog into the hills, and watching the animal until it stopped in front of the entrance to the cavern. He was willing that his companions should believe that his success was due to some inspiration or prescience of his own. A guard was immediately detailed to watch the cavern and see that no one escaped, and the next day the place was surrounded and formally besieged. Following these preparations, visible to Moho and his handful of warriors, KAMAPUAA approached the entrance sufficiently near to be heard within, and demanded the surrender of the party, promising that the lives of all would be spared. The demand was refused with words of insult and defiance, and KAMAPUAA ordered an assault upon the entrance. Several attempts were made to force the protecting rocks from the opening, but their interstices bristled with spear points, and, after a number of the assailants had been wounded, that plan of attack was abandoned as impracticable. A large quantity of dry wood, leaves and grass was then heaped in front of the entrance and fired, in the hope of suffocating the inmates with the heat and smoke of the conflagration. But the draught of air through the cavern kept the smoke from entering, and, although the heat for a time became oppressive immediately around the opening, the connecting chambers were but slightly affected by it. The fire was allowed to die out, and KAMAPUAA, on too closely approaching the entrance to note its effects, was made keenly aware of the failure of the project by receiving a sharp spear thrust in the arm. As fire and assault had proved unavailing, and a long siege did not accord with his purposes, KAMAPUAA next endeavored to effect a breach through the top of the cavern in the rear of the entrance. As this necessitated the removal of an overlying mass of 10 or 15 feet of soil and rocks, the undertaking involved a very considerable amount of hard labor. But the plan met with general favor, and, with ooze and other implements obtained from the valleys below, the besiegers entered upon the task of excavating through into the cavern. For several days the work progressed almost uninterruptedly, and a large pit had been lowered to a depth of 8 or 10 feet, when the earth began to tremble violently, and a few minutes after the air was filled with sulphurous smoke and ashes. But this was not the most appalling sight beheld by KAMAPUAA and his companions. Looking up the valley, which at that point was little more than a narrow gorge, they saw a flood of lava, full 100 feet in width, bursting from the hillside and pouring down the ravine, its high advancing crest aflame with burning timber. And sweeping before it a thundering avalanche of half-molten boulders. With exclamations of dismay they started in full flight down the valley, closely followed by the devouring flood. On they sped, past the deserted huts of their victims, past the sandy foothills, past the cocoa trees that fringed the beach. Turning at the water's edge, they beheld the awful stream spreading its mantle of death over the broadening valley, and speeding to the sea in broken volumes. Leaping into their canoes, they plunged through the surf and paddled out to sea. Setting sail for Honuapo, KAMAPUAA saw, as they left the coast, that the upper part of the valley from which they had fled was filled with lava. And knew that the cavern in which PELE and her companions had sought refuge from his wrath had been deeply buried by the flood. Bird's-eye view of the crater of Kilauea. When the news of the eruption reached Honuapo, the people, who had heard so many strange stories of PELE and her family, did not believe that they had perished. On the contrary, they declared that the eruption had been invoked by PELE to drive KAMAPUAA from the district, and that if she had permitted her lands to be destroyed it was with the view of taking up her residence in the crater of Kilauea. This opinion soon crystallized into a belief which spread throughout the island of Hawaii, and another generation saw temples erected to PELE, the goddess of fire, and priests sanctified to her service. All but 3 of her brothers and sisters were the creations of her early priests, and their attributes gradually grew and took form as they floated down the stream of tradition. Many adventures are related of KAMAPUAA after his flight from Keauhou, but the most or all of them are the dreams of the poets of after generations. And further reference here to this most striking of the early heroes of the group may be properly concluded with the remark that, shortly after his experiences with the PELE family, he immigrated with a considerable following to one of the southern islands, where he married, distinguished himself in arms, and finally died without revisiting the Hawaiian archipelago. Hua, King of HANA. Characters. Hua, King of HANA. Maui. Luana, a priest of the king's household. Luahumo, the supreme high priest. Kakakai and sons of Luahumo. Kanawa. Oluolu, wife of Kakakai. Kakoa, and friends of Oluolu. Mamulu, his wife. LAA-MAI-KAHIKI, a high priest of Oahu. Hua, King of HANA. The legend of the Great Famine of the 12th century. With the reign of Hua, an ancient king of HANA, or Eastern Maui, is connected a legendary recital of one of the most terrible visitations of the wrath of the gods anywhere brought down by Hawaiian tradition. It is more than probable that the extent of the calamities following Hua's defiant and barbarous treatment of his high priest and prophet was greatly colored and exaggerated in turn by the pious historians who received and passed the Moloilo down the centuries. But the details of the story have been preserved with harrowing conciseness, and for more than 600 years were recited as a solemn warning against wanton trespass upon the prerogatives of the priesthood or disregard of the power and sanctity of the gods. In some of the genealogies Hua is represented as having been the great-grandfather of Paumakua, of Maui. This record, if accepted, would remove him altogether from the Hawaiian group, since Paumakua himself was undoubtedly an immigrant from Tahiti or some other of the southern islands. As he was contemporaneous with the distinguished priest and prophet Nala, who is said to have accompanied LAA-MAI-KAHIKI from Raiatea, he must have appeared 2 or 3 generations later than Paumakua, and probably belonged to a collateral branch of the great Hua family from which Paumakua drew his strain. It may therefore be assumed that as early as AD 1170 Hua was the Aliainui, or virtual sovereign, of eastern Maui. He is referred to as the King of Maui, but it is hardly probable that his sway extended over the western division of the island, as it was not until the reign of PILI, nearly 3 centuries later. That the people of Maui became finally united under one government. Previous to that time, except at intervals of temporary conquest or occupation, eastern and western Maui were ruled by distinct and frequently hostile lines of kings. Hence the sovereignty of Hua could scarcely have reached beyond the districts of Ko'olau, HANA, Kipahulu and Kaupo, while the remainder of the island must have recognized the authority either of Palena, the grandson of Paumakua, or of Hanawa, the distinguished son and successor of Palena, since the later Moas of Maui traced their genealogies uninterruptedly through this branch of the Paumakua family. But, from whatever source Hua may have derived his rank and authority, he was a reckless, independent and warlike chief. Having access to the largest and finest timber in the group, his war canoes were abundant and formidable, and when not engaged in harassing his neighboring frontiers he was employed in plundering expeditions to the coasts of Hawaii and Molokai. Tradition makes him the aggressor in the earliest remembered war between Maui and Hawaii. Although the name of the war, Kanuyuhio, has been preserved, it probably did not reach beyond the limit of a powerful marauding excursion to the coast of Hilo, Hawaii, resulting in the defeat of the chiefs of that district by Hua. But in nothing more than a temporary seizure and occupation of their lands. For at that time KANIPAHU was the Moa of Hawaii, and would scarcely have permitted a permanent hostile lodgment in Hilo, whose chiefs acknowledged his suzerainty and were therefore entitled to his protection. The high priest of Hua was Luahumo. He claimed to be an Iku-Pau, that is, a direct descendant from Cain, and as such was strict in claiming respect for his person and sacred prerogatives. He did not approve of many of Hua's marauding acts, advising him instead to lead his people in happier and more peaceful pursuits, and not provoke either the retaliation of his enemies or the anger of the gods. This opposition to his aggressive methods exasperated Hua, and a feeling of suspicion and ill will gradually grew up between him and the priesthood. He began to attribute his occasional failures in arms to deliberately neglected prayers and sacrifices by Luahumo, and on one occasion, after having returned from an unsuccessful expedition to Molokai, he placed his taboo on a spring of water set apart for the use of the heiau, and on another wantonly speared a puahaiwa, or black tabooed hog, sacred to sacrifice. When expostulated with for thus inviting the wrath of the gods, he threatened the high priest with similar treatment. Hua resided principally at Hana, where he constructed one of the largest royal mansions in the group, and all the leisure spared from his warlike pastimes was given to revelry. He had 100 hula dancers, exclusive of musicians and drummers, and his monthly feasts were prolonged into days and nights of debauchery in unbridled license. Drunk with awa, an intoxicating drink made from a plant of that name, he kept the whole of Hana in an uproar during his frequent seasons of pleasure. And the attractive wives and daughters of his subjects were not unfrequently seized and given to his favorite companions. The annual festival of Lono was approaching, an event marking the winter solstice, and which was always celebrated impressively on every island of the group. It was an occasion not only for manifesting respect for the nearest and most popular deity of the godhead, but for celebrating, as well, the ending of the old year and the beginning of the new. The ancient Hawaiians divided the year into 12 months of 30 days each. Each month and day of the month was named. They had 2 modes of measuring time, the lunar and sidereal. The lunar month began on the first day that the new moon appeared in the west, and regulated their monthly feasts and taboo days. Their sidereal month of 30 days marked one of the 12 divisions of the year. But as their 2 seasons of the year, the holo, rainy, and kau, dry, were measured by the Pleiades, and their 12 months of 30 days each did not complete the sidereal year. They intercalated 5 days at the end of the year measured by months, in order to square that method of reckoning with the movements of the stars. This annual intercalation was made about the 20th of their month of Welehu, December, at the expiration of which the first day of the first month, Makali, of the new year commenced. This was their Makahiki, or New Year Day. The 5 intercalated days were a season of taboo, and dedicated to a grand yearly festival to Lono. In preparation for this festival Hua had called for unusually large contributions from the people, and, in anticipation of another hostile expedition to Hawaii, had ordered quotas of warriors, canoes and provisions from his subject chiefs to be reported at HANA immediately after the beginning of the new year. These exactions caused very general dissatisfaction, and the priesthood assisted in promoting rather than allaying the popular discontent. All this was reported to Hua, and he resolved to liberate himself at once and for the future from what he conceived to be an officious and unwarranted intermeddling of the priesthood with the affairs of state, by deposing or taking the life of Luahumo. In this desperate resolution he was sustained by Luana, a priest who had charge of the heiau or chapel of the royal mansion, and who expected to succeed Luahumo as high priest. Hua sought in every way for a pretext for deposing or slaying Luahumo, but the priest was old in years, exemplary in his conduct, and moved among the people without reproach. Finally, at the instigation of Luana, who assumed that the advice was a divine inspiration, Hua created a bungling and absurd pretense for an assault upon Luahumo. The dishonesty of the scheme was exposed, but it resulted, nevertheless, in the death of the unoffending priest. As tradition tells the story, Hua found occasion in a public manner to order some uau, or uau, to be brought to him from the mountains. The uau is a water bird, and seldom found in the uplands. As neither its flesh for eating nor its feathers for decorating could have reasonably been required, the object of dispatching snarers in quest of it must have been a subject of comment. But kings then, as later, did not always deign to give reasons for their acts, and preparations were at once made by the household servants and retainers of the king to proceed upon the hunt. "Be careful that the birds come from the mountains," said Hua, addressing the trusted Hoali in charge of the hunting party. "Only from the mountains," he repeated, "I will have none from the sea." "But can they be found in the mountains?" ventured the Hoali, looking inquiringly toward Luahumo, who was standing near and watching a flight of birds which seemed to be strangely confused and ominous of evil. "Do you inquire of me?" said the priest, after a pause, and finding that the king did not answer. "I inquire of anyone who thinks he knows," returned the Hoali. "Then the birds you seek will not be found in the mountains at this season of the year," returned the priest, "and you must set your snares by the seashore." "Is it so that you would attempt to countermand my orders?" exclaimed Hua, in apparent anger. "I order my servants to go to the mountains for the uau, and you tell them to set their snares by the seashore." "I humbly ask the king to remember that I have given no orders," calmly replied the priest. "But you have dared to interfere with mine," retorted the king. "Now listen. My men shall go to the mountains in search of the birds I require. If they find them there I will have you slain as a false prophet and misleader of the people." With this savage threat the king walked away with his Hoali, while the priest stood in silence with his face bowed to the earth. He knew the import of Hua's words. They meant death to him and the destruction of his family. The bloody purpose of the king had been told to him at the sacrificial altar, had been seen by him in the clouds, had been whispered to him from the unnew of the sanctuary. "Since the gods so will it, I must submit to the sacrifice," was the pious resolution of the priest, but woe to the hand that strikes, to the eyes that witness the blow, to the land that drinks the blood of the son of Lamakwa. Luahumo had 2 sons, Kakakai and Kanawa. Both were connected with the priesthood, and Kakakai had been instructed in all the mysteries of the order in anticipation of his succession, on the death of his father, to the position of high priest. They were young men of intelligence, and their lives had been blameless. Knowing that they would not be spared, Luahumo advised them to leave HANA at once and secrete themselves in the mountains, and suggested Hanaula, an elevated spur of the mighty crater of Haleakala, as the place where they would be most likely to escape observation. But a few weeks before Kakakai had become the husband of the beautiful Oluolu, the daughter of a distinguished chief who had lost his life in Hua's first expedition against Hilo. Twice had she sought the heiau for protection against the emissaries of Hua, who had been ordered to seize and bring her to the royal mansion, and in both instances Luahumo had given her the shelter of the sacred enclosure. It was there that Kakakai first met her, and, charmed no less by her beauty than her abhorrence of the lascivious intents of the king, he soon persuaded her to become his wife. But, even as his wife, Kakakai did not deem her secure from the evil designs of the king, and had found an asylum for her in the humble home of a distant relative in a secluded valley 4 or 5 miles back of HANA, where he frequently visited her and cheered her with assurances of his love. As the danger was imminent, Luahumo urged his sons to leave HANA without delay, promising Kakakai that he would visit Oluolu the next day, and apprise her of her husband's flight and the place to which he had fled for concealment. But the old priest did not live to fulfill his promise, and Oluolu was left in ignorance of the fate of her husband. Early next morning the bird hunters returned, bringing with them a large number of birds, including the uau and ulili, all of which, they averred, had been caught in the mountains, when in reality they had been snared on the seashore. Hua summoned the high priest, and, pointing to the birds, said, "All these birds were snared in the mountains. You are therefore condemned to die as a false prophet who has been abandoned by his gods, and a deceiver of the people, who are entitled to the protection of their king." Taking one of the birds in his hand, the priest calmly replied, "These birds did not come from the mountains, they are rank with the odor of the sea." But the Hoali of the king steadfastly maintained that the birds had been snared in the mountains, and Hua declared the assurance of the hunters to be sufficient to outweigh the flimsy testimony of the priest. Luahumo saw that he was doomed, and that the hunters had been schooled to sustain the lying assertion of the Hoali, yet he resolved to disconcert them all and make good his position, no matter what might be the result. He therefore asked permission to open a few of the birds, and the king sullenly granted it. "Select them yourself," said the priest to the Hoali, and the latter took from the heap and handed to him 3 birds. The priest opened them, and the crops of all were found to be filled with small fish and bits of seaweed. "Behold my witness," exclaimed the priest, pointing to the eviscerated birds, and turning toward the Hoali with a look of triumph. Confounded and enraged at the development, Hua seized a javelin, and without a word savagely drove it into the breast of Luahumo, killing him on the spot. A shudder ran through the witnesses as the venerable victim fell to the earth, for violence to a high priest was a crime almost beyond comprehension. But the king coolly handed the bloody weapon to an attendant, and, with a remorseless glance at the dying priest, leisurely walked away. Sending for Luana, he immediately elevated him to the dignity of high priest, and ordered the body of Luahumo to be laid upon the altar of the heiau. The house of the dead priest was then burned, in accordance with ancient custom, and the king's executioners were dispatched with attendants in search of the sons of Luahumo. Proud of his newly acquired honors, Luana made preparations for extensive sacrifices, and then proceeded to the heiau with the body of Luahumo. As he approached the gate of the outer enclosure, the tall or wooden cross indicative of the sanctity of the place, fell to the ground, and on reaching the inner court the earth began to quake, groans issued from the carved images of the gods. And the altar sank into the earth, leaving an opening from which issued fire and smoke. The attendants dropped the body of the priest and fled from the heiau in dismay, followed by the no less frightened Luana. The priests of the temple, who knew nothing of the death of Luahumo until they beheld his body about to be offered in sacrifice, stood for a moment awe-stricken at what was transpiring around them. They had been taught that the heiau was the only place of safety for them in a time of danger. And after the flight of Luana and his attendants they tenderly conveyed the body of the high priest to a hut within the enclosure to prepare it for burial. Luana repaired in haste to the Haleali to report to the king what had occurred at the heiau. But his story excited but little surprise in Hua, for events quite as overwhelming were occurring all around them. The earth was affected with a slight but continuous tremor, a hot and almost suffocating wind had set in from the southward, strange murmurs were heard in the air, the skies were crimson, and drops of blood fell from the clouds. And finally reports came from all parts of HANA that the streams, wells and springs were no longer yielding water, and a general flight of the people to the mountains had commenced. Such chiefs as could be found were hastily called together in council. Hua was completely subdued, and admitted that he had angered the gods by killing Luahumo. But what was to be done? Perhaps the sons of the martyred priest might be appealed to. But where were they? No one knew. It was suggested that 100 human sacrifices be offered, but Luana declined to appear again at the heiau, and resigned his office of high priest. Another was appointed, and the sacrifices were ceremoniously offered. The Mu had no difficulty in obtaining victims, for the people were desperate and offered themselves by scores. But the drought continued, and the general suffering increased from day to day. All other signs of the displeasure of the gods had passed away. Other sacrifices were offered in great profusion, and an imaloa was constructed, where human bodies were baked and in that form presented to the gods. But the springs and streams remained dry, and the clouds dropped no rain. The gods were redecorated, and the erection of a new heiau was commenced, but the people remaining in the district were too few and too weak to complete it. And a strict taboo was declared for a season of 10 days, but the people were too desperate to observe it, and no attempt was made to punish those who disregarded it. Many drowned themselves, insane from thirst, and such as could procure the poisonous mixture died from the effects of kohiohio administered by their own hands. The drought extended to the mountains, and the people fled beyond. But wherever they went the streams became dry and the rain ceased. The pestilence became known in western Maui, and the famishing refugees were driven back in attempting to enter that district. After vainly attempting to stay the dreadful scourge, and seeing his kingdom nearly depopulated, Hua secretly embarked with a few of his attendants for Hawaii. He landed in the district of Kona, but the drought followed him. Wherever he went the fresh waters sank into the earth and the clouds yielded no rain. And so he journeyed on from place to place, carrying famine and misery with him, until in the course of his wanderings, occupying more than 3 years, he rendered almost 1/2 of the island of Hawaii a desolation. Finally he died, as the gods had decreed, of thirst and starvation, one legend says in a temple of Kohala, and his bones were left to dry in the sun. And the saying of, rattling are the bones of Hua in the sun, or, dry are the bones of Hua in the sun, has come down to the present as a significant reference to the fate of one high in power who defied the gods and persecuted the priesthood. But rainless skies and drought did not mark alone the footsteps of Hua and his attendants. Wherever the despairing people of the district went the same affliction followed. Some of them sailed to Hawaii, others to Molokai and Oahu, and a few to Kauai, but nowhere could they find relief. Everywhere the drought kept pace with them, and famine and suffering were the result throughout the entire group. The diviners had discovered the cause of the scourge, but neither prayers nor sacrifices could avert or ameliorate it. And so it continued for nearly 3.5 years. 2. During all the long years of famine and death, what had befallen Oluolu, the young wife of Kakakai, left in the secluded valley back of Hana? She saw the blight that suddenly fell upon the land. Saw the springs and streams go dry around her humble home, saw the leaves of the banana wither and the grass turn yellow in the valley. Saw famishing men, women and children madly searching for water, and tearing down coconuts for the little milk they afforded. And then by degrees she learned of all that had transpired and was still transpiring in Hana, including the sad story of the death of Luahumo and the flight of Kakakai. But whither had he fled? No one could tell her. But, wherever he might be, she knew that, if alive, he would some day return to her, and therefore struggled on as best she could to live. Her home was with Kakao, whose wife was Mamulu. They had been blessed with 3 sons, all of whom had perished in Hua's useless wars, and now in their old age they were occupying a little kuleana. So far up the narrow valley winding into the hills that no land for cultivation was found above them. They had small patches of taro and potatoes, a score or 2 of coconut trees of old growth, and plantains and bananas enough for their use. In the hills back of them were ohias and other wild fruits, and, with pigs and fowls in abundance, there was never any lack of food in the house of Kakao. But when the drought came, accompanied by the scorching south wind, Kakao shared the fate of his neighbors. His pigs and fowls scattered in search of water, and did not return. The ripening plantains and bananas, together with a few bulbs of taro, were hastily gathered, and the food supply stored in the house was adequate to the wants of the occupants for some weeks to come. But fresh water was nowhere to be found, and the coconuts were stripped from the trees and laid away to meet, as far as possible, the terrible emergency. Thus passed nearly half a month, during which time harrowing reports from the valleys below reached the kuleana through parties vainly searching everywhere among the hills for water. Then Kalakaua saw that his supply of coconut milk was nearly exhausted, and resolved to visit the seashore, where he knew of a spring in times past dripping from the rocks almost on a level with the waves. Surely, he thought, that spring cannot be dry, with all the water around it. And, swinging 2 water calabashes over his shoulders, he started for the seashore. But he never returned. In passing to the coast he was seized, among others, and offered as a sacrifice in the heiau. For 2 days his return was awaited at the kuleana. Then Mamulu solemnly said, "Kalakaua is dead. We have no more water and but little food. Why suffer longer? Let us drink kohiohio and die." "Not today, my good friend Mamulu," replied Oluolu, soothingly. "We will talk of it tomorrow. Last night in my dreams a whisper told me not to despair. Let us wait." The next morning Oluolu rose at daylight. The last of the coconut milk was gone, and the mouths of both were dry and feverish. There was a strangely cheerful light in Oluolu's eyes as she bent over the suffering but patient Mamulu, and, holding up a calabash, said, "I shall soon return with this filled with water. Think of it, Mamulu, filled with pure, fresh water." "Poor child," replied Mamulu, not doubting that her mind was wandering. "But where will you go for it?" "Only a short walk, right up the valley," returned Oluolu. "You know the little cavern among the rocks. The mouth is almost closed, but I can find it. The water is in the back part of the ana. It is running water, but it disappears in the darkness. Perhaps it comes from Pa, but no matter, it is sweet and good. Luahumo came to me last night, with his long, white hair smeared with blood, and told me he had sent the water there. It is for us alone. If others know of it or taste it, it will disappear. So we must be careful, Mamulu, very careful." Leaving the woman almost in a daze at the words thus spoken in rapid and excited sentences, Oluolu left the hut and started up the narrow valley. A walk of 3 or 4 minutes brought her to the entrance of an abrupt and chasm-like ravine gashing the hills on the right. To its almost precipitous sides clung overhanging masses of ragged volcanic rock, from the crevices of which a sturdy vegetation had taken root, and in time past gloomily shaded the narrow channel. But the interlacing branches of the trees were almost leafless, and all around were seen the footprints of death and desolation. Not a breath of wind cooled the sultry air, and no sound of living creature broke the silence of the heated hills. The mouth of the ravine was partially choked with huge boulders washed down by the freshets of centuries, and the ground was strewn with dead leaves and broken branches. Casting her eyes around in every direction, to be sure that she was not observed, Oluolu quickly found a way over the boulders and ascended the ravine. Proceeding upward 30 or 40 yards, and climbing a rocky bench, over which in seasons of rain had poured a little cascade, she stopped in front of an overhanging mass of vitreous rock. And the next moment disappeared in a stooping posture through a low opening almost concealed by decrepitations from above. The opening led to a cavern 40 or 50 feet in depth, with an irregular width almost as great. The floor descended from the entrance, and was smooth and apparently water-worn. 2 or 3 steps forward enabled her to stand upright. But all beyond was darkness, and for a moment she remained undecided which way to proceed. She heard a sound like that of a bare and cautious footstep on the smooth floor. She was startled, but suffering had made her desperate, and she listened again. The same sound continued, but it was mellowed into the soft murmur of waters somewhere back in the darkness, and with a swelling heart she groped her way toward the silvery voice, sweeter to her than the strains of the ohe or the songs of birds. Closer and closer she approached, every step making more distinct the joyful music, until at last she felt the spatter of cool water upon her bare feet. Stretching out her hand, it came in contact with a little stream gushing from the back wall of the cavern, and instantly disappearing where it fell upon a layer of loose gravel washed down from the entrance. She hastily drank from her palm, and found that the water was cool and sweet. Then she held the mouth of the calabash under the stream, and, after wetting her head and drinking until prudence counseled her to stop, refilled the vessel, cautiously emerged from the opening, and hastened back to the hut. Hesitating without the door, to satisfy herself that no one had arrived during her absence, Oluolu noiselessly entered, and, stealing to the kapumo upon which Mamulu was half deliriously dreaming, poured a quantity of water upon her head, and, as she opened her eyes with a bewildered stare, dropped a swallow into her parched and open mouth. Half rising, Mamulu dreamily felt of her dripping hair, and then stared vacantly at Oluolu, who stood smilingly beside her with the calabash in her hand. In a moment she recalled all that had occurred before she dropped into the troubled sleep from which she had been so strangely aroused. "Then it is not a dream," she murmured, clasping her wasted hands upon her breast. "The gods have sent us water." And she reached for the calabash. "No," said Oluolu kindly, withdrawing the vessel. "We have plenty, but you are weak and would drink too much. Now lie down, with this roll of kapa under your head, and while I am giving you a swallow at a time I will tell you all about the water and how I found it." And so, slowly feeding Mamulu with the precious fluid, and at the same time bathing her head and throat, Oluolu related to her everything that had occurred. "But will the stream continue?" anxiously inquired Mamulu. "Would it not be well to fill all the calabashes in the house, and all we can procure, and so keep them, that we may not be left without water should the stream disappear?" "I think it would not be well to anger the gods by doubting them," replied Oluolu. "The water was sent, not to prolong our sufferings, but to save our lives. And I am sure it will continue so long as we guard the secret and allow no others to use it." Oluolu's faith was rewarded. Without any diminution in volume the little stream continued to flow and sink in the darkness of the cavern until the wrath of the gods was appeased and the rains finally came again. But Oluolu and her companion could not subsist on water alone. The parched earth produced no food, but they did not despair. Every day they cautiously watered a little patch of mountain taro in the ravine above the cavern, and at intervals of 4 or 5 days went to the seashore and returned with fish, crabs, limpets, and edible seaweed. And so they managed to live without suffering, while the valleys became almost depopulated, and all others in HANA were stricken with famine. They seldom saw a human face in their journeys to and from the sea, and never in the valley where they lived, and the few they met avoided them, fearful, no doubt, that the miserable means of subsistence to which they resorted might become known to others. 3. It was near the end of the terrible scourge that the district of Ava, on the island of Oahu, became its victim. It followed the appearance there of a HANA chief and a few of his retainers, who had been driven from Molokai. At that time there lived at Waimalu, in the district of Ava, the celebrated priest and prophet LAA-MAI-KAHIKI. No one in the Hawaiian priesthood of the past was ever more feared or respected. It was thought by some that he had visited the shadowy realms of Milu, and from Poliuli had brought back the waters of life. He must have been well on in years, for, as already mentioned, he is credited with having been the priest of LAA-MAI-KAHIKI on the romantic journey of that prince from the southern islands. In evidence of the great sanctity of Nala, tradition relates that his canoe was upset during a journey from Waianae, Oahu, to Kauai. He was swallowed by a whale, in whose stomach he remained without inconvenience until the monster crossed the channel and vomited him up alive on the beach at Waialua, Kauai, the precise place of his destination. At another time, when crossing to Hawaii, and beset with adverse winds, 2 huge black sharks, sent by Moaliai, the shark god of Molokai, towed him to Kohala so swiftly that the seabirds could scarcely keep him company. He built a heiau at Waimalu, the foundations of which may still be traced, and in the inner temple of the enclosure it is asserted that Lono conversed with him freely. And at his bidding the spirits of the living, Kahaoka, as well as the shades of the dead, Unihipili, made their appearance. For it was believed by the ancient Hawaiians that the spirits or souls of the living sometimes separated themselves from the body during slumber or while in a condition of trance, and became visible in distant places to priests of a special sanctity. Consulting with the gods, Nala discovered the cause of the drought, and, becoming alarmed at the threatened destruction of the entire population of the group, undertook to stay the ravages of the spreading scourge. With a vision enlarged and intensified by sacrifice and prayer, he ascended the highest peak of the Waianae Mountains. Far as the eye could reach, the skies were cloudless. He first looked toward Kaala, but discerned no sign of rain around its wooded summits. He turned toward Kauai, but not a cloud could be seen above the mountains of that island. Cloudless, also, were the mountains of Molokai. Finally, casting his eyes in the direction of Maui, he saw a small, dark spot like a rain cloud hanging above the peak of Hanaula. It may disappear, he thought, I will wait. Midday came. He looked again, and the spot was still there. The sun grew red in the west. Again he looked and found that the cloud had neither disappeared nor moved. Surely the sons of Luahumo are there, he said to himself. I will go to them, they will listen to me, and the waters will come again. Nala descended from the mountain, and the same night embarked alone in a canoe for Maui. He spread no sail, used no paddle, but all night his wa skimmed the waves with the speed of the wind, and at sunrise the next morning he landed at MOIKEHA, above which, a few miles inland, towered the peak of Hanaula, with the dark spot still hanging over it. There, indeed, were the sons of Luahumo. Nurtured by the rains that had fallen alone on the peak of Hanaula, there they had remained unseen for 3.5 years, waiting for the wrath of the gods to be appeased and for a summons to descend. A strange light accompanied the canoe of Nala in the darkness. From their elevated retreat they noted it far out upon the ocean, and watched it growing brighter as it approached, until it went out on the beach at MOIKEHA. They knew it to be the signal of their deliverance, and hastened down the mountain to meet the messenger of the gods. One account says they met Nala at Kula. But the meeting occurred not far from the MOIKEHA landing, where the priest, inspired with a knowledge of their coming, awaited their arrival. As they approached, the venerable kahuna, his white hair and beard falling to his waist and a TABU staff in his hand, advanced to meet them. They bowed respectfully, and, returning the salutation, Nala said, I know you to be the sons of Luahumo, whose death by the hands of Hua, king of Hana, has been avenged by the gods upon the people of all the islands of Hawaii. The earth is still parched, and thousands are seeking in vain for food and water. Hua is dead, his bones lie unburied in the sun. Scattered or dead are the people of Hana. Their lands are yellow, and their springs and streams yield nothing but dust and ashes. Great was the crime of Hua, and great has been the punishment. I am LAA-MAI-KAHIKI, the high priest of Oahu, and have come to ask, with you, that the gods may be merciful and no longer scourge the people. At the mention of his name the sons of Luahumo bowed low before the aged prophet of whose sanctity report had years before apprised them, and then Kakai replied. Great priest, willingly will we add our voices to your supplication to the gods, whose vengeance has indeed been terrible. But since our retreat was revealed to you and nothing seems to be hidden from your understanding, let me ask if you know aught of the fate of Oluolu. She was my wife, and I left her in a little valley in the mountains back of Hana. I loved her greatly, and am grieved with the fear that she is dead. Without replying the priest seated himself upon the ground, and, unbinding the kihei from his shoulders, threw it over his head, shutting the light from his face. While one hand pressed the mantle closely to his breast, the other held to his forehead what seemed to be a talisman of stone suspended by a short cord from his neck. He remained motionless in that position for some minutes. Then throwing off the kihei and rising to his feet, he turned to Kakai and said, I was not wrong in my thought. The presence here of the sons of Luahumo has sanctified the spot to communion with the spirits of the air. Oluolu, alone with a woman much her elder, still lives where you left her and hopefully awaits the coming of Kakai, for such I now know to be your name. The spirit of Luahumo has nourished and protected her. Great Nala, most favored of the gods, exclaimed Kakai, grasping the hand of the priest. You have made my heart glad. Now ask of me what you will. On the very spot from which the priest had risen they proceeded to erect a rude altar of stones. When it was completed, Nala brought from his canoe a combined image of the Godhead, the oya of the early priesthood, and a small enclosed calabash of holy water. KAWAI-KAPUA came. Removing the kappa covering, the image was placed beside the altar, and while the priest recited the solemn Kaiakopio, or prayer of consecration, Kakakai intoned the invocation and continued at intervals to sprinkle the altar with holy water. The dedication ceremonies were at length concluded, but what was there to offer as a sacrifice? The hills were bare and parched. Far as the eye could reach, the lands were deserted, and no living thing beside themselves was visible. Suddenly there appeared among the leafless shrubbery near them a large black hog sacred to sacrifice. The brothers exchanged looks of wonder, but the priest did not seem to be greatly surprised. The animal was immediately seized, killed and placed upon the altar, and sacrificial prayers were devoutly offered. In the midst of these services a wind set in from the south. Black clouds began to gather, from which the answering voice of thunder came, and then a gentle rain began to fall upon the sere and hungry earth. Raising his face into the baptism, Nala with emotion exclaimed, "The sacrifice is accepted. The gods are merciful, and the people are saved." And the rains continued, not there alone but all over the islands, until the grass grew green again and the banana put forth its shoots. Everywhere the rejoicing was great. The people returned to their deserted lands, and the valleys of HANA, even, blossomed as before. But Hua and his family had perished from the earth, and a new dynasty came into being to claim the sovereignty of eastern Maui. The sons of the martyred Luahumo returned at once to HANA, and in the arms of Kakakai the brave and faithful Oluolu recited the story of her sufferings and deliverance. With largely augmented possessions, Kakakai became the high priest under the new regime, and for generations his descendants continued to be among the most influential of the families of eastern Maui. Kanawa became the god of the husbandman. The political events immediately following the death of Hua are but vaguely referred to by tradition. And the few particulars known doubtless owe their preservation to the care taken by the priesthood, to which class the historians of the past usually belonged, to bring down, with all its terrible details, the fate of Hua. As a warning to succeeding sovereigns who might be disposed to trespass upon the sacred domain of the spiritual rulers who, in a measure, divided the allegiance of their subjects. The Iron Knife. Characters. Kalanipahu, King of Hawaii. Kamaluyua, King of Maui. Huapulelei. Aliainui of Oahu. Kahokoa, King of Molokai. Kokona, King of Kauai. Kaheka, Queen of Hawaii. Kwaiwa, son of the King of Hawaii. Kapapa, daughter of the King of Hawaii. Wahia, a renowned prophetess. Kwalu, adopted son of Wahia. Wakalana, an influential chief of Maui. Kalukiamanu. Males. Hakoa and Hika. Shipwrecked foreigners. Neliike and females. Malae. Manokalanipo, son of the King of Kauai. The Iron Knife. A legend of the first war for the conquest of the group. 2 or 3 attempts to consolidate under one general government the several islands of the Hawaiian group were made by ambitious and warlike chiefs previous to the final accomplishment of the project, at the close of the last century. By Kamehameha I. But all these early schemes of conquest and aggrandizement proved unsuccessful, and were especially unfortunate in affording excuses for retaliatory raids and invasions, sometimes extending, with more or less persistency and bitterness, to generations thereafter. The most disastrous of these ambitious ventures was the first, and connected with it were a number of strange and dramatic incidents, giving to the story of the enterprise something more than a historic interest. It occurred in about A.D. 1260, and the bold warrior who attempted it was Kalanipahu, king of the island of Hawaii. He was the grandson of Kalapana, who reconquered the kingdom from Kameo, the usurper, as related in the story of the Royal Hunchback. At that time Kamaluyua, the seventh in descent from Paumakua, was the Moa of Maui, or rather of the western and greater part of the island. Huapalelei, the eighth in line from Moik, was the Alii Nui of Oahu, his possessions embracing the districts of Ava, Waianae, and Waialua, while the Ko'olau and Kona divisions were ruled, respectively, by Mokualo and Kahui. The Moa of Molokai was Kahokoa, the fourth in descent in the old Nanaula line from Kealoa, the brother of Kapipi, the abductor of Hina and desperate defender of the fortress of Haupu, as told in the legend of HINA, the Hawaiian Helen. Kukona was the sovereign of Kauai. He was the great-grandson of Ahukiniala, one of the three sons of the three wives of LA-MAI-KAHIKI, as mentioned in the story of the triple marriage of LA-MAI-KAHIKI. The contemporary rulers of the several islands are thus referred to for the reason that they all appear as prominent actors in the several legends from which have been gathered the historic features of the story about to be related. And also for the purpose of keeping partially in view the conspicuous and succeeding representatives of the sovereign families of the group. Kalaniʻoa, or, as he will be called hereafter, Kalanui, inherited something of the military spirit of his warlike grandfather, and is referred to by tradition as an ambitious and aggressive sovereign, courageous in enterprise, but lacking in judgment and discretion. This estimate of his character is abundantly sustained by the record of his acts. Waipio had been made the focus of sovereign authority by Kahamelia, the royal father of Kalanui, and continued to be the most attractive and consequential point in the kingdom. The royal grounds and edifices had been enlarged and improved from time to time, until barbaric taste and skill seemed to be able to add nothing more to their grandeur or beauty. Not far from the royal mansion was the great heiau of Pakalani, partially built by Kalapana, and completed by his successor. Its tabus were the most sacred on Hawaii, and a descendant of Peo officiated there as high priest. It was connected with the palace enclosure by a sacred stone pavement, which it was death for any but royal and privileged feet to touch, and on its walls were over 100 gods. Kalanui was proud of his ancestry, which carried back his lineage both to PILI and Moik, and united in his veins the foremost blood of the pioneers of the 5th and 11th centuries. He had 2 children, a son named Kwaiwa, and a daughter, Kapapa, whose full name was Kapapulamulamu. At the time of which we are writing she was 15, and her brother was 3 or 4 years older. Both had been carefully reared. The son had been instructed in all the manly accomplishments of the time, and from her infancy the daughter had been guarded with the most jealous watchfulness. She had grown almost to womanhood without betrothal, for the reason that a husband suited to her rank and personally deserving of her beauty could with difficulty be found in the kingdom. Among the number of the king's retainers of various grades of rank, beginning with the wohi, or chief counselor of royal blood next to the throne, and ending with the kahuelii and puuku, or personal and other attendants at the palace, was the young chief Kualu. He was large, muscular and handsome, with a bearing indicative of good blood, and through his courage and capacity at arms had been raised to the military position of pukaua or captain, and placed in charge of the palace guard, an office which gave him, if he did not before possess it, the privilege of an aialo, or the right to eat food in the presence of the king. Kualu was a chief without possessions. His grandfather, a chief of the old line of Nanaula, had been killed in the battle which restored Kalapana to the throne of his fathers, and on the sudden death of his father, 20 years before, he had been adopted by Wahia, a kaula, or prophetess, renowned in tradition for her foresight and influence. He was recognized by the Ahaelii, or College of Chiefs of established lineage, as of noble blood, but belonged to that class of chiefs who, lacking the influence of family and estates, were compelled to rely upon their own efforts for advancement. Although it is claimed that Wahia was of chiefly lineage, nothing is positively known, even of her parents. She first appeared in Waipio more than a generation before, and, through an almost undeviating verification of her prophecies, in time became noted and feared by the people, not only as a favored devotee of Uli, the god of the sorcerers, but as a medium through whom the Unipihili, or spirits of the dead, communicated. She lived alone in a hut in a retired part of the valley of Waipio, and it is said that a large pueo, or owl, which, with the white ailey, was sacred and sometimes worshipped, came nightly and perched upon the roof of her lonely habitation. Of course a kaula of her sanctity wanted for nothing. The people were only too happy to leave at her door anything of which she might stand in need, and the best of everything in the valley came unbidden to her board. Of her abundance she gave to the needy, and, while she seldom spoke to any one, her looks and acts were kind to all. The priesthood recognized her power, and the king and chiefs consulted her in matters of moment when the kilos of the temple were in doubt. She had reared Kualu with the greatest care, and saw him grow to a manhood of which she was proud. She loved him as if he had been her own child, and he repaid her affection by heeding her advice in all things, and by kindness comforting her declining years. She had schooled him in a lore which but few possessed, and the most skillful had instructed him in the martial and courtly accomplishments consistent with his chiefly rank. At the age of 20 he became attached to the household of the king, and in time was advanced, as already stated, to the high grade of captain of the palace guard. Although his abilities had commended him to advancement, his early favor with the king was doubtless due to some extent to the influence of his foster mother. Kualu's intimate connection with the royal household brought him into frequent companionship with Kaiwa and his sister, and as the latter grew to womanhood a romantic attachment sprang up between her and the handsome captain of the guard. It was romantic only because it was to every appearance hopeless, for there was a wide gulf between Kualu and the daughter of the proudest moa in all the group, and for whom there seemed to be no fitting mate. The home of Kualu was within the palace enclosure, yet he frequently visited Wahia in her lonely retreat, to cheer her with words of affection and see that she wanted for nothing. It was during one of these visits, not long before the beginning of the leading events of this legend, that the kaula abruptly said to him, "Kualu, I can see that you are thinking much of Kapapa." "We sometimes meet," replied Kualu, evasively. "It is not well for you to try to gather berries from the clouds," returned the kaula, kindly. "A Niapio of the highest rank alone can reach that fruit. The flying spear brings down what the hand cannot reach," was Kualu's significant answer. Wahia smiled at the dauntless spirit of her ward, and after a long pause, during which she sat thoughtfully, with her eyes fixed upon the ground, said, "Your hopes are bold, but the gods are great. Come to me tomorrow." The next day Kualu was made joyful by the words of Wahia. She told him that she had been given a view of something of his future, and that the auguries promised so much that she could not discourage even the most audacious of his aspirations. But that coming events affecting his life were so mingled with wars, and strange faces of a race she had never seen except in dreams, that she could then advise no definite course of action. With these vague words of encouragement Kualu returned to the palace, and authoritatively learned, what had for some time been rumored, that preparations were to be speedily made for an invasion of Maui, and possibly of the other islands of the group. Having brought all the districts of Hawaii under his control, Kalaniʻi entertained the ambitious design of uniting the several islands of the archipelago under one government. In this grand scheme of conquest and consolidation he was sustained by the leading chiefs of Hawaii, hungering for foreign possessions, and large quotas of canoes and warriors were promised. A general plan of action having been adopted, a fleet of 2,000 canoes of all sizes and an army of 12,000 warriors were speedily collected. Sacrifices were made at the great temple of Pakalani. The favor of the gods was invoked, and the auguries were satisfactory. The king was to lead the expedition in person, and the chivalry of the kingdom rallied to his support. His double canoe, nearly 40 paces in length, was gorgeous in royal colors and trappings, and more than 100 others bore at their mastheads the ensigns of distinguished chiefs. No such warlike display had been seen by the generation witnessing it, and the confidence and enthusiasm of the king and his commanding officers were fully shared by the people. Leaving the government in the hands of his young son Kaiwa, with Kaheka, the queen mother, as principal advisor, Kalaniʻi ordered the warriors to their canoes, and with his aides and personal attendants repaired to the beach to superintend the departure of the expedition in person. In charge of his high priest, his newly decorated war god had been taken aboard, and the king was about to follow, when Wahia, whose foster son was one of the leaders in the enterprise, approached the royal kaulua. She was clad in a pau and short mantle, and her long, white hair fell below her shoulders. Her form was bent, and she carried a staff for support. At the sight of the venerable figure, familiar to everyone in Waipio, the king turned and said, "I am glad you are here. Encouragement comes from the temple. What says Wahia? Good in the beginning. Bad in the end," was the blunt response of the prophetess. "I am instructed by your cheering assurances," adroitly returned the king, observing that her words had been overheard. "The true meaning is that it would be bad to abruptly end a good beginning." Saying which, with something of a scowl he hastily stepped into his kaulua and gave the signal for departure. Without replying, Wahia, fully believing that disaster would overtake the expedition in the end, and anxious to be near Kualu when it came, entered one of the many canoes set apart for the women and other camp followers of the invading army. And with the fleet set sail for Maui. 2. While the Hawaiian army, cheered by chants of battle and beating of war drums, is buffeting the waves on its way to Maui, let us glance again at the moa of that island and the political condition of his possessions. While Kamaluyua was the nominal sovereign of the island, the extreme eastern portion of it continued to be governed by independent chiefs. The principal chief of the windward side was Wakalana, whose residence was at Wailuku. He was a cousin of the moa, and their relations were exceedingly friendly. 2 years before a remarkable event had occurred at Wailuku. It was the second appearance in the group of a vessel bearing people of a strange race, described by tradition as white, with bright, shining eyes. Mention is made of other white people who were brought to the islands on one or more occasions by the Argonauts of earlier generations, notably by Paumakua, of Oahu, who near the close of the 11th century returned from one of his exploring voyages with 3 white persons of an unknown race. But this was the second time that a vessel of a people other than Polynesian had been seen in Hawaiian waters. The first made a landing near Makapu Point, on the island of Oahu, more than 100 years before. Tradition has preserved the name of the vessel, Ulupana, and of the captain, Malalano, and his wife, Malaea, but as it is not mentioned that they remained in the country, it is probable that they soon re-embarked. The second arrival is more distinctly marked by tradition. It was a Japanese vessel that had been dismantled by a typhoon, driven toward the North American coast until it encountered the northwest trade winds, and then helplessly blown southward to the coast of Maui. It was late in the afternoon that word had been brought to Wakalana that a strange vessel was approaching the coast. As it was high out of water and drifting broadside before the wind, it appeared to be of great size, and little disposition was shown by the people to go out in their canoes to meet the mysterious monster. Wakalana hastened to the beach, and, after watching the vessel intently for some time, saw that it was drifting slowly toward the rocky coast to the westward. Seaman enough to know that certain destruction awaited it in that direction, Wakalana hastily manned a stout canoe and started out to sea in pursuit. The waters were rough and his progress was slow, but he succeeded in reaching the vessel a few minutes after it struck the cliffs and was dashed in pieces. Seizing whatever they could find to assist them in floating, those on board leaped into the sea. It was hazardous to approach the wreck too nearly, but Wakalana succeeded in rescuing from the waves and returning to Wailuku with 5 persons, but not before he saw the last fragment of the wreck disappear in the abyss of raging waters. There is nothing in the names preserved, either of the vessel or its rescued passengers, to indicate their nationality. The name of the vessel is given as Mamala, which in the Hawaiian might mean a wreck or fragment. The name of the captain was Kalukiamanu, the 4 others were called Neliike, Malaea, Hakoa and Hika, all names of Hawaiian construction. 2 of them, Neliike and Malaea, were women, the former being the sister of the captain. They landed almost without clothing, and the only novelties upon their persons were the rings and bracelets of the women, and a sword in the belt of the captain, with which he had thoughtlessly leaped into the sea from the sinking vessel. They were half famished and weak, and by gestures expressed their gratitude to Wakalana for his gallantry in rescuing them, and asked for food and water. Both were provided in abundance, and 2 houses were set apart for their occupation. They attracted great attention, and people came from all parts of the island to see the white strangers. It was noted with astonishment by the natives that these men and women ate from the same vessels, and that nothing was especially taboo to either sex. But Wakalana explained that their gods doubtless permitted such freedom, and they should therefore not be rebuked for their apparent disregard of Hawaiian custom. The comfort of the strangers was made the especial care of Wakalana, and they soon became not only reconciled but apparently content with their situation. But the kindness of the chief, however commendable, was not altogether unselfish. He was charmed with the bright eyes and fair face of Neliike, the sister of the captain. He found a pleasure that was new to him in teaching her to speak his language, and almost the first use she made of Oia was to say yes with it when he asked her to become his wife. Her marriage was followed by that of Malaea to a native chief, and of her brother and his 2 male companions to native women of good family. And here, as well as anywhere, it may be mentioned that, through her son Aluya, Neliike became the progenitor of a family which for generations showed the marks of her blood, and that the descendants of the others were plentiful thereafter. Not only on Maui but in the neighborhood of Waimalo, on the island of Oahu. The object of the rescued Japanese which attracted most attention was the sword accidentally preserved by the captain. No such terrible knife had ever before been seen or dreamed of by the natives. They had pahoas, or daggers of wood or ivory, and knives of sharply broken flint and shark's teeth. They had stone adzes, axes, hatchets and hammers, with which they could fell trees, hollow canoes from tree trunks, build houses, manufacture implements of war and industry, and HEW stone of softer composition. They had spears and javelins with points of seasoned wood hard enough to splinter a bone. But iron and other metals had for ages been practically unknown to their race, and the long, sharp sword of the captain, harder than bone or seasoned wood, and from its polished surface throwing defiantly back the bright rays of the sun, engaged their ceaseless wonder and admiration. As an ornament they regarded it with longing, and when they learned that it was a weapon of war they felt that the arm that wielded it in battle must be unconquerable. The captain did not see fit to disabuse the minds of the superstitious natives in their disposition to attribute a power of almost unlimited slaughter to the simple weapon. On the contrary, he rarely exhibited it except to distinguished chiefs, and in a few months it began to be mentioned as a sacred gift of the gods and pledge of victory to him who possessed it. Nor was the knowledge of the existence of a talisman so wonderful long confined to the windward side of Maui. The fame of the terrible weapon spread from Hana to Kaanapali, and thence to the other islands of the group. And if but few of the many who came to learn the truth of the report were favored with a view of the sword, all saw, at least, the strange people who were pointed out as the bearers of it from an unknown land. And the story of its powers was readily accepted. But he who possessed it did not come as a conqueror, and, as he showed no disposition to use it offensively, the weapon ceased to be regarded with alarm. And now we will return to Kalanui and his army of conquest, last seen on their way to Maui in a fleet of 2,000 canoes. Sailing to the western division of the island, which was reached in 2 days, Kalanui effected a landing of his army at Lahaina. Kamaluyua, the Moa of the island, had learned of the projected invasion some days before, and made every preparation possible to meet and repel it. Lunapias, or war messengers, had been dispatched to the several district chiefs, and an army of 7,000 or 8,000 warriors of all arms had been hastily collected. Wakalana had gone to the general defense with a force of 800 men, including Kaluki, the Japanese captain, upon whose presence great reliance was placed by the warriors of Wailuku, if not by Wakalana himself. Unable to land at Lahaina, which was in possession of the enemy, Kamaluyua marched his forces across the mountains, and a sanguinary battle was fought in the neighborhood of the village. But the Mauians, greatly outnumbered, were defeated and driven back to the hills, and their king was taken prisoner. Throughout the battle Kualu was especially conspicuous for his might and courage. Armed with a huge stone axe, everything human seemed to fall before him, and where he led the bravest alone followed, for he sought the very heart of danger. The conflict was drawing to a close. The Moa, gallantly fighting, had been taken prisoner, and his decimated battalions were steadily giving way, when Kualu encountered a body of 200 or 300 men resolutely defending themselves behind a low stone wall. Several ineffectual attempts to dislodge them had been made, and they were sending forth shouts of victory and defiance. Something had inspired them with unusual courage and confidence. Did Kuala divine what it was? Perhaps he did, for, hastily rallying to his support a force of sturdy warriors, he fought his way over the wall, and a determined hand-to-hand struggle followed. Meantime a flanking party of spearsmen had made a circuit around the wall and were menacing its defenders in the rear. Observing the peril of the situation, and that an effort was being made to cut off their retreat to the hills, the Mauians began to fall back. As they did so Kuala was seen to dash forward and precipitate himself, almost unsupported, upon a score or two of warriors who had apparently rallied to the assistance of some chief in distress. Regardless of danger, he hewed his way through the battling throng until he stood face to face with Kaluki, the white captain, in whose hand was the shining blade which had so nerved the arms of the warriors of Wailuku. With a blow of his battle-axe he struck the sword from the upraised hand of the strange warrior. As it fell to the earth he placed his foot upon it, and yielded no ground until the tide of battle swept around and past him, forcing to retreat the last to present a hostile front of the army of the captive king of Maui. Left alone for a moment by the wild pursuit of the flying enemy, Kuala hurriedly stooped and thrust the sword into the earth, pressing it downward until the hilt was covered. Then, placing a large rock upon the spot, he left the field, numbering, as he went, his paces to the wall behind which the Mauians had sought protection. The victory was complete. The Moa was a prisoner, and such of his army as had not escaped to the hills lay dead on the field. The country was given over to pillage, and at sunset 20 prisoners were slain and sacrificed in a heiau near the village. The sacrifices were made to his war god, and Kalanipahu witnessed the solemn ceremonies of the offering. The night was spent in the wildest revelry by the victorious warriors, in the midst of which Kuala sought his foster mother, who, with the women and non-combatants of the invading army, was encamped near the canoes on the beach. He hastily recited to her the events of the day, and concluded with the information that he had captured the long, bright knife of the strange chief of Wailuku, and, believing it to be of great value, had hidden it in the earth. At this intelligence the eyes of Wahia flashed with satisfaction. "You have done well," said the kaula, rising to her feet. "I have seen that long knife in my dreams. It will have much to do with your future. But it will be unsafe in your possession. Give it to me." "Give it to me at once," she repeated, "for should Kalanipahu by any chance learn that it was taken in battle, he will claim it." "But I am sure no one saw me hide it," replied Kuala. "You talk like a boy," returned Wahia. "You must be sure of nothing of which there is a possibility of doubt. But no matter. It is not too dark to find the spot tonight. Let us go to it at once." Excited by her words, Kuala now became no less anxious than the kaula that the sword should be placed in her keeping, and in an indirect way, to avoid observation, they repaired to the battlefield. Their only light was that of the stars, and after reaching the wall it was some time before Kuala was able to identify the exact place to which he had extended the line of his hasty measurement. The ground was strewn with the naked bodies of the slain, and occasional groans came from a few whose struggles with death were not quite over. But no emotion either of dread or pity disturbed the visitors. Satisfied at length that he had found the desired place in the wall, Kuala took a careful bearing, and then stepped briskly toward the north, closely followed by Wahia. Measuring 100 paces or more, he suddenly stopped, and with alarm discovered what seemed to be the form of a man crouching beside the rock marking the spot where the sword had been buried. Grasping his pahoa, the only weapon he had brought with him, Kuala sprang forward and placed his hand upon the object. It was cold and motionless. And the young warrior smiled as the thought came to him that some one of the many who had fallen under his axe that day had possibly crawled to the spot to guard his treasure in death. He lifted the body aside, removed the stone, and the next moment pulled from the earth and handed to Wahia the iron blade. She grasped it eagerly, and, with a hasty glance at its bright blade glistening in the starlight, wrapped it securely in a piece of kapa and placed it under her mantle. Without attracting especial notice they returned to the beach. When importuned by Kualu to tell him something definite of his future, Wahia revealed to him much that would happen. But all had not yet been given to her, and she admonished him to keep his lips closed and patiently await the development of the will of the gods. I can see victories to come, said the kaula, but in the end defeat and disaster. But if disaster is to come to us in the end, suggested Kualu, why should it not mean defeat and death to me? I can give no reason why it should not. But the gods seldom explain their acts to mortals, and I am content in seeing your star shining above the ruin of Kalani'i. So spoke the kaula, and, cheered by her words, Kualu sought his tent of mats, and on a hard couch of kapa dreamed of a long, bright knife, and of battles in which he hewed down armies with it. Taking his royal captive with him, the second day after the battle Kalani'i set sail with his army for the island of Molokai, of which Kahoku'a was the Aliainui, or governing chief. No force adequate to cope with the invading army could be rallied. But the chivalrous descendant of the ancient kings of Hawaii was not a ruler to allow his subjects to be plundered without resistance, and, hastily gathering an army of 4,000 or 5,000 warriors, he gave the invaders battle at Kalaupapa. But he was defeated and taken prisoner, and after ravaging the country for miles around, and destroying every captured canoe of which he could make no use, Kalani'i sailed for the conquest of Oahu with the 2 royal captives in his train. Wahia still accompanied the expedition. But the iron knife was not with her. The king had from some source learned that its glitter had been seen on the battlefield at Lahaina, and she had hidden it in a cleft of the black rocks of the PILI encircling Kalaupapa. As already stated, Oahu was at that time governed by a number of practically independent chiefs. The most powerful of these, and possibly recognized Aliainui of the island, was Huapulelei, chief of the Ava and Waianae districts, to which division Kalani'i directed his fleet. Landing his forces at Waianae, a sanguinary battle was fought near that place, resulting in the defeat of the Oawans and the capture of Huapulelei. Elated with his successes, and deeming himself invincible, Kalani'i next prepared for a descent upon Kauai and the conquest of the entire group. But his plans for so formidable an undertaking were faulty. He took no steps to consolidate his conquests or maintain possession of the land subdued by his arms. He left behind him no friend or stronghold on the conquered islands, blindly trusting, no doubt, that in the persons of his royal prisoners he retained, for the time being, a sufficiently firm hold upon their lands and subjects. Before embarking for Kauai, elaborate sacrifices were offered, and every device known to the priesthood was exhausted to secure a continuance of the favor of the gods. The moa of that island was Kokona, the 4th in descent from the great LA-MAI-KAHIKI. Kalani'i recognized that the defensive resources of Kauai were not to be despised, but he has greatly underrated the military abilities of Kokona as he overrated his own, and therefore did not doubt the result. Wahia saw disaster approaching, but knew that Kalani'i would not listen to her voice of warning, and therefore remained silent when the Kilos, anxious to please the king, shaped their inauspicious auguries into promises of victory. Her greatest solicitude was for Kualu. He had been entrusted with an important command, and could find no honorable pretext for declining to accept the hazard of the final struggle on Kauai. Wahia, therefore, did not advise him to remain, for she had seen his star shining above the clouds of defeat. She had sought frequent and earnest counsel of the mysterious intelligences of the earth and air. She had seen their answers in the smoke of burning incense, and within the circle of blood at midnight, when the moon was dark, had heard their whispers. Hence it was with confidence that she said to Kualu, on the evening before the departure of the fleet for Kauai, "Yes, you must go. I can be of no service to you where the air will be filled with spears and the canoes will be painted red with blood. I will return to Hawaii. You will be defeated. Kokona is a brave and skillful warrior, and the army of Kalani'i will be rent in pieces and thrown into the sea. The slaughter will be great, but circumstances will open a way and you will escape." "And should I escape, where will I find you?" inquired Kualu. "Among the owls in the old hut in Waipio," replied the kaula. "And the long knife?" "The long knife is where I alone can find it," answered Wahia. Leave the secret to me. It will be of service to us yet. Early next morning the army of Kalanipahu set sail for Kauai, and with it, as prisoners, the Moas of Maui and Molokai and the Alii Nui of Oahu. At the same time Wahia embarked for Hawaii, taking with her the war god of the king. Traditions differ concerning the circumstances under which the god was delivered to the prophetess. One asserts that she refused to hold her peace or leave the expedition without it, another that the king, annoyed by her ill-omened words and presence, purchased her departure with it. And a third that it was given to her in deference to her declaration that, if taken to Kauai, it would not return except at the head of a conquering army that would make a tributary kingdom of Hawaii. Certain it is, however, that Wahia returned to Hawaii from Oahu with the war god of the king. It was the sacred Akuapeo, or war god of Peo, and was held in great reverence by the priesthood. Borne over the waters by unseen forces, the canoe of Wahia was stranded on the beach at Koholalili, on the island of Hawaii. Not far off was the old heiau of Manini, and thither the god was conveyed, and placed in the custody of the high priest of the temple, with the injunction that it was never to be removed from the inner court, or sanctuary, unless the kingdom was in peril. 6 generations after it was taken from the heiau by the giant Makaloleo, and carried at the head of the victorious army of Umi, as mentioned in the legend of Umi, the peasant prince of Hawaii. 500 canoes had been added to the fleet of Kalanipahu, and the imposing squadron seemed to stretch half across the wide channel separating the two islands. A landing was made at Koloa, and the entire army disembarked without opposition. The district seemed to be deserted, and not a hostile spear was visible. And so continued the peaceful aspect until daylight the next morning, when Kokona, supported by every prominent chief of Kauai, suddenly precipitated upon the invaders from the surrounding hills an army of 10,000 warriors. Nor this alone. Along the westward coast was seen approaching a fleet of nearly 1,000 war canoes, with the manifest design of capturing or destroying the canoes of the Hawaiians and cutting off their retreat by sea. Hastily forming his lines to meet the avalanche from the hills, Kalanipahu dispatched Kualu to the beach with a force of 3,000 warriors to protect the canoes. The attacks by land and sea were almost simultaneous, and the battle was one of the most stubborn and sanguinary ever fought in the group. As predicted by Wahia, the air was filled with spears and the canoes were painted red with blood. Standing in the water to their hips, Kualu and his warriors met their enemies as they attempted to land, and a struggle of the wildest description followed. Canoes were upset. Men were hauled into them and killed, and out of them and drowned, and for a distance of 300 or 400 yards in the surf along the beach raged a desperate conflict, dreadful even to savage eyes. In their fury they fought in, above and under the water, and hundreds fiercely grappled and without a wound sank to their deaths together. Neither would yield, and in the end resistance ceased, and Kualu saw the beach strewn with dead, 1,000 tenantless canoes idly playing with the surf, and less than as many hundreds of warriors left as he had led thousands into the fight. He had saved the fleet, but the sacrifice of life had been terrible. Dispatching a messenger to the king, and speedily reorganizing the remnant of his force, Kualu was about to leave the beach for service where he might most be needed, when he discovered, with horror, that the Hawaiian army had been defeated, and in scattered fragments was seeking flight in all directions. Harassed by pursuit, 1,000 or more were fighting and struggling to reach the beach. Satisfied that the battle was lost, to facilitate the escape of the fugitives Kualu ordered a large number of canoes to be hastily equipped and launched, and then started back to assist in covering the retreat. But his men refused to follow him. Knowing the danger of delay, all but a few of them leaped into canoes and paddled out to sea. As he could do nothing more, he selected a canoe suitable to the 4 persons who were to occupy it, and with his 3 remaining companions passed through the surf and headed for Oahu. Kualu did not escape a moment too soon. He had scarcely stemmed the surf before the fugitives, abandoning all defense, made a precipitate dash for the canoes, closely followed by their pursuers. In their haste they shoved out in canoes, some of which were overburdened and others but half-manned. A number of the former foundered in the surf, and such of the latter as succeeded in passing the breakers were overtaken by the canoes sent in pursuit. Nor did but few escape of the 200 or 300 who preceded Kualu in his flight. Some of them embarked in double canoes which they were unable to manage, and others were either without sails or short of paddles. The result was that less than 100 of the fugitives escaped capture, and of that number probably not more than 20 or 30 succeeded in reaching the other islands of the group. For the sea was rough and but few of them were skilled in navigation. Among these were Kualu and his companions. Almost from the beginning the sudden attack of Kokona from the hills had been a slaughter. The withdrawal of 3,000 spears for the protection of his canoes had weakened the lines of Kalanui at an exposed point, and, breaking through them, the Kauaians so vigorously followed up the advantage that no effort could save the Hawaiians from defeat. They fought bravely and with desperation, but the breaking of their lines had left them without any definite plan of action, and defeat was inevitable. Kalanui's courage was conspicuous, but after an hour's hopeless struggle he saw his brave battalions melting to the earth and giving way at all points. Recognizing that the battle was lost, and that what was left of his army would soon be in wild retreat, he attempted to cut his way through to the beach, but was intercepted and taken prisoner. Learning his rank, he was taken by his captors to Kokona, and a few minutes later the royal chiefs of Maui, Molokai and Oahu, with their arms corded behind their backs, appeared on the scene. Deserted by their guards, they had been found in a hut not far from the beach and brought to the victorious Moa. It was a historic group, that meeting on the battlefield of Koloa of the 5 principal sovereigns of the archipelago. Had Kokona been ambitious, the means were at his command to become the supreme head of the island group. But he thought only of the future peace of Kauai, and promptly dismissed from his mind all dreams of broader fields of empire, well knowing that, were he able to seize the mastery of the group, he could not hope to long maintain it. Not a word of jeering or of triumph passed between Kalanui and the captive chiefs as they stood before Kokona, for the aha alii of the period, the chiefs of accepted rank, commanded the respect, not only of the untitled, but of each other. Even in bondage and in death. Kokona had met the alii nui of Oahu in his own dominion some years before, and recognized him at once, but the kings of Maui and Molokai were strangers to him. Being informed of their rank and the circumstances of their captivity, he ordered them to be liberated at once, and with his own hands removed the cords from the arms of his royal friend from Oahu. The rescued princes were at once returned with befitting escorts to their own possessions, but Kalanui was retained as a prisoner of war. But few of the invading army escaped. The victory was celebrated with elaborate sacrifices and general rejoicing throughout the island. The captured arms and canoes were divided among the assisting chiefs, and peace reigned again on Kauai. Kokona had secured the lasting friendship of the chiefs of Oahu, Maui and Molokai, and therefore did not fear the retaliation of Hawaii. But, as a guarantee of peace, he kept Kalanui a prisoner, rightly surmising that, if the ruling powers of Hawaii really valued the life of the captive king, they would not imperil it by attempting his release by force. And if they did not greatly value it, he would be left to his fate or the chances of peaceful negotiation. 3. Escaping from Koloa, Kualu and his companions made sail for Hawaii, stopping for supplies at such intermediate points as they deemed safe on the coasts of Oahu, Molokai and Maui, and on the evening of the 6th day arrived at Waipio. They were the first to bring to Hawaii the news of the defeat of Kalanui on Kauai, and when the people learned that the army had been destroyed, the land was filled with wailing. Appearing at once before Kaheka and her son, Kualu recited to them the story of the dreadful battle, but was unable to tell them definitely of the fate of Kalanui. The grief of the queen was great, and found strange and unreasonable expression in charging Kualu with cowardice and ordering him from the palace. In vain he protested against the ungenerous treatment. She had never liked him, especially since discovering that he had secured something more than the goodwill of Kapapa, and it seemed monstrous to her that he should have survived Kalanui and the scores of gallant chiefs who fell with him. She cruelly intimated that it was more than probable that, with the force sent to protect the fleet, he had embarked in the canoes without striking a blow, thus treacherously depriving the defeated army of its sole means of escape. Had these monstrous charges been made by a man, Kualu would have answered them with blows. But, as they were the foolish and inconsiderate ravings of a woman, without venturing further reply he took his leave, and with a heart filled with stifled rage and anguish strode from the palace. Proceeding up the valley, Kualu entered the hut of Wahia. He found the kaula alone, as usual. She knew he was coming, but was none the less rejoiced to meet him. With a word or two of greeting he sat down in silence. The cruel words of Kaheka still stuck like thorns in his throat. Wahia regarded him intently for a time, and then said, "I know it all. Kalanui's army has been destroyed. You escaped in a canoe with 3 others. And Kalanui?" questioned Kualu, not a little amazed at the correctness of her information. "Is a prisoner," replied the kaula. "Thank the gods for that," exclaimed the chief vehemently. "He must be liberated, for he can tell her that in escaping I acted neither with cowardice nor treachery." "Tell whom?" inquired the kaula. "Kaheka," answered Kualu. "She charges me with cowardice and desertion." "Then Kaheka accuses you of what I know to be false," said Wahia. "Yes," returned the chief. "But the witnesses to my fidelity are few and humble, and the words of the king can alone relieve me in the eyes of the LAA-MAI-KAHIKI of the disgrace with which the charges of Kaheka will cover me." "True," replied the kaula, encouragingly. "But the disgrace will not be lasting, for the king will return to do you justice." "When will he return?" eagerly inquired the chief. "I cannot tell," answered Wahia. "But I know that his rule is not yet at an end in Hawaii, and you must be patient." And Kualu promised to be patient, and for a few days bore the neglect and frowns of his former friends, and the sneers and covert insults of his enemies. But when the heartless accusations of Kaheka, passing from tongue to tongue with the news of the dreadful slaughter, became generally known, and almost as generally believed, notwithstanding the statements of his 3 companions to the contrary, Kualu's indignation could no longer be restrained, and he challenged to combat and slew on the spot a chief who, in the presence of a party of friends, repeated the charges to his face. Great excitement followed, and in his desperation and wrath Kualu invited the friends of his fallen defamer, one and all, to test his courage then or thereafter. As the life of Kualu was now in constant and undoubted peril, Wahia advised him to leave Hawaii for a time, and together they set sail for Molokai, and took up their residence at Kalaupapa. But before leaving Waipio the kaula called upon the high priest, by whom she was held in great respect, and told him where she might be found on Molokai, should her services be required. "And they will be required," said Wahia, significantly. "Kalanui is not dead, and when you shall have failed in all your efforts to liberate him, tell Kaheka to think better of Kualu and send for me." "How know you that Kalanui still lives?" inquired the priest. "Should the high priest of Pakalani ask me that question," replied Wahia. "Where are his seers? Where are the kilos of the temple, who in the heavens saw victory for Kalanui where I beheld defeat? Have they not been consulted?" "All do not see with the eyes of Wahia," returned the priest, evasively. Flattered by this recognition of her superiority, the kaula said, as she turned to depart, "You will know more tomorrow." And an hour after, accompanied by Kualu, she left Waipio for Molokai. The priest was not deceived by Wahia, for the day after authentic intelligence was received from Maui to the effect that Kalanui's campaign had been a failure in Kauai, and the king was a prisoner in the hands of Kukona. The leading chiefs were called together in council, and several projects for the liberation of the king were advanced and discussed. Kaheka was in favor of raising a powerful army at once, and bringing her royal husband back by force. But when it was considered by cooler heads that Kukona was undoubtedly well prepared for war, and had secured the friendship, and in an emergency could command the support, of the chiefs of Maui, Oahu and Molokai, the suggestion was dismissed as dangerous and impracticable. Under the circumstances it was finally resolved to attempt the liberation of Kalanui through negotiation. And to this end messengers were dispatched to Kauai with offers of a large number of canoes, spears and other war materials in exchange for the royal prisoner. But the surrender of Kalanui's fleet, and the capture of thousands of spears and other arms, had given Kukona a great abundance of both, and he declined the offer. Failing in this, after a lapse of some months messengers were again sent to Kekona with a proffer of 20 full-sized mamos, or royal feather cloaks, a canoe-load of ivory and whalebone, and 1,000 stone lapis, or axes, of a superior kind peculiar to Hawaii. The messengers were courteously received and listened to, but the offer was not accepted. War was again urged by Kaheka, but the chiefs refused to embark in an undertaking so hazardous, and without their support she could do nothing. And so for more than 2 years Kalaniʻi remained in captivity, when a third attempt to ransom him was made. Kaheka dispatched to Kauai 2 ambassadors of high rank, offering her daughter Kapapa in marriage either to Kekona or his son, Manokalanipo, and promising perpetual peace between the islands. This offer was also declined, and Kekona refused to name to the ambassadors the terms upon which he would treat for the liberation of their king. It now became a question either of war or the abandonment of Kalaniʻi to his fate. In this dilemma the priests and kaulas were consulted, but their predictions were vague and their counsels unsatisfactory. Remembering the words of Wahia, the high priest sought the presence of Kaheka, and advised her to send for the old prophetess, who was living with her foster son at Kalaupapa. This, after some persuasion, she consented to do, and, dispatching a chief of high rank to Molokai, with the admission that she had accused Kualu unjustly, the kaula was induced to return with the messenger to Waipio. But Kualu did not accompany her. She was suspicious of Kaheka, and advised him to remain at Kalaupapa. Arriving at Waipio, the kaula, feeling that the game was now in her own hands, informed the high priest that she would communicate with the leading chiefs of the kingdom convened in council. The chiefs were accordingly assembled, and Wahia appeared before them. Kaheka was present, as the kaula desired. With a staff in her hand, capped with the head of an owl, and her long, white hair falling to her waist. There was something weird and awe-inspiring in the appearance of the venerable prophetess as she entered the council room and bowed low before Kaheka and the assembled chiefs. It was not her privilege to break the silence without permission, and when it had been formally accorded she raised her eyes, and, without especially addressing any one, said, "Why have I been sent for?" No one could answer, not even Kaheka. At length an old chief, after conferring with those around him, replied, "You have been sent for on the word of the high priest, and with the hope that you might be able to point out a way for the return of Kalaniʻi to Hawaii. Can you do so?" "I can speak of no way," answered the kaula. "Then you can do nothing," returned the chief. "My words were that I could speak of no way, nor can I," said the kaula. "Yet, keeping my own counsel, I might possibly be able to accomplish what you all desire." "And will you undertake to do so?" inquired Kaheka. "Yes, on one condition," was the prompt reply. "Well, what do you ask for attempting to save the life of your king?" returned the queen, in a tone of rebuke. Wahia did not like the spirit of the inquiry, and a scowl darkened her wrinkled face as she replied. "I might ask that, if the gods willed that I should fail, Kaheka would not charge me with treachery." This reference to the treatment of Kualu created a feeling of uneasiness among the chiefs. But, without inviting remark or explanation, the kaula continued. "What I require is a pledge from every chief here that, should I succeed in liberating Kalaniʻi, the terms of the release, whatever they may be, will be complied with." The chiefs hesitated, as it was not impossible that the sovereignty of the island might be offered to Kekona by the prophetess, and they could not pledge themselves to a sacrifice involving their own ruin. Wahia relieved their apprehensions, however, by assuring them that the pledge would not be considered binding if the terms affected either the sovereignty of the island or the lives, possessions or prerogatives of its chiefs. With this assurance the members of the council, after briefly discussing the possibilities of the obligation, consented to accept it. Thereupon the pledge was carefully repeated thrice by the chiefs, and each in turn solemnly invoked upon himself, should he fail to keep and observe it in its fullness, the wrath of Haikapaloa, the divine Trinity, and the swift and especial vengeance of Kwahana, the slayer of men. "Are you satisfied now?" inquired Kaheka. "I am satisfied," replied the kaula. "Do you require assistance?" This inquiry came from more than one. Only of the gods, was the impressive answer of Wahia, as she left the council and slowly wended her way up the valley. All night long strange lights flashed at intervals through the weather-rent openings in the kaula's hut. Shadowy forms were seen to move noiselessly around it, owls came and went as the lights vanished and reappeared. And, just as the sun began to paint the east, Wahia proceeded to the beach, and with a single sturdy assistant of supernatural aspect embarked in a canoe which seemed to be equipped and provisioned for a long voyage. This was the ghostly narration of 2 or 3 of the nearest neighbors of the prophetess, and the truth of the story was not doubted, even when it reached the palace. Doubtless the plain facts were that Wahia spent the most of the night in preparing for the voyage, and set sail early in the morning with an assistant known to be trustworthy and familiar with the sea. Wahia proceeded very leisurely to Kauai. The annual feast of Lono was approaching, and as she desired to arrive there during the festival, which would not be for some days, she spent the intervening time in visiting many sacred spots and noted temples on Maui, Oahu, Molokai and Lanai. Perhaps to commune with the honored dead, she made a pilgrimage to the sacred valley of Iao, on the island of Maui, where were buried many of the distinguished kings and chiefs of the group. She stopped at Kalaupapa, on Molokai, to confer with Kualu, and while there paid a visit to the home, near Kaluakoi, of Lamaomeo, the wind god, who came from the south with Moika more than a century before. And in the same valley visited the dreaded spot where, in the reign of Kamapua'a, the father of Kapipi, the abductor of HINA, near the close of the 11th century, sprang up in a night the poisoned grove of Kalipahua, or, according to another tradition, where that goddess, belonging to a family of southern deities, visited the group with 2 of her sisters, and entered and poisoned a small grove of trees of natural growth. From one of these poisonous trees the famous idol of Kalipahua was made. So poisonous was the wood that many died in cutting down the tree and carving the image, for all perished whose flesh was touched by the chips. But the workmen finally covered their bodies with kapa, including masks for their faces and wraps for their hands, and thus succeeded in completing the dangerous task without farther loss of life. But a single image was made. It remained with the ruling family of Molokai until the subjugation of the group by Kamehameha I, when it came into his possession, and at his death, in 1819, was divided among a few of the principal chiefs. 2 fragments of the image, it is said, are still preserved, but they are carefully guarded and never exhibited to eyes skeptical or profane. Long before Wahia visited the spot the last vestige of the grove had disappeared, but for many acres around where the terrible trees once stood the earth was black and bare. Within the dreaded area no living thing was seen, and birds fell dead in flying over it. But the kaula entered it and returned unharmed, to the amazement of more than one witness. Wahia next visited the heiau of Kamalu, which was then a puhonua, or place of refuge, and in another temple near the coast offered sacrifices to the shark god Moaliai. By reputation she was generally known to the priesthood of the group, and was nowhere regarded as an intruder in places sacred to worship. Stopping at Ava, on the island of Oahu, she saw for the first time the hallowed enclosure of Kukaniloko, the creation of Nanakeoko, son of Nanamea, the earliest arrival from the south of the migratory stream of the 11th century. Chiefs born there were endowed with especial prerogatives and distinctions, and the beating of a sacred drum called Hawaii'a gave notice without of the birth of a taboo chief. 4. The winter solstice, which marked the end of the Hawaiian year, was at hand, to be followed by the usual 5 days feast of Lono, and Wahia so timed her voyage as to arrive on Kauai the day before the festival began. She quietly landed at Koloa, and as far as possible avoided observation by taking up her residence in a small hut secured by her companion well back in the neighboring hills. These annual festivals of Lono were seasons of universal merriment and rejoicing. The god was crowned and ornamented with leis of flowers and feathers, and unstinted offerings of pigs, fowls and fruits were laid upon the altars of the temples consecrated to his worship. Chiefs and people alike gave themselves unreservedly over to feasting, dancing, singing in the indulgence of almost every appetite and caprice. And the Saturnalias of the old Romans gave to the masses scarcely more license than the festivals of Lono. Every instrument of music known to the people, and they possessed but 4 or 5 of the simplest kinds, was brought into requisition, and for 5 days there was almost an uninterrupted tumult of revelry. Lakakani, the hula god, was decorated and brought out, and every variety of the dance was given, some of them to the time of vocal recitations and others to the noisier accompaniment of pipes, drums and rattling calabashes. In the midst of these enjoyments long-bearded bards appeared before the king and distinguished chiefs, and while some of them recited wild historic tales of the past, others chanted the mele noas and sang of the personal exploits of their titled listeners. Awa and other intoxicating drinks were freely indulged in by those who craved them, and the festivals were usually followed by a week or more of general languor and worthlessness. It was the 3rd day of the festival at Koloa. The gates of the enclosure had been thrown open, and thousands of people thronged around the royal mansion in a grove near which large quantities of refreshments were spread on the ground in huge wooden trays and calabashes. The feast was free to all, and Kokona lounged on a pile of kapa in the deep shade of the trees in front of the palace, happy in witnessing the enjoyment of his subjects. Around him were standing a number of chiefs of high rank. A kahili of bright feathers was occasionally and unobtrusively waved above his head by the pakahili, and the iwakwamu, ipupu and other of his personal attendants, all of the lesser nobility, stood in readiness to respond to his slightest wishes. A guard of inferior chiefs kept the crowd from pressing too closely the distinguished group, but from time to time, as permission was granted, select bands of dancers and musicians and chanters of ability were allowed to approach and entertain the royal party with specimens of their skill and erudition. A company of dancers had just retired, when Wahia, with a staff in her hand, and wearing a short mantle, indicating that she claimed privileges of dress which were not accorded to women generally, asked permission to be admitted to the presence of the king. Her strange appearance excited the curiosity of Kokona, and she was allowed to approach. Kneeling and touching her forehead to the ground, she rose and asked if it was the pleasure of the king to hear her. As these ceremonies, due to supreme authority, were usually waived on such occasions, it was surmised that the woman must be a stranger in Kauai. She was told to speak. A moloilo, or historic chant, was expected. But in a full, sharp voice she chanted these words. Oh, the long knife of the stranger. Of the stranger from other lands. Of the stranger with sparkling eyes. Of the stranger with a white face. O long knife of Lono, the gift of Lono. It flashes like fire in the sun. Its edge is sharper than stone. Sharper than the hard stone of Hualalai. The spear touches it and breaks. The strong warrior sees it and dies. Where is the long knife of the stranger? Where is the sacred gift of Lono? It came to Wailuku and is lost. It was seen at Lahaina and cannot be found. He is more than a chief who finds it. He is a chief of chiefs who possesses it. Maui cannot spoil his fields. Hawaii cannot break his nets. His canoes are safe from Kauai. The chiefs of Oahu will not oppose him. The chiefs of Molokai will bend at his feet. O long knife of the stranger. O bright knife of Lono. Who has seen it? Who has found it? Has it been hidden away in the earth? Has the great sea swallowed it? Does the Kilo see it among the stars? Can the Kaula find it in the bowels of the black hog? Will a voice from the Anu answer? Will the priests of Lono speak? The Kilo is silent, the Kaula is dumb. O long knife of the stranger. O bright knife of Lono. It is lost, it is lost, it is lost. At the conclusion of the chant, which was listened to with attention, the Kaula bowed and disappeared in the crowd. Kokona had heard of the long knife, and Wahia's description of its powers interested him greatly. He dispatched a messenger to the high priest, ordering that the diviners at once be put to the task of discovering the hiding place of the sacred weapon. On the following afternoon Wahia appeared before the king and his chiefs, and with the same ceremonies repeated her chant of the day before. The high priest was summoned, and informed the king that his diviners had as yet discovered no trace of the long knife. The third day Wahia appeared and repeated her chant before the king, and silently withdrew, as before. Again the high priest was summoned, but was able to offer no assurance that the long knife would be found by the kahunas. They had resorted to every means of inspiration and magic known to them, but could discover no clue to the mystery. "Who is this woman who for 3 successive days has told us of the lost knife?" inquired Kukona, addressing the chiefs surrounding him. No one seemed to be able to answer. Finally the master of ceremonies stepped forward and replied. "The woman, I think, is Wahia, the noted prophetess of Hawaii. I saw her 15 years ago in Waipio, and am quite sure that I remember her face." The name, if not the face, of the distinguished seeress was known to the king and many others present, and the high priest, anxious to explain the failure of his magicians, bowed and said, "The master of ceremonies has doubtless spoken truly. The woman must be Wahia. Her powers are great, and a secret in her keeping is beyond the reach of the Kaulas." Accepting this explanation of the high priest, Kukona ordered the prophetess to be found and respectfully conducted to the royal mansion. But after a fruitless search of 2 days it was reported that she had probably left the valley, and therefore could not be found. Irritated at what seemed to be the inefficiency or neglect of his Kaulas and chiefs, Kukona was about to attach a death penalty to further failure when Wahia suddenly entered the royal enclosure and approached the palace. Her appearance was most welcome to the attending chiefs, and she was ushered at once into the presence of the king. So delighted was Kukona at the unexpected visit that he rose unconsciously to his feet and greeted the prophetess. This breach of courtly form amazed the attendants of the king, and suggested to them that the strange visitor must be of supreme rank. But before any explanation could be gathered they were ordered to retire, even to the Pakahili, and Kukona was left alone with the kaula. The king motioned his visitor to a lounge of kapa, for she seemed to be old and feeble, and he had a favor to ask. Seating herself, as requested, the king approached, and, in a voice that could not well be overheard, said, "Are you Wahia, the prophetess of Hawaii?" "I am Wahia," answered the kaula. "You have chanted of the long knife of the stranger, of the bright knife of Lono, of the lost knife of Wailuku," resumed Kukona. "Our diviners can give me no information concerning it." Wahia smiled significantly, but made no reply, and the king continued. "They say you have tabooed the secret, and others, therefore, cannot share it. Is it so?" "Perhaps," was the brief reply. "Then you can find the sacred knife?" eagerly suggested Kukona. "I can find it," was the kaula's emphatic answer. "Then find and bring it to Kukona, and for the service claim what you will," was the prompt proposal of the king. With the way thus broadly opened, Wahia announced that the price of the knife must be the liberation of Kalanui, and was astonished at the promptness with which the terms were accepted. It was manifest to Wahia that he either placed a very high value upon the talisman, or had kept his royal prisoner about as long as he cared to detain him or the peace of his kingdom required. In either event his unhesitating acceptance of the main consideration warranted Wahia in at once naming 1 or 2 other conditions, which were just as promptly agreed to by the king. One of these conditions was that Kalanui should agree, as the only consideration for his release to be known to him, that his daughter Kapapa should be given in marriage to the chief Kwalu, not only as a fitting union, but as a measure of atonement for the unjust and disgraceful charges made against that worthy young chief by Kaheka, and that Kukona and Kalanui should mutually pledge themselves to the fulfillment of the compact. The other condition was that, on the delivery of the knife to Kukona, he was to release the captive king at once, and return him to Hawaii in company with 3 high chiefs of Kauai, who were to remain in Waipio until after the consummation of the marriage of Kapapa and Kwalu. Kalanui was communicated with. For nearly 3 years he had been confined and closely but respectfully guarded within a square of high stone walls enclosing a single hut. Utterly unable to account for Kukona's interest in Kwalu, he nevertheless accepted the terms submitted to him for his release, and Wahia started at once for Kalaupapa, promising to be back within 6 days. For the voyage she accepted a canoe larger and more commodious than her own, and the services of 5 additional rowers. Arriving at Kalaupapa on the morning of the third day from Koloa, Wahia startled Kualu by informing him that Kalanui was about to be released, and that in 12 days he must return without further notice to Waipio, where he would be relieved of all disgrace by the king, and become the husband of Kapapa. Coming from Wahia, he believed the words as if they had been flashed from the heavens, and asked for no confirmation as the kaula abruptly left him and proceeded alone toward the hills. A few hours later Wahia re-embarked for Kauai, taking with her, securely wrapped in a number of kapa folds, the sword of Kaluki. She reached Koloa within the time promised, and, proceeding to the palace, delivered to the king, in person and alone, the glittering blade which rumor had clothed with extraordinary sanctity and power. Kalanui renewed his pledge to Kokona, and the next morning embarked for Hawaii in a large double canoe, accompanied by 3 of the leading chiefs of Kauai and their attendants. Stepping into the kaulua as it was about to be shoved into the surf, Kalanui caught sight of Wahia, for the first time for years, as she stood leaning upon her staff near the water. Kualu's part in the agreement with Kokona was explained at once by Wahia's presence in Koloa, but what was Kualu to Kokona? And, if nothing, what influences had the kaula been able to bring to effect his release upon such conditions? No matter. Kalanui was too happy in his liberation to quarrel with the means through which it had been secured, and he turned with a look of gratitude toward the prophetess as the canoe shot out into the breakers. The return of their captive king was joyously celebrated by the people of Hawaii, and a few days after Kapapa became the willing wife of Kualu. The union was distasteful to Kaheka, but she was powerless to prevent it. The agreement was faithfully fulfilled by Kalanui, and he spent the remainder of his days in peace, leaving the kingdom to his only son, Kwaiwa, between whom and Kualu a lasting friendship was established. Kualu, with Kapapa, became the head of an influential family, one of his direct descendants having been the wife of Makauku, a son of Kiha and brother of Liloa, one of the most noted of the kings of Hawaii. The sword of Kaluki, the ransom of a king, remained for some generations with the descendants of Kokona, but what became of it in the end tradition fails to tell. The Sacred Spear Point. Characters. Kakai and Joint Moas of Maui. Kakalanio. Kahekili, son of Kakai. Kalulu, son of Kakalanio. Waolani, a high priest of Maui. Kalonaiki, king of Oahu. Laiaeva, sister of the Queen of Oahu. Kamakaua, a companion of Kalulu. Kahalanuimahu, king of Hawaii. Nula, queen of Hawaii. Nokua, a chief of Kohala. Hawaii. Pele, goddess of Kilauea. Kwakipo, brother of Pele. Muelio, a gnome god of Molokai. Puilii, a winged demon of Oahu. The Sacred Spear Point. The Adventures of Kalulu, Prince of Maui. Kalulu was one of the sons of Kakalanio, brother of, and joint ruler with, Kakai in the government of Maui. The latter was the legitimate heir to the moaship, but, as he was weak-minded, Kakalanio ruled jointly with him and was the real sovereign of the little kingdom. The court of the brothers was at LAA, now Lahaina, and was one of the most distinguished in the group. The mother of Kalulu was Kanikanaila, of the family of Kamauaua, king of Molokai, through his son Haile, who was the brother or half-brother of Kealoha and Kapipi. The latter, it will be remembered, was the abductor of the celebrated HINA, of Hawaii, and the family was of the old strain of Moik. Kalulu was probably born somewhere between the years 1390 and 1400. He had a half-sister, whose name was Weo, and a half-brother, Kaihiwalua, who was the father of Luea, who became the husband of a daughter of Piliwale, Moa of Oahu, and brother of LO-LALE. He doubtless had other brothers and sisters, since his father was blessed with 2 or more wives, but the legends fail to refer to them. Kahekili, son of Kakai, and who became his successor in the moaship, was of near the age of his cousin, Kalulu, and the 2 princes grew to manhood together. They were instructed by the same teachers, schooled in the same arts and chiefly accomplishments, and chanted the same genealogical melees. Yet in disposition and personal appearance they were widely different. From his youth Kahekili was staid, sober and thoughtful. Bred to the knowledge that he would succeed his father as Moa of the island, he began early in life to prepare himself for the proper exercise of supreme authority, and at the age of 20 was noted for his intelligence, dignity and royal bearing. He had been told by a prophet that one of his name would be the last independent king of Maui, and the information rendered him solicitous for his future and drove many a smile from his lips. Yet, with all his austerity and circumspection, he was kind-hearted and affectionate, and his pastimes were such as comported with his dignity. In height he was somewhat below the chiefly medium, and his features were rugged and of a Papuan cast. But all knew that he was royal in heart and thought, and the respect due to him was not withheld. Kalakaua was unlike his royal cousin in almost every respect. He was noted alike for his intelligence, his manly beauty and his rollicking spirit of mischief and merriment. He did not covet the scepter. He thought more of a wild debauch, with music, dancing and a calabash of awa, than the right to command downward or upward the face. And since Kahekili was the designated successor of his father, he claimed the right, as a favored and taboo subject of the realm, to enjoy himself in such manner as best accorded with his tastes. As he could not make laws, he found a pleasure in breaking them. He was neither wantonly cruel nor malignant, but recklessly wild and mischievous, and neither the reproofs of his father or the mild persuasions of his cousin were sufficient to restrain him. His bantering reply to the latter was, "When you become king I will act with more propriety. 2 moas can afford 1 wild prince." He had a congenial following of companions and retainers, who assisted him in his schemes of mischief. With feasting and hula dancing he would keep the village in an uproar for a dozen consecutive nights. He would send canoes adrift, open the gates of fish ponds, remove the supports of houses, and paint swine black to deceive the sacrificial priests. He devised an instrument to imitate the death-warning notes of the ele, and frighten people by sounding it near their doors, and to others he caused information to be conveyed that they were being prayed to death. Notwithstanding these misdemeanors, Kalakaua was popular with the people, since the chiefs or members of the royal household were usually the victims of his mischievous freaks. He was encouraged in his disposition to qualify himself for the priesthood, under the instruction of the eminent high priest and prophet, Waolani, and had made substantial advances in the calling. When he was banished to the island of Lanai by his royal father for an offense which could neither be overlooked nor forgiven. At that time Lanai was infested with a number of gnomes, monsters and evil spirits, among them the gigantic Moelio. They ravaged fields, uprooted coconut trees, destroyed the walls of fish ponds, and otherwise frightened and discomfited the inhabitants of the island. That his residence there might be made endurable, Kalakaua was instructed by the kaulas and sorcerers of the court in many charms, spells, prayers and incantations with which to resist the powers of the supernatural monsters. When informed of these exorcising agencies by Kalakaua, his friend, the venerable high priest, Waolani, told him that they would avail him nothing against the more powerful and malignant of the demons of Lanai. Disheartened at the declaration, Kalakaua was about to leave the heiau to embark for Lanai, when Waolani, after some hesitation, stayed his departure, and, entering the inner temple, soon returned with a small roll of kapa in his hand. Slowly uncording and removing many folds of cloth, an ivory spearpoint a span in length was finally brought to view. Holding it before the prince, he said, "Take this. It will serve you in any way you may require. Its powers are greater than those of any god inhabiting the earth. It has been dipped in the waters of Pa, and many generations ago was left by Lono upon one of his altars for the protection of a temple menaced by a mighty fish god who found a retreat beneath it in a great cavern connected with the sea. Draw a line with it and nothing can pass the mark. Affix it to a spear and throw it, and it will reach the object, no matter how far distant. Much more will it do, but let what I have said suffice." The prince eagerly reached to possess the treasure, but the priest withdrew it and continued. "I give it to you on condition that it pass from you to no other hands than mine. And that if I am no longer living when you return to Maui, as you someday will, you will secretly deposit it with my bones. Swear to this in the name of Lono. Kalakaua solemnly pronounced the required oath. The priest then handed him the talisman, wrapped in the kapa from which it had been taken, and he left the temple, and immediately embarked with a number of his attendants for Lanai. Reaching Lanai, he established his household on the south side of the island. Learning his name and rank, the people treated him with great respect, for Lanai was then a dependency of Maui, assisted in the construction of the houses necessary for his accommodation, and provided him with fish, poi, fruits and potatoes in great abundance. In return for this devotion he set about ridding the island of the supernatural pests with which it had been for years afflicted. In the legend of Kelia, the surf rider of Maui, will be found some reference to the battles of Kalakaua with the evil spirits and monsters of Lanai. His most stubborn conflict was with the gnome god Moelio. He imprisoned the demon within the earth by drawing a line around him with the sacred spear point, and subsequently released and drove him into the sea. More than a year was spent by Kalakaua in quieting and expelling from the island the malicious monsters that troubled it, but he succeeded in the end in completely relieving the people from their vexatious visitations. This added immeasurably to his popularity, and the choicest of the products of land and sea were laid at his feet. His triumph over the demons of Lanai was soon known on the other islands of the group, and when it reached the ears of Kakilania he dispatched a messenger to his son, offering his forgiveness and recalling him from exile. The service he had rendered was important, and his royal father was anxious to recognize it by restoring him to favor. But Kalakaua showed no haste in availing himself of his father's magnanimity. Far from the restraints of the court, he had become attached to the independent life he had found in exile, and could think of no comforts or enjoyments unattainable on Lanai. The women there were as handsome as elsewhere, the bananas were as sweet, the coconuts were as large, the awa was as stimulating, and the fisheries were as varied and abundant in product. He had congenial companionship, and bands of musicians and dancers at his call. The best of the earth and the love of the people were his, and the apapani sang in the grove that shaded his door. What more could he ask, what more expect should he return to Maui? His exile had ceased to be a punishment, and his father's message of recall was scarcely deemed a favor. However, Kalakaua returned a respectful answer by his father's messenger, thanking Kakilania for his clemency, and announcing that he would return to Maui sometime in the near future, after having visited some of the other islands of the group. And 3 months later he began to prepare for a trip to Hawaii. He procured a large double canoe, which he painted a royal yellow, and had fabricated a number of cloaks and capes of the feathers of the oo and mamo. At the prow of his canoe he mounted a carved image of Lono, and at the top of one of the masts a place was reserved for the proud TABU standard of an aha alii. This done, with a proper retinue he set sail for Hawaii. 2. On his visit to Hawaii, Kalakaua was accompanied by a number of companions of his own disposition and temperament. Among them was Kamakaua, a young Maui chief, who had followed him into exile and was thoroughly devoted to his interests. He was brave, courtly, and intelligent, and in personal appearance somewhat resembled the prince. The crew and most of the attendants of the prince had been selected by Kamakaua, including the chief navigator and astrologer. And however competent they may have been in their respective stations, it was discovered during the voyage that they were no less efficient as musicians and dancers. Hence there was no lack of amusement as the huge double canoe breasted the waves of Ala-Moikeha Channel, and on the morning of the 3rd day stood off the village of Waipio, in the district of Hamakua, Hawaii. At that time Kahalane-Mahu, father of the noted Kiha, was king of Hawaii. His wife was Nola, a chiefess of Maui, who had inherited very considerable possessions in the neighborhood of Honolulu, on that island. As the climate of the locality was salubrious, and the neighboring waters abounded abundantly in fish, the royal couple made frequent and sometimes lengthy visits thither. These visits were usually made without the knowledge of Kakilania, and the unexplained attachment of the Hawaiian king to the comparatively small inheritance of his wife on a neighboring island began to be regarded with suspicion, and had become a theme for speculation and inquiry at the court of Lahaina. At the time of the visit of Kalolo to Waipio, Kaholanui had been absent for some months on Maui, leaving Nola in charge of the government of Hawaii. Attributing the absence of the king to deliberate neglect, Nola had become greatly dissatisfied, and whispers of coming trouble were rife throughout the island. All this was doubtless known to Kalolo, and, as the royal residence was at Waipio, it was upon the beach below it that he landed with his party and drew up his double canoe. The presence and state of the strangers were soon heralded to the queen, and she promptly dispatched messengers, courteously inviting the prince and his personal retainers to become her guests at the royal hale. At the same time giving orders for the accommodation of the humbler of his attendants and followers, as was the hospitable custom of the time. Accepting the invitation, Kalolo and 4 of his chiefly companions were provided with quarters within the palace enclosure, and their food was served from the royal table. In the afternoon Kalolo was accorded an audience with the queen, during which he presented his friends, including Kamakaua. The prince whiled away nearly a month at Waipio, and many formal entertainments were given in his honor. Nola was unusually agreeable, and was soon on terms of friendly intimacy both with the prince and Kamakaua. This was exactly what Kalolo desired, since it enabled him to devise and assist in the execution of a scheme for bringing the king back from Maui and keeping him thereafter within his own kingdom. Under the instructions of Kalolo, Kamakaua assumed to be greatly smitten with the charms of the queen. As she was a comely woman, and somewhat vain of her personal appearance, the conquest of the handsome chief gratified her. But his attentions developed the fact that he had a rival in Nokua, a chief of Kohala. This discovery simplified the plans of the prince, and relieved Kamakaua of a dangerous duty in the end. In pressing his suit he found a pretext for informing the queen that the continued absence of the king was due to the fact that he had taken another wife, with whom he was living at Hanyola. And that he had ceased to care either for his kingdom or his family. While Kamakaua was pouring this poison into the ears of Nola, Kalolo, who had made the acquaintance of Nokua, was planting in the mind of that chief the seeds of sedition. He flattered him with the opinion that he was made to rule, and by degrees developed to him a plan through which, with the favor of the queen, he could seize the government, unite the principal chiefs in his support, and prevent Kaholanui from returning to Hawaii. The ambition of Nokua, and anger of the queen at the presumed neglect and infidelity of her husband, soon harmonized them in a plot against the absent king. Preparations for the revolt began to be observed, when Kalolo, not wishing to be openly identified with the dangerous movement, quietly embarked with his party for Hilo, where he remained to watch the progress of the struggle which he had been instrumental in originating. The prince had been in Hilo but a few days when a lunapai arrived from Waipio, summoning the chief of the district to repair thither with 800 warriors, and announcing the assumption of the sovereignty of the island by Nola. Similar notifications were sent to the chiefs of the other districts of the kingdom, and soon all was excitement from Kau to Kohala. Hearing of the revolt, Kaholanui, who had been engaged in constructing a fish pond at Kionio, in the neighborhood of Hanyola, left Maui at once with less than 100 spears, and, landing in Kona, whose chief could be relied upon, he started overland for Waipio. The revolution was unpopular, and with great unanimity the chiefs and people rallied to the standard of the king. The struggle was brief. A battle was fought near Waimea, resulting in the defeat of the rebel army and the death of Nokua. This ended the revolt. As a punishment to Nola the king took another wife. But the object of Kalolo was accomplished, for Kaholanui never again visited Maui, although the queen spent much of her time thereafter at Hanyola, where her favorite guest and friend was Kamakaua. Leaving Hilo, Kalolo and his party leisurely drifted along the coasts of Puna until they reached the borders of Kau, when they landed at Keauhou to spend a few days in fishing and surf riding. Weary of the sport, Kalolo left the bathers in the surf, one afternoon, and threw himself under the shade of a hala tree near the shore. Watching the clouds and the seabirds circling in the heavens above him, he fell asleep, and when he awoke his eyes fell upon a beautiful woman sitting upon a rock not more than 100 paces distant, and silently watching the swimmers as they came riding in on the crests of the rollers. Her skirts were a pout spangled with crystals, and over her shoulders hung a short mantle of the colors of a rainbow. Her long hair was held back by a lei of flowers, and her wrists and ankles were adorned with circlets of tiny shells of pink and white. The appearance of the woman dazzled him, and after gazing for some time, and rubbing his eyes to be sure that he was not dreaming, he rose to his feet and approached the radiant being. Advancing within 4 or 5 paces of the woman, apparently unobserved, he stopped, and with a cough attracted her attention. Turning her face toward him, he greeted her courteously, and requested permission to approach nearer and converse with her. Her appearance indicated that she was a person of rank, and he did not feel like trespassing uninvited upon her privacy. She did not deign to make any reply to his request, but, after scanning him from head to foot, turned her face toward the sea again with a contemptuous toss of the head. He hesitated for a moment, and then turned and strode rapidly down to the beach, where his double canoe had been safely drawn up on the sands. In the guise of a bather, thought the prince, she evidently mistakes me for a servant. I will approach her in the garb to which my rank entitles me, and see what effect that will have. Entering the canoe, he girded his loins with a gaudy maro, hung round his neck a palau, and threw over his shoulders a royal mantle of yellow feathers. Then, crowning his head with a brilliant feather helmet, he selected a spear of the length of 6 paces and stepped from the canoe. As he did so he stumbled. "This means that I have forgotten or omitted something of importance," said the prince to himself, stopping and in detail scanning his equipments. At that moment a lizard ran across his path and entered a hole in the earth. This brought to mind his battle with the gigantic gnome on Lanai, and with a smile he re-entered the canoe. Taking from a calabash, where it had been for months secreted, the charmed spear point of Lono, he affixed it firmly to the point of a javelin, and, thus equipped, again sought the presence of the fascinating being by whom he had been repulsed. Advancing as before, he once more craved permission to approach near enough to drink in the beauty of her eyes. But she seemed to be in no mood to consent. Scanning him in his changed apparel, with an air of indifference she said, "You need not have taken the trouble to bedeck yourself with royal feathers. I knew you before, as I know you now, to be Kalolo, son of Kakalanio, Moa of Maui. I do not desire your company. Since you know who I am, I must claim the right to insist upon my request, unless you can show, indeed, that you are of equal or better rank." Saying this, the prince took a step forward. "Then come," replied the woman, "since you are rude enough to attempt it. Sit at my feet and tell me of your love, and I will search the caves for squid and beat the kappa for you." The prince advanced joyfully, and was about to seat himself at the feet of the lovely being, when with a cry of pain he sprang back. The rock he had touched was as hot as if it had just been thrown from the crater of a volcano. "Come," said the woman tauntingly, "do you not see that I am waiting for you?" Again the prince advanced, but the earth for 2 or 3 paces around her was glimmering with heat, and he hastily withdrew to where the ground and rocks were cool. He was now satisfied that he was dealing with some one wielding supernatural powers, and resolved to test the efficacy of the charmed point of his javelin. "Why do you not come?" continued the woman in a tone of mingled defiance and reproach. "Because the earth where you are sitting is too warm for my feet," replied the prince, innocently. "Come where I am standing, and I will sit beside you." And with the point of his javelin he marked upon the ground the boundaries of a space around him. "Retire some paces, and I will do so," replied the woman, confidently. The prince withdrew, as requested, and she quietly removed to the spot where he had been standing. "Now come," said the woman, reseating herself, "perhaps you will find it cooler here." "I hope so," returned the prince, as he began cautiously to advance. He crossed the line marked by the point of his javelin, and felt no heat. He took 3 more steps forward, and the earth was still cool. Another step, which brought him within 2 paces of the enchantress, convinced him that her powers were impotent within the boundaries of the line he had drawn, and with a sudden leap forward he caught her in his arms. Astounded at the failure of her powers, and humiliated at her defeat, the woman struggled to free herself from the embrace of the prince. But within the charmed circle she possessed but the strength of a simple woman, and was compelled to yield to the supreme indignities of superior force. Exasperated beyond measure, she at length succeeded in eluding his grasp and springing beyond the fatal line. The prince followed, but she was now herself, and he could neither overtake nor restrain her. Retreating some distance up the hill, she suddenly stopped and awaited his approach. She permitted him to advance within 40 or 50 paces of her, when in the space of a breath she abandoned her captivating disguise and stood forth in the form of Pele, the dreadful goddess of Kilauea. Her eyes were bright as the midday sun, and her hair was like a flame of fire. The prince stopped in dismay. The goddess raised her hand, and at her feet burst forth a stream of molten lava, rolling fiercely down upon the prince, as if to engulf him. He started to escape by flight, but the stream widened and increased in speed as it followed. Fearful that it would overtake him before he could reach the sea, he thought of his javelin, and with the point hastily drew a line in front of the advancing flood. Continuing his flight and looking back, he discovered, to his great relief, that the stream had stopped abruptly at the line he had drawn, and could not pass it. Passing into a ravine, the angry flow sought to reach the sea through its channel, and thus cut off the retreat of the prince, but he crossed the depression, marking a line as he went, and the fiery avalanche was stayed at the limit. Observing that she was thwarted by some power whose element seemed to be of the earth, Pele summoned her brother Quiquipo from Kilauea, and a shower of fire and ashes descended upon Kalolo and his companions. Leaping into the sea to avoid the fire, they dragged the double canoe from its moorings, and, swimming and pushing it through the breakers, escaped from the coast with but little injury. 3. Having embroiled himself with the divine and political powers of Hawaii, Kalolo rounded the southern point of LAA and set sail for Molokai. He spent a month on that island with the royal relatives of his mother, by whom he was appropriately received and entertained. He visited the home of Lamaomeo, the wind god, the poison grove of Kalapahoa, and the demolished fortress on the promontory of Haupu, where the gallant Kapipi, of whose blood he was, met his dramatic death. He then set sail for Oahu. The island of Oahu was at that period one of the most prosperous in the group. It was under the government of Kalonaiki, one of the two sons of Mailakakahi, who during his reign had instituted a code of laws giving better protection to the poor, making theft punishable with death, and claiming as the wards of the government the firstborn male children of all families, without regard to rank or condition. Kalona continued the peaceful and intelligent policy of his father, and his court was noted alike for the brilliancy of its chiefs and the beauty of its women. His principal place of residence was Waikiki, although he had sumptuous temporary resorts at Ava and Waialua. Kalolo first touched at Waialua, but, learning that the king was at Waikiki, he ordered his canoe to proceed around to the south side of the island in charge of his chief navigator, while he and Kamakaua concluded to make the journey overland. Dispensing with all insignia of rank, and habited like simple commoners, the prince and his companion started unattended for Waikiki. Both were armed with javelins, but the one borne by Kalolo was tipped with the charmed point of Lono. Proceeding along the foot of the Kaala range of mountains, in the afternoon they sat down to rest in the shade of a hala tree. In a ravine below them 5 or 6 men were working, and scattered along its banks were a number of huts. Soon a tumult of screams reached them, and men, women and children were seen running hither and thither in a state of great excitement. The travelers sprang to their feet, and as they did so a gigantic bird swept immediately over their heads and winged its way toward the hills. It passed so closely that the branches of the hala tree were swayed by the motion of its mighty pinions, and its outspread wings seemed to measure scarcely less than 20 long steps from tip to tip. While watching the monster with amazement, a woman approached, and to the questions of the prince replied, between wails of anguish, that the great bird, the PILI, as she called it, had just killed her only child in front of her hut, with a stab to the heart resembling the cut of a knife. She hurriedly gave the additional information that for many years past the same bird had at intervals visited different districts of the island, killing children, pigs and fowls, and that the priests had declared it to be a pueo, or owl, sacred to the gods, and which could not, therefore, be molested with safety, even if harm to it were possible from human hands. Better learned in the inspiration and purposes of such visitations, since he had been instructed by the eminent high priest Waolani, and having had many conflicts with malignant spirits. He doubted that the monster he had just seen was of the sacred Pueo family, and requested that he be shown the dead child. Proceeding to the hut and inspecting the wound, he observed that the fatal cut was upward, and not downward, as it would have been had it been made by the beak of an owl. This confirmed him in the correctness of his first impression, and, requesting Kamakaua to follow him, he started toward the hills in the direction taken by the bird. They could still see it in the distance, like a dark cloud against the mountain. After following it for some time, the bird swooped down to commit some fresh depredation, and then rose and alighted upon a rocky ridge with precipitous face sweeping down from the main summit of Kaua. "Why go farther?" said Kamakaua. "We cannot reach the bird, and, if we could, our spears would be like straws to such a monster." As if by a strong hand, the javelin in the grasp of the prince forcibly turned and pointed toward the bird. Smiling at the augury, Kalulu replied, "Look you carefully back and see if we are followed." Kamakaua turned his face in compliance, and as he did so the prince poised his javelin and hurled it in the direction of the bird. In 20 paces the point did not droop, in 40 it did not fall to the ground, in 100 a new energy seized it, and like a flash of light it sped out of sight. A moment later the prince saw the bird sink and disappear. "I can see no one," said Kamakaua, after carefully scanning the ground over which they had passed. "Nor can I now see the bird," he continued, looking toward the ridge. "Where can it be?" "At the foot of the cliff," replied the prince, with the point of my javelin in his heart. Having been with the prince on Molokai, Kamakaua received the strange information without question or great wonder, and, hastening to the base of the precipice, they found the monster dead, with the javelin buried in its breast. Removing the weapon, they cut off the head and one of the feet of the bird, pulled from its wings 4 of the longest feathers, and with them returned to the hala tree under which they had found shelter from the sun. The burden taxed their strength to the utmost. The weight of the head, which was borne by the prince, was scarcely less than that of his own body, while the feathers were 7 paces in length, and the claws 2 paces between their extreme points. Great excitement followed the spreading of the news that Pu'ili had been killed by strangers. The sufferers through its visitations were disposed to commend the act, and others condemned it as an insult to the gods, which would probably bring broadcast calamity upon the whole island. To placate the anger of the gods it was proposed to sacrifice the strangers at the nearest heiau, and, respectfully wrapping the head of the bird in kapa. Kalulu and his companion were conducted with their trophies to the sacred temple of Kukaniloko, which was not far distant. They were accompanied by a crowd which constantly swelled in numbers as they proceeded, and on arriving at the heiau they were surrounded by 400 or 500 men and women, many of them armed and clamoring for their blood. Kalulu was in no wise alarmed, but rather enjoyed the situation. The high priest of the temple appeared and the matter was laid before him. Looking at the foot and mighty feathers of the bird, he turned to the strangers and said, "You have slain a creature sacred to the gods, and my thought is that you should be sacrificed to avert their wrath." "Be careful in your judgment, priest," replied the prince. "How know you that the bird was sacred?" "For years it has been so regarded," returned the priest. "How know you that it was not?" "Does it become the high priest of Kukaniloko to ask such a question?" said the prince. "But I will reply to it when you answer this. With the javelin now in my hand I killed the bird at a distance farther than from where we stand to yonder hills. Could it have been done by human hand without the especial favor of the gods? If not, then how have the gods been angered?" The priest was confounded, and when the prince proposed to submit the question of his guilt to the king, the suggestion was accepted. It now being near nightfall, Kalulu and his companion were removed within the enclosure of the temple for safe keeping, and, knowing that they would be deprived of their weapons, the prince removed the charmed point from his javelin and secreted it in the folds of his maro. Early next morning the high priest and his 2 prisoners, who were kept under no marked restraint, accompanied by a large concourse of people carrying the head, foot and feathers of Pu'ili, started for Waikiki. Every one seemed to know that the great bird had been killed, and many stood by the wayside to see the feathers that had been torn from its wings, and catch a glimpse of its destroyer. Near the middle of the day the great gathering arrived at Waikiki. As many carried spears, it resembled an army in its march, and messengers were dispatched by the king to ascertain its meaning. Halting near the shores of the harbor, and not far from the royal mansion, to report the arrival of the prisoners and learn the pleasure of the king, the prince observed his double canoe drawn up on the beach, and requested permission to approach it, that he might secure the counsel of his master, Kalakaua, son of the Moa of Maui. The favor could not well be denied, and, under guard of 2 inferior priests of Kukaniloko, the prince was conducted to the canoe. As but 3 or 4 of the crew were present, and their attention was wholly absorbed in the gathering around the royal hale, the prince stepped, unobserved by them, into the canoe, and passed quickly into his private quarters, a close wickerwork apartment 8 or 10 feet in length by the breadth of both canoes, and with a height of 6 feet or more from their bottoms to the top screen. Hurriedly investing himself with his regalia of rank, including helmet, feather mantle and spear, he stepped into view and sounded a blast upon a shell. Soon a number of his attendants made their appearance, and, with such following as befitted a prince, he started for the royal mansion. The guards who escorted him to the canoe did not recognize him as he left it, and after passing the crowd surrounding the palace his name and rank were announced to the king. He was promptly met and courteously welcomed at the door by Kelowna, and informed that messengers of greeting and invitation would have been dispatched to him had his presence at Waikiki been known. Kalakaua then apprised the king that he had but just arrived overland from Waialua, while his double canoe had been sent around to meet him at Waikiki, and that it was his purpose to spend some days on Oahu. The hospitalities of the royal hale were then tendered and accepted, after which the king explained to his distinguished guest the cause of the large gathering around the palace, and invited him to an inspection of the head, feathers and claws of the mighty Pu'ili, and to listen to the story of the slayer of the sacred bird, should he deem it of sufficient interest. Kalakaua accompanied the king to a large dancing pavilion within the royal enclosure, to which had been conveyed the severed parts of the gigantic bird. After the claws and feathers had been examined with awe and amazement, the king ordered the slayer of the bird to be brought before him. The high priest of Kukaniloko bowed and turned to execute the order, when the guards placed over the prince came from the beach with the information that their prisoner had escaped. The priest was savage in his disappointment. Either find him or take his place upon the altar. He hissed to the unfortunate guards, and then led Kamakaua before the king, with the explanation that the other prisoner had managed to elude the vigilance of his guards, but would doubtless soon be found. Kamakaua discovered the prince at the side of the king, and could hardly restrain a smile. When questioned he denied that he killed the great bird, but admitted that he assisted in removing the head, feathers and one of the feet. "This is trifling," said the king, turning to the priest with a scowl. "Where is the other prisoner?" "He is here, great king," exclaimed Kalakaua, bowing before Kelowna, to the astonishment but great relief of the priest. "Favored by the gods, I slew the malignant monster your priests call by the sacred name of Pu'ili. Their skill should have instructed them differently. Will the king favor me by ordering the kapa covering to be removed from the head?" The order was given, and the uncovered head was raised beak upward before the king. In a moment it was observed that the head was not of a pueo, or owl, nor did it bear resemblance in form to that of any bird known. It was narrow between the eyes, which in color were those of a shark, and its long and pointed beak, both of the upper and under jaws, turned sharply upward. "It is not a pueo," was the general exclamation. "Are you satisfied, priest?" inquired the prince. "I think it is not a pueo," responded the priest, reluctantly. "You think it is not a pueo," exclaimed the king, indignantly. "Do you not know it? What pueo ever had such eyes and such a beak?" The priest hung his head in confusion, and the prince, having completely discomfited him, now came kindly to his relief by remarking, "The mistake might well have been made, for on the wing and at a distance the bird much resembled a pueo." "You are kind to say so, prince," said the king, "but the priests and kaulas have been greatly at fault. For years the bird has preyed upon the people, and no one has dared to molest it. Since you killed it, knowing that it was not sacred, perhaps you may be able to tell me something of its unnatural birth and appetites. Thus appealed to, Kalakaua modestly replied. If I may rely upon what seemed to be a dream last night, the bird was possessed by the spirit of Hilo-Lakapu, one of the chiefs of Hawaii who invaded Oahu during the reign of your royal father. He was slain at Waimano, and his head was placed upon a pole near Anulialai for the birds to feed upon. He was of Akua blood, and through a bird god relative his spirit was given possession of the monster which the gods enabled me to slay. The spirit of Hilo had been brought in with the head of the dead bird, and with the utterance of these words by the prince the eyes rolled, the ponderous jaws opened and closed. And with a noise like the scream of an ailey the malignant spirit took its departure. The truth of the dream of Kalakaua thus being verified, the king publicly thanked him for ridding the island of the monstrous scourge. And ordered a special honors to be paid him by all classes so long as it might be his pleasure to remain in the kingdom. In return the prince presented to the king the head, claws and feathers of the bird, the latter to be made into a mammoth kahili, and then made Kamakaua known to him. Together with such other chiefs in his train as were entitled to royal recognition. Kalakaua became at once the hero of the court as well as the idol of the people. He remained more than a month on Oahu, enjoying the unstinted hospitality of the king and his district chiefs. He was a favorite with the fairest women of the court. But he gave his heart to the beautiful Laiea'eva, sister of the wife of Kelowna, and with her returned to Maui. Landing at Lahaina after his long absence, he was joyfully welcomed home by his royal father, who had heard of his adventures and fully forgiven the faults of his youth. With grief he learned that his friend the high priest, Waolani, had died some months before. Remembering his oath, he found the burial place of the priest, and with his remains secretly deposited the sacred spearpoint of Lono, which had served him so effectively. He devoutly kissed the relic before he hid it forever from view, and afterwards knelt and thanked Lono and the priest for its use. Lands were given him in Koaula, where he resided until the end of his days. Laia was his only wife, and they were blessed with 6 children, whose names alone are mentioned by tradition. Kelia, the surf rider of Maui. Characters. Kaueo, king of Maui. Kelia, sister of Kaueo. Piliwale, Aliainui. Of Oahu. Pakanilia, wife of Piliwale. LO-LALE, brother of Piliwale. Kalamapua'a, a chief of Ava. Cousin of LO-LALE. Kelia, the surf rider of Maui. The legend of LO-LALE, the eccentric prince of Oahu. Kelia, of whom in the past the bards of Oahu and Maui loved to sing, was the beautiful but capricious sister of Kaueo, king of Maui, who in about AD 1445, at the age of 25, succeeded to the sovereignty of that island. Their royal father was Kahekili, the son of Kakae, who, with his brother, Kakalanio, was the joint ruler of the little realm from about 1380 to 1415. Kakae was the rightful heir to the moiship, and, as such, his son Kahekili succeeded him. But as an accident in his youth had somewhat impaired his mental faculties, Kakalanio became, through the expressed will of the dying Kamalua, the joint ruler and virtual sovereign of the kingdom. He had sons and daughters of his own. But he loved his weak-minded brother, and respected the line of legitimate succession, and when the black kappa covered him, Kahekili became king of Maui and Lanai. For during that period the latter island was under the protection of the Moas of Maui, while Molokai still maintained its independence. Kakalanio was noted for his business energy and strict sense of justice. The court of the brothers was established at Lahaina, then known as Lele, and was one of the most respected in all the group. It was Kakalanio who introduced the breadfruit there from Hawaii, and won the love of the people by continuous acts of mercy and benevolence. For some disrespect shown to his royal brother, whose mental weakness doubtless subjected him to unkind remarks, he banished his son Kalakaua to Lanai, which island, tradition avers, was at that time infested by powerful and malignant spirits. They killed pigs and fowls, uprooted coconut trees and blighted taro patches, and a gigantic and mischievous gnome amused himself by gliding like a huge mole under the huts of his victims and almost upsetting them. The priests tried in vain to quiet these malicious spirits. No sooner were they exorcised away from one locality than they appeared in another, and if they gave the taro patches a rest it was only to tear the unripe bananas from their stems, or rend the walls and embankments of artificial ponds, that their stores of fishes might escape to the sea. Aware of these grievances, Kalakaua took with him to Lanai a talisman of rare powers. It was the gift of his friend, the high priest of his father, and consisted of a spear point that had been dipped in the waters of PA, the land of death, and many generations before left by Lono on one of his altars. Crowning a long spear with this sacred point, Kalakaua attacked the disturbing spirits, and in a short time succeeded either in bringing them to submission or driving them from the island. The gnome Moelio was the most difficult to vanquish. It avoided the prince, and for some time managed to keep beyond the influence of the charmed spear point. But the monster was finally caught within the boundaries of a circular line scratched with the talisman upon the surface of the earth beneath which it was burrowing, and thereby brought to terms. It could not pass the line, no matter how far below the surface it essayed to do so. Heaving the earth in its strength and wrath, it chafed against the charmed restraint that held it captive, and finally plunged downward within the vertical walls of its prison. But there was no path of escape in that direction. It soon encountered a lake of fire, and was compelled to return to the surface, where it humbled itself before the prince, and promised, if liberated, to quit the island forever. Kalakaua obliterated 60 paces of the line of imprisonment, to enable Moelio to pass to the sea, into which the hideous being plunged and disappeared, never to be seen again in Lanai. In consideration of the great service of the exiled prince in restoring quiet and security to the island, his father permitted him to return to Maui, where he connected himself with the priesthood, and became noted for his supernatural powers. The charmed spear point is referred to in later legends, and is thought to be still secreted with the bones of a high priest in a mountain cave on the island of Maui, not far from the sacred burial place of Iao. But we have been straying 2 generations back of our story. The legendary accounts of the ruling families of the principal islands of the group are so threaded with romantic or fabulous incidents that, in referring to any of the prominent actors in the past, it is difficult to restrain the pen in its willingness to wander into the enchanted byways in which the meles of the period abound. Having alluded to the immediate ancestors of Kelia, the sister of the young Moa of Maui, we will now resume the thread of our legend by referring somewhat more particularly to the princess herself. Brought up in the royal court at Lahaina, with a brother only to divide the affections of her father, Kelia was humored, petted and spoiled as a child, and courted and flattered beyond measure as she grew to womanhood. The meles describe her as a maiden of uncommon beauty. But she was wayward, volatile and capricious, as might have been expected of one so schooled and favored, and no consideration of policy or persuasion of passion could move her to accept any one of the many high chiefs who sought her in marriage. She loved the water, possibly because she could see her fair face mirrored in it, and became the most graceful and daring surf swimmer in the kingdom. Frequently, when the waters of Auau Channel surged wildly under the breath of the south wind, or Kona, Kelia, laughing at the fears of her brother, would plunge into the sea with her onini, or surfboard, and so audaciously ride the waves that those who watched and applauded her were half inclined to believe that she was the friend of some water god, and could not be drowned. No sport was to her so enticing as a battle with the waves, and when her brother spoke to her of marriage she gaily answered that the surfboard was her husband, and she would never embrace any other. The brother frowned at the answer, for he had hoped, by uniting his sister to the principal chief of HANA, to more thoroughly incorporate in his kingdom that portion of the island, then ruled by independent chiefs. But by other means during his reign, it may be remarked, the union of the 2 divisions was effected. "Do not frown, Kaueo," said Kelia, coaxingly, "a smile better becomes your handsome face. I may marry some day, just to please you. But remember what the voice said in the anu at the last feast of Lono." "Yes, I remember," replied Kaueo. But I have sometimes believed that when the Kilo declared that in riding the surf Kelia would find a husband, he was simply repeating an augury imparted to him by Kelia herself. You will anger the gods by speaking so lightly of their words, returned Kelia, reproachfully, and Kaueo smiled as the princess took her leave with a dignity quite unusual with her. Kaueo loved his sister and was proud of her beauty. And while he was anxious to see her suitably married, and felt no little annoyance at the importunities of her suitors, he nevertheless recognized her right, as the daughter of a king, to a voice in the selection of a husband. But the voice from the Anu was prophetic, whatever may have inspired it. For while Kelia continued to ride the waves at Lahaina, a husband, of the family of Kolonaiki, of Oahu, was in search of her, and to that island we now request the reader to follow us. There lived at that time at Lihu, in the district of Ava, on the island of Oahu, a chief named LO-LALE, son of Kolonaiki, and brother of Piliwale, the Aliainui, or nominal sovereign, of the island, whose court was established at Waialua. Kolonaiki had married Kikinui, and thus infused into the royal family the native and aristocratic blood of Moik, of the ancient line of Nanaula. LO-LALE was an amiable and handsome prince, but for some cause had reached the age of 35 without marrying. The reason was traced to the death by drowning, some years before, of a chiefess of great beauty whom he was about to marry, and to whom he was greatly attached. As he was of a gentle and poetic nature, his disinclination to marriage may not be unreasonably attributed to that event, especially when supported by the relation that thereafter he abhorred the sea, and was content to remain at Lihu, beyond the sound of its ceaseless surges. Piliwale had passed his 50th year, and, having but 2 daughters and no son, was more than ever desirous that his brother should marry, that the family authority might be strengthened and the line of Kelowna perpetuated. And the friendly neighboring chiefs were equally anxious that LO-LALE should become the head of a family, and, to inspire him with a disposition to marry, described with enthusiasm the beauty of many maidens of distinguished rank whom they had met on the other islands of the group. To these importunities LO-LALE finally yielded. And as a suitable wife for so high a chief could not be found on Oahu, or, at least, one who would be personally acceptable to him, it was necessary to seek for her among the royal families of the other islands. Accordingly, a large koa canoe was fitted out at Waialua, and with trusty messengers of rank dispatched to the Windward Islands in search of a wife for LO-LALE. The messengers were instructed to quietly visit the several royal courts, and report upon the beauty, rank and eligibility of such marriageable chiefesses of distinguished families as they might be able to discover. Among the chiefs selected for the delicate mission, and the one upon whose judgment the most reliance was placed, was LO-LALE's cousin, KAMAPUAA, a noble of high rank, whose lands were on the coast of the Ava district. He was bold, dashing and adventurous, and readily consented to assist in finding a wife for his royal and romantic relative. LO-LALE was at Waialua when the messengers embarked. He took an encouraging interest in the expedition, and when banteringly asked by his cousin if age would be any objection in a bride of unexceptionable birth, replied that he had promised to take a wife solely to please his royal brother. And any age under 80 would answer. But he did not mean it. Not so, replied Piliwale, more than half in earnest. I will not become the uncle of a family of monsters. The bride must be as worthy in person as in blood. Do you hear, KAMAPUAA? Said LO-LALE, addressing his cousin, who was standing beside the canoe, ready for departure. Do you hear the words of Piliwale? She must be not only young but beautiful. If you bring or give promise to any other, she shall not live at Lihu. Do not fear, replied the cousin, gaily. Whomsoever she may be, we will keep her in the family, for if you refuse her, or she you, I will marry her myself. Fairly spoken, exclaimed the king, and I will see that he keeps his promise, LO-LALE. Although the object of the voyage was known to but few, hundreds gathered at the beach to witness the departure, for the canoe was decorated, and the embarking chiefs appeared in feather capes and other ornaments of their rank. Turning to the high priest, who was present, Piliwale asked him if he had observed the auguries. I have, replied the priest. They are more than favorable. Then turning his face northward, he continued, there is peace in the clouds, and the listless winging of yonder bird betokens favoring winds. Amid a chorus of alohas, the canoe dashed through the breakers and out into the open sea, holding a course in the direction of Molokai. Reaching that island early the next day, the party landed at Kalaupapa. The alii nui received them well, but inquiry led to nothing satisfactory, and, proceeding around the island, the party next landed on Lanai. It is probable that they were driven there by unfavorable winds, as Lanai was a dependency of Maui at that time, and none but subject chiefs resided on the island. However, they remained there but one day, and the next proceeded to Hana, Maui, with the intention of crossing over to Hawaii and visiting the court of Kiha at Waipio. Inquiring for the Moa, they learned that Kaueo had removed his court from Lahaina, for the season, to Hamakuapoko, to enjoy the cool breezes of that locality and indulge in the pleasures of surf bathing. They were further informed that a large number of chiefs had accompanied the Moa to that attractive resort, and that Kelia, sister of the king, and the most beautiful woman on the island as well as the most daring and accomplished surf swimmer, was also there as one of the greatest ornaments of the court. This was agreeable information, and the party re-embarked and arrived the next morning off Hamakuapoko, just as the fair Kelia and her attendants had gone down to the beach to indulge in a buffet with the surf. Swimming out beyond the breakers, and oblivious of everything but her own enjoyment, Kelia suddenly found herself within a few yards of the canoe of the Oawan chiefs. Presuming that it contained her own people, she swam still closer, when she discovered, to her amazement, that all the faces in the canoe were strange to her. Perceiving her embarrassment, Kalamaquaa rose to his feet, and, addressing her in a courtly and respectful manner, invited her to a seat in the canoe, offering to ride the surf with it to the beach, an exciting and sometimes dangerous sport, in which great skill and coolness are required. The language of the chief was so gentle and suggestive of the manners of the court that the invitation was accepted, and the canoe mounted one of the great waves successively following two of lighter bulk and force, and was adroitly and safely beached. The achievement was greeted with applause on the shore, and when the proposal was made to repeat the performance, Kelia willingly retained her seat. Again the canoe successfully rode the breakers ashore, and then, through her attendants, Kalamaquaa discovered that the fair and dashing swimmer was none other than Kelia, the sister of the Moa of Maui. With increased respect, Kalamaquaa again invited his distinguished guest to join in the pleasure and excitement of a third ride over the breakers. She consented, and the canoe was once more pulled out beyond the surf, where it remained for a moment, awaiting a high, combing roller on which to be borne to the landing. One passed and was missed, and before another came a squall, or what was called a mamuku, suddenly struck the canoe, rendering it utterly unmanageable and driving it out upon the broad ocean. When the canoe started, Kelia would have leaped into the sea had she not been restrained. But Kalamaquaa spoke so kindly to her, assuring her that they would safely ride out the storm and return to Hamakuapoko, that she became calmer, and consented to curl down beside him in the boat to escape the fury of the winds. Her shapely limbs and shoulders were bare, and her hair, braided and bound loosely back, was still wet, and grew chilling in the wind where it fell. Kalamaquaa took from a covered calabash a handsome kihei, or mantle, and wrapped it around her shoulders, and then seated her in the shelter of his own burly form. She smiled her thanks for these delicate attentions, and the chief was compelled to admit to himself that the reports of her great beauty had not been exaggerated. He could recall no maiden on Oahu who was her equal in grace and comeliness, and felt that, could she be secured for his eccentric cousin, his search would be at an end. He even grew indignant at the thought that she might not prove acceptable, but smiled the next moment at his promise to marry the girl himself should she be refused by his cousin. But the fierce mamuku afforded him but little time to indulge such dreams. The sea surged in fury, and like a cockleshell the canoe was tossed from one huge wave to another. The spray was almost blinding, and, while Kalamaquaa kept the little craft squarely before the wind as a measure of first importance, his companions were earnestly employed in alternately bailing and trimming as emergency suggested. On sped the canoe, farther and farther out into the open sea, tossed like a feather by the crested waves and pelted by the driving spray. The scene was fearful. The southern skies had grown black with wrath, and long streamers sent from the clouds shot northward as if to surround and cut off the retreat of the flying craft. All crouched in the bottom of the boat, intent only on keeping it before the wind and preventing it from filling. A friendlier craft would have been stove to pieces, but it was hewn from the trunk of a sound koa tree, and gallantly rode out the storm. But when the wind ceased and the skies cleared, late in the afternoon, the canoe was far out at sea and beyond the sight of land. It was turned and headed back. But as there was no wind to assist the paddles, and the waters were still rough and restless, slow progress toward land was made. And when the sun went down, Kalamapuaa was undecided which way to proceed. As he was not certain that the storm had not carried them so far from the coast of Maui that some point on Molokai or Oahu might be more speedily and safely reached than the place from which they started. Their supply of poi had been lost during the gale by the breaking of the vessel containing it. But they had still left a small quantity of dried fish, raw potatoes and bananas, and a calabash of water. And ate their evening meal as cheerfully as if their supplies were exhaustless and the green hills of Waialua smiled upon them in the distance. Such was the Hawaiian of the past, such is the Hawaiian of today. His joys and griefs are centered in the present, and he broods but little over the past, and borrows no trouble from the future. The stars came out, and a light wind began to steal down upon them from the northwest. It was quite chilly, and felt like the breath of the returning trade winds, which start from the frozen shores of northwestern America, and gradually grow warmer as they sweep down through the tropic seas. These winds, continuing, with intervals of cessation, 8 or 9 months in the year, are what give life, beauty and an endurable climate to the Hawaiian group. As the breeze freshened, sails were raised, and then the course to be taken remained to be determined. Kalamapuaa expressed his doubts to Kelia, as if inviting a suggestion from her. But she was unable to offer any advice, declaring that she had not noticed the course of the wind that had driven them so far out upon the ocean. "And I am equally in doubt," said the chief. "We may have been blown farther toward the rising of the sun than the headlands of Hana. If so, the course we are now sailing would take us to Hawaii, if not, indeed, beyond, while in following the evening star we might even pass Oahu. I therefore suggest a course between these two directions, which will certainly bring us to land some time tomorrow." "Then, since we are all in doubt," replied Kelia, "and the winds are blowing landward, why not trust to the gods and follow them?" "Your words are an inspiration," returned the chief, delighted that she had suggested a course that would enable him to make Oahu direct. For, as may be suspected, he was an accomplished navigator, and was really in little or no doubt concerning the direction of the several islands mentioned. "You have spoken wisely," he continued, as if yielding entirely to her judgment. "We will follow the winds that are now cooling the shores of Hamakuapoko." Thus adroitly was Kelia made a consenting party to her own abduction. Kalamapuaa took the helm, slightly changing the course of the canoe, and his companions made themselves comfortable for the evening. Their wet rolls of kapa had been dried during the afternoon, and there was room enough to spare to arrange a couch for Kelia in the bottom of the boat. But she was too much excited over the strange events of the day to sleep, or even attempt to rest, and therefore sat near Kalamapuaa in the stern of the canoe until past midnight, watching the stars and listening to the story, with which he knew she must sooner or later become acquainted, of his romantic expedition in search of a wife for his cousin. It is needless to say that Kelea was surprised and interested in the relation. And when Kalamapuaa referred to the high rank of his cousin, to his handsome person and large estates at Lihu, and begged her to regard with favor the proposal of marriage which he then made to her in behalf of LO-LALE, she frankly replied that, if her royal brother did not object, she would give the proffer consideration. As Kalamapuaa had concluded not to take the hazard of securing the consent of her brother, who doubtless had some other matrimonial project in view for her, he construed her answer into a modestly expressed willingness to become the wife of LO-LALE. And the more resolutely bent his course toward Oahu. He watched the Pleiades, the great guide of the early Polynesian navigators, as they swept up into the heavens, and, bearing still farther to the northward to escape Molokai, announced that he would keep the steering oar for the night. and advised his companions, now that the breeze was steady and the sea smoother, to betake themselves to rest. And Kelia at last curled down upon her couch of kapa, and Kalamaquaa was left alone with his thoughts to watch the wind and stars. Although a long and steady run had been made during the night, no land was visible the next morning. Kelia scanned the horizon uneasily, and, without speaking, looked at Kalamaquaa for an explanation. "Before the sun goes down we shall see land," said the chief. "What land?" inquired Kelia. "Oahu," was the reply, but the chief was not greeted with the look of surprise expected. "I am not disappointed," returned the princess, quite indifferently. "You seem to have been sailing by the wandering stars last night, for before daylight I looked up and saw by cow that your course was directly toward the place of sunset. 5 of the planets, Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter and Saturn, were known to the ancient Hawaiians, and designated as Na Hoku Aea, or wandering stars. The fixed stars were also grouped by them into constellations, and Kau was their name for Antares." With a look of genuine surprise Kalamaquaa replied. "I did not know before that so correct a knowledge of navigation was among the many accomplishments of the sister of Kaueo. It required no great knowledge of the skies to discover last night that we were not bearing southward, and needs still less now to observe that we are sailing directly west," Kelia quietly remarked. "I will not attempt to deceive one who seems to be able to instruct me in journeying over the blue waters," said Kalamaquaa, politely. "Your judgment is correct. We are sailing nearly westward, and the first land sighted will probably be the headlands of Kaua." "You have acted treacherously," resumed the princess, after a pause, as if suddenly struck with the propriety of protesting against the abduction. "Possibly," was the brief reply. "Yes," she continued, after another pause, "you have acted treacherously, and my brother will make war upon Oahu unless I am immediately returned to Hamakuapoko. He will find work for his spears," was the irritating response. "Is it a habit with the chiefs of Oahu to steal their wives?" inquired Kelia, tauntingly. "No," Kalamaquaa promptly replied. "But I would not eat from the same calabash with the chief who would throw back into the face of the generous winds the gift of the rarest flower that ever blossomed on Hawaiian soil." The pretty compliment of the chief moved Kelia to silence. Yet he observed that there was a sparkle of pleasure in her eyes, and that the novelty and romance of the situation were not altogether distasteful to her. Land was sighted late in the afternoon. It was Kaoio Point, on the western side of Oahu. Rounding it, they landed at Mehana, where they procured food and water and passed the night, and the next day had an easy voyage to Waialua. Landing, Kalamaquaa at once communicated with Piliwale, giving the high rank of Kelia, as well as the strange circumstances under which she had been brought to Waialua. Queen Pakanilia promptly dispatched attendants to the beach with appropriate apparel, and in due time the distinguished visitor was received at the royal mansion in a manner consistent with her rank. The next day a message brought LO-LALE from Lihu. He was dressed in his richest trappings, and brought with him, as an offering to Kelia, a rare necklace of shells and curiously carved mother-of-pearl. He was conducted to the princess by Kalamaquaa. They seemed to be mutually pleased with each other. In fact, LO-LALE was completely charmed by the fair stranger, and in his enthusiasm offered to divide his estates with his cousin as an evidence of his gratitude. Kalamaquaa had himself become very much interested in Kelia, and secretly hoped that his cousin might find something in her blood or bearing to object to, in which case he felt that she might be induced to regard his own suit with favor. But LO-LALE declared her to be a model of perfection, and wooed her with so much earnestness that she finally consented to become his wife without waiting to hear from her brother. Her rank was quite equal to that of LO-LALE, and the king was so greatly pleased with the union that he added considerably to the estates of his brother at Lihu, and the nuptials were celebrated with games, feasting, dancing and the commencement of a new heiau near Waialua, which was in time completed and dedicated to Lono, with a large image of Lamaomeo, the Hawaiian Aeolus, at the inner entrance. In poetic commemoration of the winds that drove Kelia away from the coast of Maui. At the conclusion of the festivities at Waialua, KILIA was borne all the way to Lihu in a richly mounted manele, or native palanquin with 4 bearers. There were 300 attendants in her train, exclusive of 36 chiefs as a guard of honor, wearing feather capes and helmets, and armed with javelins festooned with leis of flowers and tinted feathers. It was a right royal procession, and its entrance into Lihu was the beginning of another round of festivities continuing for many days. Portions of the mele recited by LO-LALE in welcome of his wife to Lihu are still remembered and repeated, and the occasion was a popular theme of song and comment for a generation or more among the people of that district. And thus KILIA, the beautiful sister of the Moa of Maui, became the wife of LO-LALE, brother of PILI, king of Oahu. 2. It is now in order to return to Hamakuapoko, to note what transpired there on the sudden disappearance of KILIA before the strong breath of the Mumuku. The king was profoundly grieved, and summoned the attendants of his sister to learn the particulars of the misfortune. To all of them it was manifest that the canoe had been blown out to sea in spite of the efforts of its occupants, and, as the gale continued to increase in violence during the day, it was feared that the entire party had perished. As to the strangers, no one seemed to know anything of them or of the island from which they came. They did not seem to belong to the Maka'anana, or common people, and one of them, it was believed from his bearing, was a high chief. This was all the information the whaling attendants were able to give. One man, who had noticed the canoe as it came and went through the surf, thought it was from Hawaii, while another was equally certain that it was from Oahu. But as the general structure of canoes on the several islands of the group differed but little, their descriptions of the craft furnished no real clue to the mystery. With the cessation of the storm, late in the afternoon, came a hope to Kauai that the missing canoe had safely ridden out the gale, and would seek the nearest land favored by the changing winds. He therefore summoned the high priest, and instructed him to put his diviners and magicians to the task of discovering what had become of the Princess KILIA. Pigs and fowls were slain, prayers were said in the heiau, and late in the evening information came through supernatural agencies that KILIA was still living. But this was not satisfactory to the king. He demanded something more specific, and a kaula of great sanctity was prepared and placed in the anu, a wicker enclosure within the inner court, and in due time, in answer to the questions of the high priest, announced that the canoe containing the princess was sailing in safety toward Oahu. The words of the kaula were repeated to the king, and the next day he dispatched a well-manned canoe, in charge of one of his plumed haluminous, or military aides, to find and bring back the lost KILIA. Owing to unfavorable winds or bad management the canoe did not reach Makapuu Point, Oahu, until the 4th day. Proceeding along the northeastern coast of the island, and landing wherever practicable to make inquiries, the easygoing messenger did not arrive at Waialua until 2 days after the departure of KILIA for Lihu. Learning that the princess had become the wife of LO-LALE, the disappointed halumanu did not deem it necessary to communicate with her, but briefly paid his respects to the king, to whom he made known the nature of his errand to Oahu, and his resolution to return at once to Maui and acquaint his royal master with the result of his mission. Appreciating that, in his anxiety to see his brother properly mated, he had countenanced a proceeding sufficiently discourteous to the Moa of Maui to warrant a hostile response, Piliwale treated the halumanu with marked kindness and consideration, and insisted upon sending an escort with him back to Maui, including the bearer of a friendly explanatory message from himself to Kauai. For this delicate service no one could be found so competent as the courtly Kalamakua, who was well versed in the genealogy of the Kelowna family, and would be able to satisfactorily, if not quite truthfully, explain why it was that the canoe containing the princess, when driven out to sea, was headed for Oahu instead of Maui when the storm abated. Kalamakua was accordingly dispatched on the mission. Being a much better sailor than the halumanu, he found no difficulty either in parting company with him off the coast of eastern Maui or in reaching Hamakuapoko 3 or 4 hours in advance of the party he was courteously escorting thither. This enabled the wily Oawan to secure an audience with the king, and deliver his message and explanation in full, before the halumanu could land and give his version of the story. Kalamakua's explanation of the impossibility, after the storm, of reaching in safety any land other than Oahu or Molokai, seemed to be satisfactory. And when he dwelt upon the well-known high rank of LO-LALE, as recognized by the Aha'ili, and referred to his manly bearing, his amiable disposition and the amplitude of his estates, Kaueo answered sadly. Then so let it be. It is perhaps the will of the gods. I would have had it otherwise, but be to Kelia and her husband, and to my royal brother the king of Oahu, my messenger of peace. Thanking the Moa for his kindly words, Kalamaquah took his leave. As he was about to re-embark in the afternoon for Oahu, the discomfited Halumanu, having but just then landed, passed him on the beach. Knowing that he had been outwitted, in his wrath he reached for the handle of his knife. But he did not draw it. Kalamaquah stopped and promptly answered the challenge, but the Halumanu passed on, and with a smile he stepped into his canoe, and a few minutes later was on his way to Oahu with Kaueo's welcome messages of peace. As the years came and went in their quiet home at Lihu, LO-LALE lost none of his affection for Kelia. No wars distracted the group. Liloa, the son of Kiha and father of Omi, had become the peaceful sovereign of Hawaii. Kahekuma, the ancestor of some of the most distinguished families of the islands, held gentle and intelligent sway in Kauai. Kaueo still ruled in Maui, and Piliwale in Oahu. To gratify his wife, LO-LALE surrounded her with every comfort. The choicest fruits of the island were at her command, and every day fresh fish and other delicacies of the sea were brought to her from the neighboring coasts. In short, everything not taboo to the sex was provided without stint. Summer houses were constructed for her in the cool recesses of the Waianae Mountains, and a manele, with relays of stout bearers, was always at her service for the briefest journeys. The people of the district were proud of her rank and beauty, and at seasons of hukapu, or gift-making, she was fairly deluged with rare and valuable offerings. Yet, with all this affluence of comfort and affection, Kelia became more and more restless and unhappy. Nor did the presence of her children, of whom she had 3, seem to render her more contented. She longed for the sea. For the bounding surf which had been the sport of her girlhood, for the white-maned steeds of ocean, which she had so often mounted and fearlessly ridden to the shore, for the thunder of the breakers against the cliffs. For the murmur of the reef-bound wavelets timidly crawling up the beach to kiss and cool her feet, and the more she yearned for her old-time pleasures, the greater became her dissatisfaction with the tamer life and surroundings of Lihu. Knowing her love for the sea, LO-LALE made occasional excursions with her to the coast, frequently remaining there for days together. Sometimes they visited the east and sometimes the south side of the island. But the place which seemed to please her above all others was Ava, where Kalamaquah made his home. He, too, loved the sea, and during her visits there afforded her every opportunity to indulge her passion for it. Together they had charming sails around the Puloa, Pearl River, lagoon, and gallant rides over the surf at the entrance. There, and there only, did she seem to recover her spirits, there only did she seem to be happy. This did not escape the notice of LO-LALE, and a great grief filled his heart as he sometimes thought, in noting her brightened look in the presence of Kalamaquah. That it was less the charms of the surf than of his cousin's handsome face that made the waters of Ava so attractive to Kelia. Life at Lihu finally became so irksome to her, and even the continued kindness of LO-LALE so unwelcome, that she announced her determination to leave the home of her husband forever. This resolution was not altogether unexpected by LO-LALE, for he had not been blind to her growing restlessness and was prepared for the worst. And as the prerogatives of her high rank gave her the undoubted privilege of separation if she desired it, he reluctantly consented to the divorcement. When asked where it was her purpose to go, she answered, "Probably to Maui, to rejoin my brother." "More probably not beyond Ava," was LO-LALE's significant reply. "But, no matter where you may go," he continued, with dignity, "take your departure from Lihu in a manner consistent with your rank. You were received here as became the sister of a king and the wife of the son of Kaloneiki. So would I have you depart. I reproach you with nothing, myself with nothing, therefore let us part in peace." "We part in peace," was Kelia's only answer, and the next morning she quietly took her departure with 4 or 5 attendants. A chant expressive of LO-LALE's grief at the separation was long after recited, but these lines are all of it that have been preserved. Farewell, my partner on the lowland plains. On the waters of Pohekio. Above Kanehoa. On the dark mountain spur of Maununa. O Lihu, she is gone. Sniff the sweet scent of the grass. The sweet scent of the wild vines. That are twisted by Waikoloa. By the winds of Waiopua. My flower. As if a mote were in my eye. The pupil of my eye is troubled. Dimness covers my eyes. Woe is me. Leaving Lihu, Kelia descended to Ava, and, skirting the head of the lagoon by way of Halawa, on the afternoon of the second day arrived at the entrance, immediately opposite Pualoa. There she found a large number of nobles and retainers of KAMAPUAA, the high chief of the district, amusing themselves in the surf. As she had not seen the salt water for some months, Kelia could not resist the temptation to indulge in her old pastime, and, borrowing a surf-board from one of the bathers, plunged into the sea. And soon joined the party of surf riders beyond the breakers. Soon a huge roller made its appearance, and all mounted it and started for the shore. The race was exciting, for the most expert swimmers in the district were among the contestants. But in grace, daring and skill Kelia very plainly excelled them all, and was loudly cheered as she touched the shore. KAMAPUAA was reposing in the shade, not far away, and, hearing the tumult of voices, inquired the cause. He was told that a beautiful woman from Lihu had beaten all the chiefs at surf riding, and the people could not restrain their enthusiasm. Satisfied that there was but one Lihu woman who could perform such a feat, and that she must be Kelia, the wife of his cousin LO-LALE. He proceeded to the beach just as a second trial had resulted in a triumph to the fair contestant quite as emphatic as the first. As she touched the shore KAMAPUAA threw his kihe, mantle, over her shoulders and respectfully greeted her. Kelia then informed him that she had formally separated from her husband and was about to embark for Maui. If that is the case, said KAMAPUAA, gently taking her by the arm, as if to restrain her, you will go no farther than Ava. When I went in search of a wife for LO-LALE, I promised that if he objected to the woman I brought or recommended, or she to him, I would take her myself, if she so willed. You have objected to him. Is KAMAPUAA better to your liking? I will remain at Ava, was the satisfactory answer. Yes, and you should have gone there instead of to Lihu, when you landed at Waialua years ago, continued KAMAPUAA, earnestly. My thought is the same, was Kelia's frank avowal. And she beckoned to her attendants, and told KAMAPUAA that she was ready to follow him. Did he expect her at the beach that morning? Tradition offers no direct answer to the question, but significantly mentions that KAMAPUAA spent 1 or 2 days at Lihu not long before, that houses were in readiness for her at Ava, and that she was borne thither on a manele. Escorted by the principal chiefs and nobles of the district. Learning, not long after, that Kelia had become the wife of KAMAPUAA, the gentle-hearted LO-LALE sent to her a present of fruits and a message of peace and forgiveness. But it was his request that they might never meet again, and he spent the remainder of his days in Lihu, caring for the welfare of his people and dreaming in the shadows of the hills of Kaawa. But little more need here be told. Kelia and KAMAPUAA lived happily together, and were blessed with a daughter, Lealohilo, who inherited her mother's beauty, and became the wife of her cousin Piilani, son and successor of Kaueo, Moa of Maui. But it was not until after the betrothal of the cousins, which was agreed to in their childhood, that Kaueo fully forgave his volatile sister for marrying a prince of Oahu without his consent. Pikeha, one of the daughters of Piilani and Lealohilo, became in aftertime the wife of the great Umi, of Hawaii, and through her great-grandson, the ancestress of Kalakaua, the present sovereign of the group. Lonoapai, another of their children, succeeded his father as Moa of Maui. As a further example of the manner in which the blood of the reigning families of the several islands of the group was commingled in the early periods of their history, it may be mentioned that Kaholi, a son of LO-LALE and Kelia, was united in marriage to Kohipa, one of the 2 daughters of Piliwale. While the other, Kukaniloko, who followed her father as sovereign of Oahu, became the wife of Luea, grandson of Kakalanio, the joint ruler of Maui during the reign of the unfortunate Kakai. Umi, the peasant prince of Hawaii. Characters. KIHA, king of Hawaii. Ike, chief of a band of demi-demons. Puapulenalina, a demon. Dog. Liloa, afterwards king of Hawaii. Pinia, wife of Liloa. Hakau, son and successor of Liloa. Kapukini, daughter of Liloa. Akahiakuleana, a peasant girl loved by Liloa. Umi, son of Akahiakuleana. Makeo, husband of Akahiakuleana. Kukulani, wife of Hakau. Kulamia, the betrothed of Umi. Makalolio, the giant friend of Umi. Lianui, the high priest of Hawaii. Keolioko, a warrior priest. Nuna and priests of Waipio. Kalo. Omakamau, brother of Kulamia, and lieutenants of Umi. Paimaiwa. Uami, the peasant prince of Hawaii. The historic legends of Liloa, Hakau, and the KIHA-PU. Nowhere on the island of Hawaii do the palms grow taller than in the valleys of Waipio, and nowhere is the foliage greener, for every month in the year they are refreshed with rains, and almost hourly cooled in the shadows of passing clouds. And sweet are the waters that sing through the valleys of Waipio. They are fed by the tears of the trade winds gathered in the shaded gorges of the mountains where they find their source. And are speeded to the ocean by hurrying and impatient cascades through black channels fretted with boulders and fringed with everlasting green. Tradition says the waters of Waipio, after their first ascent from the hills, at one time crawled quite sluggishly to the sea. But a great fish, larger than the island of Kaula, whose home was in the depths off the coast of Hamakua, required more fresh water than was furnished by the principal stream of the valley, and Cain, who was friendly with the monster, increased the volume of the little river by creating new springs at its sources, and accelerating the flow by raising the bed in places and providing additional riffles and cascades. The great fish no longer frequents that part of the coast of Hamakua, but the cascades and riffles remain, with the broad finger marks of Cain upon the rocks hurled into the gorge to create them. Although but thinly populated now, Waipio was for many generations in the past a place of great political and social importance, and the taboos of its great temple were the most sacred in all Hawaii. For 200 years or more it was the residence of the kings of that island, and was the scene of royal pageants, priestly power and knightly adventure, as well as of many sanguinary battles. Waipio Valley was first occupied as a royal residence by Kahamilia, near the middle or close of the 13th century, and so continued until after the death of Liloa, about the end of the 15th century. For some reason not clearly stated the successor of Liloa removed his court from Waipio to the opposite coast of the island. Although the glory of the old capital departed with its abandonment as the royal residence, the taboos of its great temple of Pakalani continued to command supreme respect until as late as 1791, when the heiau was destroyed. With all its sacred symbols and royal associations, by the confederated forces of Maui and Kauai in their war with Kamehameha I. Although the story about to be related opens in the reign of Liloa, which closed with his death in about 1485, it is pertinent to refer, as briefly as the strange circumstances of the time will permit, to the father of that sovereign, the great Kiha, concerning whose career many curious traditions survive. The reign of Kiha was long and peaceful. He was endowed not only with marked abilities as a ruler, but with unusual physical strength and skill in the use of arms. In addition to these natural advantages and accomplishments, which gave him the respect and fear of his subjects, it was popularly believed that he possessed supernatural resources, and could call to his aid, in an emergency, weird forces in opposition to which mere human endeavor would be weak and fruitless. Under the circumstances, it is not strange that the chiefs of the neighboring islands deemed it prudent to court his friendship, and that no great wars distracted the kingdom during his reign. Among the means at the command of Kiha for summoning to his assistance the invisible forces subject to his call, the most potential was a curious war trumpet, the notes of which, when blown by Kiha, could be heard a distance of 10 miles. Even from Waipio to Waimea. According to the character of the blast, its voice was either a summons to unseen powers, a rallying cry to the people, or a dreadful challenge to battle. This trumpet was a large seashell. It was a native of foreign waters, and another like it could not be found in the Hawaiian group. It was ornamented with rows of the teeth of distinguished chiefs slain in battle, and could be so blown as to bring forth the dying groans or battle cries of all of them in dreadful diapason. Many legends are related of the manner in which Kiha became possessed of this marvelous shell, but the most probable explanation is that it was brought from some one of the Samoan or Society Islands 3 or 4 centuries before, and had been retained in the reigning family of Hawaii as a charm against certain evils. In the hands of the crafty Kiha, however, it developed new powers and became an object of awe in the royal household. Whatever may have been the beneficent or diabolic virtues of this shell clarion of Kiha, of the KIHA-PU, as it is called, its existence, at least, was a reality, since it is today one of the attractions of the Royal Hawaiian Museum of Honolulu. Brought down by the Kamehameha branch of the Kiha line. When vigorously blown it still responds in sonorous voice, suggestive of the roar of breakers around the jutting cliffs of Hamakua, but Lono no longer heeds the mandate of its call, and brown-armed warriors come no more at its bidding. Of the many strange stories still retained of the KIHA-PU, one is here given, nearly in the language in which it has come down in Hawaiian chant and song. A story of the KIHA-PU. For a period of 8 years, during the reign of Kiha, the KIHA-PU was missing from the cabinet of royal charms and treasures. A new temple was to be dedicated to Lono, not far from Waipio, and feathers of the mamo, oo and other birds were required to weave into royal mantles and redecorate Kaili and other gods of the king's household. But one of the kahu alii, constituting the 5 classes of guardians of the royal person, was permitted to touch the KIHA-PU, nor did any other know of its depository in the king's chamber. His name was Hailo. He was the son of a distinguished chief, and his office was that of ipukuha, or spittoon-bearer, a position of peculiar responsibility, which could be filled only by persons of noble blood and undoubted attachment to their sovereign. Desirous of hastily assembling and dispatching to the neighboring seashores and mountains a large party of feather hunters, the king, reclining in the shade of the palms in front of the royal mansion, commanded Hailo to bring to him the KIHA-PU, that he might with a single blast summon his subjects throughout the valleys of Waipio. Hailo proceeded to the chamber of the king, and a few minutes after returned pale and speechless, and threw himself at the feet of Kiha, tearing his hair, lacerating his flesh with his nails, and exhibiting other evidences of extreme agony and desperation. Nothing ever startled a sovereign of the line of PILI. Under all circumstances he acted with apparent deliberation. It was a natural trait, strengthened by example and education. Kiha calmly regarded his ipukuha for a moment, and then said, "What spirit of evil possesses you? Rise, Hailo, and speak." Hailo rose to his feet, and, with a look of despair, exclaimed, "It is no fault of mine. But tear out the tongue that tells you the KIHA-PU is gone." Without replying, the king, with a terrible scowl upon his face, rose and strode into his chamber. Parting the curtains of kapa which secluded the back portion of the apartment, he stepped to an elaborately carved and ornamented ipu, a container shaped and hollowed from the trunk of a koa tree. He found the vessel open, and beside it on the matted floor the several folds of kapa in which the KIHA-PU had been wrapped, but instead of the sacred trumpet he discovered at the bottom of the ipu a hideously carved head and face of stone. The shell had been adroitly abstracted, but the image that had been left in its place saved the life of Hailo, for by it Kiha discerned that the theft and substitution had been achieved through supernatural agencies. The loss of the KIHA-PU was a great grief to the king. But he did not deem it prudent to admit that he no longer possessed the sacred talisman, and therefore announced to Hailo that the trumpet had been found. Under the pretense that it had been carelessly misplaced by Hailo, Kiha declared that he would be its sole guardian thereafter. There was great joy at the court when it was learned from the lips of the king that the KIHA-PU had been found. Yet it was observed that it was not used to summon the feather hunters, and after the sun went down that evening many thought they faintly heard the music of its voice coming in from the sea. And the king detected the familiar sound, and, fearful that others might hear it as well, called together his poets and hula dancers, and permitted their boisterous merriment far into the night. Early in the evening, while the palace grounds were a scene of revelry, the king repaired alone to the great temple of Pakalani, not far from the royal mansion, to consult with the high priest and put in motion the weird forces of the heiau for the recovery of the KIHA-PU. He took with him the image left in the ipu, as a possible means of assistance, and enjoined a solemn secrecy upon every kahuna taken into the confidence of the high priest. The most noted kilos, seers and prophets of the temple were ordered to apply their arts, and a kaula, inspired by incantation, was questioned from within the anu of the inner sanctuary. The clouds were noted, the flights of birds observed, and the dreams of drugged priests interpreted, but nothing satisfactory was developed. Prayers were offered to the gods, sacrifices were laid upon the altar, and the vitals of freshly slain pigs and fowls were carefully examined. But the only information obtained was that the KIHA-PU had been stolen by the chief of a band of demidemons, or human beings controlled by evil spirits. That it was no longer on the island of Hawaii, but somewhere on the ocean beyond the 8 Hawaiian seas. That it would one day be recovered by a being without hands and wearing neither mantle nor maro, but not until a cocoa tree, planted in the next full of the moon, should yield its first fruit, to be eaten by the king. So far as concerned the theft of the KIHA-PU, the seers of the temple had spoken correctly. For some months a dense forest in the mountains back of Waipio, interspersed with marshes and patches of rank undergrowth, had been inhabited by a small band of wild-looking men, who boldly helped themselves to the pigs, fowls and fruits of the neighboring farmers, and held noisy festivals almost nightly within the gloomy recesses of their mountain retreat. They were said to be only half-human, and capable of assuming other than their natural forms. They had occasionally visited Waipio in parties of from 2 to 5, and entertained the people by telling fortunes and exhibiting strange feats of posturing and legerdemain. In the guise of an old woman the chief of the band had entered the royal mansion and stolen the KIHA-PU, leaving in its place the hideous stone image mentioned. Then, as if the object of their stay near Waipio had been attained, the entire band embarked the evening of the next day in stolen canoes for Kauai. When safely off the coast of Kamapuaa the demon chief had defiantly wounded a blast from the KIHA-PU, which the king had sought to drown in the tumult of the hula. Type of scenery. Kiha departed gloomily from the temple. The loss of the sacred trumpet afflicted him sorely. It had long been an heirloom in the royal family of Hawaii, and its powers had been increased during his reign. In obedience to the revelation of a kaula of great sanctity, he had secretly deposited it in a cave near the summit of Mauna Kea and retired to a valley below. Near the middle of the following night a sound unearthly and terrible came echoing down the mountainside, followed by a hurricane which uprooted trees and tore great rocks from their fastenings and hurled them into the gorges below. The earth trembled as if a volcano was about to burst forth, and a ruddy light hung about the summit. The sound ceased, the wind fell to a whisper, and Kiha rose to his feet in the darkness and said, "It is well. The great Lono has kept faith. He has blown the sacred trumpet, and henceforth it will have the voice of a god." The next morning he repaired to the cave, and found the shell, not where he had left it, but on the top of a huge rock with which the entrance had been forever closed. He raised the trumpet to his lips, and such sound as his heart desired came forth at the bidding of his breath. He breathed a simple call to his subjects, and it was heard the distance of a day's journey. He gave a battle blast, and his ears were stunned with the mingled cries and groans of conflict. He ventured an appeal to the unseen, and to a weird music around him rose gnomes, fairies and grinning monsters. He returned elated to the palace, and more, as its strange voices were heard, did the KIHA-PU become an object of awe and wonder. Although he took every possible precaution to keep from the people all knowledge of the loss of the KIHA-PU, the king had little faith in the assurances of the seers of the great temple that it would in time be recovered. The conditions of its recovery were too vague, distant and unsatisfactory to be entitled to serious consideration. However, within a few days, with his own hands he planted a cocoa tree near the door of his chamber, and had a strong fence placed around it. He visited the spot daily and saw that the ground was kept moist, and in due time a healthy shoot came forth to reward his watchfulness. The members of the royal household wondered at the interest taken by the king in a simple cocoa sprout. But when it was intimated that he was making a new experiment in planting, his care of the little tree ceased to attract remark. And now, while the king is anxiously watching the growth of his cocoa tree, and carefully guarding it from accident and blight, let us follow the travels of the KIHA-PU. Instead of sailing for Kauai through the island channels, the band of demi-demons took a northwest course, intending to reach their destination without touching at any intermediate point. The powers of the KIHA-PU were known to them, and their chief amused himself and his graceless companions by testing its virtues. When off the coast of Maui a blast of the trumpet brought near Ukanipo, a terrible shark god, sent by Kola, the powerful but exacting god of the fishermen of that island. On a jutting headland could be seen a heiau dedicated to him and his wife, HINA. Hundreds of sharks followed in the train of Ukanipo. They surrounded the canoes and lashed the sea into foam. Separating, they formed a great circle around the little fleet, and, swiftly approaching, drove a school of flying fish across the canoes. Many striking the sails and falling into the open boats and thus providing an opportune supply of favorite food. Sighting Molokai, they thought of landing to replenish their water calabashes, but as the coast was rugged and the wind unfavorable, a blast of the trumpet was blown to Kaluyu, the goddess of rain. Instantly there was a commotion in the heavens. Black clouds began to gather around them, and they had barely time to arrange their kapa sheds and funnels before the rain poured down in torrents and filled their calabashes to overflowing. Believing the KIHA-PU would bring them anything they desired, and returning thanks for nothing received, when off the northern coast of Molokai, near Kalapapa, they sounded a call to Lamaomeo, god of the winds, who since the days of MOIKEHA, more than 2 centuries before, had occupied a cave on that island. Enraged at an appeal for favoring winds from such a source, Lamaomeo opened the mouth of the ipu in which he kept the winds imprisoned, and turned it toward the sea. A few minutes after a hot, fierce hurricane struck the canoes of the miscreants, upsetting 2 of them and tearing their sails in tatters. The chief had sufficient presence of mind to call through the trumpet for MOIKEHA, the god who assists in righting upset canoes, and the foundered boats were soon restored to their proper positions and partially freed from water. But there was no abatement in the violence of the wind. For more than a day and a night the canoes were driven before it almost with the speed of a shark, until finally their drenched and wearied occupants heard before them through the darkness the sound of breakers against a rock-bound shore. The danger was imminent, for paddles were useless. Raising the trumpet to his lips, the chief called for Omakaikakai, a powerful fish god. No response came, and the cliffs frowned before him as he hastily trumpeted for a Pukahi, another fish god of Kauai, whose acts were usually cruel and malicious. The spray of shattered waves against the rocks began to wet the canoes, when they were seized by a force unseen, drawn away from the cliffs, swept around a northward point, and flung by the waves upon a sandy beach not far from Koloa. Thus escaping with their lives, the party traveled overland and joined a band of congenial spirits in the mountains back of Waimea, where they remained until they were driven from the island for their misdemeanors. Leaving Kauai, they crossed the channel, and, after moving from place to place for some years, finally took up their abode in a secluded spot near Waolani, on the island of Oahu. In the possession of the KIHA-PU, aka, the chief of the band, who claimed it as his individual property, became cruel and dictatorial to his companions. He esteemed himself little less than a god, and demanded a full half of all the earnings and pilferings of his associates. As the KIHA-PU was the cause of this exaction, one of the friends of IKA, not daring to destroy or purloin the shell, resolved to despoil it of its magic powers. To this end, with great offerings of pigs and fowls, he consulted a priest of Lono at Waianae, and was told that a taboo mark, placed somewhere on the shell with the approval of Lono, would accomplish what was desired. As the priest alone could place the mark upon the shell, he consented to visit Waolani, and remain in the neighborhood until the trumpet could be brought to him. Everything having been arranged, one evening IKA, without great persuasion, was made drunk with awa, when the shell was stolen and conveyed to the priest, who, with a point of flint, hastily scratched near the outer rim a P mark or taboo cross. Meantime burning incense and chanting a low prayer to Lono. "Can its powers be restored?" inquired the friend of IKA, as the tabooed trumpet was returned to him. "Not while the taboo mark remains," replied the priest, "not until, but no matter, its magic voices are silent now." Before IKA awoke from his drunken stupor the KIHA-PU had been restored to its usual place of deposit. The next morning IKA partook of more awa, threw over his shoulders a cape of red, a color sacred to the gods, suspended the KIHA-PU from his neck with a cord of human hair, and went proudly forth to receive the homage of his companions. But they refused to accord him the honors to which he imagined he was entitled, and in his wrath he raised the trumpet to his lips to blast them with a proclamation of his superiority. A natural and monotonous sound issued from the shell. He regarded it for a moment with amazement, then replaced it to his lips and poured his breath into it with the full force of his lungs, but its many voices were silent, its thundertones had been hushed. He hastily re-entered his hut to escape the comments of his companions, and discovered, after repeated trials, that the KIHA-PU had lost its magic powers, and in his hands was nothing more than a simple shell. Not doubting that it had been deprived of its virtues through supernatural agencies, IKA visited a renowned kilo, or wizard, living near Waialua, taking with him the KIHA-PU, which was enclosed in a pouch of kapa, that it might not be observed. The age of the kilo was 124 years, and he was totally blind, subsisting upon the bounty of those who sought his counsel. Finding his hut after some difficulty, IKA presented him with a roll of kapa which he had brought with him from Waolani, and a pig which he had stolen in the valley below, and implored him to ascertain, if possible, the cause of the disenchantment of the KIHA-PU. Taking the trumpet from IKA, the kilo passed his wrinkled hands over it for some minutes, and then retired with it behind a screen of mats, leaving his visitor under the eye of an old crone, who had admitted him without a word and seated herself beside the opening. It was a long time before the kilo reappeared, and it was then to inform IKA that little could be learned concerning the KIHA-PU. He had employed every means known to his art, and finally appealed to Uli, the supreme god of sorcery, when the reluctant answer came that the KIHA-PU had been silenced by a power greater than his. "I dare not inquire further," said the kilo, returning the trumpet. "Will its voices ever return to it?" "Will your cowardice allow you to answer that question?" inquired IKA, in a sneering tone. "Yes," replied the kilo, with an effort restraining his wrath and speaking calmly, "yes, its voices will be heard again in Hawaii, among the hills that have sent back their echoes." IKA would have questioned the kilo farther, but the old woman rose and pointed toward the door, and with a look of disappointment he replaced the shell in its pouch of kapa and sullenly left the hut. Returning to Waolani, IKA abandoned his lofty pretensions and mingled again with his companions on terms of comparative equality. This restored him to their friendship, and, remembering the words of the kilo, he prevailed upon a majority of them to accompany him to Hawaii. Stealing boats at Waikiki, the party set sail for Hawaii, and the fourth day landed at Kauai, in the district of Kohala. There they abandoned their canoes, or exchanged them for food, and in parties of 4 or 5 proceeded across the island by way of Waimea, and soon after took possession of their old quarters in the mountains back of Waipio. After an absence of 8 years. In all these years what had become of the cocoa tree planted by Kiha, with the coming of the first fruits of which the magic trumpet was to be restored by a being without hands and wearing neither mantle nor maro? For 7 years he had watched and nurtured its growth, staying it against wind and storm, and guarding its every leaf and stem. It was a vigorous and shapely tree, and its leaves were above the touch of a battle spear in the hands of the king. But no signs of fruit appeared, and the heart of Kiha was troubled with the thought that the tree might be barren, and that the gods had mocked him. The 7th year of its growth had come and was going, when one morning he descried among its branches 3 young coconuts, scarcely less in size than his clenched fist. He thought it strange that he had not seen them before, and then wondered that he had seen them at all, for they were closely hidden among the leaves. But there they were, to his great joy, and he watched them day by day until they attained an age and size at which they might be eaten. He then sent for the high priest, and, pointing to the fruit, said, "Behold the fruit of the tree planted by the hands of Kiha. At the rising of the sun tomorrow I shall eat of it. Will the gods fulfill their promise?" "O chief," replied the priest, "I do not see the means, but you planted the tree, the fruit is fit for food, eat of it tomorrow, if you will. The gods are all-powerful." At daylight the next morning the fruit was taken from the tree, and the king drank the milk of the 3 coconuts, and ate of the meat of all, first giving thanks to the gods. He then threw himself upon his kapamo until the sun was well up in the heavens, when he rose and went forth to meet his chief adviser, as was his daily custom, and learned from his spies and other confidential officers what of importance had transpired since the day before. The only information that seemed to interest him was that a lawless band of strange men, apparently the same who infested the neighborhood some years before, had reoccupied the marshy forest in the mountains back of Waipio, and would doubtless become a scourge to the planters in the upper part of the valley. It was through such a band that I was robbed of the KIHA-PU, thought the king. It may be that the very same have returned and brought back with them the sacred trumpet. The ways of the gods are mysterious. Communicating the thought to no one, Kiha dispatched a discreet messenger to reconnoiter the camp of the marauders, and in the afternoon secretly visited the temple of Pakalani, where he learned through the kaulas that the KIHA-PU was somewhere on the island of Hawaii. The sun was sinking in the west when the messenger returned, with the information that the chief of the demon band was IKA, who, with many of his followers, had been seen in and around Waipio many years before. These tidings had scarcely reached the ears of the king when a tumult was discovered at the main gate of the palace enclosure, and a few minutes after an old man, with his arms bound behind his back, and followed by a strange-looking dog, was being dragged by a crowd of officers and others toward the royal mansion, in front of which Kiha was sitting, surrounded by a number of distinguished chiefs and titled retainers. The man was well advanced in years, and was clad in a maroon kihe, or short mantle of kapa, while from his neck was suspended an ivory charm rudely carved into the form of a dog's foot. He was above the average height, and around his stooped shoulders hung a tangled mass of grizzled hair. His beard was unshorn, and from beneath his shaggy brows peered a pair of small and malignant-looking eyes. He glowered savagely at his captors, and resented anything that seemed like unnecessary force in urging him along. The dog was a large, misshapen brute, with human-looking ears and a bluish coat of bristling hair. It had a long, swinish tail, and one of its eyes was white and the other green. The animal followed closely and sullenly at its master's heels, uttering an occasional low growl when too roughly jostled by the crowd. When within 100 paces of the mansion the officers halted with their prisoner, and an attendant was dispatched by the king to ascertain the cause of the excitement. Learning that the officers were desirous of bringing before him a man suspected of pilfering from the royal estates, the king consented to listen to the accusation in person, and ordered the prisoner to appear in his presence. Approaching, the old man prostrated himself at the feet of Kiha, and the dog, giving voice to a dismal howl, crouched upon the earth, laid his nose between his paws, and bent his green eye upon the king. Kiha regarded both for a moment with an amused expression, but there was something demoniac in the appearance of the dog, and after catching a glimpse of it he could scarcely remove his gaze from the green eye that glared upon him. Commanding one of the officers to speak for himself and the rest, that the matter might be briefly determined, the king was informed that the prisoner was a native of the island of Kauai, and some months before had landed with his dog in the district of Kau. That he was an awa thief and had trained his fiendish-looking dog to do his pilfering, that the animal possessed the intelligence of a kahuna and the instincts of a demon, and could almost steal the mantle from a man's shoulders without detection. That the prisoner had been driven for his thefts from Kau to Kona, and thence to Hamakua, that he had been living for some months past at Kikaha, where his dog, Puapulenalina, as he was called, had become noted for his thefts. That Awa had been missed by the Luna of one of the king's estates in the upper part of the valley. That the night before a watch had been placed, and the demon dog had been detected in the act of leaving the royal plantation with a quantity of awa in his mouth. That the animal had been followed to the hut of his master, who was found asleep under the influence of awa, which the dog had doubtless ground with his teeth into an intoxicating drink. Since on being aroused the man denied that he had either stolen or chewed it. And, finally, after some resistance, the prisoner had been brought to Waipio, followed by his dog, and was now before the king for examination and sentence. After the officer had concluded his account of the misdemeanors of the prisoner, by permission of the king the old man rose to his feet, and was about to speak in his own defense when Kiha, turning his gaze with an effort from the green eye of the dog, abruptly inquired. "What manner of animal is this, and how came he in your possession?" "O king," replied the prisoner, "the dog was given to me by my uncle, a distinguished kaula of Kauai, and it is believed that he was cast up from the sea." "Enough," exclaimed the king, with a gesture of impatience. "Take them both to the temple of Pakalani," he continued, addressing a chief with a yellow cape and helmet, "and there await my coming." The prisoner and his green-eyed companion were removed to the temple, and in the dusk of the evening Kiha proceeded thither alone. Entering the royal retreat with which the heiau enclosure was provided, he sent for the high priest, and soon after for the prisoner and his dog. They were conducted to the apartment, and the door was closed, a kukui torch held at another opening throwing a glare of light into the room. The king sat for a few breaths in silence, while the priest was scanning the prisoner and his strange companion. Finally, pointing to the dog, Kiha turned to the priest and said, "A wonderful animal, a being without hands, and wearing neither mantle nor maro." "True," returned the priest, recalling the promise of the gods. "And should he be the messenger, his services must not be slighted." "Listen," said the king, addressing the prisoner. "I have faith that this animal can do me a service. In a marshy forest in the mountains back of Waipio a band of conjuring outlaws have lately found a retreat. A magic shell of great power, stolen from me many years ago, is now in the possession of some one of them, probably of IKA, their chief. Can you prompt this animal to recover the KIHA-PU?" "Perhaps," replied the prisoner. "Then do so," returned the king, "and I will not only give you the life you have forfeited, but will see that you are provided henceforth with all the awa you have an appetite to consume." With these words of the king the dog rose to his feet, uttered a growling sound which seemed to be half human, and approached the door. "No instructions are required," said the old man, "he understands, and is ready to start upon his errand." "Then send him forth at once," returned the king, "the night is dark and will favor him." The door was opened, and like a flash the dog sprang from the room, leaped the closed gate of the outer wall, and in the darkness dashed up the valley toward the mountains. "I will await his return here," said the king, looking inquiringly toward the prisoner. "He will be back a little beyond the middle of the night," replied the old man. "With the KIHA-PU?" inquired the king. "Either with or without it," was the answer. Leaving the prisoner in the custody of the high priest and his attendants, Kiha walked out into the starlight. His face was feverish, and the kiss of the trade winds was cool. The heiau of Pakalani was a puhonua, or sacred place of refuge, one of the two on the island of Hawaii, and he wondered whether, under any circumstances, he could properly demand the life of the prisoner were he to claim the protection of the temple. Had he voluntarily sought refuge in the puhonua, there would have been no doubt, but as he was forcibly taken there by royal order, his right to exemption from seizure was a question of doubt. Dismissing the subject with the reflection that the life or death of the prisoner was of little consequence, Kiha strolled toward the inner temple and reverently bowed before an image of Lono near the entrance. Remains of recent sacrifices still smelt rank upon the altar, and scores of gods of almost every grade and function looked grimly down upon him from the walls. Dim lights were seen in some of the quarters of the priests constructed against the outer wall of the enclosure, and a torch was burning at the main entrance. As the evening wore on the silence of the heiau was broken only by the hooting of the sacred owls from the walls of the inner temple, and Kiha threw himself at the foot of a pepper tree, and was soon wafted out into the boundless sea of dreams. After leaping the gate of the heiau the dog started up the valley with the speed of the wind. As he swept past the thatched huts in his course, those who caught sight of him for an instant were sure that they beheld a demon, and the dogs that pursued speedily returned, to crouch whiningly behind their masters. Reaching the upper end of the valley, the dog followed an ascending trail through a steep ravine coming down from the northward, and in a short time, considering the distance traveled, stood snuffing the air at the verge of the forest within which the outlaws had found a temporary refuge. Distant lights were seen flickering through occasional openings among the trees and tangled undergrowth, and at intervals strange voices, as if of song and merriment, were heard. For some time the dog remained motionless, and then stealthily crept into the forest. What form he assumed, how he learned of the hiding place of the KIHA-PU, and through what means he escaped discovery, are details which tradition has left to conjecture. It is told only that he succeeded in finding in the unguarded hut of IKA, seizing in his mouth, and escaping undiscovered from the forest with the sacred trumpet. So adroitly had the theft been committed that it seemed that the dog would surely escape without detection. But in plunging down the steep ravine through which he had finally ascended to the forest, he dropped the KIHA-PU, breaking from the rim a piece embracing the small P or taboo mark of silence placed upon it by the kaula of Waianae. In an instant the liberated voices of the trumpet poured forth in a blast which echoed through the hills and started the night birds to screaming. The sound was heard by the reveling demi-demons of the forest, and, ascertaining that the shell had been stolen, they poured down the mountainside in pursuit of the plunderer. Their speed was something more than human, and the darkness did not seem to impede their steps. From time to time the voice of the trumpet came back to them. But it grew fainter and fainter in the distance, until they finally abandoned the chase as hopeless, IKA himself suggesting that the KIHA-PU, with its voices in some manner restored to it, had taken wings and escaped. The king slept under the pepper tree until past the middle of the night, when the hooting of an owl almost at his ear awoke him, and he rose and re-entered the royal retreat, where he found the high priest with a number of his attendants, and the prisoner intently listening at the half-open door. KIHA was about to inquire the time of the night, for he had neglected to look at the stars before entering, when a noise was heard at the outer gate. The prisoner stepped forward and threw back the door, and the next moment the dog sprang into the room, laid the KIHA-PU at the feet of the king, and then dropped dead beside it. The overjoyed king raised and placed the trumpet to his lips, and with a swelling heart roused the people of Waipio with a blast such as they had not heard for more than 8 years. Liberating the prisoner, who was grief-stricken at the death of his dog, KIHA ordered that he henceforth be fed from the royal table. Winding another blast upon the trumpet, the king returned to the palace, around which were congregated hundreds of excited people. Among them were chiefs in yellow capes and helmets, and warriors armed with spear and battle-axe. Summoning his LAA-MAI-KAHIKI, or principal military leader, a brief council was held, followed by the sending forth of the plumed aides of the king, and the speedy concentration within the palace grounds of a picked body of 300 or 400 warriors armed with short javelins and knives for close encounter. The little army moved rapidly but noiselessly up the valley, and at early daylight surrounded and attacked the camp of the demon band. A desperate hand-to-hand conflict ensued. But the miscreants were overpowered, and all slain with the exception of IKA and 2 others, who were reserved alive for the altar. On the evening following, in the midst of great rejoicing, the KIHA-PU was rededicated to Lono, and IKA and his companions were slain without the walls and sacrificed, with a host of other offerings, in the temple of Pakalani. 2. The reign of Liloa was as peaceful as that of KIHA, his distinguished father. He did not lack ability either as a civil or military leader, however his pleasant and mirthful ways may have impressed to the contrary. He was fond of good living, fine apparel and comely women, yet he held the scepter firmly, and was prompt to punish wrongdoing in his chiefs or infringement of any of his prerogatives. Nevertheless, his heart was kind, and he frequently forgave the humble who had crossed his shadow, and the thoughtless who had violated the spirit of a royal taboo. As he was distracted neither by domestic disturbance nor wars with neighboring kings, Liloa made frequent visits to the several districts of the island, sometimes with an imposing retinue of chiefs and retainers. but quite as often with no more than 2 or 3 trusty attendants. Sometimes he traveled incognito, visiting suspected district chiefs to observe their methods of government, and, when occasion for rebuke occurred, to their great confusion making himself known to them. Near the close of the year 1460, before the annual festival of Lono, which inaugurated the beginning of a new year, Liloa went with a large and brilliant party, in gaily decked double canoes carrying the royal colors, from Waipio to Koholalili. In Hamakua, to assist in the reconsecration of the old temple of Manini, the restoration and enlargement of which had just been completed. He took with him his high priest, Lianui, a band of musicians and dancers, and his chief navigator and astrologer, and the heiau was consecrated with unusual display. Lianui recited the Kwawili, the long prayer of consecration, and 24 human victims were laid upon the altar. Ordering the party to return in the double canoes without him, Liloa resolved to make the journey overland to Waipio with a single attendant. And it is quite probable that it was something more than accident that prompted the royal traveler to deviate from the shortest path to Waipio, and tarry for some hours in a pleasant grove of palms near Kealakaha, where dwelt with her old father one of the most beautiful maidens in all Hamakua. The name of the girl was Akahia Kuleana. She was tall and slender, and her dark hair, which rippled down in wavelets, shrouded her bare shoulders like a veil. Her eyes were soft, and her voice was like the music of a mountain rivulet, and when her bosom was bedecked with leis of fragrant blossoms it seemed that they must have grown there, so much did she appear to be a part of them. Although in humble life, Akahia was really of royal blood, since 6 generations back her paternal ancestor was Kalahuamoku, a half-brother to Kalapana, from whom Liloa drew his strain. She knew the rank of her royal visitor, and felt honored that he should praise her beauty. And when he kissed her lips at parting he left with her his maro and the ivory clasp of his necklace, at the same time whispering words in her ear which in a generation later transferred the scepter of Hawaii from the direct line to humbler but worthier hands. Before the trade winds came and went again the gentle Akahia, unwed, became a mother. At first her father frowned upon the child. But it was a strong and healthy boy, who looked as if he might some day wield with uncommon vigor a lao-palau if not a battle-axe, and he soon became reconciled to the presence of the little intruder. In those days, it is proper to mention, such events occasioned but little comment, and entailed upon the mother neither social ostracism nor a special reproach. The child was named Umi, and, to give it a stronger protector than herself, Akahia became the wife of her cousin Makeo, a strong, rough man, who had always shown great affection for her, and who felt honored in becoming the husband of one who might have taken her choice among many. The father of Akahia cultivated a callow patch larger than his necessities really required, and was abundantly supplied with pigs, poultry, yams, bananas, coconuts and breadfruit, which he was at all times enabled to exchange for fish, crabs, limpets and other products of the sea. All land titles at that time vested either in the sovereign or the chiefs subject to him, and the producer was frequently required to return to his landlord a full third or half of all his labor yielded. Sometimes the landowner was more liberal with his tenants, but quite as often he took to the extent of his need or greed, with no one to challenge the injustice of his demands. But the bit of land occupied by the father of Akahia was part of a large tract reserved for the benefit of the king, and because of the alii blood with which he was credited, but of which he made no boast, the rent he returned was merely nominal. When Umi was about 10 years of age the father of Akahia died, leaving his little estate to his daughter. She had 2 brothers living, both older than herself. But the cultivation of the soil was not congenial to them, and, as there had been no wars of moment in Hawaii for nearly 2 generations, one of them, who had been a dreamer from his youth, had been inducted into the service of the gods by the high priest Lianui, to whom Liloa had given in perpetuity the possession of Keikaha, in the district of Kona, and was otherwise influential. While the second brother, on reaching manhood, had gone with spear and sling to Maui, and risen to distinction in the military service of the Moa of that island. So Akahia and her husband continued to occupy unmolested the old plantation. But the agents who collected the revenues of the king were less liberal with Makeo than they had been with the father of his wife, and he was compelled to make the same rent returns as other royal tenants. Nor this alone. A portion of their land had been given to another, embracing a little grove of Hawaiian or cocoa trees, some of which, it was averred, had been planted by the stewards of PILI nearly 4 centuries before. And their depleted stocks of pigs and fowls ceased to be the envy of their neighbors. This harsh dealing with Akahia and her husband, it is needless to say, was done without the knowledge of the king. But they feared to complain, lest they might be despoiled of the little left them, and deemed it prudent to suffer in silence rather than arouse the wrath of an agent of whose powers they knew not the extent. There were other little mouths to feed besides Umi's, and, as the years came and went with their scant harvests, Makeo became more and more discontented. But, with a hope in her heart of which Makeo knew nothing, Akahia toiled on without complaint. Year by year she saw Umi developing into manhood, and noted that in thought, habit and bearing he was different from others. Umi loved his mother and was not unkind to Makeo. But he spent much of his time by the seashore where the great waves thundered against the cliffs, and in the hills where, among the ohia and sandal trees, the trade winds whispered to him of the unknown. He would climb to the crown of the tallest cocoa tree because there was danger in it, and buffet the fiercest waves in his frail canoe. But neither threat nor persuasion could ever induce him to delve in the slime of the callow patch or plant a row of yams. He would bring fish from the sea and fruits from the mountains, but could not be prevailed upon to till the soil. He fashioned spears of cunning workmanship, and from the teeth of sharks made knives of double edge, but to the implements of husbandry he gave but little note. At the age of 16 Umi had reached almost the proportions of a man. His limbs were strong, his features manly and handsome, his eyes clear and full of expression, and in athletic sports and the use of arms he had no equal among his companions. His habits brought around him but few friends, yet his kindness to all left no pretext for enmity. And while some said he absented himself from home in a spirit of idleness, others shook their heads and ventured the opinion that he visited the recesses of the wooded hills alone to converse with the Kiniakua and learn wisdom from the gods. And his strange conduct, it may well be imagined, was made the subject of frequent discussion in the neighborhood, for Makeo complained continually of his idleness, and but for the intercessions of the mother, who alone was able to account for his peculiarities, would have closed his doors against him. But Umi had a few friends to extol his goodness and defend him against unkind insinuation, and among them were Paimaiwa and Omakamau, youths of about his own age, and Kulamia, the younger and only sister of the latter. From childhood these friends had been his frequent companions, and as he grew to manhood, strong-limbed, resolute and gentle, they learned to regard him with a love prepared for any sacrifice. Kulamia was a bright-eyed, dusky little fairy, who often accompanied Umi and her brother in their rambles. They petted her until she became an exacting little tyrant, and then Umi, at her command, made toys for her, climbed the tallest cocoa trees, and scaled the steepest cliffs in search of flowers and berries that she liked. And, in return for these kindnesses, what, at the age of 15, could Kulamia do but love almost to idolatry the brave and gentle companion who had developed into a splendid manhood? And what could Umi do at 20 but return in kind the devotion of one now ripening into a charming womanhood, whose childish friendship was the brightest sunshine that had ever flecked the landscape of his dreamy life? With a feeling of uneasiness Akahia watched Umi's growing love for Kulamia, and when at 20 he would have married her, much to the gratification of Makeo, she kindly but firmly said to her son, "Be not in haste to fetter your free limbs. Be patient, as I have been for 20 years. Kulamia is worthy, but wait." "Why wait?" exclaimed Makeo, suddenly appearing. He had been listening without the door. "Why should he wait?" he continued. "He has all his life been idle, and it is time that he should have a house of his own." "You have spoken well," replied Umi, drawing himself up to his full height, and looking scornfully down upon the husband of his mother. "You have spoken well, Makeo. It is time, indeed, that I stop this dreaming. I will never eat food again under your roof. Now get you to your callow patch, you will find occupation there befitting you. I will seek other means of living." With these scornful words Umi strode haughtily from the house. Enraged at the insult, Makeo seized a laopalau, or large kalo knife, and sprang after him. Umi turned and reached for his pahoa. Makeo raised his weapon to strike, but it dropped to the earth as if a paralysis had seized his arm as Akahia sprang before him, exclaiming, "Do not dare to strike. He is not your son, he is your chief. Down on your knees before him." To the dismay of Makeo and profound astonishment of Umi, Akahia then revealed the secret of Umi's birth, and, taking from their hiding place the keepsakes left with her by Liloa, said, as she handed them to her son, "Your father is king of Hawaii. Go to him in person and place these mementos before him. Tell him Akahia Kuleana returns them to him by the hands of his and her son, who is worthy of him, and he will own you to be the child of his love. He is noble and will hold sacred his royal pledge. This should have been done long ago, but I could not bring my heart to part with you. Go, and may the gods be your protection and your guide." The strange revelation was soon known throughout the neighborhood, and Umi prepared for his journey to Waipio. How should he appear before Liloa, whose will was law and whose frown was death? In what guise should he seek the presence of his royal father? "As an LAA-MAI-KAHIKI," answered Akahia, proudly. Then from an ipu she brought forth a plumed helmet and cape of the feathers of the Oo, which she had secretly fabricated with her own hands, and placed them upon the head and shoulders of her son. To Kulamea alone was the news of what had befallen Umi unwelcome. She would have been more than content to share with him the common lot. But now that he was about to be recognized as the son of the great Liloa, she felt that they were soon to part forever. Other alliances would be found for him, and he would forget the humble playmate of his youth, who loved him, not because his father was a king, but because they had grown up together and neither of them could help it. So when, 2 days after, Umi started overland for Waipio, accompanied by his 2 trusty friends, Paimaiwa and Omakamo, Kulamea secreted herself to avoid the agony of a parting farewell from Umi. But he found her, nevertheless, and made her happy by kissing and telling her that, whatever might be his future, she should share it, and she believed him, for he had never deceived her. Umi and his companions arrived in Waipio Valley at nightfall. There they remained during the night, and the next morning crossed the little stream of Wailoa, near which was the royal mansion. There Umi left his companions and proceeded alone to the palace enclosure. His head was adorned with a helmet surmounted with white and scarlet plumes, and from his broad shoulders hung a cape of yellow feathers, such as an alii alone was permitted to wear. While around his loins was fastened the maro left with Akahia by the king, and the ivory clasp ornamented a necklace of rare and beautiful shells. In his hand he bore an ihe, or javelin, of unusual weight and exquisite finish, and many eyes followed him as he approached the palace. For, although a stranger, it was manifest from his dress and bearing that he did not belong to the Makanana, or common people. His mother had instructed him to seek the presence of the king in the most direct manner that occasion presented, and without asking the permission or assistance of any one, fearing, no doubt, that, to gain admission to the royal hale, he might exhibit and in some manner lose possession of the sole evidences of his paternity, and thus receive the punishment of an impostor. He therefore passed by, without seeking to enter, the gate of the enclosure, around which were lounging a score or more of sentinels and retainers, and, proceeding to the rear of the mansion, leaped over the high wall immediately back and within 100 paces of the private apartments of the king. Having thus violated a rule of royal etiquette, the penalty of which was death, unless mitigated by satisfactory explanation, Umi grasped his ihe firmly, determined, should he be opposed, to fight his way to the royal presence. It was a desperate resolution, but he had faith in himself, and was without fear. His movements had been watched as he passed the gate of the enclosure without a word, and as he sprang over the wall he found a number of uplifted spears between him and the entrances to the mansion. Nerving himself for the worst, he strode past the interposing weapons, strongly hurling their points aside when too closely presented, and in a moment stood at the back entrance of the palace, through which no one but of the royal household was permitted to enter. This audacity saved him from more determined opposition, since it seemed incredible that anyone not possessing the confidence of the king would take such double hazard of his life. Stepping within the entrance, Omi turned, and, with a half-amused smile at the baffled guard now clamoring around the door, struck the handle of his javelin firmly into the ground, and walked unarmed into the presence of the king. As Omi entered unannounced, the king had just finished his morning repast, and was lounging on a couch of many folds of kapa, unattended except by his spittoon-bearer and 2 half-grown boys with kahilis. Astounded at the intrusion, the king rose to a sitting posture, and, with a frown upon his face, was about to speak, when Omi stepped to the couch and boldly seated himself in the lap of Liloa. Although past 60, the king still retained a goodly share of his earlier vigor, and, throwing Omi from his knees, angrily exclaimed, "Audacious slave! How dare you?" Omi rose to his feet, and, standing proudly before the king with folded arms, replied, "The son of Liloa dare do anything." For a moment the king did not speak. He looked into the face of the undaunted young stranger, and noted that it was noble. And then his thoughts went back to Kealakaua, and to the fair young girl of better-than-common blood whom he had met there many years before while journeying to Waipio after consecrating the temple of Manini, and finally, almost as in a dream, to the pledge he had given and the tokens he had left with her. When all this came back to him he cast his eyes over the comely youth, and beheld his maro around the loins of Omi, and the ivory clasp of his necklace upon his breast. He could scarcely doubt, yet, as if he had recollected nothing, seen nothing, he calmly but kindly said, "Young man, you claim to be my son. If so, tell me of your mother, and of the errand that brings you here." Omi bowed and answered, "My mother, O king, is Akahiakuleana, of Kealakaua, and my years were 20 at the last ripening of the ohias. For the first time, 4 days ago, she told me I was the son of the king of Hawaii, and to take to him this maro and this ivory clasp, and he would not disown me. You are Liloa, the honored sovereign of Hawaii. I am Omi, the humble son of Akahiakuleana. From the hands of my mother I have brought to you this maro and this ornament of bone. If I am your son, seat me beside you on the kapa. If not, order my body to the heiau as a sacrifice to the gods." There was a struggle in the breast of the king, and his eyes were bent upon the bold youth with an expression of pride and tenderness as he said, "How did you gain admission here alone and unannounced?" "By leaping over the wall of the pahale and beating down the spears of your guards," replied Omi modestly. "It was a dangerous undertaking," suggested the king, feigning a frown which wrinkled into a smile upon his lips. "Had you no fear?" "I am still young and have not yet learned to fear," returned Omi, with an air of self-reproach. Such words could come alone from a heart ennobled by the blood of Pilikiai. "You are indeed the son of Liloa," exclaimed the king, with emotion, stretching forth his hand and seating Omi beside him. "Not these tokens alone but your face and bearing show it." And he put his arms around the neck of his son and kissed him, and ordered a repast, which they ate together, while Omi related to his royal father the simple events of his humble life. As the strange entrance of Omi into the royal mansion had attracted much attention, many of the privileged retainers and officers of the court soon gathered in and around the palace. And the rank and possible purposes of the visitor were undergoing an earnest discussion, especially after it was learned that he was breakfasting with the king, when Hakau, the only recognized son of Liloa and heir presumptive to the throne, suddenly appeared and sought the presence of his royal father. There was a dark scowl on the face of Hakau on entering the room and observing a stranger in close conversation with the king and eating from the same vessels. Nor did it disappear when Liloa presented Omi to him as his own son and Hakau's half-brother. Omi rose and frankly offered his brother the hand of friendship and affection. But the grasp and recognition of Hakau were cold, and when he was invited to sit down and partake of meat with his newly found brother he excused himself with the falsehood that he had just risen from his morning meal. After a few words with the king, during which he closely scrutinized Omi's handsome face and manly form, Hakau withdrew, leaving no token in word or look of any feeling of joy at the meeting. Although the kings of the Hawaiian group at that time usually had from 2 to 6 wives, either marriages of the heart or alliances with the families of neighboring kings to strengthen their dynasties, tradition has given to Liloa but one recognized wife. She was Pinia, a Maui chiefess of family distinction, who gave to Liloa a son and one daughter, Hakau and Kapukini. Hakau had reached his 30th year and had married the daughter of the chief and high priest Pei. They had one child, a daughter, who had been given the name of her grandmother, Pinia. Kapukini had not quite reached womanhood, and was the idol of the court. Hakau was a large, well-visaged man, but was haughty, selfish and cruel. Having been, until the sudden appearance of Omi at the court, the only recognized son of Liloa, his caprices had been humored until his heartlessness and tyranny had become almost a byword in Hamakua. But the truth seems to be that he was naturally vicious and barbarous, and tradition speaks of no greater tyrant among all the rulers of Hawaii. Heedless of the rights of property, without return he took from others whatever he coveted, and in an insanity of pride and criminal envy caused to be secretly slain or disfigured such as were reputed to surpass him in personal beauty. Without giving note or credence to the many tales of barbarism with which tradition has connected his name, it is doubtless true that his cruelty and contempt for the rights of his subjects rendered him an unfit successor of the gentle and sagacious Liloa, under whose reign the humblest were protected. And peace and prosperity prevailed throughout the 6 districts of the island. No further explanation of Hakau's freezing reception of Omi is required. He was envious of his handsome face and noble bearing, and hated him because of the love with which his father manifestly regarded him. But Hakau's feelings in the matter were not consulted, and the day following Omi was conducted to the temple of Pakalani in great pomp, where, to the solemn music of chant and sacred drum, the officiating priest with the newly found son of the king went through the form of Okikapiko, a ceremony attending the birth of the children of royalty, and Omi was formally and publicly recognized as his son by the king of Hawaii. Hakau was compelled, with great bitterness of heart, to witness this ceremony, but was too discreet to openly manifest his displeasure. Returning to the palace, Omi was formally presented to the royal household, and heralds proclaimed his rank and investiture of the tabus to which he was entitled. Although the mother of Hakau, Pinia, received him kindly, and Kapukini was more than delighted with her new and handsome brother. She clung to his hand, and artlessly declared that Hakau was cross with her and that she had prayed to the gods to send her another brother, just such a one as Omi, and they had done so. Soon after a great feast was given by the king in honor of the new heir, and all the leading chiefs in the kingdom were invited to come and pay their respects to him. 1,200 chiefs were present, and the feasting and rejoicing continued for 3 days, interspersed with games and athletic sports, in which Omi shone with great splendor. In feats of strength and the skillful handling of arms he had few equals in all that great and distinguished gathering, and in conversations with the old he exhibited so much wisdom and prudence of speech that they wondered who had been his tutors. And when they learned that he had been taught by no one and that the greater part of his young life had been passed in solitude, some of them thought the gods must have instructed him. And all admitted that he was a worthy son of Liloa and an honor to the royal line. Omi was thus firmly established at the court of his royal father, and adequate revenues were set apart for his proper maintenance and that of a retinue befitting his high rank. His friends Paimaiwa and Omakamau, who were overjoyed at his good fortune, entered his service as his personal and confidential friends, and thenceforth became identified with his career, always appearing as the most faithful and self-sacrificing of his adherents. In a week after his arrival at Waipio, Omi sent Omakamau back to their old home with news of his recognition by the king. He also bore an order enlarging the area of Makeo and Akahia's possessions, and relieving them from rent and all other tenant charges. Nor did he forget Kulamea. He sent her a little present in token of his love, and word that, although it could not safely be so then, some day in the future she should be nearer to him, even though he might become the king of Hawaii. The token was dear to her, and dearer still his words, for she knew the heart of Omi and did not doubt, and thenceforth she lived and patiently waited for him, keeping her own secret and firmly saying no to the many who sought her in marriage. Umi's affability and intelligence soon made him a great favorite at the court and steadily endeared him to his father. But in proportion as he grew in the favor of others, Hakau's hatred for him increased, and but for the fear of his father would have manifested itself in open hostility. But Liloa, who was growing old and feeble through a cureless malady, had not yet designated his successor, and Hakau deemed it prudent to make no outward showing of the intense envy and dislike of his brother which he was secretly nursing, and which he resolved should be gratified when the reins of government passed into his hands. In a little less than 2 years after the recognition of Umi, the black kappa covered Liloa. When he felt the end approaching, he called his 2 sons before him, and publicly gave the charge of the government and title of Moa to Hakau, and the custody of the gods and temples to Umi. "You are to be the ruler of Hawaii," he said to Hakau, "and Umi is to be your counselor." There was grief all over the kingdom when the death of Liloa became known, for he was greatly beloved. And, that his bones might never be desecrated, the high priest Pei, whose daughter Hakau had married, secretly conveyed them to the Kona coast and consigned them to the deep waters off Keikaha. This was in accordance with the custom of the time, in fact, with the custom of earlier and later years, for the resting place of the bones of Kamehameha I, who died in 1819, is unknown. A story survives that the remains of this eminent chief were entombed in the sea, but the more popular belief is that they were secretly conveyed to a cave or other place prepared for them in the hills back of Kailua, on the island of Hawaii. And there hidden forever from mortal gaze. In connection with this belief, it is stated that just before daylight on the morning following the night of the death of Kamehameha, one of his nearest friends, while the guard had been removed to afford the opportunity, took the bones of his beloved chief upon his shoulders, and, alone and unseen, conveyed them to their secret sepulchre. Returning, he encountered 2 natives who were preparing for the labors of the day. Fearing that he had been followed, he inquired whether they had observed any one passing toward the hills that morning. They declared that they had seen no one. Had they answered differently, he would have slain them both on the spot, that their secret might have died with them. The name of this chief was Ho'olulu. He has been dead for many years. And although he left children, to one of whom the secret may have been imparted, in accordance with native custom in such matters, it is now believed that all knowledge of the depository of the remains of the first Kamehameha is lost. In 1853, when the necessity of hiding the bones of distinguished chiefs was no longer recognized, Kamehameha III visited Kailua and almost prevailed upon Ho'olulu to point out the spot. They even started toward the hills for that purpose, but, as quite a number of persons were observed to be following, Ho'olulu declined to proceed, and could never after be induced to divulge anything. So fearful were the ancient chiefs of Hawaii that some indignity might be offered to their remains after death, for instance, that charmed fish hooks or arrow points for shooting mice might be made from their bones, that they were invariably hidden by their surviving friends, sometimes in the depths of the ocean, and quite as frequently, perhaps, in the dark recesses of volcanic caverns, with which the islands abound. Immediately after Kamehameha I had breathed his last, his friend Kalamoku assembled the principal chiefs around the body to consider what should be done with it. In his great admiration for the dead chief, one of them solemnly said, "This is my thought, we will eat him raw." But the body was left to Liholiho, son and successor of the dead king who, with his queen, Kamamalu, died while on a visit to England in 1824. The bones of no Hawaiian chief were ever more securely hidden than were those of the distinguished Aliainui-Kuali, who ruled with a strong arm the turbulent factions of the island of Oahu some 2 centuries back. After the flesh had been stripped from the bones, they were given in charge of a trusty friend to be secreted, and most effectually did he accomplish the delicate task assigned him. He had them pulverized to a fine powder, which he mixed with the poi to be served at the funeral feast to be given to the principal chiefs the day following. At the close of the repast, when asked if he had secreted the bones of the dead chief to his satisfaction, he grimly replied, "Hidden, indeed, are the bones of Kuali. They have been deposited in 100 living sepulchres. You have eaten them. But we are wandering somewhat from our story. The day after the death of Liloa, Hakau was ceremoniously invested with supreme authority, while the high priest Lianui gave formal recognition to Umi as guardian of the gods and temples. Both events were celebrated with display and sacrifice. But it is said that the scream of the ele, a sacred bird of evil omen, was heard around the palace all through the night that Hakau first slept there as king. And that as Umi entered the temple of Pakalani to assume the guardianship of the gods, the head of the great image of Lono, near the door of the inner temple, nodded approvingly. Independently of Umi's position as prime minister or royal advisor, his authority as guardian of the gods and temples was second only to that of the king. And Hakau chafed under a bequest that had clothed his brother with a power little less than his own and placed him so near the throne. The consequence was that he seldom invited him to his councils, and secretly sought to cast discredit upon his acts as the nominal head of the priesthood. But Umi bore himself so nobly that Hakau's venom brought no poison to him, and the petty persecutions to which he was subjected not only failed to injure him, but actually added to his popularity with those who had felt the barbarity of his brother, whose first acts on coming to power were to dismiss, disrate and impoverish many of the old and faithful servants and counselors of his father, and surround himself with a party of unscrupulous retainers as cruel and treacherous as himself. Enraged that his secret and cowardly slanders of Umi failed to bring him into disrespect, Hakau's hostility began to assume a more open and brutal form. He publicly reviled his brother for his low birth, and assumed not only that Liloa was not his father, but that his mother was a woman without any distinction of blood. Unable to bear these taunts, and not deeming it prudent to precipitate an open rupture with his brother, Umi quietly left Waipio with his two friends Paimaiwa and Omakamau, and, traveling through Hamakua without stopping at Kealakaha, where dwelt his mother and Kulamia, proceeded at once to Waipunalii, near La Pahoehoe, in the district of Hilo, where he concluded to remain for a time and await the development of events. To support themselves, Umi and his two friends devoted a portion of their time to fishing, bird-catching and the making of canoes, spears and other weapons. And although the rank of Umi was studiously concealed, his intelligence, skillful use of arms and general bearing could not fail to attract attention and excite the curiosity of his humble associates. Not unfrequently strangers would prostrate themselves before him, so profoundly were they impressed with his appearance, but he declined to accept their homage and smilingly assured them that he was born and reared, like themselves, in humble life. As a further precaution against recognition, he carefully avoided the prominent chiefs of the district, deeming it probable that some of them had seen him in Waipio, or even witnessed the ceremonies attending his acceptance as the son of Liloa. 3. It was not destined that Umi should remain long unknown among the hills of Hilo. His sudden disappearance and continued absence from the court had excited apprehensions of foul dealing, and Hakau himself, who had thus far failed in his efforts to discover the retreat of Umi, began to fear that he was somewhere secretly planning a deep scheme of retaliation. But Umi had as yet marked out for himself no definite plan of action. He smarted under the persecutions of Hakau, and did not doubt that, sooner or later, he would triumph over them and be restored to the rights and privileges bequeathed to him by his royal father. But exactly when and how all this was to be accomplished were problems which he expected the future to assist him in solving. And he was not disappointed. The future for which he had patiently waited was near at hand, and he was about to become the central figure of a struggle which would test to their utmost his courage and ability. One day, while strolling alone in the hills back of Waipunalii, there suddenly appeared before him a man of stupendous proportions. Umi regarded the object for a moment with amazement, and was about to speak when the monster dropped on his knees before him. In that position he was a head and shoulders above Umi, and the spear in his hand was of the measure in length of 10 full steps. Although more than 11 feet in height, he was well proportioned, and the expression of his face was intelligent and gentle. He was young in years, yet his hair fell to his shoulders and was streaked with gray. "Who are you, and why do you kneel to me?" said Umi, looking up into the face of the giant with a feeling of awe. "If I had your limbs I would kneel alone to the gods." "I am Makalolio, of Kona, and the most unfortunate of men," replied the monster in a ponderous but not unpleasant tone. "My mother was Nahali. But she is now dead, and, having grown to the height of the trees, I live in the mountains among them, for men seem to fear and hate me, and women and children scream with fright at my approach." "And who was your father?" inquired Umi, kindly. "As he died when I was young," returned the giant, "and that was more than 30 years ago, I know not, except that his name was Mano, and that he claimed lineage from Kaha-Kapu, the grandfather of the great Liloa, whose unworthy son now rules in Hawaii." "Hist!" exclaimed Umi, reaching up and placing his hand gently upon the shoulder of the monster. "There is death in such words, even to a man of Makalolio's girth. The trees are listeners as well as myself." "The trees will say nothing," was the reply, "for they often hear such words of Hakau. But why should I fear death? I was not born to be slain for speaking the truth. Listen, and then tell me why Makalolio should fear anything that is human." "When a boy a stranger met me one day on the cliffs overlooking the sea, where I was searching for the feathers of the Oo. He was mighty in stature, and in fear I fell upon the ground and hid my face. He called me by name, and I looked up and saw that he held in his hand a small fish of the color of the skies at sunset. Handing the fish to me, he said, 'Eat this, and to see your face all men will look toward the stars.' I knew he was a god, Kanaloa, perhaps, and I feared to refuse. So I took the fish and ate it, and the stranger stepped over the cliffs with a smile on his face and disappeared. The fish was pleasant to the taste, and I could have eaten more. A strange sense of increasing strength seized me, and on my way home I lifted large rocks and felt that I could uproot trees. I said nothing to my mother of what had happened, but the next morning she looked at me with fright and wonder, for during the night I had grown an arm's length in height. Except upon my hands and knees I could no longer enter the door of the house where I was born, and everything with which I was familiar had a dwarfed and unnatural look. I was ashamed to meet my old associates, and only ventured from the house when it was too dark for me to be plainly seen. Larger and larger I grew, until at the age of 15 I reached my present proportions, when my mother died, and I made my home in the mountains, where I have since spent the most of my time. What should one so treated by the gods fear from man?" And Makalolio rose to his feet, towering like a cocoa tree above his companion. "A strange story, indeed. But if the trees, which are speechless, do not betray you, why should not I?" said Umi, curious to learn something farther of the strange being in whose veins possibly coursed the blood of kings. "Because," answered the giant, slowly, "you are Umi, the son of Liloa, and Hakau is your enemy." Umi listened to these words in amazement, and then frankly said, "You are right. I am Umi, the son of Liloa, and Hakau is not my friend. And now that you know so much, you cannot but also know that it is prudent for me to remain at present unknown. Let me ask in return that you will not betray me." "I know all, and you may fear nothing," said Makalolio. "Before the moon grows large again I shall be with you, spear in hand, on your way to Waipio. Meantime you may lose sight of me, but I shall be near you when my arm is needed. You have powerful friends. Be guided by them, and all will be well." Umi held up his hand, and Makalolio folded it in his mighty palm as he dropped upon his knees and exclaimed, "Umi, son of Liloa. Here in the hills, among the listening leaves, let Makalolio be the first to hail you Moi of Hawaii." Before Umi could rebuke the untimely utterance Makalolio rose to his feet and with a low bow disappeared among the trees. With whatever feeling of fear the Makaanana, or laboring classes, of Waipunalii may have regarded Makalolio, as he occasionally appeared among them like a moving tower, he was not without friends. He was well known to the priests and kaulas of the district, who believed that his huge proportions were due to the special act of some god, and was always a welcome visitor at the home of Keolioku, a high priest of great influence both in Hilo and Hamakua. It is therefore probable that this meeting with Umi was not entirely accidental, for the day following Keolioku dispatched a messenger to Umi, who was found not without some difficulty, inviting him to a conference in a secluded spot near the head of a neighboring valley. The object of the meeting was not stated, and Omi's first thought was that the emissaries of his brother were seeking to lure him to his death. But no danger ever appalled him, and, seizing his javelin and thrusting a pahoa into his girdle, he followed the messenger. A brisk walk of an hour brought them to a small grass hut partially hidden among the trees and undergrowth of an almost dry ravine abruptly jutting into the valley. At that point the valley was too narrow to admit of cultivation, although a broken stone wall across the mouth of the ravine showed that at one time 3 or 4 uneven acres behind it had been tilled. The grass grew rank within the enclosure, and, in addition to several varieties of forest trees that had taken root since the ground had last been disturbed, a half-dozen or more cocoa trees lifted their heads above the surrounding foliage. And the broad leaves of as many banana stalks swayed lazily in the wind. It was a lonesome-looking spot, and no sign of life in or around the hut was visible as the messenger stopped at a gap in the crumbling wall and awaited the approach of Omi. The chirp of the crickets in the grass seemed to be a note of warning, and the whistle of a solitary bird hidden among the leaves sounded like a scream to Omi in that deserted and otherwise silent nook. But he grasped his IHE firmly and beckoned the messenger to proceed. As he stepped over the broken wall he caught a glimpse of the ponderous form of Makololeo through the branches of a sandal tree on the side of the hill overlooking the hut. Under the eye of that mighty and friendly sentinel Omi dismissed all thought of treachery or danger. Reaching the door of the hut, he was met by the high priest Keolioku, who promptly extended his hand and invited him to enter. While the messenger withdrew from the enclosure and took a position where he commanded a view of the valley above and below the mouth of the ravine. There was no furniture in the hut beyond 2 or 3 rickety shelves, and on one side a raised platform of earth, which, with a kappa covering, might have been used either as a bed or seat. On entering the priest requested Omi to be seated, and then bowed low and said, "I cannot doubt that I am standing before Omi, son of Liloa, and guardian of our sacred temples and our father's gods." To these words the priest silently awaited an answer. Omi did not reply at once. But after giving the face of the priest a searching glance, and recalling his meeting with Makololeo the day before, and the vision through the branches of the sandal tree, he frankly answered, "I cannot deny it." "No, you cannot, indeed," returned the priest, fervently, "for so have the clouds told me, and so has it been whispered in my dreams. Word has come to me from Waipio that Hakau knows you are in Waipunalii, and his emissaries are already here with orders to assassinate you." "Then further disguise would be useless, further delay cowardly," exclaimed Omi, rising from his seat and grasping his IHE. "His cruelty forces me at last to strike. The time for action has come, and, spear in hand, as befits a son of Liloa, I will face the royal murderer in Waipio, and the black kappa shall be his or mine." "Spoken like a king and a son of a king," returned the priest with enthusiasm, grasping Omi by the hand. "But you will not go alone. Come to me with your friends tomorrow, if possible tonight. Under my roof you will be safe, and there we will gather the spears that will make your journey to Waipio a triumphal march." "Thanks are the only payment I can now make to your friendship," said Omi, in turn pressing the hand of the priest. "You may expect me and a few of my friends before another rising of the sun." With a few hasty words of explanation Omi left the hut with his heart on fire, and the priest watched him with a smile until he passed the broken wall. There he was rejoined by the messenger, who silently preceded him down the valley. As he started to return Omi looked toward the sandal tree above the hut. Makololeo was no longer there, but he frequently discerned a mighty form moving down the valley along the wooded hillside, and knew that his great friend was not far away. The northeastern coast of the island of Hawaii presents an almost continuous succession of valleys, with intervening uplands rising gently for a few miles, and then more abruptly toward the snows of Mauna Kea and the clouds. The rains are abundant on that side of the island, and the fertile plateau, boldly fronting the sea with a line of cliffs from 50 to 100 feet in height, is scored at intervals of 1 or 2 miles with deep and almost impassable gulches, whose waters reach the ocean either through rocky channels worn to the level of the waves, Or in cascades leaping from the cliffs and streaking the coast from Hilo to Waipio with lines which seem to be of molten silver from the great crucible of Kilauea. In the time of Liloa, and later, this plateau was thickly populated, and, requiring no irrigation, was cultivated from the sea upward to the line of frost. A few kalo patches are still seen, and bananas grow, as of old, in secluded spots and along the banks of the ravines. But the broad acres are green with cane, and the whistle of the sugar mill is heard above the roar of the surf that beats against the rock-bound front of Hamakua. In the first of these valleys south of Waipunalii was the estate of the high priest Keolioku, which was thickly dotted with the huts of his tenants, and embraced some of the finest banana, cocoa and breadfruit groves in the district. For the accommodation of himself and family were two large mansions, constructed of heavy timbers and surrounded by a substantial stone wall. The priest was learned and hospitable, and his influence was second in the district only to that of the Alii-Okane. Anticipating the arrival of Omi and his friends during the night, the priest had placed a watchman at the gate on retiring, with instructions to wake him should any one unknown to the sentinel apply for admission before morning. But Keolioku could not sleep, for his mind was filled with the shadows of coming events. He had discovered a son of Liloa, the rightful guardian of the temples and his gods, secreted among the Makanani to escape the persecutions of his tyrannical and heartless brother. And as a reconciliation between them did not seem to be possible, he had resolved to urge Omi into open revolt at once. And to assist him to the full extent of his power in organizing a force to contest with Hakau the right to the sovereignty of Hawaii. This he was moved to do, not more because Hakau was a tyrant, than that he had sought to degrade the priesthood, of which Omi was the nominal head. And in the dedication of a temple in Waimea had sacrilegiously usurped the powers and privileges of the high priest. Should the revolt prove unsuccessful, his life, he well knew, would be one of the forfeits of the failure, but the priest was a courageous man, and did not hesitate to accept the hazard of the perilous undertaking. Although reared in the priesthood, he could wield a spear with the best, and when in arms his 50 years sat lightly upon him. With his mind filled with the details of the dangerous labors before him, the priest tossed restlessly upon his couch of kapa until past midnight, when he rose and strolled out among the palms. Wearied with walking, he stretched himself upon the grass, and, fanned by the trade winds and soothed by the stars which seemed to smile upon him through the branches of the trees, he followed his troubled thoughts into the land of dreams. And there a voice said to him thrice, "Let the spears of Hakau be sent beyond the call of the KIHA-PU, and the victory of Omi will be bloodless." A voice beside the sleeper awoke him, and he was informed by the watchman that a considerable number of strangers were at the gate and desired admission. The priest rose to his feet, and, with the mysterious words of the dream still ringing in his ears, proceeded to the gate, where the tall form of Omi loomed up in the darkness. Giving him his hand with a warm word of welcome, the priest was about to conduct him within when he was startled at the sudden appearance at the gate of a party of armed and resolute-looking men, how many he was unable to distinguish. The priest was about to speak when Omi laid his hand upon his shoulder and said in a low voice, "All trusty friends." "Then all are welcome," replied the priest, and, giving an order to the watchman, he stepped aside with Omi, when 200 warriors, apparelled for battle, silently filed in double rank through the opening. Following Omakamau and Paimaiwa to quarters evidently prepared for a much greater number. "Truly, a good beginning," exclaimed the priest, with enthusiasm, as the last of the little army passed the gate. "A few that my good friends have been sounding since yesterday," said Omi, modestly. "They do not know me yet as Omi, but are inspired with a hatred for Hakau. The number could have been greatly increased, but I feared your ability to accommodate more without warning." It was thoughtful. "But 10 times their number can be secreted within these walls. But come," continued the priest, taking the arm of Omi and proceeding toward the larger mansion, "there is red in the east, and you must have rest and sleep. When you awake I will give you a dream to interpret. It relates to the business before us." "Tell me of the dream before I sleep, good Keolioku," urged Omi, pleasantly, "and perhaps some god may whisper an answer to it in my slumbers." "Well thought," replied the priest, and he related his dream to Umi as he conducted him to a room in the large hale and pointed to a pile of soft kapa on a low platform. The priest bowed and retired, and Umi, who had rested but little for 3 days, threw himself upon the kapamo and slept soundly until the sun was high in the heavens. The young chief awoke greatly refreshed, and, after his morning bath, sought the presence of the priest, who since daylight had been busily engaged in dispatching messengers to his friends in various parts of the district. And even to Puna and Hamakua, and arranging for supplies of arms, provisions and other warlike stores. Against the walls of the enclosure a number of long sheds had been hastily constructed, under which, screened from observation from without, men were repointing spears and eyes, and repairing slings, daggers and other weapons. In fact, the enclosure began to assume the appearance of a military camp rather than the peaceful habitation of a priest. And as Umi looked around him he appreciated for the first time that a step had been taken which could not be retraced, and that the lives of himself and many of his friends could be saved alone by destroying Hakau, in whose heart lived no feeling of mercy. But, as the conflict had been forced upon him, he accepted it without fear or regret, and his courage would not permit him to doubt the result. Umi greeted and thanked the priest for the warlike preparations visible on all sides, and over their morning meal together were discussed the resources and details of the coming struggle. It was not believed that a sufficient force could be rallied in the district to make head against the battalions of the king in open fight, for news of the ripening rebellion was spreading in the neighborhood and would soon reach Waipio. "What we lack in spears must be made up in cunning," said the priest, confidently. "The gods are with us, and the means of victory will be pointed out." "Perhaps," replied Umi, thoughtfully. "But sometimes the direction is vague and we are apt to mistake it." Alapana failed to interpret correctly the will of Cain, as sent to him through his high priest, and was driven by the floods from Waipio, and compelled to return to Kahiki, the land of his fathers. "True," returned the priest, not a little astonished at Umi's knowledge of the ancient chiefs of Hawaii, "and we must not fall into the same error. The gods, perhaps, have already spoken. Let the spears of Hakau be sent beyond the call of the KIHA-PU, are the words that have come to me, but I can find no interpretation of them. We must make sacrifice at once, and consult the kaulas." "That would be well," said Umi. "Yet it may be that a hint of their meaning, if nothing more, has been sent to me. I slept with the words this morning, you will remember, and now I recall that a whisper advised that we should take to our counsel Nunu and Kakohi, of Waipio." "You have made the way clear," exclaimed the priest, earnestly. "I know the men well. They are priests of influence and large learning. They were the advisors of Liloa, and are now the enemies of Hakau." "The same," said Umi, "I have met them both." "Then will we dispatch a discreet messenger for them at once," returned the priest, rising abruptly. "Every moment is precious, and their counsel may be the voice of the gods. And now, while the messenger is on his way to Waipio, it may be in place to make some further mention of the 2 priests in search of whom he was sent, as they contributed in no small measure to Umi's final success, and were thereafter rated among his confidential counselors. Nunu and Kakohi were chiefs of distinction and belonged to the priesthood. They were both learned in the lore of the gods and the traditions of the people, and were so highly esteemed by Liloa that he frequently invited them to the royal mansion, and late in life spent 1 or more evenings with them in each month. When he listened to recitals of the traditions of his fathers, and mystier lines of demigods and heroes stretching backward in unbroken thread to the morning of creation. They were among the few who could recite the sacred genealogical mele of Kumuhonua, the Hawaiian Adam, and he loved to listen to the naming of the generations from the first man to Nu'u, of the Great Flood, and thence to Wakea, and downward still nearly 60 generations to himself. Some differences existing between the genealogies of Hawaii and Maui, Liloa had sent them to the latter island to confer with its priests and historians, with the view of reconciling their disagreements. Their mission was successful, and what is known as the Ulu genealogy was the result of the learned conference. These were among the friends of Liloa who, for the sake of the father and the honor of the royal line, had patiently and earnestly sought to divert Hakau from his barbarous practices. But he had scorned their kind offices, made light of their learning, and finally denied them admission to the palace. He hoped by his cruelty to drive them from Waipio. But in the prophetic flames they had read their future, and from within the sacred anu of the temple voices had come to them enjoining patience, so they sat down and waited. Arriving at Waipio, the messenger of Keolioku had but little difficulty in finding the two priests of whom he was in search. It was some hours after nightfall, but on inquiry he was directed to their humble dwelling on the south side of the stream, and soon stood at their door. It was dark within, and on making his presence known 2 men appeared at the opening. The messenger saluted them politely, and, observing but a single person, they cautiously stepped from the door and inquired of the visitor his business with them. By their garb and bearing he knew them to be priests, but that was not enough. He could afford to make no mistake, so he dissembled and said, "I have probably been misinformed, this is not the house of Manana, the fisherman." "My friend," said Nunu, "your words do not mislead us. Whether for good or evil I know not, but you are in search of Kakohi and Nunu, and they are here. If you have business with them, speak, there are no listeners." The messenger answered by unfolding from a piece of kappa an ivory talisman carved from a whale's tooth, which he handed to Nunu, with a request that he would examine it. Stepping to a fire still smoldering near the oven of the hut, the priest threw upon it a handful of dry bark, which in a moment burst into a flame and enabled him to inspect the palaua. Returning and addressing a few words to his companion, the priest said to the messenger, "You are from Keolioku, of Waipunalii." "I am from Keolioku, of Waipunalii," repeated the messenger, bowing. "How long since?" inquired the priest. "Late this morning," was the answer. "You must have traveled swiftly, for the paths are rough and the distance is a long day's journey," suggested the priest, cautiously. "My feet have known no rest," was the brief reply. "What news bring you of Keolioku?" "None." "Then why are you here with this palaua?" "Because so commanded by Keolioku. There are rumors of coming troubles on the borders of Hamakua. Has Keolioku sent you to tell us of them?" "I am here to say nothing of Keolioku, but to say for him, and to say only, that he prays that Nunu and Kakohi will meet him under his own roof at Waipunalii without delay." "And nothing more?" "Nothing more." "You are discreet." "I am simply the bearer of a message, and now that I have delivered it, I am waiting for such answer as you may desire to send back with me to Keolioku." "When will you return?" "Tonight." "Then tell Keolioku that his friends Nunu and Kakohi will be with him by this time tomorrow." "Now come," continued the priest, "there is meat in the mua, and you must eat, for there is a wearying journey before you." The messenger was led into an adjoining hut, where meat and poi were set before him, and half an hour after he was scaling the hills east of the valley of Waipio. Although the messenger was silent, the priests felt assured that there was a gathering of spears in the neighborhood of Waipunalii, and that Keolioku was secretly inciting a revolt. They knew that Umi was somewhere among the hills of Hilo, and felt strong in hoping that at the proper time he would be found at the head of the movement. Hakau had very much underrated the power of the priesthood, and did not discover until too late that in seeking to persecute and degrade Umi, who had been given charge of the gods and temples by Liloa, he had provoked the hostility of a class which at that period of Hawaiian history no sovereign could safely defy. If the taboos of the Moa were sacred, those of the high priests were none the less inviolable, and the strongest chiefs in the group were those who held in greatest respect and enjoyed the largest friendship of the priesthood. Like the temporal rulers, the priests inherited their functions, and were as jealous of their prerogatives as royalty itself. It was through them that the civil as well as the religious traditions of the people had been brought down and perpetuated, and through their prayers and sacrifices only that the gods could be persuaded to accord success to important undertakings. In the veins of some of the priests ran royal blood, and from time to time they left their heiaus and became distinguished as warriors, but under no circumstances did they ever relinquish their sacred rights. They not unfrequently possessed large landed estates, the title to which remained inalienably in the family. Such, for example, was the Keikaha estate, in the district of Kona, Hawaii, which was the gift of Liloa to Lianui, and which remained with the descendants of that eminent high priest until the days of Kamehameha I. Such a warrior priest of goodly possessions was Keolioku, of Waipunalii. He was the high priest of the temple of Manini, at Koholalili, which was consecrated, as before related, in the time of Liloa. Although for some years he had seldom officiated, except on important occasions, preferring the quieter life of his estate at Waipunalii, he was greatly respected by the people of the district, and his influence proved a tower of strength to Omi. 4. True to the answer returned to Keolioku by his messenger, Nunu and Kakohi reached Waipunalii the following night. And when they saw the warlike preparations, and learned that Omi was present and that the acclaim of revolt was to be raised in his name, they wept for joy. It was past midnight, and their limbs were weary, but they could not sleep. At their request the door of Omi's room was pointed out to them, and they went and sat down beside it. For an hour or more they did not speak. Then, when all was still within the walls, in a low tone they began the legendary chant of the kings of Hawaii. As they proceeded with a record which few on the island beside themselves could correctly repeat, their voices rose with their enthusiasm. And in a few minutes hundreds of half-naked men crept from their barrack lodgings and stood listening to the metric sentences of the learned historians. As they reached the name of Kiha, Omi stepped without the door. The priests recognized him and rose to their feet. Then, continuing the mele, they chanted the name of Kiha, of Liloa, of Hakau, and finally of Omi, represented as having wrested the scepter from his unworthy brother, who was hated by his subjects and abandoned by the gods. With this they dropped on their knees before him and boldly saluted him as Moa of Hawaii. This acquainted many of the warriors present for the first time of Omi's rank, and the wildest enthusiasm seized them. They asked to be led at once to Waipio, and were only quieted when Keolioku appeared and assured them that their patriotic wishes would soon be gratified. At first Keolioku deemed this early development of the purposes of the movement untimely, if not, indeed, unfortunate. Many preparations remained to be made. It had been a suggestion of Omi that a part of the rebel forces should be sent to Waipio by water, but the canoes necessary for the expedition had not been secured, and not more than 1,000 warriors had reported. Secrecy could no longer be maintained, and immediate and open action appeared to be now unavoidable. Yet it was through Nunu and Kakohi that his plans had been thwarted, and while he felt annoyed at what they had done, he retired, hoping they had acted advisedly in the matter. The conduct of the priests was explained and approved the next morning. They urged immediate action. Hakau was not prepared for a sudden attack. For many years there had been no wars of consequence, and such of his supporters as the king could hastily summon to his assistance would be improperly armed and without discipline. Their advice was for Omi to raise the standard of revolt at once. This news they would take to Waipio, with the further information that, although preparing for rebellion, Omi would not be strong enough to act for some time. Alarmed, Hakau would consult the high priest Lianui, who, notwithstanding their relations, was secretly his enemy. And a plan could be devised to induce the king to send his household guards and immediate followers to the mountains on some religious errand, when Omi, apprised of the situation by fires kindled at intervals on the hilltops between Waipio and Waipunalii, could swoop down with a few hundred resolute warriors and seize the king and the capital. And thus with a bold stroke achieve a bloodless triumph. When the priests had developed this plan of action, Keolioku rose to his feet and exclaimed with excitement. "The gods have instructed you. You have spoken truly, the gods have indeed instructed our friends," said Omi, impressively. "For was it not said in your dreams that the victory would be bloodless if the spears of Hakau were sent beyond the call of the KIHA-PU? The meaning is now plain," returned the priest, reverentially. "The gods are with us, and we will be directed by them." All the details were then carefully arranged, and the two priests returned to Waipio. It was soon rumored that they brought news of Omi, and Hakau sent for them, as had been expected. Fear had somewhat humbled him, and he greeted them with what seemed to be the greatest friendship and cordiality. He even chided them for absenting themselves so long from the royal mansion, where their visits, he assured them, would always be welcome. They assumed to be greatly gratified at his protestations of goodwill, but secretly despised him for his shallow hypocrisy. When questioned by the king, the priests frankly informed him that they had left Umi and Keoli'oku together no longer than the day before, and advised him to lose no time in dispatching to the mountains all the men he could summon, to gather fresh feathers of rare birds with which to redecorate his god of war. Hakau was startled by this advice, for the ceremony of Kaualakua was never performed except in times of war or other imminent peril. "What?" he exclaimed, with assumed astonishment, "shall this be done because Umi lives, and you have seen him with the high priest of Manini?" "No, not because Umi lives," replied Nunu quietly, "but because he is preparing for rebellion." "Rebellion?" repeated Hakau, angrily. "Does he expect to be able to maintain himself in Hilo?" "His aims reach beyond Hilo," ventured the priest. "To Puna?" "Beyond Puna." "To Kau?" "Beyond Kau." "Then he must aim at the whole island," exclaimed Hakau, savagely. "At the whole island," repeated the priest, maliciously. "He shall have land enough to bury him, and no more," hissed the king. "But you are croakers, both of you. Before considering your advice I shall consult Lianui and the seers of Pakalani, and hear what the gods say of this widespread conspiracy, as your fears and cowardice tell the story." Hakau abruptly dismissed the priests, and dispatched a messenger for the high priest Lianui, but it was late in the afternoon before he could be found. He was old and venerable in appearance, and his hair, white as the snows of Mauna Kea, fell to his knees, covering his shoulders like a veil. They had met but rarely since the death of Liloa, for the old priest seldom left the temple grounds, and Hakau as seldom visited them. And as the bearded and white-haired prophet entered the royal mansion, all bent respectfully before him, and a feeling of awe crept over the king as the priest stood silently and with folded arms before him. "My greeting to you, venerable servant of the gods," said the king. The priest bowed, but remained silent, and Hakau resumed abruptly. "I have learned that Umi and a priest named Keoli'oku are plotting treason together in Hilo, near the borders of Hamakua. What know you of Keoli'oku?" "A man to be feared if he is in earnest," replied the priest curtly. "Have auguries of the movement been invoked?" inquired the king. With a gesture the priest replied in the negative. "And why not?" continued Hakau, impetuously. "What are priests and temples for, if not to guard the kingdom against coming dangers? If it so please them, the gods answer when they are asked through sacrifice," replied the priest. And then, with rising anger, he continued, "Your father respected the gods, and came to the temple when he would consult them, and his son must do the same." "Well, then," said Hakau, discovering that the priest neither loved nor feared him, "I will be at the temple tonight, sometime after sunset, and have you there the best of your diviners." "I shall await your coming," replied Lianui, briefly, as he bowed low and retired. "Although he gave me his daughter," muttered Hakau, as Lianui left the room, "he has no love for me, and I as little for him. But no matter. I must not quarrel with him now. Wait until I have dealt with Umi and his confederates, and then," but he did not finish the sentence, for he suddenly recollected that the high priesthood was an inherited position, like his own, and its bestowal was not a royal prerogative. There were bloody means of creating vacancies, however, and these flashed through the wicked brain of Hakau. Small Temple on Kauai, 1793. The night that followed was dark, with a steady wind from the northwest and occasional showers. It was some time after sunset before the king entered the outer gate of the heiau of Pakalani. He was accompanied by 4 attendants, 2 of whom bore a muzzled pig and 2 fowls, the others were trusty friends. A kukui torch was kept burning in front of the house of the high priest, another between the altar and inner court, and a third near the entrance of the royal retreat, with which that heiau, like many others, was provided. Toward the latter Hakau and his party proceeded, and were soon joined by Lianui and a number of officiating priests and kilos. Entering the royal heiau, a few words passed between the king and Lianui, when the attendants of Hakau were relieved of their burdens and sent without the enclosure. The kaika, or large sacrificial drum, was then sounded with 3 measured strokes, and in a few minutes 6 officiating priests, 3 of them with knives in their hands and the others bearing torches, made their appearance. To them the pig and fowls were entrusted, and, preceded by the torch-bearers, the king and high priest, followed by the attendants of the temple, with measured pace moved toward the altar. Reaching the place of sacrifice, the high priest uttered a prayer to the Godhead, and separate supplications to Kane, Ku, and Lono, intoned by the assisting priests, when the fowls were decapitated and their headless bodies placed upon the altar. The priest watched them until they were motionless, and then opened them and carefully examined the heart, liver, and entrails of each. The king glanced anxiously at the priest, but the latter made no response. The pig was then ordered to be slain. The throat of the animal was cut and its bleeding body was also placed upon the altar. The flow of the blood was scrupulously noted, and, after the respirations had been counted and the animal ceased to breathe, the body was hastily opened. The spleen was removed and held above the head of the priest while another prayer was spoken, and then the other organs were separately examined. Completing the inspection, Lianui stepped back from the altar. "Well," said the king, impatiently, "what say the gods?" "The gods are angry, and the portents are evil," replied the priest. "Then promise them 100 human sacrifices," exclaimed Hakau. "If their favor is to be purchased with blood, I will drown the heiau with an ocean of it." "But," he continued, "I am not satisfied with these auguries. Let me hear from the Anu." Immediately behind the altar was the entrance to the inner court of the temple. Within, and about 3 paces back from the door, which was covered with a wide breadth of kappa, was placed the Anu, a wicker enclosure 4 or 5 feet in diameter, in which stood the oracle. On each side of the entrance were carved images of Kane, Ku, Lono and other Hawaiian deities, while at intervals of 3 or 4 feet along the walls a score or more of gods of lesser potency stood guard above the sacred spot. To the last request of Hakau the priest replied, "The king shall hear from the Anu." The lights were then extinguished, and all except the king and high priest retired some distance from the altar, that no whisper of the oracle might reach them. Hakau was nervous as he stepped with the priest in front of the entrance to the inner temple. A prayer was uttered by the priest. The kappa screen was drawn aside by hands unseen, and the king stood looking into the intense darkness of the sanctum sanctorum of the temple. "Speak," said the priest, withdrawing behind the altar, and leaving the king alone before the Anu. "Speak," repeated a hollow voice from within the sacred enclosure. For some minutes Hakau remained awed and silent, then, in a voice which scarcely seemed to be his own, he said, "Great power, I hear that dangers threaten." "Dangers threaten," came like an echo from within. "How may they be averted?" inquired the king. For a time there was no answer. Finally a voice from the Anu replied, "Do homage to Kane, make glad the war god of Liloa." "So do I promise," answered the king. "But will that give me victory?" "Victory," was repeated from the Anu. Elated at what he had heard, Hakau continued. "Now tell me, mighty spirit, whether Omi." "Nothing more," interrupted the voice from within, as the kappa suddenly dropped before the entrance. "Well, thanks for so much," said Hakau, turning and joining the priest at the altar, and repeating to him, with some favorable additions, the words that he had heard. Darkness hid the smile upon the lips of Lianui. "The day after tomorrow we will hold here a festival to Kane, and the altar shall be heaped with offerings," said the king. "Tomorrow I will send my people to the mountains to gather feathers of sacred and royal colors, and Kaili, the neglected war god of Liloa, shall be made glorious in new plumage and glad with abundant sacrifice." "It is well," replied the priest. "Now let the conspirators marshal their spears," continued Hakau, confidently, "and we will make short work of them. They cannot be punished in the hills of Hilo. With a showing of weakness we will lure them to Waipio, and not one of them shall escape. We will cut off their retreat, and close in their faces the gates of the Puhonui. As already mentioned, of the 2 Puhonuas, or places of refuge, on Hawaii at that time, one was an adjunct of the heiau of Pakalani, at Waipio. In times of war their gates, with white flags to mark them, were always open, and those who succeeded in passing into the enclosure were safe from assault, even though pursued by the king himself. This savage proposal to close the gates of the Puhonui was promptly resented by Lianui. He would as soon have thought of tumbling the gods from their pedestals and consigning them to the flames. "You suggest what is impossible," said the priest. "Since the days of Wakea the Puhonui has been sacred. Its gates cannot be closed to the defenseless, and the gods have said that he who shuts them against the weak shall seek in vain their shelter from the arm of the strong." "Well, then, keep them open," retorted the king, sharply. "They will run swiftly who enter them." Torches were relight, and the king and his attendants left the heiau. They had not passed beyond the outer wall before Nunu emerged from the inner court. His was the voice that had answered the king from the anu. Thus in the temple of Pakalani was shaped the destruction of Hakau, and the priests whom he had insulted and defied opened broadly and surely the way to his death. The next morning an unusual commotion was observed in and around the royal mansion, and as party after party left the enclosure, some proceeding toward the sea-coast, and others up the valley and into the mountains beyond, the villagers wondered at the proceeding, and predicted that a strict taboo would soon follow, whatever might be the occasion. But when they learned that the war god was to be redecorated, and an imposing religious festival was to follow the day after, they knew that trouble of some kind was anticipated by the king. And soon found a correct explanation of the movement in the rumors which they, too, had heard concerning Umi and his friends in Hilo and eastern Hamakua. The possibility of an uprising against Hakau gave them no uneasiness, however, for his cruelties had secured for him their hatred, while the name of Umi was to all classes a synonym of strength and gentleness. The king was not indifferent to the danger with which he was about to be confronted, and promptly dispatched Luna Pius to the district chiefs of Kohala, Kona, and Hamakua, ordering them to report without delay at Waipio with 2,000 warriors each, while the governor of Hilo was commanded by a special Luna Pai to march at once with a body of warriors to Waipinalii, with the view of precipitating the movement of Umi upon Waipio, where, it was not doubted, he would be overwhelmed and crushed. All these were proper precautions, but they were taken too late. For at the time the feather hunters and Luna Pius were leaving on their respective missions, Umi, at the head of over 2,000 well-armed and resolute warriors, had reached a point within a 2 hours' march of Waipio, and was awaiting a signal to swoop down upon the valley. And now let us return to Waipinalii, and note what had been occurring there during the preceding 48 hours. As soon as the priests left for Waipio, 2 days before, trusty and intelligent sentinels followed and took their respective stations, designated by Makalolio, on the summits of 7 different hilltops discernible from each other from Waipinalii to Waipio. The first, coming eastward from Waipio, was 3 miles, perhaps, from the temple of Pakalani. The last was a rocky pinnacle about 4 miles from Waipinalii. This was the station of Makalolio. The sentinels were instructed to gather large heaps of dry grass and bark, to keep small fires smoldering and ready for use, to vigilantly watch the peaks in the direction of Waipio, to apply the torch the instant a signal fire was seen, and keep the pile burning until it was plainly answered by the next station toward Waipinalii. All that day and through the following night armed men were arriving at the rendezvous at Keoliokus, until something more than 2,000 warriors had reported. And every spare moment of the next day was devoted to forming them into companies and battalions, giving them leaders and preparing them for a rapid march. Many of the warriors were accompanied by their wives, daughters or sisters. For in those days, and later, women not unfrequently followed their fathers, brothers and husbands to battle, generally keeping in the rear to furnish them with food and water, but sometimes, in a close and desperate conflict, mingling bravely in the fight. In such cases they gave and received blows, and expected and were accorded no consideration because of their sex. Instances are given in Hawaiian tradition of the tide of battle being turned, on more than one occasion, by desperate women transformed from camp followers into warriors. And as late as 1819 we behold Manona, wife of Kekuokalani, the last sturdy champion of the gods of his fathers, falling lifeless in battle upon the body of her dead husband at Kuamu, while Kahumanu and Kalakaua, widows of the great Kamehameha, commanded the fleet of canoes operating with the land forces under Kalamoku. After the visit of the priests from Waipio, the purpose of the revolt was no longer disguised, and whenever Omi made his appearance among the assembled and assembling warriors he was greeted with the wildest enthusiasm. His romantic history was known to them, and had been made the theme of song. His many triumphs at the festival given by Liloa in honor of his formal recognition were recited by those who had witnessed them, and his grand proportions and noble bearing stamped him as of chiefly blood. And when his friends Paimaiwa and Omakamau spoke of the great learning displayed by him when questioned by the priests, and intimated that he had been instructed by the gods and was under their care, every doubt of success vanished. And the order for an advance upon Waipio was awaited with impatience. Makalolio mysteriously came and went, but always at night, and seldom remaining longer than a few minutes. He was known to all within the enclosure, and allowed to pass unchallenged, as he could be mistaken for no one else. As he strode through the gateway, bearing a spear scarcely less than 30 feet in length, the sentinels regarded him with awe, and when they saw him converse with Omi and then silently depart, they shook their heads and said, "Perhaps he is Lono." The temple of Manini, dedicated by Liloa just before his meeting with the mother of Omi, and of which Keolioku was the high priest, was a reconstruction and enlargement of an old heiau which was in existence certainly as early as the time of the warlike Kalanrioa, who reigned between the years 1260 and 1300. With a large army and proportionate fleet of canoes he invaded Maui, Molokai and Oahu, and, taking their captured sovereigns with him, made a descent upon Kauai. But his triumphs ended there. After an obstinate battle he was defeated and taken prisoner, but was subsequently released and permitted to return to his own kingdom. It was during the reign of this sovereign that the prophetess Wahia lived. She accompanied him in his expeditions as far as Oahu, but refused to proceed with him to Kauai. She declared that the gods would bring calamity upon him if he invaded that island, and sought to persuade him to consolidate his conquests and return to Hawaii. But the warrior king cared but little for priests or temples, and was in the habit of destroying both when they failed to subserve his purposes. Enraged at the unfavorable auguries of Wahia, and fearful that they might come to the ears of and demoralize his warriors, the king induced her to return to Hawaii. One tradition says she voluntarily abandoned Kalanrioa, while another relates that she consented to return only on condition that the war god of the king be sent back with her. This god had been in the reigning family of Hawaii since the days of Peo, and had been sanctified by that father of the priesthood. To distinguish it from other war gods it was known as Aquapeo, and was held in great veneration. When asked for an explanation of the strange request, the prophetess boldly declared that, if the god was taken to Kauai, it would never return except at the head of a conquering army that would make of Hawaii a tributary kingdom. "Then take it with you," exclaimed the king, savagely, "and if I return to Hawaii alive I will burn you both together." "You will burn neither," said Wahia. "When you return to Hawaii you will think better of the gods and their servants. And in generations to come, when angry spears shall be crossed in the hail of the kings of Hawaii, the hand will be stronger that places the fresh lei upon the shoulders of Aquapeo." The prophet is prepared to embark. The god, wrapped in a fold of kapa, so that it might not be recognized, was brought to the beach and delivered to the departing seeress. The canoe, which was large enough to accommodate 30 persons, was shoved into the surf. It was provided with food and a calabash of water. Declining all assistance or companionship in her journey, Wahia stepped into the canoe with the image in her arms, and, after carefully depositing it in the bow of the boat, returned and seated herself near the stern. Half a dozen men were waiting for the word to launch the canoe from the sands upon which the stern was lightly resting. But the seeress raised no sail, touched no oar. For some minutes she sat, silent and motionless, with bent head and clasped hands, as if in prayer, while hundreds of curious eyes watched her in amazement, wondering what would become of her. Even should the unmanned craft be successful in passing the breakers. Then she slowly rose to her feet, and the canoe began to glide toward the reef. Faster and faster it moved, until, mounting a retreating wave, it was borne swiftly out into the calmer waters. Then, slightly turning in its course, it dashed southward with the speed of the wind, and was soon lost to the view of the awe-stricken beholders. Wahia looked beneath the waves and smiled, for KANIPAHU, the shark god, with scores of assistants, was bearing her onward. And then from his ipu Lamaomeo, the Hawaiian Aeolus, let loose the imprisoned winds, and refreshing zephyrs cooled the face of the prophetess and accelerated the speed of the canoe, until it seemed to leap from wave to wave. And great seabirds screamed with fright as it dashed past and awoke them from their billowy slumbers, leaving behind it a long trail of troubled waters. Passing to the southward of the intervening islands, the canoe was borne with undiminished speed through the channel of Alauihaha to the northeastern coast of Hawaii, and before sunset was beached at Koholalili. The prophetess knew the meaning of this. Nearby was the old heiau of Manini, and thither, as she felt instructed, was taken and deposited the war god Akuapeu. With the solemn injunction to the high priest in charge that it was never to be removed from the inner court unless the life of the moa was in peril or the kingdom was invaded by a foreign foe. The old heiau had given place to a more imposing structure during the reign of Liloa. Its outer walls had been enlarged, raised and repaired, and its inner belongings improved and redecorated. But its sacred relics had not been disturbed, and its many gods remained where they had been for generations. Among the most sacred idols of the temple, even after the death of Liloa, was the Akuapeu. Its name indicated alike its age and sanctity. And while the legends connected with it had become vague and distorted in their transmission through a long line of priests, the prophecy of Wahia still clung to it. And it was especially reverenced by the few to whom was entrusted the secret of its functions. Hakau had learned of this god from his royal father, and the same morning that his retainers were sent to the hills for feathers 2 priests were dispatched to Koholalili, with orders to bring to Waipio, in the king's name and without delay, the war god Akuapeu. Should the priests of the temple refuse to surrender the idol, then the messengers were instructed to call upon the district chiefs for assistance, and take it by force, no matter at what cost of life. But the king was too late, for at early daylight of the morning of the day before his messengers left Waipio, Makaloleo strode into the rebel headquarters with the Akuapeu in his arms. Keoleoku had, of course, instructed the giant Weren how to secure the image, for in years past he had been its custodian, and his orders continued to be obeyed by the priests of Manini. The idol, completely wrapped in kapa, was deposited in the private heiau of the high priest, and Makaloleo left the enclosure as quietly as he had entered it a few minutes before. The sentinels wondered, as usual, but bowed in silence as he came and went. The priest rose with the sun, and learned that Makaloleo had already been a visitor that morning. He hastened to the heiau, and there found the Akuapeu. He was overjoyed. He removed the kapa covering from the idol, placed it upon a pedestal between the images of Ku and Lono, and then found Umi and brought him to the heiau. Entering, Keoleoku closed the door and pointed to the Akuapeu. Umi bowed reverently before it. "Listen, O Umi," said the priest, "listen, O son of Liloa. Behold the war god of your fathers. It was sanctified by the touch of Peo, and for generations, in the inner chamber of Manini, has awaited your coming. From Wahia, the prophetess, have come down, through the chief priests of the heiau, these words, when angry spears shall be crossed in the hail of the kings of Hawaii. The hand will be the stronger that places the fresh lei upon the shoulders of Akuapeu. The spears are about to be crossed, the god is here, let yours be the hand, and not Hakau's, to place the lei upon the shoulders of Akuapeu." The words of the prophecy came to Umi as a dream. Overwhelmed with their significance, he fell upon his knees and exclaimed, "God of my fathers! Be you my guide until I prove unworthy of your protection. Your realm is yet small," said the priest, "and is enclosed within these walls. Let us pay respect to the gods, that its boundaries may be enlarged." Thereupon a strict taboo was ordered to all within the walls, to begin at midday and continue until the setting of the sun. The time was brief, but events were pressing, and it could not safely be extended. The taboo, or kapu, as it is sometimes written, was strictly a prerogative of the high chiefs and priests of olden Hawaii. There were fixed taboos of custom, and declared taboos of limited duration by the temporal and spiritual rulers. The penalty for the violation of all taboos was death. It was taboo of custom for men and women to eat together, or for women to eat of the flesh of swine, fowls, turtle and many kinds of fish. Everything belonging to the kings, priests and temples was taboo, or sacred, and springs, paths, fishing grounds, watercourses, etc., were frequently thus kept from the use of the people. Declared general taboos, for the propitiation of the gods or the amelioration of a public evil, were either strict or common, according to the emergency. During the time of a common taboo the people were required to abstain from their usual avocations and attend at the heiau, where morning and evening prayers were offered. A strict taboo was more sacred. While it continued, generally 1 or 2 days, all, with the exception of the alii priests, were compelled to remain within doors. Every fire and every light was extinguished, no canoe was launched, all noises ceased. The pigs and dogs were muzzled, and fowls were placed under calabashes. These taboos were proclaimed by heralds, and their wanton violation was an unpardonable offense. In preparation for the taboo to be declared by Umi, flowers and feathers were brought, and leis of both were woven. Everything being in readiness, heralds proclaimed the taboo and its duration, with the further announcement that the occasion was the arrival of the mighty war god Akuapeo and its coming decoration by Umi. As the sun touched the mark of meridian, the gates of the enclosure were barred and guarded by the religious attendants of the priest, the fires were everywhere extinguished, the few animals within the walls were either muzzled or hidden. Men, women and children suddenly disappeared within their dwellings or quarters, and mats were hung at the openings. Umi and the priest retired alone to the heiau and closed the door, and silence, disturbed only by low whispers and the muffled footfalls of the watching priests, reigned over the 2,500 persons gathered within the enclosure. In the heiau, or apartment of the gods, to which Umi and the high priest retired, were a number of images and sacred relics. Near the center of the room was a small altar, upon which had been deposited the leis provided for the decoration of Akuapeo. They sat down beside it, and for an hour or more nothing was heard but the whispered prayers of the priest, addressed in turn to the several gods before him. Then, rising and leading Umi by the hand to the Akuapeo, in a low voice he formally presented him to the god as the son of Liloa and rightful ruler of the Hawaiian people. Another prayer was uttered, and then Umi, with the words, "Accept this, O Akuapeo," with the homage of Umi, proceeded reverently to place around the head and neck of the image a number of fragrant leis of flowers and wreaths of brilliant feathers. The priest watched the act intently. As the last wreath of feathers, resembling a crown in appearance, the lehulaelii, was placed upon the head of the image, a sunbeam flashed through what seemed to be a small rent in the thatched roof. And for a moment haloed the heads of Umi and the god. The priest read the answer and smiled. He felt as assured of the favor of the gods as if it had been pledged in a voice of thunder, and Umi bent low in acknowledgement of the joyful revelation. The sun dropped behind the hills. Twilight turned to bronze the gold of the valleys, and the taboo was at an end. It was proclaimed that the auguries were highly favorable, and the silence of the taboo was broken by wild strains of music and shouts of rejoicing. As darkness settled upon the camp of the insurgents, Umi felt that the hour for action was closely at hand. He therefore gave orders that preparations for instant departure be maintained throughout the night. The moon was waning, with a promise of rising some time before morning, and the night set in dark and cloudy, with occasional showers. About 2 hours before midnight Makaloleo suddenly and silently strode past the sentinels. Seeking Umi, he found him in council with his friends Omakamau, Paimaiwa and the high priest. They were arranging the order of march by the 4 narrow paths at that time leading to Waipio. The giant stooped low and looked in upon the council through the doorway. He could scarcely distinguish the faces within by the light of the flambeau kept burning near the entrance. He did not attempt to enter, but stood silent and motionless, with his hands upon his knees, peering into the room as if to attract attention. Omi smiled as he recognized the huge object, and stepped to the door. The giant rose until his head was above the ridgepole, and then bowed like the bending of a tree before the wind. "Well, my good friend," said Omi, "after thanking you for your last night's work, let me ask what word you bring." "None," replied the giant. "There is no light yet, but I am impressed that it will be seen before morning." "And so am I, good Makololeo," returned the chief, "and your signal will find us prepared." "That is what I came to learn," answered the giant, bowing and turning to depart. "But do not mistake for a signal the rising moon, which will soon set its torch upon the hilltops," suggested Omi, pleasantly. "Unless the moon should rise in the west, which it has not done since the days of Maui, the mistake would scarcely be possible," replied Makololeo, with a smile upon his great face, and then, with a few long strides, disappearing in the darkness. It must have been at about the time of this interview that Hakau was leaving the heiau at Waipio, after having invoked the auguries of sacrifice and listened to the voice of Nunu from the darkness of the inner temple. The king had scarcely passed the gate of the temple leading to the sacred pavement of Liloa, which connected the heiau with the royal mansion, and which privileged feet alone could tread, when Nunu, after exchanging a few words with the high priest, also left the enclosure, but neither over the sacred pavement nor toward the palace. Taking a path which did not seem to be new to him, from the facility with which he traveled it by the light of the stars, he crossed the valley and mounted the high ridge of hills enclosing it on the southeast. Ascending the ridge for some distance, and until the lights of the valley could no longer be seen, he proceeded slowly upward, at intervals striking together two stones and listening for a response. At length it came, like an echo of his own signal, and a few minutes' walk brought him to a large heap of dry leaves and limbs, from behind which Kikohi rose and greeted him. "Fire it at once," said Nunu. "I will explain all when the signal is answered." Behind a rock, a few paces away, a small fire was smoldering. Kikohi sprang and seized a burning brand, which he applied to the heap, and in a moment the red flames reached heavenward, throwing a lurid light upon the surrounding hills. With their backs to the fire the two priests looked anxiously toward the south and east, and in a few minutes far in the distance gleamed an answering flame. Satisfied that their signal had been seen and responded to, they permitted the fire to die out, and then returned to the valley to await the important events of the morrow. Leaving the rendezvous of the rebels, Makololeo slowly returned to his station, for even his mighty limbs at times grew weary, and the path leading up the mountain was obscure and narrow. Reaching the summit, he examined a small fire hidden among the rocks, and was about to stretch himself upon the ground, with his face turned eastward, when he discerned a strange, star-like speck upon the horizon. For a moment it paled, and then grew brighter and brighter. He stepped to a tree near a huge pile of combustibles, and, glancing along a horizontal limb that had been previously trimmed for the purpose, discovered that it pointed directly toward the light. All doubt at once disappeared. He knew it was the signal. Springing for a brand, the heap was lighted, and by its wild glare in the darkness Makololeo rapidly descended to the valley. His fatigue had vanished, for the signal of Hakau's death had been lighted by his own hands, and his great heart was in arms. The signal was at once discerned by the watchman at Umi's quarters, and in a few minutes all was quiet commotion within the walls. Torches were lighted, armed warriors sprang with alacrity into line, and half an hour after Umi, in feather mantle and helmet plumed with royal colors, and preceded by the war god Aquapeo, borne upon a manele, or palanquin. Resting upon the shoulders of Kahunas, with Kaolioku as high priest, marched out of the enclosure, followed by 2,000 well-armed and devoted supporters. His address to his warriors was brief. "The moments are precious," said Umi, "and must not be wasted in words. Let our spears speak, and at sunset tomorrow we will eat meat in peace in Waipio." As a measure of precaution, in case of disaster, a force sufficient to hold the premises of the high priest was left within the walls. The advancing army was formed into 3 divisions, the right commanded by Omakamau and the left by Paimaiwa, while Umi remained with the center. Their orders were to move rapidly, but as quietly as possible, by 3 different routes, and form a junction at their intersection with the Alanui, or Great Path, leading from the coast to the inland village of Waimea. This junction it was expected the left division, traveling a difficult mountain path, would be able to reach 2 or 3 hours after sunrise. It was, perhaps, an hour short of midnight when the last of the little army left the enclosure, followed by 200 or 300 women bearing food, water, extra weapons and a variety of camp necessaries. The warriors were full of enthusiasm, and when Makaloleo stepped in among them from the mountains like a protecting deity their shouts could scarcely be restrained. His appearance was most welcome to Umi, who thanked him warmly for what he had done, and expressed a desire that he would remain near him during the march, as his familiarity with the mountains and their paths would render his advice valuable. "But I see another mighty friend has opportunely reported," said Umi, pleasantly, as he pointed toward the east. "As the moon is about to look over the hills, the torches may soon be extinguished, for the paths will be plainer without them." The divisions separated, and, dispensing with their torches, soon swarmed the several paths leading to Waipio. Each division was preceded some distance in its march by a party of scouts, with instructions to let no one pass to their front, lest he might be a messenger of warning. The paths were rough and in places almost choked with undergrowth, and the advance was exceedingly laborious. But no word of complaint was heard, and about the middle of the forenoon the left division, and the last to arrive, reached the Waimea Trail at a point leaving the entire force but a short march to Waipio. A brief halt was ordered, and the food and water brought by the women were served to their relatives, and to others if any remained. Taking no thought of himself, Umi advised his attendants to eat if they could find food, declaring that he required nothing, and then threw himself under the shade of a tree for a few minutes of much-needed rest. A cool breeze fanned his heated face, on which the beard had as yet grown but lightly, and his heavy eyelids closed, dropping him gently into the land of shadows, where he bathed in cool waters and partook of food that was delicious, more delicious. It seemed, because it was served by Kulumia. Something awoke him, he scarcely knew what, and his eyes caught the form of a woman as it vanished behind the tree under which he was lying. He smiled, and, partially rising, discovered on the ground beside him a calabash of poi, reduced with water to the consistency of thick gruel. His mouth and throat were parched, and, without stopping to learn who had provided it, he raised the vessel to his lips and drained it to the bottom. It was a goodly draught, and refreshed him greatly. Holding the empty calabash in his hand, he began to examine it, at first carelessly, and then with greater interest, for it was not a common vessel. Nor was it the first time that he had seen it. It was the calabash he had carved with images of birds and flowers for Kulumia before he went to Waipio to become the son of a king. He beckoned to Makaloleo, who was leaning against a tree a few paces distant, with his head among the branches. The giant smiled as he approached, as if divining the question Umi was about to ask. "Did you see the person who left this calabash?" inquired Umi, exhibiting the vessel. "I saw her," replied the giant. "Then it was left by a woman." "By a woman. Did you observe her?" "As closely as I ever observe any woman." "What was her appearance?" "Ordinary men would describe her, I presume, as being young, graceful and attractive." "And you?" "I would call her a plaything, as I would any other woman whose head did not touch my beard." "True," said Umi, smiling as his fancy pictured a becoming mate for the giant, "you can know but little of women. But would you recognize the plaything who left this calabash, were you to see her again?" The giant intimated that he would probably recognize her. "Then seek among the women of the camp, and, if found, say to her for Umi that if she prizes the calabash he will return it to her, if she will claim it after the sun sets today and show that she is the rightful owner." Makaloleo bowed and departed on his errand, and Umi hung the calabash at his girdle. Another advance was ordered, and in an hour or less the little army lay hidden along the brow of the ragged hills overlooking the valley of Waipio on the south and east and extending to the sea. A fleet messenger was dispatched over the hills to a waterfall, the sound of which could be heard dropping into the valley from a great height in an unbroken cataract. He returned, bringing with him a strangely marked piece of kapa which he had found suspended from a limb near the verge of the fall. It was the final signal of Nunu, and implied that the king's attendants had been sent to the mountains and seashore, and the palace was defenseless. Preparations were made for an immediate descent into the valley. As the paths leading down were tortuous and narrow, the warriors were ordered to break ranks and make the descent as rapidly and as best they could, and promptly reform on reaching the valley. The word was given, and the advance began. First the summit bristled with spears, then down the hillside swept a swarm of armed men. In their rapid descent they seemed to be hopelessly scattered, but they reformed on reaching the valley, and in good order advanced toward the little stream, across which was the royal mansion, and not far from it the temple of Pakalani. The wildest excitement prevailed in the village. Some seized their arms, and others ran toward the hills, but no opposition was offered. At the head of the little army marched Umi, himself almost a giant, and by his side the mighty Makololeo, naked but for the maro about his loins, and bearing a ponderous spear, the ivory point of which could be seen above the treetops. Plunging into and crossing the stream, detachments were dispatched at a running pace to surround the royal enclosure and cut off all escape, especially to the Puhonui, while with the main force Umi advanced to the great gate of the outer wall, which had been hastily closed and fastened, and demanded admission. No reply being made, although a confusion of voices could be heard from within, Umi was about to order up a force to beat down the gate when Makololeo leaned his spear against the wall, and, laying hold of a rock which no two other men could lift, hurled it against the gate, and it was torn from its fastenings as if struck by a missile from Kilauea. He then seized the broken obstruction and flung it from the entrance as if it had been a screen of matting, and Umi and his followers poured into the enclosure. Driving before them a score or two of hastily armed attendants of the king, they raised a wild battle shout and rushed toward the palace. So secret had been the movement of the insurgents, and so rapid was their advance after reaching the valley, that Hakau was not made aware of their presence until they began to cross the stream near the royal mansion. The first information bewildered him. Recovering, he ordered the gates to be closed and barred, and everyone to arm within the grounds. A messenger was sent to mount the walls and report the probable number of the assailants. But the most of them were in the stream at the moment of observation, and the king was relieved with the assurance that the force did not number more than 100 or 200. Then we can beat them off until assistance comes, said Hakau, confidently. Hold the gates with your lives, he shouted. Then, hastily entering the mua, he took from the ipu in which it was deposited the KIHA-PU, the sacred war trumpet of the Hawaiian kings, and sprang to the front of the palace. He placed the shell to his lips to sound a blast of alarm, which with the breath of Liloa was wont to swell throughout a radius of 10 or 12 miles. Filling his lungs for a mighty effort, which he doubted not would bring to his assistance the villagers and feather hunters dispatched to the hills, he wound a blast through the shell. But no such voice ever issued before from the mysterious chambers of the KIHA-PU. Instead of a note of alarm swelling over the hills in wild and warlike cadence, they gave forth a dreadful discord of torturing screams and groans, horrifying all within the walls, but scarcely audible beyond them. Hakau dropped the shell to the earth as if his lips had been burned with its kiss, and with a feeling of desperation seized a javelin and grimly awaited the onset at the gate. His suspense was brief. The gate went down with a crash. And when he saw his handful of defenders retire before the incoming flood of warriors led by Umi, Hakau retreated to the mua with 3 or 4 of his attendants, where he resolved to defend himself to the death. The door of the mua was scarcely barred before Umi reached it. 100 warriors pressed forward, but he waved them back. He looked at Makololeo, and the next moment the door was a mass of splinters. Umi resolutely stepped within, Keolioku, the warrior priest, at his side. As he entered, with a hiss Hakau made a thrust at him with his javelin. Umi caught and wrenched the weapon from his grasp, and was about to strike when Keolioku stayed every uplifted hand by exclaiming, "Hold! Let this be a sacrifice, and not a murder. In the name of the gods I slay him." With these words the high priest drove his Ichi through the heart of Hakau, and he fell dying at the feet of Umi. Hakau strove to speak, but his words were bitter and choked him. "Bear him with respect to a couch," said Omi. "He is the son of a king, and so let him die." His orders were obeyed, and Hakau, the tyrant king of Hawaii, breathed his last as Omi turned and left the mua. The palace was now in the possession of Omi, with its gods, its sacred emblems, its royal regalia and all the paraphernalia of supreme authority, but he appreciated that much remained to be done, and that, too, without delay. The feather hunters would soon return from the hills and seashore, but they could be dealt with in detail as they arrived in small parties, and were, therefore, not greatly to be feared. The distant chiefs summoned by the luna pious of the dead king were the principal cause of anxiety. Some time during the next day they would begin to arrive with their quotas of warriors, and Omi was not quite confident that they would accept the situation peacefully. To be prepared for any emergency, he ordered his entire force to quarters within the palace grounds, dispatched parties to procure supplies of food, received the allegiance of the attendants and guards found in and around the royal mansion, and sent out heralds to proclaim the death of Hakau by the will of the gods, and the assumption of sovereign authority by Omi, the son of Liloa. The KIHA-PU was discovered near the door, where it had been dropped by Hakau. No one dared to touch it. It was recognized by a chief who had seen it before, and who guarded it until Omi appeared. The chief pointed to the sacred shell, and with an exclamation of joy Omi raised it to his lips and sounded a vigorous blast, which swept over the valleys and echoed through the hills with its old-time voice of thunder. All within the walls were startled. Keolioku approached, and Omi raised the shell and repeated the sonorous blast. "It is not the breath of Omi," said the priest, impressively. "It is the voice of the gods proclaiming their approval of the work of this day." The body of Hakau was removed to a small structure within the enclosure, where it was given in charge of his wife and mother, Kukukalani and Pinia, and their attendants, to be prepared for burial. And Kapukini, the sister of Hakau and half-sister of Omi, mourned with them, but her grief was not great, for Hakau had been unkind even to her. Before nightfall the feather hunters began to come in. But the situation was made known to them on reaching the valley, and such of them as were not deterred by fear proceeded to the palace and gave their adherence to Omi, thus relieving him of some slight cause of apprehension, and considerably augmenting the strength of his little army. Omi's promise to his warriors was made good, for that night they ate their meat in peace within the palace walls at Waipio. All needed rest, but not one of them more than Omi himself. The night was dark, but the air was cool without, and after his evening meal Omi strolled out and threw himself down on a fold of kapa under the palms in front of the mansion. He was soon joined by Keolioku, his trusty lieutenants Omakamau and Paimaiwa, and several chiefs of distinction. The events of the day were being discussed, and the possibilities of the morrow, when Makalolio loomed up in the darkness like the shadow of a palm, and requested permission to approach the group. It was granted, of course, for the giant had proven himself to be one of the stanchest and most valuable of Omi's friends. But he was not alone. Behind him, and almost hidden by his burly form, walked Kulamea. She wore a pau of 5 folds, and over her shoulders a light kihei of ornamented kapa. Her black hair fell below her waist, and a woven band of blossoms encircled her head. "By your instruction," said the giant, bowing before Omi, "I sought out the woman who left with you beyond the hills today a curiously carved calabash, and acquainted her with your wish that she should come to you and claim it. But she feared to do so, because you are now the king of Hawaii." "Were I the king of the 8 Hawaiian seas she should not fear," replied Omi. "Seek and say to her." "Let Omi speak the words himself," interrupted the giant. Saying which, he advanced a few paces into a better light, and, stepping aside, Kulamea stood revealed before the group. "Kulamea," exclaimed Omi, rising. "Kulamea," repeated Omakamau, in astonishment, for he did not know before that his sister was in Waipio. "What evil spirit prompted you to venture here at such a time as this?" "Do not chide her, Omakamau," said Omi, placing his hand tenderly upon the shoulder of the fair playmate of his youth. "The triumph of today is as much to her as it is to her brave brother, and no one could be more welcome." Omakamau was silent, and Kulamea sank on her knees before Omi. He raised her to her feet and kissed her. Then, taking from his girdle and placing in her hands the calabash she had come to claim, he said, "In the presence of all here Omi returns this calabash to Kulamea, his wife." Then, leading her to her brother, he continued, "Give her attendance, and see that she is provided with all else that befits her station." Omakamau kissed his sister, and led her into the mansion. During this scene Makaloleo stood looking down upon the group with folded arms and an amused expression upon his face. "Perhaps I should have asked your consent," said Omi, smiling and looking up into the face of the giant. "Omi is now in a condition to take from his subjects without asking," pertinently replied the monster, "but in this instance there seems to be no other claimant, and the title is unquestioned." "And have I your approval as well?" inquired Omi, more seriously, addressing Keolioku. "Better than mine," replied the priest, warmly, "you have the approval of the gods, for in fulfilling your pledge to a simple and confiding woman you have kept faith with them." The rest of the prominent events leading to, and connected with, the accession of Omi to the Mwaship of Hawaii, will be very briefly referred to. As the district chiefs and their warriors arrived at Waipio in response to the call of the dead king, they accepted the changed conditions without protest, and promptly tendered their allegiance to Omi. The second day after his death Hakau's remains were quietly and without display taken to the hills and entombed, and the day following Omi was publicly anointed king of Hawaii in the presence of nearly 10,000 warriors. The games and festivities of the occasion continued for 10 days. The Aquapeo was placed in the temple of Pakalani, and at the death of the venerable Lianui, which occurred shortly after, Keolioku, who was of the family of Peo, was created high priest. Omakamau and Paimaiwa became the confidential advisors of Omi, as well as his favorite military captains, and Makaloleo served in his many campaigns. His strength and prowess furnishing subjects for numerous strange stories still living in Hawaiian tradition. Kapiolani. Lono and Kaikilani. Characters. Kiwanui, King of Hawaii. Kanaloa-Kwana. Sons of Kiwanui by different mothers. Lanoika-Makahi and Pupuekea. Kokailani, nephew of Kiwanui. Kaikilani, daughter of Kokailani. Kakuhihewa, king of Oahu. Lanahuimihaku, a chief of Oahu. Ohaikawiliala, a chiefess of Kauai. Hikoa, a man of Molokai. Kaikinane, a woman of Molokai. Lono and Kaikilani. A romantic episode in the royal annals. What a hustling and barbaric little world in themselves were the 8 habitable islands of the Hawaiian archipelago before the white man came to rouse the simple but warlike islanders from the dream they had for centuries been living. Up to that time their national life had been a long romance, abundant in strife and deeds of chivalry, and scarcely less bountiful in episodes of love, friendship and self-sacrifice. Situated in mid-ocean, their knowledge of the great world, of which their island dots on the bosom of the Pacific formed but an infinitesimal portion, did not reach beyond a misty Kahiki, from which their fathers came some centuries before. And the bare names of other lands marking the migratory course of their ancestors thither. The Hawaiians were barbarous, certainly, since they slew their prisoners of war, and to their gods made sacrifice of their enemies, since no tie of consanguinity save that of mother and son was a bar to wedlock. Since murder was scarcely a crime, and the will of the alii nui on every island was the supreme law, since the masses were in physical bondage to their chiefs and in mental slavery to the priesthood. Yet, with all this, they were a brave, hospitable and unselfish people. The kings of the islands of Hawaii, Maui, Oahu and Kauai were in almost continual warfare with each other until brought under one government by Kamehameha I. But the fear of foreign invasion never disturbed them, and the people, who feared their gods, reverenced their rulers and possessed an easy and unfailing means of sustenance and personal comfort. Were content with a condition which had been theirs for generations and was hopeless of amelioration. For the high chiefs in authority claimed a lineage distinct from that of the masses, and between them frowned a gulf socially and politically impassable. The Hawaiians were never cannibals. The most conspicuous of their barbarisms was the sacrifice of human beings to their gods. But did not the temples of early Gaul and Saxon flow with the blood of men? And did not one of the fathers of Israel sharpen his knife to slay the body of his son upon the altar of the God of Abraham? They knew but little of the arts as we know them now, and the useful and precious metals were all unknown to them. Yet they made highways over the precipices, reared massive walls of stone around their temples, carried effective weapons into battle, and constructed capacious single and double canoes and barges, which they navigated by the light of the stars. They had no language either of letters or symbolism, but so accurately were their legends preserved and transmitted that the great chiefs were able to trace their ancestry back, generation by generation, to something like a kinship with the children of Jacob, and even beyond in the same manner to Noah, and thence to Adam. What wonder, then, that under their old kings the islands of Hawaii should have been the home of romance, and that the south wind should have sighed in numbers through the caves of Kona. And now, borne by the soft breath of the tropics, let us be wafted to the island of Hawaii, and backward over a misty bridge of historic melees to the reign of Kealiakoloa, a son of Omi and grandson of the famed Liloa. It was during his brief reign, extending, perhaps, from 1520 to 1530, that for a second time a white face was seen by the Hawaiians. A Spanish vessel from the Moluccas was driven upon the reefs of Kea, in the district of Kona, and completely destroyed. But 2 persons were saved from the wreck, the captain and his sister. They were first thought to be gods by the simple islanders. But as their first request was for food, which they ate with avidity, and their next for rest, which seemed to be as necessary to them as to other mortals, they were soon relieved of their celestial attributes and conducted to the king, who received them graciously and took them under his protection. The captain, named by the natives Kakanaloa, wedded a dusky maiden of good family, and the sister became the wife of a chief in whose veins ran royal blood. On the death of Kealiakoloa his younger brother, Keawanui, assumed the scepter in defiance of the right of Kukailani, his nephew and son of the dead king, who was too young to assert his authority. This he was the better enabled to do in consequence of the sudden death of the king, possibly by poison, before his successor had been formally named. Keawanui's usurpation, however, was resisted by the leading chiefs of the island, who refused to recognize his authority and rose in arms against him. But he inherited something of the martial prowess of his father, Umi, and, meeting the revolted chiefs before they had time to properly organize their forces, destroyed them in detail, and thereafter reigned in peace. Nor could it well have been otherwise, for the bones of the rebellious chiefs of Kohala, Hamakua, Hilo, Puna, Kau and Kona were among the trophies of his household, and Kukailani, lacking ambition, was content with the lot of idleness and luxury which the crafty uncle placed at his command. And thus, while Keawanui continued in the moiship of Hawaii, Kukailani, the rightful ruler, grew to manhood around the court of his uncle. In due time the prince married, and among the children born to him was Kaikilani, the heroine of this little story. At the age of 15 she was the most lovely of the maidens of Hawaii. Her face was fairer than any other in Hilo, to which place Keawanui had removed his court, and that is saying much, for the king was noted for his gallantries, and the handsomest women in the kingdom were among his retainers. If her complexion was a shade lighter than that of others, it was because of the Castilian blood that had come to her through her grandmother, the sister of Kakanaloa. And brighter eyes than hers never peered through the lattices of the Guadalquivir. Kaikilani became the wife of the king's eldest son, Kanaloa-Kuana, and, in further atonement of the wrong he had done her father, on his deathbed Keawanui formally conferred upon her the moiship of Hawaii. Among the other sons left by Keawanui at his death was Lono. His full name was Lanoaika-Makahi. His mother was Hakalani, in whose veins ran the best blood of Oahu. Early in life Lono exhibited remarkable intelligence, and as he grew to manhood, after the death of his father, in athletic and warlike exercises and other manly accomplishments he had not a peer in all Hawaii. So greatly was he admired by the people, and so manifestly was he born to rule, that his brother, the husband and advisor of the queen, recommended that he be elevated to the moiship, in equal power and dignity with Kaikilani. What followed could have occurred only in Hawaii. A day was appointed for a public trial of Lono's abilities before the assembled chiefs of the kingdom. Although but 23 years of age, his knowledge of warfare, of government, of the unwritten laws of the island and the prerogatives of the TABU was found to be complete. And Kawamakiel, the venerable high priest of Hilo, whose white hairs swept his knees, and who had foretold Lono's future when a boy, bore testimony to his thorough mastery of the legendary annals of the people and his zeal in the worship of the gods. So much for his mental acquirements. To test his physical accomplishments, the chiefs most noted for their skill, strength and endurance were summoned from all parts of the kingdom. It was a tournament in which one man threw down the glove to every chief in Hawaii. The various contests continued for 10 consecutive days, in the presence of thousands of people, and between the many trials of strength and skill were interspersed feasting, music and dancing. The scene was brilliant. More than 100 distinguished chiefs, in yellow mantles and helmets, presented themselves to test the prowess of Lono in exercises in which they individually excelled. But the mighty grandson of Omi vanquished them all. He outran the fleetest, as well on the plain as in bringing a ball of snow from the top of Mauna Kea. On a level he leaped the length of 2 long war spears, and in ulimeda, holua and other athletic games he found no rival. In a canoe contest he distanced 12 competitors, and then plunged into the sea with a pahoa in his hand, and slew and brought to the surface the body of a large shark. He caught in his hands 20 spears hurled at him in rapid succession by as many strong arms, and in the moku-moku, or wrestling contests, he broke the limbs of 3 of his adversaries. Among the witnesses of these contests was the still young and comely Kaikilani. It is true that she had frequently met the young hero, and regarded him with such favor as she might the brother of her husband. But now, at the end of his victories, he appeared to her almost as a god, with whom it would be an honor to share the sovereignty of the kingdom. And when, amidst the plaudits of thousands, she threw the royal mamo over his shoulders with her own hands, and in doing so kissed his cheek, her husband saw that she loved Lono better than she had ever loved him. "The gods have decreed it," said Kanaloa, in sorrow, but with no feeling of bitterness, "and so shall it be." He consulted with the chiefs and high priest, and at the conclusion of a feast the same evening, given in honor of Lono, he took his brother by the hand and led him to the apartment of the queen. As they entered, Kaikilani rose from a soft couch of kapa, and waited to hear the purpose of their visit, for it was near the middle of the night, and but a single kukui torch was burning in front of the door. The heart of Kanaloa fluttered in his throat, but he finally said, with apparent calmness, "My good Kaikilani, what I am about to say is in sorrow to myself and in affection for you. Of all the sons of our father, Lono seems most to have the favor of the gods. Is it strange, then, that he should have yours as well? It is therefore deemed best by the gods, the chiefs and myself that you accept Lono as your husband, and share with him henceforth the government of Hawaii. Is it your will that this be done?" Kaikilani was almost dazed with the abrupt announcement. But she understood its full meaning, and, after gazing for a moment into the face of Lono and reading no objection there, she found the courage to answer. "Since it is the will of the gods, it is also mine." "So shall it be made known by the heralds," said Kanaloa, bowing to hide his grief, and leaving Lono and the queen together. Thus it was that Lono, of whom tradition relates so many romantic stories, became the moa of Hawaii and the husband of the most attractive woman of her time, Queen Kaikilani. 2. Peace and prosperity followed the elevation of Lono to the throne of Hawaii. His fame as an able and sagacious ruler soon spread to the other islands of the group, and his court as well as his person commanded the highest respect of his subjects. Weary of inaction, and having no desire to embroil the kingdom in a foreign war, he at length concluded to visit some of the neighboring islands with his queen, and particularly Kauai, which he had once seen when a boy. Leaving the government in charge of his brother Kanaloa, Lono embarked on his journey of pleasure with a number of large double canoes and a brilliant retinue. He took with him pilolis, kahilis and other emblems of state, and the hokeo, or large calabash, containing the bones of the 6 rebellious chiefs slain by his royal father at the beginning of his reign. The double canoe provided for Kaikilani and her personal attendants was fitted out in a manner becoming the rank of its royal occupant. It was 80 feet in length, and the two together were 7 feet in width. Midway between stem and stern a continuous flooring covered both canoes, which was enclosed to a height of 6 feet, thus providing the queen with a room 7 feet broad and 20 feet in length. The apartment was abundantly supplied with cloths and mats of brilliant colors, and the walls were decorated with festoons of shells and leis of flowers and feathers. In front of the entrance stood 2 kahilis, and behind a kapa screen was a carved image of Ku, surrounded by a number of charms and sacred relics. The canoes were brightly painted in alternate lines of black and yellow, while above their ornamented prows towered the carved and feathered forms of 2 gigantic birds with human heads. 40 oarsmen comprised the crew, and sails of mats were ready to lift into every favoring breeze. The double canoe of the king was smaller and less elaborately ornamented. And as it moved out of the harbor of Hilo, bearing the royal ensign and followed by the sumptuous barge of the queen and the humbler crafts of servants and retainers, the shores were lined with people. And 100 canoes paddled after them to give them their parting alohas beyond the reef. The auguries had not been favorable. So said the high priest, and so had the people whispered to each other. But, after preparing for the journey, Lono could not be persuaded to relinquish it. It was therefore with misgivings that he was seen to depart. And for many days thereafter sacrifices were offered for him in the temples, and a strict taboo was ordered for a period of 3 days. During which time no labor was performed and a solemn silence prevailed over all the land embraced in the dread edict. Swine were confined, fires were extinguished, dogs were muzzled, fowls were hidden under calabashes, and the priests alone were seen and heard, and they but sparingly. Such was the strict taboo for the propitiation of the gods in case of emergency or peril, and death was the certain penalty of its violation. The weather was fair, and the royal party first stopped at Lahaina. It had been Lono's purpose to spend a week or more at the court of Kamalalawalu, but the moa was absent at the time, and the squadron left Maui the next day for Oahu. A fair wind wafted the party through Pailolo Channel to the western point of Molokai. The sky was clear, and Lono began to discern the tops of the mountains of eastern Oahu, when one of his nephews threw his spear into and wounded a large shark which for some time had been slowly moving around the bows of the canoe. In an instant the weapon was thrown back with a violence which drove the point through the rim of the boat. Blood tinged the waves, but the shark disappeared. Before Lono could recover from his astonishment a furious wind rose from the south and west, and the fleet was driven around to the north side of Molokai, and finally succeeded in effecting a landing at Kalaupapa. 2 of the canoes were destroyed during the gale, and the thoughtless young chief who cast the spear was washed into the sea and devoured by a school of black sharks before assistance could reach him. Landing with his party, Lono learned from a priest the cause of the disaster that had overtaken him. It was the god Moaliai, who had taken his characteristic form of a shark and was guiding the fleet to Oahu, that had been wounded by Lono's nephew. The weather continued boisterous for some days, and Lono and his party became the guests of the chiefs of Kalaupapa. It was not a very inviting spot, and to beguile the time Lono and Kaikilani amused themselves with the game of konane, played upon a checkered board and closely resembling the game of draughts. One day, when thus occupied in the shade of a palm near the foot of an abrupt hill, Lono heard a voice above them. He gave but little attention to it until the name of Kaikilani was pronounced. He listened without raising his head, and soon heard the voice repeat. "Ho, Kaikilani! Your lover, Hikoa, is waiting for you." Lono looked up, but could see no one above them. He inquired the meaning of such words addressed to the wife of the Moa of Hawaii, but the queen, seemingly confused, was either unable or unwilling to offer any explanation. Enraged at what he hastily conceived to be an evidence of her infidelity, Lono seized the konane board and struck her senseless and bleeding to the earth. Without waiting to learn the result of his barbarous blow, Lono strode to the beach, and, ordering his canoe launched, set sail at once for Oahu, without leaving any orders for the remainder of the fleet. As he shoved from the shore, Kaikilani approached, and, holding out her blood-stained hands, pitifully implored him to remain or take her with him, but he waved her back in anger and resolutely put out to sea. She watched the canoe of her impetuous husband until it became a speck in the distance, and then with a despairing moan sank senseless upon the sands. Kaikilani was tenderly borne to her domicile by her attendants, and for 9 days struggled with a fever which threatened her life. During all that time she tasted neither fish nor poi, but in her delirium appealed continually to Lono, declaring that no one had called to her from the cliffs. On the 10th day her mind was clear and she partook of food, and then on her hands and knees a young woman crawled to the side of her kapamo, and, having permission to speak, said, "O Queen, I am the innocent cause of your misery. And my heart breaks for you. I am the daughter of the chief Keakane, and he has sent me to you. Hikoa loves me, and it was my name, Kaikinane, that he called from the cliffs, and not yours. It is better that confusion should come to me than shame and grief to the Queen of Hawaii." Kaikilani admonished her attendants to remember the words of the girl, that they might be able, if necessary, to repeat them to Lono, and then dismissed her with presents and a promise to speak kindly of her to her father, who was greatly annoyed at the distress which the indiscretion of his daughter had brought to their distinguished guest. As soon as she had sufficiently recovered, Kaikilani, not knowing what had become of her husband, sorrowfully returned to Hawaii in the hope of finding him there and explaining away the cause of his anger. But the news of Lono's assault upon her and his sudden departure from Molokai had preceded her, probably through the return of some of the canoes of the fleet, and when she arrived at Kohala she found the kingdom in a state of rebellion. With the avowed intent of slaying Lono, should he return to Hawaii, Kanaloa had assumed the regency, supported by the principal chiefs of the island, the relatives of the queen, and all the brothers of Lono with the exception of Pupuakea, a stalwart and warlike son of Keawanui by an humble mother unnamed in the royal annals, and who had large possessions in the district of Kau. But Kaikilani still loved her hot-headed but instinctively generous husband, and refused to give countenance to the revolt raised in her behalf. She therefore hastily left Kohala at night, and, so sailing as to escape the observation of the rebels, suddenly appeared off the coast of Kau and placed herself in communication with Pupuakea, the only chief of note that still adhered to the fortunes of Lono. He had succeeded in rallying to the support of his cause a very considerable force, but he knew that it would avail him little against the united armies of the opposition. And after a full consideration of the situation it was decided that Pupuakea should remain on the defensive until the return of Lono, of whom Kaikilani resolved to go at once in search. With this understanding Kaikilani, inspired by the hope of winning back her husband's love, after a few preparations started on her errand. But not before she had made sacrifices to the gods and implored their assistance, and Pupuakea brought word to her from the temple that the auguries of her journey showed a line of dark clouds ending in sunshine. But what cared she for clouds, if the sunshine of Lono's presence was to come at last? But where was Lono? Perhaps in the bottom of the sea. But, if alive, she resolved to find him, even though the search took her through all the group to the barren rocks of Kaula. Rounding the capes of Kau and sailing nearly northward, Kaikilani first stopped at Lahaina. But a week spent there convinced her that Lono was not on the island of Maui. The Moa treated her with great respect and kindness, and offered to assist in the search for her husband on the other islands. But she declined his services, and next visited Lanai. Causing a thorough search to be made of that island, and dispatching a party to the windy wastes of Kahoolawe, the queen proceeded to Molokai, to assure herself that Lono had not returned to Kalaupapa, and then set sail for Oahu. She first landed at Waikiki, on that island, but, learning that the king had established his court at Kailua, departed for that place the next day, and reached it without difficulty, for the captain of her crew was the distinguished old navigator Kokupia, who for a wager, in the reign of Keawanui, had made the direct passage in a canoe between the Hawaiian Bay of Kealakekua and the island of Niihau without sighting intermediate land. 3. Leaving Kaikilani entering the Bay of Kailua, it will be in order to briefly refer to the adventures of Lono after his sudden departure from Kalaupapa. Half crazed at what had occurred, to divert his thoughts from his cruelty he seized a paddle, and vigorously used it hour after hour until he was compelled to cease through exhaustion. The wind was fair, but, inspired by his example, 20 others plied the paddle ceaselessly in turns of 10, and in a few hours the royal canoe was hauled up on the beach of Kailua, on the northwestern coast of Oahu, where, as before stated, Kakuhihewa, the moi of the island, had temporarily established his court. As Lono approached the shore his state attracted attention. A chief and priest, who had at one time been in the service of Lono's father, recognized the sail and insignia of the craft, and informed the king that it must be that someone nearly connected with the royal family of Hawaii had come to visit him. This secured to Lono a cordial and royal welcome. Houses were set apart for his accommodation, and food in abundance was provided for him and his attendants. Although he scrupulously concealed his name and rank, and in that respect enjoined the closest secrecy upon his attendants under penalty of death, his commanding presence and personal equipment rendered it apparent that he was either one of the sons of Kiwanui or a chief of the highest rank below the throne. Pleading fatigue, and courteously desiring to be left to himself until the day following, Lono partook of his evening meal, sent from the table of the king, alone and in silence, and at an early hour retired to rest. But the heat was oppressive, and thoughts of Kaikilani disturbed his slumbers, and near midnight he strolled down to his canoe on the beach to catch the cool breeze of the sea. While there another double canoe arrived from Kauai, having on board a high chiefess, who was on her way to Hawaii and had touched at Kailua for fresh water. To pass the time Lono engaged in conversation with the fair stranger, and so interested her that she repeated to him twice a new mele that had just been composed in honor of her name, Ohaikawiliala, and which was known only to a few of the highest chiefs of Kauai. Portions of the celebrated chant are still retained by old Hawaiians. The mele diverted his mind from bitter thoughts, and when he returned to his couch he enjoyed a refreshing sleep. At daylight the next morning the king, without disturbing his royal guest, repaired to the seashore for his customary bath just as the Kauai chiefess was preparing to depart. Making himself known to her, she recited to him until he was able to repeat the new mele, and then made sail for Hawaii. As she had arrived after midnight, and the mele was new, the king was pleased at the thought of being able to surprise Lono by reciting it to him. But his amazement was great and his discomfiture complete when, on meeting his guest after breakfast and bantering him to repeat the latest Kauaian mele, Lono recited in full the poem he had so quickly and correctly committed to memory the night before. This incident is related by tradition in evidence of Lono's mental capacity. Notwithstanding the mystery which surrounded him at the court of Oahu, Lono soon became a great favorite there. No one could throw a spear so far or so accurately, and in all games and exercises of strength or skill he found no equal. He was generous and fearless, and in his pastimes reckless of his life. Although he was beset with their smiles and blandishments, women seemed to have no charm for him. And he politely but firmly declined to avail himself of that feature of early Hawaiian hospitality which held a host to be remiss in courtesy if he failed to provide his guest with female companionship. He preferred the sturdier contests of men, and introduced to the Oawans a number of new games of skill and muscle. While the most of the chiefs were generous admirers of the accomplishments of their unknown visitor, a few were jealous of his popularity, among them the Grand Counselor of the King, Lanahuimihaku, who on one occasion sneeringly referred to him as a nameless chief. To this taunt Lono, towering above his traducer with a menace of death in his face, replied that he would flay him alive if he ever met him beyond the protection of his king. And then he brought from his canoe the great calabash of bones, and, exhibiting the trophies of his father's prowess, chanted the names of the slain. This apprised them all that he was indeed a son of Kiwanui, but which one they did not know. But Lono's stay in Kailua was drawing to a close, for one day, while he was playing konane with the king within the enclosure of the palace grounds, Kaikilani's canoe was being drawn up on the beach below. She saw, to her great joy, the canoe of her husband, and ascertained where he might be found. Proceeding alone toward the royal mansion, with a fluttering heart she approached the enclosure, and through an opening in the wall discerned the stalwart form of Lono. Stepping aside to avoid his gaze, she began to chant his mele inoa, the song of his own name. He was startled at hearing his name mentioned in a place where he supposed it to be unknown. He raised his head and listened, and, as the words of the mele floated to him, he recognized the voice of Kaikilani. Rising to his feet, with dignity he now addressed the king. My royal brother, disguise is no longer necessary or fitting. I am Lanoai-Kamakahi, son of Kiwanui in Moa of Hawaii, and the gods have sent to me Kaikilani, my wife. It is her voice that we now hear. Then, turning and approaching the wall behind which Kaikilani was standing, Lono began to chant her name, coupled with words of tenderness and reconciliation. Then, springing over the obstruction, he clasped his faithful wife in his arms, and the past was forgiven and forgotten. The rank of his guests now being known, Kakuhihewa was anxious to give them a befitting recognition. But, learning of the revolt in Hawaii and the peril of Pupuakea, Lono embarked for his kingdom at once. Reaching and passing Kohala, where he learned the rebels were in force, he landed at Kealakekua, and immediately dispatched a messenger to Pupuakea, in Kau, with information of his arrival in Puna. The brother responded promptly, and, leading his forces over a mountain path to avoid the coast villages, joined Lono at Puanahulu. Meantime, Lono's name had brought thousands to his standard, and on the arrival of Pupuakea he boldly attacked and defeated the insurgents at Wailea. They were followed and again defeated at Konua. Reinforcements reaching the rebels from Kohala, 2 other battles were fought in rapid succession, both resulting in their defeat. In these engagements 2 of Lono's brothers were slain, and the body of one of them was offered as a sacrifice at the heiau of Puukohola. The last of the rebels were defeated at Pololu, and the island returned to its allegiance to Lono and Kaikilani. Kanaloakuana, who originated the revolt, also submitted, and was forgiven and restored to favor through the intercession of the queen. The legends relate many subsequent romantic adventures of Lono, but he and Kaikilani both lived to good old ages, and when they died were succeeded in the sovereignty of Hawaii by lineal blood. The Adventures of Iwikauikaua. Characters: Kaikilani, Queen of Hawaii. Makakaualii, brother of Kaikilani. Iwikauikaua, son of Makakaualii. Kanaloakuana and Princes of Hawaii. Kanaloa Kakaleu. Kealiokalani, daughter of Kaikilani. Kikialanakane, son of Kanaloakuana. Keakamahana, daughter of Kealiokalani. KIHA-PU, king of Southern Oahu. Kwakahi, daughter of KIHA-PU. Kauhiakama, Moa of Maui. Kapukini, queen of Maui. And sister of Iwikauikaua. Mahia, chief of Kahakuloa. Maui. The Adventures of Iwikauikaua. A story of royal knight-errantry in the 16th century. One of the most interesting characters distinctly observed among the misty forms and dimly outlined events of the remaining Hawaiian traditions of the 16th century is Iwikauikaua. In him the knight-errantry of the period found a distinguished exponent and representative, and his deeds add a bold tint to the glow of romance and chivalry lighting up the life and reign of the great Lono, and lend a luster to the names and events with which they are associated. Of royal lineage, but without estates or following beyond his personal attendants, he sought his fortune with spear and battle-axe, and in the end became the husband of a queen and one of the ancestors of a long line of kings. As he was the nephew of Queen Kaikilani, whose reign in Hawaii, including that of her husband, Lono, embraced, it may be presumed, the period between the years AD 1565 and 1595, and was a stout friend and supporter of the ruling family, a proper understanding of the rank, position and aspirations of Iwikauikaua necessitates a brief reference to the strange political events which surrounded his youth and conspired to shape his romantic career. When Kealiakoloa, the son of Omi, suddenly died, in about AD 1535, after a reign of perhaps not more than 10 years, he left as his heir a young son named Kukailani. His right to the throne was unquestioned, but, as he had not been formally designated by his father as his successor, Kiwanui, the younger brother of the dead king, assumed the scepter and maintained his claim to it by meeting in battle and slaying the 6 principal chiefs of the island who rebelled against the usurpation. Kukailani seems to have possessed but little force or spirit, and was content during his life with such maintenance as his uncle was willing to provide. In due time he married, and became the father of Kaikalani and Makakawaliai. The former became the wife of Kanaloa-Kwana, the eldest son of Kiwanui, and subsequently the wife of his brother Lono, as related in the legend of Lono and Kaikalani. As if desirous of atoning for the injustice done to his nephew, Kukailani, on his deathbed Kiwanui named as his successor Kaikalani, daughter of the deposed prince, and wife of Kanaloa-Kwana, his own son. Why Kiwanui restored the scepter to his brother's family through Kaikalani instead of her brother, Makakawaliai, finds ready explanation in the fact that Kaikalani was the wife of his eldest son, through which union both families would thereafter share in the sovereignty. Makakawaliai, whose claims to the moiship were thus overlooked or disregarded by Kiwanui, was the father of our hero, Iwikauikaua. But, if wrong was done in the matter, it was never openly resented by either father or son, and Iwikauikaua always remained the steadfast friend of his royal aunt, Kaikalani. The position of Kukailani, on the death of his father, was such as could have been patiently borne only by one entirely destitute of ambition. Custom would have accorded him ample estates and a following consistent with his rank. But his crafty uncle did not deem it prudent to tempt him to rebellion by according him even the powers of a district chief. It was safer for him to remain at court, living upon the bounty and under the watchful eye of Kiwanui. He was doubtless a high officer of the royal household, retaining the tabus and melees of his family, and receiving the respect due to his rank, but no lands were set apart for him, and he had no retainers beyond his personal attendants. But Kukailani seemed to be content with his situation, and so utterly indifferent to the rights of his family that it does not appear that he ever demanded a more befitting recognition of the claims of the children born to him. Hence, like their father, Makakawaliai and Kaikalani were compelled to live upon the bounty of the king until the latter was chosen to the succession. And this was also the inheritance of Iwikauikaua, the son of Makakawaliai. He was a landless chief of royal blood, and circumstances indicate that he was quite a youth when Kiwanui died and Kaikalani assumed the scepter. He grew to manhood around the court of his royal aunt, and was among the many who rejoiced when Lono became her husband and, with her, the joint ruler of Hawaii. In person he was handsome and imposing, and his accomplishments befitted his rank. Through Kaikalani the moiship had been restored to the Kiliakoloa branch of the royal family, but the previous usurpation had left him without estates, and less near than was his due to the throne. And he chafed under his hard fortune and resolved to retrieve it, not by rebellion or trespass upon the rights of others, but through the channels of bold and legitimate endeavor. When Aboya Kaula told him that he would die either a king or the husband of a queen, and he never forgot the prophecy. In fact, it seems to have taken possession of him and to have become the guiding star of his early life. Iwikauikaua makes his first appearance as a striking and consequential figure of Hawaiian tradition in the midst of the revolt of Kanaloa-Kwana and other chiefs of Hawaii against Lono. The revolt was organized during the absence of Lono and Kaikalani on a friendly visit to the other islands of the group, and embraced nearly every prominent chief in the kingdom. They had resolved to kill Lono should he return to the island, and the conspiracy seemed to be as formidable as time and determination could make it. With a single exception, all the brothers of Lono were arrayed against him, and his cause was considered almost hopeless. The rebellion had its origin, avowedly, in a report that Lono had in a fit of jealousy killed Kaikalani on the island of Molokai. But other motives must have existed, for the return of Kaikalani with her husband to Hawaii did not put an end to the uprising, but rather stimulated the conspirators in their resolution to wrest the sovereignty of the island from Lono at all hazards. The only brother of Lono who refused to join in the conspiracy was Pupuakea. He was the sturdy and warlike son of Kiwanui by a mother whose name is not mentioned by tradition, and was endowed with lands in the district of Kau. Removing in early manhood to his estates in that district, he seldom visited the court and took no part in its bickerings. As his mother was doubtless of an humble family, he was not considered the equal in rank of the other sons of Kiwanui, and therefore preferred to reside where he would not be continually reminded of his inferiority. When the revolt against Lono was organized, he was invited by Kanaloa to give it his support. But no promises of lands were made to him, as to other distinguished chiefs, nor was he deemed to be of sufficient consequence to entitle him to a voice in the councils of the rebels. This slight of Pupuakea led to the defeat and ruin of the conspirators. The chief of whom they thought so little had developed into a leader of influence and ability in his distant home, and it was around him that was gathered the nucleus of the force which in the end gave victory to Lono. When Kaikilani returned alone from Molokai, and found the kingdom on the verge of revolution, she secretly consulted with Pupuakea, as almost the only chief of consequence to be relied upon. And when she next returned with Lono, Pupuakea was at the head of a force large enough to overawe the rebels of Kau, but too small to venture beyond that district without support. The main rebel army was concentrated in the district of Kohala, which Lono avoided on his return from Oahu, landing at Kealakekua, on the coast of Kona. It was early in the morning when the canoes of Lono, bearing a small party of attendants, were drawn up on the beach. No one was there to oppose him, but the rebels were in possession of all the machinery of the government, as well as 5 of the 6 divisions of the island, and the outlook would have been gloomy to any one less resolute and daring than Lono. He had less than 100 followers, and, taking from his canoe the hokeo, or calabash, containing the bones of the 6 rebellious district chiefs slain by his father, placed it within a sanctuary of mats on the beach. And beside it raised the royal standard and kahilis. This done, he summoned the people to arms, started a courier to Pupuakea, and dispatched Luna Pius to the neighboring chiefs, commanding them to march to his assistance at once. But the people were timid. The revolt was not popular, but the cause of Lono seemed to be hopeless, and the masses hesitated. The hesitation was brief, however. Late in the afternoon a force of 500 or 600 warriors was observed approaching from the northward. Lono hastily prepared for the best defense possible, and for retreat to his canoes should he be unable to hold his ground. Nearer and nearer came the threatening column. It was finally halted within 200 paces of Lono's position, when from the front rank emerged a tall young chief in feather cape and helmet. At the end of his spear was displayed a large ti leaf as a token of peace. Accompanied by 2 aides bearing weapons similarly bedecked, he boldly strode past the lines of Lono and asked for the king. He was conducted to his presence, and, observing Kaikilani beside her husband, was about to kneel when Lono stepped forward and grasped him by the hand, exclaiming, "Welcome, Iwikakaua, for I know you come as a friend." "Yes, I come as a friend," replied the chief, "and have with me a few brave warriors, whose services I now tender." "But are you not afraid to be the friend of Lono at such a time as this?" inquired the king, glancing admiringly at the bold front of the young chief. "The whole island seems to be in arms against me." Lono knew he was exaggerating the danger, but desired to learn the worst. "No, not the whole island," promptly replied the chief. "Pupuakea will soon join us with 3,000 spears or more, and it will not be long that Lono will lack warriors." "You are right," returned the king, hopefully. "We will find spears and axes enough in the end to clear a way to Kohala." Kaikilani joined Lono in thanking her nephew for his timely assistance, and Iwikakaua retired to find quarters for his followers and arouse others to the defense of the king. The appearance of the young chief with his few hundreds of warriors was indeed most opportune. It inspired the people with confidence in the success of Lono, and they began to rally to his support in large numbers. And, observing that the tide was turning in his favor, the neighboring chiefs came to his assistance with their followers, thus swelling his force within 3 days to as many thousands of warriors of all arms. Hastily organizing his little army, Lono boldly pushed on toward Kohala, steadily recruiting his ranks as he moved, and at Puanahulu was joined by Pupuakea with nearly 3,000 additional spears from Kau. Thus enabled to operate on the offensive, he attacked and defeated the rebel army at Wailea, and again at Puako, or at some point not far north of that place. After the second engagement the rebels retreated northward, and, receiving reinforcements from Kohala, made another stand at Pupa, where they were again defeated, but through some mishap Iwikauikaua was taken prisoner. They then fell back to Puukohola, near which place a large heiau was maintained at that time. There Kanaloa Kakuleu, one of the brothers of Lono, resolved to sacrifice the distinguished prisoner. Iwikauikaua received the announcement stoically. He was conducted to the altar within the heiau. The assistants were in readiness to take him beyond the walls for execution, and the priests were in attendance to offer the sacrifice in due form to Kanaloa Kakuleu's god of war. Ascending the steps of the altar, the young chief turned to the high priest and said, "I am ready, but it is not the will of the gods that I should be offered." "What know you of the will of the gods?" answered the priest, sternly. "And what know you," returned the chief, "since you have not inquired?" Such questioning was not common at the altar, and for a moment the priest was disconcerted. Finally he said, "You say it is not the will of the gods. Make it so appear, and your life shall be spared, but if you fail your right eye shall see the left in my hand, and you will be slain with torture." "So let it be," exclaimed the chief. And, lifting his face upward, he addressed an audible prayer to Ku, Uli and Kama. As he proceeded with the solemn invocation not an unfavorable omen appeared. The winds died away and the birds in the neighboring trees remained silent. Concluding the prayer, he folded his arms and stepped down from the altar. By an unseen hand the cords that bound his limbs had been cut, and he approached the high priest and bowed before him. This manifestation of the will of the gods could not be mistaken, and Iwikauikaua was conducted to a hut within the heiau, where he was advised to remain until he could leave the place in safety. No hostile hand could be laid upon him within the walls of the temple. There he was under the protection of the high priest, and beyond the reach of the highest temporal authority. But Iwikauikaua did not long require the protection of the heiau. At daylight the next morning Lono attacked the rebels at Puukohola, and after an obstinate battle defeated them, taking prisoner his brother Kanaloa Kakuleu, whom he promptly ordered to be sacrificed at the heiau. As he was brought to the altar for that purpose, his last moments were embittered by the farewell which Iwikauikaua waved to him with simulated grief as he left the enclosure to join the victorious army. Although Lono had directed the sacrifice of his brother in retaliation for the supposed death of Iwikauikaua, he did not countermand the order, as he might have done in time, when he found the latter had miraculously escaped. Several other battles were fought, in all of which Iwikauikaua took a distinguished part, and the island returned to its allegiance to Lono and Kaikilani. The services of Papuakea were rewarded with such additional lands of deceased rebel chiefs as he chose to accept, and Iwikauikaua was offered possessions either in Kona or Hamakua, or a military charge in the royal household. But in the end he decided to accept neither. They presented to him no opportunity for such advancement as the gods had promised, and which now, since their manifestation in his favor at Puukohola, seemed to be almost assured to him. He had fixed his eye upon his pretty cousin Kiliokalani, the daughter of Kaikilani. She stood close to the throne, and evinced a decided partiality for the dashing young chief. The gossip of the court was that the princess loved Iwikauikaua and would be more than content to become his wife. But royal marriages in all ages and in every clime have been less a suggestion of hearts than of state considerations. And so it was in this instance. Unknown to all but himself, it was the fair face of the princess that had prompted him to espouse the cause of Lono when it seemed to be almost hopeless, and his services certainly entitled him to almost any reward. But Kikialanakane, the son of Kaikilani by her first husband, Kanaloaquana, had been named as successor to the moiship, and Kiliokalani was selected to become his wife. Such marriages of close kinship were not uncommon among the chiefly families of ancient Hawaii, and the children born to them were accorded the very highest rank. This arrangement for the succession left Iwikauikaua little to hope for on Hawaii, and he determined to seek his fortune among the other islands of the group. Tempting inducements were held out to him to remain, but he declined them all. To the princess alone he whispered that her betrothal to Kekialanakane had rendered his departure advisable, and she grieved that circumstances had decreed their separation. Ambition doubtless first attracted him to his fair cousin. But her nature was gentle and loving, and he finally regarded her with a sincere and romantic attachment, which she seems to have fully reciprocated. 2. In a large double canoe, painted red, and at its masthead flying the pennon of an Iwikakaua, with a score or more of attendants, set sail from Kohala in quest of adventure. Passing Maui, he spent some time in visiting the small island of Lanai, where he was entertained in a princely manner by the leading chiefs. Proceeding thence to Molokai, he remained a week or more in the neighborhood of Kalaupapa, and then sailed for Oahu. He landed at Waikiki, on that island, and was well received by KIHA-PU, one of the three principal chiefs of Oahu. His father was the noted Kakuhihewa, who had entertained Lono during his voluntary exile, and who at his death, a short time before, had divided the island among his three oldest sons, leaving the dignity of Moa to Kanakapu. Harmony existed among the brothers, and all of them followed the example of their father in maintaining attractive petty courts and imposing establishments. The Moa retained possession of the royal mansion at Kailua, which was 240 feet in length and 90 in breadth, and adorned with all the taste and skill of the period. KIHA-PU had a princely mansion at Ava, but his court was at Waikiki at the time of the arrival of Iwikakaua. The young chief, whose rank was at once recognized, was provided with quarters for himself and attendants near the court, and soon became a favorite with the nobility. The part he had taken in the battles of Lono, together with his miraculous escape at the temple of Puukohola, became the talk of the court, and he was treated as a hero. In the pleasure of the courts of Oahu, Iwikakaua spent a number of years on the island, and finally became the husband of Kwakahi, daughter of KIHA-PU. It was not a love match, at least so far as Iwikakaua was concerned, for after his marriage he squandered the most of his time for some years in roaming from district to district and giving little heed to the future. At length he began to crave a more active life, and was about to seek it on some other island when the noted War of the Coellos, of Kauai, gave employment to his spear. Coello had been driven from Kauai by his cousin, and, finding refuge in Oahu, had been given lands in the Waianae Mountains by KIHA-PU. Instead of settling there in peace, he began to construct canoes and prepare for a return to Kauai with a force sufficient to maintain himself on that island. KIHA-PU was finally induced to assist him, and so substantially that he invaded Kauai, deposed and killed his cousin, and assumed the Moaship. Iwikakaua took part in the expedition, but became disgusted with the jealousies of the Kauai chiefs and returned to Oahu at the close of the war, without attempting to avail himself of the opportunities afforded by the rebellion. His marriage with Kwakahi promised him no advancement. His hair began to be tinged with gray, and the future presented to him no sign of the fulfillment of the prophecy of his youth. He consulted the Kaulas, but they gave him no satisfaction. One of them told him, however, that his fortunes lay to the windward, and he provisioned a double canoe, and, with a competent crew and a few retainers, set sail in that direction without taking leave of any one. He stopped for a few days on Molokai, and a kaula there advised him to go to Maui. He accordingly set sail for that island, where resided two of his sisters, whom he had not seen for many years. One of them, Kapukini, was the wife of Kauhiakama, the Moa of Maui, and the other, Puiopoki, of Kaueo, a prominent chief of Kaupo. He landed at Lahaina, and made himself known to Kapukini. Their greeting was affectionate, and they had much to relate of their past lives. She was the only wife of Kauhiakama, and he was astounded to hear that the aged Moa had started 2 days before with a hostile army for Oahu. The object of the invasion was not clear, but Iwikakaua felt satisfied that it would end disastrously, and impatiently awaited the result. The only son of Kapukini had reached his manhood, and Iwikakaua advised his sister to prepare for his installation as Moa, expressing the opinion that Kauhiakama would never return. His surmises proved to be correct. Within 10 days a mere handful of the force with which the Moa had embarked for Oahu returned, bringing news of the defeat and death of Kauhiakama. The Moa had landed at Waikiki, where he was met and defeated by the united chiefs of Oahu. He was slain during the battle, and his body was taken to the heiau of Apuekau, where it was treated with unusual indignity, so unusual, in fact, that Kahekili, the Moa of Maui, many generations after remembered the act, and retaliated in kind upon the chiefs captured by him in his conquest of Oahu. Kauhiakama had always been a rash and visionary leader, and his tragical end did not surprise Iwikauikaua. It was on his report that his warlike father, Kamalalaulu, had invaded Hawaii, and met defeat and death at the hands of Lono, and with equal thoughtlessness he had thrown a small invading force into the most thickly populated district of Oahu, and led it to slaughter. But, whatever may have been the weaknesses of Kauhiakama, a lack of courage was certainly not one of them, and the news of his death, together with that of the indignity visited upon his remains, created a wild excitement among the chiefs of Maui. His son was installed as Moa without opposition, and a general demand for revenge went up from the whole island. Large quotas of warriors were offered from every district, and the young Moa was implored to baptize the beginning of his reign with the best blood of Oahu. But Iwikauikaua advised the excited chiefs to act with discretion. No one more than himself felt like avenging the death of Kauhiakama, who was the husband of his sister, but, he said to them, the chiefs of Oahu are united, and a war upon one of them means a conflict with the whole island. Their spears are as long and as many as ours, and their knives are as sharp, therefore let not the chiefs of Maui be hasty. Many of the chiefs agreed with Iwikauikaua that an invasion of Oahu in revenge for the death of their Moa would not be advisable, and the newly anointed king was of the same opinion. But others, especially those who had lost friends or relatives in the late expedition, clamored for war, and not a few of them intimated that the advice of Iwikauikaua was inspired either by friendship for the Oahuans or personal cowardice. These insinuations reached the ear of Iwikauikaua, and the manner in which he repelled them was bold and effective. 300 chiefs of the higher grades had gathered to take part in the installation of the new Moa, and such of them as were entitled to a voice in the national councils were assembled to discuss the project of war and such other matters as they might be requested to consider. As a near relative of the royal family, Iwikauikaua had been invited to participate in the deliberations, but he had modestly refrained from urging his opinions, and had thus far spoken only when directly appealed to. Several remarks of a sneering character had been dropped within his hearing, and finally a chief from Wailuku, glancing insultingly toward him, declared that the chiefs of Maui were not afraid to use their spears. Iwikauikaua could no longer bear these taunts in silence. With a dark scowl upon his handsome face, he rose to his feet and impetuously replied, "Nor am I afraid to use mine, either in defense of the Moa of Maui or in challenge to any chief here who presumes to doubt my courage. I scorn to defend myself with words. Without these walls, with spear and battle-axe, I am prepared to answer one and all." Several chiefs sprang to their feet, as if to accept the bold challenge, and confusion for a time prevailed. But order was restored when Mahia, the venerable chief of Kahakuloa, rose and, commanding silence, said, "Chiefs of Maui, hear my words and be calm. We have invited Iwikauikaua to advise with us, and by insulting him we degrade ourselves. He is high in rank and distinguished for his courage. He was the friend of the great Lono, of Hawaii, and a leader in his battles. He is the brother of Kapukini, and our respect is his due. Some of you have spoken words which seem to hold his valor lightly, and he has answered, as I would have answered had the complaint been mine, by inviting you to test the courage you doubt with spear and battle-axe. No other answer could have been made by a brave man, and we should respect the nobility that prompted it. We should say to Iwikauikaua, whose body is scarred with the teeth of many battles, we have spoken hastily, let us now be friends." The effects of the eloquent words of the old warrior were magical. Those who had offended made prompt retraction, and looks and expressions of courtesy and kindness came to Iwikauikaua from all parts of the council. By reputation he was known to many of the older chiefs, and when they recounted to the younger his chivalrous services in the wars of Hawaii he was overwhelmed with manifestations of respect and kindly feeling. The demand for an invasion of Oahu with a large force steadily abetted with discussion and a better understanding of the danger and uncertainty of the project, and was entirely abandoned with the sudden appearance of a fleet of hostile canoes off the coast of Honolulu. It was a strong predatory expedition from Hawaii. Several villages had been plundered on the southern coast, and Wailuku was now threatened. Lono, the warlike king of Hawaii, had been dead for some years, and under the reign of Kekealani several of the more powerful of the district chiefs had assumed an attitude of comparative independence. The most noted of these were the I family, of Hilo, and the Mahi chiefs, of Kohala. Each could muster some thousands of warriors, and occasional plundering or retaliatory expeditions were undertaken to the other islands without the knowledge or countenance of the sovereign authority. The fleet discovered off the coast of Honolulu, and reported by runners to the Moa, was from Kohala and under the command of one of the Mahi chiefs in person. As the young Moa was unused to war, Iwikauikaua offered his services, and with 50 chiefs and 2,000 warriors crossed the mountains and drove the plunderers from the coast. As it was surmised that other expeditions of a similar or more aggressive character might follow, the chiefs found employment for some time in repairing canoes, establishing signals, and placing their coast settlements in better conditions of defense. Returning to Lahaina, Iwikauikaua learned from a Hilo chief on a visit to relatives in Kauaula that Kekealani, king of Hawaii, had recently died, and that Kealiiokalani, his wife, could not long survive a cancerous ailment of the stomach with which she was afflicted. The mention of the name of that princess brought back a flood of tender and romantic memories, and Iwikauikaua resolved to revisit his native island. He was begged by the young Moa to remain as his mehana and chief counselor, a position to which his rank entitled him. But he seemed to hear the voice of the dying princess calling to him from Hawaii, and with becoming state set sail at once for Hilo, where the royal court had been temporarily established. It was past midnight of the second day of his departure from Lahaina when Iwikauikaua reached Hilo. He landed quietly, making himself known to no one. He found the place still in mourning for the deceased Moa, and learned that Keakamahana, the elder of the two daughters and only children of Kealiiokalani, had been formally installed as Moa, or queen, the day before, with the royal mother as chief advisor or premier. Early next morning Iwikauikaua, clad in a feather cape and other insignia of rank, and accompanied by a number of attendants, proceeded to the royal mansion. Being a chief of unquestioned rank, he was admitted to the pahale, but, on applying for an audience with the queen or her first counselor, was told that the former was still in mourning and could not be seen, and the latter was too ill to receive visitors. But a proffer was made to carry any message he desired to either. Then take to Kealiiokalani the words that her cousin, Iwikauikaua, is at her door, said the chief. At the mention of his name the kahu in attendance, a venerable chief, regarded the visitor for a moment with amazement. He had fought by his side in the wars of Lono, and in his face recognized the dashing young chief who a generation before had been saved by the gods from sacrifice at Puukohola. Iwikauikaua, indeed, exclaimed the kahu, with emotion. I know you well. Years ago our spears drank blood together, from the shores of Kona to the high lands of Pololu. Iwikauikaua was pleased at the recognition, and, after exchanging a few pleasant words with the old kahu, the latter conveyed his brief message to Kealiiokalani. She was in her own apartment at the time, reclining on a soft couch of kapa, and surrounded by a group of silent and sad-eyed attendants. Near her sat Keakamahana, the fair young Moa, who was doing all that affection could suggest to soothe and strengthen her suffering mother. Prayers had been said, offerings to the gods had been made, and renowned kahunas had resorted to the most potent herbs, charms and incantations known to them in behalf of the royal sufferer. But nothing could stay the dreadful malady that was eating away her life, and all hope of her recovery had been abandoned. The cancerous gnawing was declared by the priests to be the work of an evil spirit, which prayer and sacrifice could not dislodge. The kahu delivered the message of Iwikauikaua with some hesitation, for the condition of the patient had become more critical since the death of her husband. But when she heard the name of the visitor, and learned that he was without, her eyes assumed something of the brightness of her girlhood, and she ordered him to be admitted at once. As Iwikakaua entered, he was silently conducted to the couch of Kiliuokalani. For a moment he gazed at her wan face, for a moment she glanced at the gray hairs which the years had brought to him since he said farewell to her in Kohala. He knelt beside the couch. He took her hand and held it to his heart, and the silence that followed best interpreted the thoughts of both. Rising, and learning to his embarrassment that the young woman whom he had scarcely noticed was Keakamahana, daughter of Kiliuokalani and Queen of Hawaii, Iwikakaua knelt respectfully before her, and gallantly kissed the hand with which she gave him welcome. A low order was given to an attendant by the mother, and in a moment she was alone with the queen and Iwikakaua. Casting her eyes around and observing no others present, she beckoned them closer, and in broken sentences said, "The black kappa will soon cover me. Listen, Iwikakaua. Early in life it was in our hearts to be the husband and wife of each other. It was the fault of neither that we were denied that hope. It was not my fault that you left Hawaii. It was not your fault that I grieved when you went to other lands. But you have returned at last. The gods have directed you back to Hawaii. They will give to me in death what they refused to my youth. In Keakamahana I will be your wife." She paused for a moment, her listeners bending over her in silence, and then continued. "Take him as your husband, Keakamahana. He is the gift of your mother. He is brave and noble, and you will need his counsel when I am gone." Overcome by these words of affection, the chief knelt beside the couch, and the eyes of Keakamahana were filled with tears. "Do you promise?" inquired the mother. "I promise," replied the queen, giving her hand to the kneeling chief. "I promise," repeated Iwikakaua, as he clasped and kissed the proffered pledge. "I am content," returned the sufferer, as a smile of happiness lighted up her face. The attendants were recalled, wondering what had occurred, and Iwikakaua, almost bewildered, took his leave. Tradition plainly recites the brief remainder of the career of this distinguished chief. Kiliuokalani died a few days after the strange betrothal just noted, and Iwikakaua became the husband of Queen Keakamahana, thus romantically fulfilling the aspiration and prophecy of his youth. Their daughter, Keakealani, succeeded her mother as Queen of Hawaii, and one of her husbands was the son of Iwikakaua by the wife left by him in Oahu. With this adventurous and erratic chief originated, it is claimed, the custom of burning kukui torches by daylight on state occasions, especially in connection with the obsequies of persons of royal lineage. And it was within the present generation that the exclusive right to the ceremonial was contested by the two royal families claiming the prerogative through descent from Iwikakaua. Certain customs, like chants and melees, are matters of inheritance, and remain exclusively in the families with which they originate. The prophecies of Kealomoku. Characters. Kahekili, Moi of Maui.